Man attempted to make a man who was like a god himself, and that was Eva.
What? Evas are human?
Yes. Inside the empty shell of each Eva is a human soul. But the only vessel which can hold a soul is Ray. These things are empty husks. They have no souls, no right to live.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows. Has the face, lies the snake in the sun. In my disgrace, boiling heat, summer stench. Neath the black, the sky looks dead. Come on, name through the cream, and I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come?
Mediation as God. Chapter 1. Why Negative Dialectics? The development of the existential judgment as a sublation of positivism and metaphysics.
Introduction. Negative Dialectics is older than the book of the same name by Adorno, who explains that its concept is essentially identical to that of critical theory. Perhaps to be precise, with the one difference that critical theory really only designates theory, while negative dialectics also designates the reality that is affected by it. End of quote. Like critical theory, negative dialectics is therefore, as a whole, a single existential judgment, whose abstract content, given from the beginning of thinking, namely that suffering is not, is determined by Marx, 1844, Horkheimer, 1937, and Adorno, 1962, in reflection on the respective state of bourgeois society, flourishing/decline, barbarization/Auschwitz, post-Nazism, in a materialistic way. This is the crucial difference to traditional theory, to Hegelian dialectics and idealistic as well as materialistic metaphysics, and to positivism, which is a matter of the whole but at the same time only takes place in nuance, which is why the radicalism of critical theory is to be found less in the break with Kant, Hegel, Popper, but rather in thinking them to an end. Instead of founding a philosophical school alongside others, the transition from a critique of concepts to a critique of things, which is already inherent in idealism and positivism and has now been completed, represents the only form in which thinking that is committed to truth is possible, whereby its ultimate truth, however, depends on that which is outside of theory, which today appears to be obstructed, revolutionary practice. If critical theory can insist on being the most advanced form of thinking in the present, against the ideological operation of post-bourgeois science and any subjective arbitrary or decisionist philosophy of standpoint or worldview, to which Leninist, existentialist, post-structuralist, and positivist Marxists may profess, it is because the determination and development of the existential judgment follow an objective necessity. If the Marxist categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being can be shown to be a logical consequence of the imminently developed and dissolved contradictions of, with reference to Kant, both theoretical and practical reason, Horkheimer and Adorno's reformulations of the existential judgment, initially in the face of the approaching barbarism, then after Auschwitz, bring together the two main strands of the Enlightenment and its self-criticism, Kant, Hegel, Marx, and Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Freud. Even the necessarily mediated nature of progressive reason as enlightenment about enlightenment through non-discursive elements such as history and bodily impulses does not confront ratio with its opposite, its complete otherness or its purely external nature, since it is itself a historically developed function of the instinct for self-preservation, a defense against natural violence. That is why the concepts and phrases of negative dialectics, such as the non-identical, the primacy of the object, the non-conceptual and totality, as well as the unity of the many without coercion, reconciliation, and the abolition of death, are inseparably intertwined with epistemological and utopian, rational and corporeal moments, and without any hint of obscurantism, as has been alleged by positivist opponents of all dialectics since Popper. Quote, "When I saw my oldest friend, I said nothing but, I equals I. Jean-Paul, Clavis Fictiana SCU Leibgiberiana. Identity is given as a law, not substantially but functionally." Walter Benjamin, Two Poems by Friedrich Hölderlin. The need to make suffering eloquent is the condition of all truth. For suffering is objectivity that weighs on the subject. What it experiences as its most subjective, its expression, is objectively mediated. Theodore W. Adorno, Negative Dialectics. In terms of structural logic, the concept of cognition alone already sets three terms: the cognitive subject, the cognitive activity, and the cognitive object. Modern philosophy, as is well known, begins with an act of radical destruction and reconstruction of this premise and its elements. Descartes' search for an absolutely certain starting point for knowledge initially leads him to doubt everything, in particular the existence of the outside world, until nothing remains but this undoubtable doubt itself. In that cogito, the subject of knowledge, he then finds the idea of a substance that is infinite, independent, omniscient, and omnipotent, and of which I myself am created, as are all other things that exist, if there are any. For Descartes, the existence of God is proven by the consideration that no imperfect being could harbor the idea of a perfect being if it had not been implanted in it by that being. And since God, according to the concept, cannot be a deceiver, the corporeal things that the senses claim to exist as outside of me, the residential extensa, must also be real in precisely this way. The possibility of truth and error in human knowledge of these things lies in the fact that man was created by God as imperfect, free and endowed with reason, and consequently the correct use of his faculties can lead to adequate knowledge, which, however, is no longer the subject of the meditations, which exhaust themselves in this foundation of knowledge. Its tendentially tautological procedure was sharply criticized by Hegel, for example, to the extent that what is usually understood as doubt is first a shaking of this or that supposed truth, upon which a proper disappearance of doubt and a return to that truth occurs, so that in the end the matter is taken as before. Kant, on the other hand, assumes without recourse to God that the world, nature, and individual things exist independently of the act of cognition, of human consciousness, that is, of the reference of the latter to the former, i.e., that they are neither brought about by the cognizing subject nor even merely arise from his imagination. What Adorno maintains against Popper and what ultimately could also be turned against Hegel is thus essentially taken into account by Kant. Cognition lives from the relationship to that which it is not itself, to its other. In this sense, the postulate of the primacy of the object initially no longer means the consequence of the decisive difference between the immediate existence of an object and its perception. While the object as such exists even without an act of perception, the cognitive subject is dependent on an object. This is where the preconscious knowledge or preconceptual experience of a child, for example, comes in, that the object does not disappear just because you turn away from it, or that what triggers fear cannot be eliminated by covering your eyes with your hands. While Adorno can accept this pre-philosophical premise as such, inasmuch as critical theory is not absolutely different from common sense, but rather essentially consists in its critical self-reflection and self-contemplation, Kantian scientism still sought to prove the existence of real things that I perceive outside myself against Descartes and Berkeley. For example, in the chapter Refutation of Idealism, which is taken up in the preface to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant's argument becomes laborious and, in the preface to the first edition, comes to the imminently contradictory conclusion that perception is always perception of something and not of nothing, i.e. that it must be affected by something outside itself. Finally, Kant's otherwise solely subjectively transcendental category of causality, cause-effect, is supposed to guarantee the object's existence independently of knowledge. For the experience of something persistent that is not in me, or that must therefore be a thing that is external and distinct from all my ideas, something real outside of me, Kant's things in themselves exist in their form independent of human perception, and in the plural. The thing in itself, in a singular form that meant more than one specific thing among many, does not exist in this quasi-empirical materialistic use of the phrase things in themselves by Kant, which should not be confused or even conflated with its transcendental philosophical use. More on that later, quite simply. Kant overcomes the classical epistemological opposition of subject and object by introducing the concept of phenomenon, appearance, as a synthesis of object, thing in itself, and subject. The subjective preformation of the phenomenon through the nature and number of the sense organs, as well as the transcendental categories and ideas, means that the respective object cannot be recognized in its immediate being in itself. And yet this model has little to do with subjectivism or epistemological skepticism, which would give the word to the contingency, arbitrariness, relativity, or perspectivity of knowledge. Not only does the thing in itself, taken seriously, assert itself in the phenomenon, albeit not as such but mediated, which Kant himself denies when he suggests that we would only find in objects what we put into them. The subjective moment also contains an objective element. Kant thinks of the sense organs, even of nature, as being as superindividual and generally binding as the forms of intuition and categories of understanding of the subject. Therefore, Kant's talk of the unknowability of the thing in itself as an absolute limit of knowledge hardly means more than the triviality that the object, although existing independently of knowledge, cannot be recognized independently of the same cognitive activity, for example, according to the model of a residual theory of truth, which seeks to advance to the respective, pure, immediate being of the object by crossing out the subjective, but in doing so would also lose the phenomenon of every object, because the latter is only immediate insofar as it does not appear, and insofar as it appears, it is no longer immediate but mediated. Just as it is impossible to sleep with a virgin without deflowering her at the same time, just as it is impossible to touch the untouched as untouched, so too the Kantian limit of knowledge does not denote a deficiency that would be inherent in it and thereby go beyond what is already set with its concept. Mediation. Not being able to fly while running would only make sense if it were considered a deficiency of running, as long as it were attributed to each particular as its deficiency, not also to be everything else at the same time. Since it is equally inadmissible to attach to Kant's concept of appearance the pejorative connotation that it has in the philosophical distinction between essence and appearance, which is not a topic for Kant, the barrier of knowledge does not conceal the essential, the relevant either the spatial imagery is misleading, and the respective thing in itself, as such unrecognizable, is by no means the essence of the phenomenon. Certainly not, as Adorno and Tiedemann sometimes suggest, as a placeholder for the absolute or the unconditional. The unbridgeable need for mediation of the non-identical, here, subject and object, immediate being and mediating cognition, thus says nothing against the possibility of objective truth and progressive knowledge. As is clear from the following passage from the Critique of Pure Reason, quote, "What things in themselves may be, I do not know, nor do I need to know, because a thing can never appear to me other than in its appearance. If the complaints are to mean that we do not see the inside of things at all, that we do not understand through pure reason what the things that appear to us may be in themselves, then they are quite unreasonable and irrational. For they want us to recognize things without the senses, and thus to be able to look at them, and consequently to have a faculty of knowledge that is completely different from the human one, not only in degree but even in kind and mode. Thus, they are not to be human beings, but beings of which we ourselves cannot say whether they are possible at all, much less what they are like. End of quote. This sober subjectivism of the species is not justified by talk of a block that, according to Kantian doctrine, blocks the human being's access to the thing in itself, Adorno, or indeed the assumption of a Kantian charismos that is to be criticized, cf. Adorno, Schmidt, or defended, cf. Haag. Moreover, the widespread lamentation about Kant's dualisms of subject versus object or even appearance versus thing in itself is completely unfounded, just as Nietzsche's famous polemic against metaphysical backworlders is completely off the mark, as Kant's subject, object, and synthesizing phenomenon belong ontically to the same world, a context of being, if you will. However, Kant's epistemological model, which is irresistible precisely in its simplicity, would have to be further dynamized, as it lacks any historical and social understanding of the subject or object. For example, Horkheimer, who had gone through Hegel and Marx, thinks Kant further. Quote, "The facts that the senses bring us are preformed in two ways, by the historical character of the perceived object and the historical character of the perceiving organ. Both are not only natural but also shaped by human activity. The fact that individual things exist independently of the cognitive act does not mean that they become and pass away independently of each other, i.e. in isolation and for themselves. One need only think of the way in which all living things are integrated into the metabolic process, which leaves nothing that participates in it unchanged in its being. In this respect, Kant's view abstracts, as Hegel aptly remarks, from all being for another. Beyond this processuality of the natural context, which ignites contradictions, opposites, and reciprocity and involves humans as natural beings and all individual things, humans as social and historical beings change themselves and their environment as no other species does. To a certain extent, this even applies to the face of the earth, but above all it means the organization of society, which essentially constitutes its historical reality, including its participation in inner and outer nature. Horkheimer says, even where the experience of natural objects as such is concerned, their naturalness is determined by the contrast with the social world and is dependent on it to that extent. Quote, for Kant's epistemology, this would have two consequences. Firstly, if, despite the uniformity of nature as a whole, which even the skeptic Hume would have to accept, the respective being in such a way of the subject's perceptual organs and objects which are supposedly in and of themselves changes in mutual relation to one another, then the synthetic object of knowledge or perception, the phenomenon or the form of appearance of the object in consciousness, would necessarily be determined by a non-identity with itself, which Kant's apparatus, however, is much too rigid to think, i.e. undialectical. Not only the question of modern natural science regarding the influence or interruption of observable processes by the measuring instrument, e.g. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, thus proves to be merely a special expression of this general subject-object problem. The concept of the non-identical also necessarily has its epistemological place within what Kant calls the world of appearances, in that it reflects the non-identity of the phenomenon with itself in the face of the historical, contradictory, and reciprocal being of all subjects and things in themselves. It does not allude to the unknowability of an essence of any objects, nor to an absolute or unconditional. Secondly, the less pure nature surrounds people, the more their interest in knowledge also applies to non-natural objects, the less important the distinction between essence and for us, or the so-called barrier to knowledge, should be. Even with regard to the material world, the assumption of an unrecognizable essence in a tree, dog, or centipede makes more sense than in a cushion, automobile, or computer. On the other hand, the terms phenomenon and thing in itself no longer have any purchase at all on the objects of the not only non-natural but also non-material and non-substantial world. The state, for example, as a real generalization, although it can be experienced, exceeds the sensory certainty of this there, and is thus not a phenomenon sensory being in the strict sense to which an unrecognizable thing in itself would correlate. Particularly since, apart from its undayingness in contrast to the tangible products of human activity, there is no residue of untouched nature in it that could be thought to have existed before humans and to be able to outlast their existence. However, since the state is at the same time only of fair and in a double sense by us, that is to say, it is by no means outside the reciprocal relationship between subject and object, its appearance in human consciousness is also subject to the principle of non-identity or fuzziness. No thought operation, not even the dialectical one, can therefore leave behind Kantian generic subjectivism, the difference between subject and object, being and perception, recognition, and ultimately between concept and thing to be grasped as the non-conceptual, which is certainly not to be thought of as dichotomous. Anyone who seeks to do this without making themselves comfortable with the insight that every determination of a difference is already its tendency to be exceeded must therefore at least erase one of Kant's preconditions, such as Hegel's absolute idealism of the external world independent of consciousness, at least as an absolutely existing one, or Lenin's naive realistic theory of reflection of the subjective factor. Hegel interprets Kant's epistemological barrier as a fear of falling into error or a mistrust of science. He counters this with a mistrust of this mistrust and seeks to prove that this fear of error is itself an error, whereby that which calls itself a fear of error reveals itself to be a fear of truth. Accordingly, Kant's considerations of things in themselves, their form of appearance and recognizability are unceremoniously declared to be tautological, that the thing in itself as such is nothing other than the empty abstraction of all determination, of which, however, one can know nothing, precisely because it is supposed to be the abstraction of all determination. Since the thing in itself is thus presupposed as the indeterminate, all determination falls outside of it, into a reflection foreign to it, against which it is indifferent. For transcendental idealism, this external reflection is consciousness. By transferring all the definiteness of things, both in form and content, to consciousness, this philosophical system falls, according to this point of view, into me, into the subject, so that I see the leaves of the tree not as black but as green, the sun round not square, the sugar sweet and not bitter. End of quote. However, this rendering of his thinking has little to do with Kant's strengths. According to Kant, the fact that Hegel, unlike a dog perhaps, perceives the tree leaves not as black but as green refers both to the nature of the human eye, if one disregards moments such as light, etc., and to a certain qualitative property of the corresponding thing in itself. However, nothing more can be said about this definiteness, because it eludes generic subjective concepts such as green or black, color in general, etc. For Kant, things in themselves are not conceived as empty abstractions. Feuerbach also uses the term abstractum without reality. Only what this particular something, which, for example, produces sweetness on our tongue, is in itself, i.e. independently of the tongue, cannot be said with certainty. Marx, too, will oppose the idea of imputing to a thing its usefulness as something it possesses, although it would hardly occur to a sheep as one of its useful characteristics that it is edible by humans. End of quote. And so the use value does not only refer to the objective, if at all, absolute material properties of something, but to a thoroughly objective relation between man and object or product or commodity. No dialectical movement alone, concerning the contradictory relationship of things to each other and of consciousness to its objects, is therefore able to make Kant's non-recognizable imminently recognizable or, for example, to make blackness an absolute property of the corresponding thing in itself independent of us. Hegel only succeeds in doing so because and to the extent that he ultimately declares the external world, which exists independently of consciousness, to be the product of consciousness itself, not, as Fichte tends to do, of empirical individual consciousness, but of the world, spirit as its hypostasis, admittedly one that Hegel does not acknowledge as such. This originally self-contained spirit had once split itself in two, i.e. it had externalized itself in nature/matter, alienated itself, negated itself, only to return to itself again with the emergence of man and his consciousness as a renewed negation now of nature/matter. A negation of the negation. Since reality emerges from spirit in this cosmically dialectical process, it can also be completely permeated by it in the form of human consciousness. Thus, when consciousness reflects on objects supposedly outside itself, it is in fact only reflecting on itself, and in doing so it ultimately reveals the identity of thinking and being, of the thing in itself and for us, of concept and thing, that absolute knowledge which Kant supposedly fears. It reads a little less pompously like this, quote, if critical philosophy understands the relationship of these three terminorum in such a way that we place thoughts between ourselves and things as a middle, in the sense that this middle separates us from things instead of uniting us with them, then this view is to be countered by the simple observation that precisely these things, which are supposed to be on the other extreme beyond our thoughts and beyond the thoughts relating to them, are themselves thought things. End of quote. Hegel is not only concerned with bringing into motion the schematism of the statically, self-identically, unhistorically conceived moments of subject in itself, phenomenon, object in itself, which is expressed in the spatial metaphor, or with problematizing a block Adorno between subject and object, which does not even exist in Kant's form, whose phenomenon does indeed unite subject and object, without both of them completely merging into themselves. Rather, in Hegel's dialectical unification, every remnant of difference between thinking and being, concept and object, is to disappear. This does not only involve the explanation of external things in themselves as mere conceptual things, but also, conversely, perception becomes being as soon as the form of appearance of things in themselves is linguistically grasped as their being for us. So when Hegel says, being in itself and being for another are initially different, but that something has the same thing that it is in itself and vice versa, that what it is as a being for another is also in itself, this is the identity of being in itself and being for others, according to the determination that the something itself is one and the same of both moments so that they are undivided in it. End of quote. It then follows that the being for us of the something as an undoubted possibility of its being for another is also a moment of the identity of being for another and being in itself. That is, the being for us exists in the something without being separated from the being in itself, whereby, conversely, the being in itself of things is neither outside us nor unrecognizable as such. At points like these, dialectics no longer merely demonstrates how the extremes mutually intersect as moments of a processual whole, but becomes a trick for dissolving the same into identity, on a more crude level than Schelling, thus declaring, for example, mind and nature to be one and the same. As a result, Hegel did exactly what he unjustly accused Kant of doing, namely, instead of immersing himself in the object, he immersed the object in the subject. Kant's reflection on the subjective, which is committed to the primacy of the object, concedes that the object has certain qualitative moments that, in combination with subjective I and other objective factors, such as light, create blackness, for example, but do not dissolve in it, whereas Hegel's objectification of blackness is based on excessive subjectivism. In other words, Hegel is right against Kant that things, just because they exist independently of acts of perception, are not independent of each other. According to this, the non-identity of the phenomenon or the appearance with itself would result from the being with, for and against each other of things, objects as well as subjects. But not Kant is right against Hegel here, the identity of subject and object or being for each other and appearing to us. In a certain sense, and this should not be suppressed, the idealistic continuation of Kant, the criticism and overcoming of the unrecognizable thing in itself, are in turn consequences of a Kantian inconsistency against himself. At least many of Kant's formulations, prototypically in the rather confused, contradictory, and in two versions not necessarily congruent with each other present chapter von dem Grand der Unterscheidung aller Gegenstand überhaupt in Phenomena und Noumena, suggest an excluding understanding of the things in themselves by Kant. The differentiation between objects of the senses, sensible beings, phenomena, appearances, and purely transcendental objects, intellectual beings, noumena, intelligibilia, i.e. also, forms of intuition, categories, and ideas, is always the same. While their empirical materialistic use still thinks of the things in themselves as, even if as such unrecognizable, positively existing quasi-correlata of phenomena, the transcendental interpretation identifies them with the noumena, whereby they are now only to express the indeterminate thought of something at all through abstraction from the form of intuition, and thus as borderline concepts of negative use, in order to limit the pretension of sensuality, without being able to posit anything positive except the extent of the same. From this reinterpretation of the things in themselves that exist positively outside of consciousness but are not recognizable as such into, more or less necessary, pure posits of the understanding. In a negative sense, which, incidentally, would once again reveal the primacy of the object and make talk of unknowability nonsensical, it is not far from the mere creation of the exterior, the non-ego, the foreign, by the ego, the act, in ficta, whose subjective idealism claims to complete Schelling's objective Hegel to the absolute. The traditional Marxist overcoming of Kant works in exactly the opposite way, except that, unlike Hegel's, it lacks any inner consistency. Thus, for example, Engels, with reference to the skepticism of knowledge that is real in Hume and supposed in Kant, formulates, "The most striking refutation of this and all other philosophical quirks is practice, namely experiment and industry. If we can prove the correctness of our understanding of a natural process by making it ourselves, by creating it from its conditions, and by making it serve our purposes, then the Kantian incomprehensible thing in itself is finished." The chemical substances produced in plant and animal bodies remained such things in themselves until organic chemistry began to represent them one by one. With that, the thing in itself became a thing for us. End of quote. In this vein, Lenin also dissolves the difference between appearance and thing in itself into that which is recognized and that which is not yet recognized. However, Kant did not dispute the possibility of progress in the knowledge and control of nature. Although the representations of the most modern natural science, its positivities or, for example, atomic models, go far beyond the sensory certainty of this they do not go beyond the human world of nature's appearance, i.e. any connection to actual or possible experience. The successful harnessing of natural processes does indeed speak against Kant's view of the validity of human ideas of space, time, totality, etc., whose objectivity cannot be limited to transcendentalism. However, the fact that people can recognize nature in a fundamentally relevant way for their lives does not change Kant's view, according to which every recognized object is subjectively mediated through the means and methods of its recognition relative to its historical basis, and is not seen in its immediate being. On the contrary, practice, experiment, and industry prove the subjective foundation of every recognition. Lenin must have suspected that the materialistic saying, "the proof of the pudding is in the eating," does not exceed the subjective part of knowledge, but merely confirms it. His so-called absolute materialism therefore lives from the premise of a simple, one-to-one reflection of the external world in human consciousness, which according to Lenin is not only independent of the act of perception but also of us, and which is itself nothing more than the secondary, albeit highest product of primary matter. While Lenin's apologia of naive realism, directed against the superindividual subjective preformation of the object of knowledge, subsequently shaped the entire Marxist-Leninist overcoming of Kant, the concept of practice in Marx has had a completely different meaning from the outset. On the one hand, it is pointed out that, contrary to idealism, the mind has the curse of being attached to matter from the outset. However, this is less aimed at the materiality of the brain than at the physical aspects of language, which, in turn, cannot be reduced to this as consciousness arises from the need for communication with other people. Individual consciousness therefore requires at least two brains and is thus not produced by the brain or by matter, but arises beyond monocausal contexts of procreation in social practice. On the other hand, it is precisely this concept of practice, which sublates an understanding of matter reduced to materiality and objectivity, that defends the subjectivism of idealism against the objectivism of conventional materialism. Quote, "The main defect of all previous materialism, including Feuerbach's, is that the object, reality, sensuousness, is only grasped under the form of the object or the view, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. Therefore, the active side is developed abstractly in contrast to the materialism of idealism, which of course does not know the real sensuous activity as such. Feuerbach wants sensual objects that are truly distinct from objects of thought, but he does not conceive of human activity itself as an objective activity. The question of whether objective truth is appropriate to human thought is not a theoretical question, but a practical one. In practice, man must prove the truth, i.e. reality and power, of the immanence of his thinking. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking, which is isolated from practice, is a purely scholastic question." End of quote. In the Feuerbach theses and in Marx, the concept of practice contains a total of two moments that, although they refer to each other and merge into each other, are not identical and should not be confused, because the emphasis of the critique of the ideal of the adequation of concept and thing is always different. First, the largely unconscious, inescapable, and inevitable, because it is necessarily associated with the existence of the human species, world-changing social practice as an ensemble of sensual material and intellectual activities that mediate and constitute the empirical and its knowledge, the individual subjects and objects, and constitute the unconscious, unknowable, but as such anticipated but not conceptualized precondition of bourgeois philosophy and epistemology, of the processing, subject-object relation itself. In this sense, all the mysteries that lead theory to mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the understanding of this practice, as the eighth thesis of Feuerbach puts it. The realization that this practice is wrong because of its unconsciousness and its results, the self-contradiction of the species and the self-contradiction of a practice in which people are dominated by the powers they themselves unleash, then gives rise to the necessity of a conscious, world-improving, i.e. revolutionary practice that overturns the existing order. So the grasping of one moment passes into the other. So that Marx can say in the third thesis, the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and human activity or self-change can only be grasped and rationally understood as revolutionary practice. End of quote. Both moments are already dormant in Kant, although they are rigidly separated from each other in the form of theoretical and practical reason, and Kant, as will be shown, recoils from their connection, which he himself has established in the existential judgment. In theoretical reason, what Marx will call social practice still appears as a rather narrow concept of actual and possible experience, reduced in part to sensual certainty, while the questions of traditional metaphysics, for Marx, scholasticism, are to be banned from epistemology insofar as they exceed the limits of what can be grasped by the subject and its experience, that is, the humanly possible range of vision, by mere concepts. Thus Kant himself considers it a step forward to identify the conditions of the possibility of knowledge and its limits in the subject, and places it in analogy to the Copernican revolution. However, this concentration on the subject alone was already carried out by Descartes and Hume before Kant, albeit in opposite ways. In contrast to them, Kant's progress would therefore have to be specified to the effect that he at least strives for a suspension of rationalism and empiricism, and thus the sublation of the dualism of understanding/reason and sensuality/experience, which he himself is often accused of, even if he does not implement it in a consequent manner. While rationalists, a category that Kant includes Plato, Descartes, and Leibniz, mistrust sensuality as a source of deception and instead place reason as the only secure and therefore primary source of knowledge, empiricists, a category that Kant includes Epicurus, Aristotle, Locke, Hume, on the other hand consider all concepts of understanding to be derived from sensuality. Kant takes the view that the object of supposedly immediate perception is as such constituted from the outset by the subject through both sensuality and the forms of intuition of space and time, as well as the 12 categories of understanding. However, Kant's bringing together of the different faculties is limited to the synthesizing practice of perception. Here, understanding and sensuousness cannot be separated from each other, but rather presuppose each other. Pure sensuousness alone would merely give rise to an unformed, chaotic multiplicity. Without the material provided by sensuousness, the pure forms of intuition and categories of understanding would in turn be an empty nothing. However, Kant still deals with two isolated, unrelated apparatuses not only analytically but also genetically, which, passive sensibility here and active understanding there, are simply treated as given whether they are innate or acquired. Here Kant remains dualistic. He remains a rationalist in that he sometimes defines the forms of intuition, the subject of transcendental aesthetics, as concepts of understanding, the subject of transcendental logic, as not temporally but logically preceding every actual and possible experience as its condition. Therein lies their a priori character. Whereas Hume's skepticism had denied the objective validity of the principle of causality, because one can only perceive a succession of events, and the generalizing conclusion to cause and effect therefore only occurs from, but with the right of habit, Kant, with Hume, that causality is neither inherent in things in themselves nor derived from sensibility, but, unlike Hume, that it is given to the mind as a principle and, together with other transcendental forms, makes experience possible in the first place, which is why it also has objective validity in relation to the phenomenon. From Hegel's process-oriented thinking, however, Kant's rigid opposition of a priori intellectual activity and a posteriori experience seems to objectify only one moment in the dialectic of genesis and validity, as does Hume's reverse position. This is why the origin and acquisition of the a priori categories of understanding remain as obscure to him as their application to objects. This schematism of our understanding, in regard to appearances and their mere form, which Kant ultimately sees as a hidden art in the depths of the human soul, the true methods of which we will hardly ever be able to deduce from nature and reveal to the naked eye. Hume's concept of habit already implies something that Kant would not dispute in the abstract. That perception/experience is something that is constantly repeated, and, as we might add, not infrequently under instruction, especially in the case of small children, whose first perceptions are not yet pre-structured by ideas of space, time, and causality, as is the case with adults. If we do not think of the repetitions as uniform, but rather in the form of a reciprocal relationship between sensuality and understanding that is constantly renewed at a higher level, as a spiral movement from simple to complex experience, then one and the same category/form would be both a posteriori in genetic relationship to previous acts of perception and a priori in validity for future ones at the same moment in the process. If, in this interplay of sensual certainty and reason, induction and deduction, human beings successfully appropriate the world in a practical sense, at least insofar as they are able to reproduce their survival in it, it is reasonable to assume, contrary to Kant, that something of temporality, spatiality, causality, etc. is also present in the outside world, in the things in themselves, and not merely in pure reason. For where else should Hume's habit derive its power from? And yet, empirical, individual consciousness does not carry out this process of appropriation alone. Therefore, as Horkheimer states, it is correct that Kant assumes a general subjectivity, on which individual cognition depends. However, what appears to refer to social activity, i.e. the superindividual activity that is unconscious to the empirical subject, i.e. practice, appears in Kant in the idealistic form of a consciousness in itself, a purely mental instance, i.e. as a transcendental power, the epitome of mental factors. When Kant, according to Horkheimer, claims that the relationship between empirical and transcendental subjectivity is surrounded by a darkness, that it is irrational despite all rationality, then this expresses the contradiction of individuals who act more or less rationally in a bourgeois society that is irrational as a whole. This is why Kant's truth, sincerity, and depth lie precisely in the inner difficulties with which the highest concepts of Kantian philosophy, above all the eye of transcendental subjectivity, pure or original apperception, consciousness itself, are afflicted. Quote, the dual character of Kant's concepts, which on the one hand denote the highest unity and purpose, and on the other something dark, unconscious, opaque, precisely captures the contradictory form of human activity in modern times. And the opposition of passivity and activity, which in epistemology appears as the dualism of sensibility and understanding, does not apply to society to the same extent as to the individual. Where the individual experiences itself as passive and dependent, society, which is nevertheless composed of individuals, is a subject that is active, albeit unconscious and thus unreal. This difference in the existence of man and society is an expression of the split that has been inherent in the historical forms of social life to date. End of quote. In its structure, the critique of pure reason follows the central idea that knowledge is realized in two acts. Reason organizes the data given sensuously in the forms of intuition of space and time by means of concepts, categories, analytical and synthetic judgments, etc., discussed in Transcendental Aesthetics and Transcendental Analytics as the first section of Transcendental Logic. And reason organizes the concepts of understanding from the object into a higher unity, negotiated in Transcendental Dialectics as the second section. Quote, reason never refers directly to an object, but only to understanding, and by means of the latter to its own empirical use, thus creating no concepts of objects, but only ordering them and giving them the unity that they can have in their greatest possible expansion. Reason therefore has as its object only understanding and its expedient employment, and just as the latter unites the manifold in the object, so reason, for its part, unites the manifold of concepts through ideas, by setting a certain collective unity as the goal of the acts of understanding. End of quote. The question of the correct and incorrect use of the transcendental ideas of pure reason touches on the center of Kant's critique of metaphysics. In the Transcendental Ideas, Kant specifies his view, expressed in the first sentence of the preface to the first edition, that human reason is harassed by questions that it cannot dismiss, because they are posed by the nature of reason itself, but which it also cannot answer, because they exceed the capacity of human reason. End of quote. Thus, the transcendental ideas, such as the unconditional, the absolute, the origin, the whole world, are, to a certain extent, born out of formal logic, with the proof of the conditionality of a thing within a chain of causality, the idea of an unconditional as the first cause arises at the same time, etc. According to Kant, this necessity creates a mere but irresistible semblance, the deception of which can hardly be prevented by the sharpest criticism. The illusion consists in taking the transcendental ideas for concepts of real things, i.e. ascribing an existence in the external world to the transcendental ideas that transcend the limits of possible experience, whereby they become transcendental in application, i.e. mere rationalizing, dialectical concepts. To the extent that it succumbs to appearances and reason, traditional metaphysics is necessarily a battleground of endless disputes. It poses insoluble riddles, such as the question of why anything at all exists and not rather nothing. It becomes entangled in paradoxes, such as the finiteness of time and space. One would have to think of nothing before the beginning, after the end and beyond the boundary, or infinity would have to be captured by finite thinking, and antinomies, according to which one could prove or disprove the existence of God with identical plausibility. The result, which for conventional metaphysics appears to be very disadvantageous, namely that we can never go beyond the limits of possible experience with the capacity for reason, would, according to Kant, be a gift in two respects. For, I had to tremble with knowledge in order to make room for faith. For Kant, this does not just boil down to the distinction between what one can know and what one can believe. Rather, on the one hand, what one can only believe according to theoretical reason becomes, in practical reason, more on this later, something that one is compelled to believe, while metaphysics, on the other hand, if it makes proper use of the transcendental categories, would be granted precisely and finally the sure path of a science. This correct use of transcendental ideas understands them as merely regulative, heuristic principles of the systematic unity of the manifold of empirical knowledge in general, which is thereby cultivated and corrected within its own limits more than it could be without such ideas through the mere use of the principles of understanding. Quote end. Kant's demand is thus to study nature as if it were permeated by the ideas of reason, while at the same time avoiding taking these as constitutive principles of transcendent knowledge, because this would mean to produce eternal contradictions and disputes through a brilliant but deceptive appearance. Persuasion is imaginary knowledge. A pre-established harmony between nature and reason, set up by our author, a kind of pre-formation system of pure reason, is neither positively nor negatively established by Kant, but rather, as Horkheimer also points out, explicitly fought as a thesis. This is why the question posed in the Critique of Judgment about an inner reason of nature unknown to us, or the inner, universally sufficient principle of the possibility of nature, which lies in the supersensible, is merely a regulative of thinking about nature. Kant neither calls the intelligent world cause a thing in itself, nor does he claim, in analogy to the empirical materialistic use of things in themselves, the positive but unrecognizable existence of a sufficiently general principle outside of us. Whether or not something real, transcendent, correlates with the transcendental ideas is a question that Kant, at least in the Critique of Theoretical Reason, approaches in an agnostic manner. However, Kant's attempt to show metaphysics its limits in order to make it possible as a science is, in its design and execution, oriented overall. Kant remains a child of his time in this, to the successes of natural science. His scientific concept of science is just as attached to the ideal of mathematical proofs as it is to the formal logical treatment, ultimately, therefore, to the banishment of contradiction. The formalism and schematism of the Critique of Pure Reason thus continues to inspire secondary literature to produce diagrams that may conceal Kant's internal contradictions but do little violence to his intentions. While the idealistic continuation of Kant's work tends to focus on the inconsistencies of the Critique of Knowledge, the positivist is a thoroughly legitimate heir to his skeptical rationalist and exaggeratedly agnostic spirit. Hegel opposed this with all his polemical power. He considered Kant's theoretical edifice to be a spice shop, in which all the articles, neatly separated from each other and bloodless in themselves, had their labels and tags stuck on, degrading science to a lifeless schema, to a table. In response to the fetish of naked truths, he writes, "A nice answer should be given to such questions as when Caesar was born, just as it is definitely true that the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides of the right-angled triangle. But the nature of such a so-called truth is different from the nature of philosophical truths." End of quote. And against the arrogance of mathematics and the envy of philosophers, he writes, "The evidence of this flawed knowledge, which mathematics is proud of and with which it also boasts against philosophy, is based solely on the poverty of its purpose and the inadequacy of its material and is therefore of a kind that philosophy must spurn." End of quote. As a result, Hegel's dialectic leaves no stone of Kant's architecture standing. Not only does it attack the transcendental categories and ideas in themselves, it brings them back to reality. From Kant's point of view, it may seem as if Hegel is doing exactly what Kant's pejorative concept of dialectic criticizes as rationalization, and thus falling miles behind Kant, which is why Kantians usually get through with Hegel quite quickly. But this is only half the truth, inasmuch as it fails to recognize the incommensurability according to which, for example, the absolute which Kant banishes from thinking is no longer the same as that which is caught up by Hegel. This is related to Hegel's concept of dialectics, which only has the name in common with the ancient one. The question of whether it denotes a method of thought or a structural law of being or both, and then even claims their homology, presupposes what dialectics seeks to overcome, the dualism of thought and being, and indeed, at least in principle, without leveling the difference. Even thinking about reciprocity, one need only recall Marx's phrases such as consciousness as conscious being, individual behavior in natural and social conditions, or the processed object as objectified labor, not only shows the limitations of locating categories and ideas solely in understanding and reason, but also the limits of categories such as causality itself. Breathing, for example, places the air and the body in a relationship to each other and at the same time changes both poles during its execution. The air exhaled is no longer the same as the air inhaled, etc. The principle of cause and effect, rain makes you wet, Hegel mocks the tautological banality, does not apply here, either in a monocausal or polycausal way. The mechanical interaction would also be too dualistic, as it reduces breathing to the model of a game of ping-pong. And even where, as in breathing, the origin, the prime cause of a movement that is external to it could be caught up with cutting the umbilical cord and tapping on the back, this beginning would hardly be relevant for understanding the process. The concept of the beginning itself, and with it that of the end, of finiteness and infinity, inevitably takes on a different meaning in the image of the circle, which Flegel repeatedly uses for his idea of things/concepts as moments of a processing whole, to which the spiral corresponds in the sense of development, than in the image of the straight line, the series of causality, which is decisive for Kant's thinking. The circle has no beginning and no end, and at the same time, as a line, it is infinite and as a figure, finite. In the movement that, according to Hegel, constitutes becoming, arising and passing away, it is precisely the contradiction that plays a constitutive role, which in Kant's formal logic is absent both in the categories and in reality. Hegel counters the proposition of the excluded third. Something is either A or non-A, there is no third, which he considers to be a triviality that leads nowhere anyway. With the truth and essence of things, all things are contradictory in themselves. According to Hegel, contradiction is the root of all movement and vitality. Only insofar as something has a contradiction within itself does it move, has drive and activity. End of quote. Hegel's criticism of Kant's transcendental dialectic antinomy doctrine thus leads to the sentence: "It is too great a tenderness for the world to remove contradiction from it, but to transfer it to the mind, to reason, and to leave it unresolved there." End of quote. In Hegel's view, the poles of the usual philosophical pairs of opposites, the absolute and the relative, the finite and the infinite, the immediate and the mediated, being and nothingness, sensuality and understanding, consciousness and being, always pass into one another through themselves, or, as they are reflections, they set themselves as suspended, refer to this their negation and presuppose one another. End of quote. This is why Hegel makes his readers feel dizzy. Dialectics is not explained or referred to as a form of thinking in terms of a possible agreement with the things external to it, but unfolds truth as a bacchanalian frenzy in which no limb is not drunk, in order to surrender to the life of the object, to immerse oneself in it. The simple and first example of phenomenology, which is not undeservedly famous, reveals that Hegel's dialectic is thoroughly factual and saturated with experience, and in this respect undoubtedly represents a real advance over Kant's epistemology. The bud disappears in the bursting forth of the flower, and one could say that the former is refuted by the latter. In the same way, the fruit explains the flower as a false existence of the plant, and the flower is replaced by the fruit as its truth. These forms not only differ, but also displace each other as incompatible with each other. But their fluid nature also makes them moments of organic unity, in which they not only do not contradict each other, but one is as necessary as the other, and this same necessity is what constitutes the life of the whole. End of quote. Therefore, the true is the whole, but the whole is only the being that perfects itself through its development. It is to be said of the absolute that it is essentially the result, that it is only at the end of its development that it is what it truly is. Or, the true is the becoming of itself, the circle that presupposes its end as its purpose and has its beginning and is only real through its execution and its end. End of quote. According to dialectical circular or spiral thinking, which overcomes transcendental dialectics, the doctrine of antinomies and formal logical thinking in linear chains of causality, only becoming exists in which permanent being in nothing and nothing in being, therefore neither pure being nor pure nothing, and consequently no pure, positive and absolute beginning can be set in the understanding of traditional metaphysics, whether recognizable or not. Moreover, the relatively initial simplicity could only be reconstructed from the complex that has become, whereby the latter, as the purpose of the former, the later, would only acquire substantiality, the conventional absolute, the supposed cause, would be the mediated result, immanence and transcendence would intertwine and therefore, not because of its unrecognizability. According to Hegel, They could not be fixed for themselves, positively or negatively. Nevertheless, Hegel's inconsistency with himself again consists in not following through or completing his own claim that thought loses its firm ground. Thus his dialectic cannot be separated from the system of absolute idealism, in which it finds its hold and firm ground, closes itself off, allows its limbs to become sober again, and passes from negativity into positivity and meaning as well as purpose. At the beginning and at the end, the self-movement of the spirit makes everything equal, the contradictions are reconciled, God and the absolute are then, in the sense of conventional thinking and thus also against Kant, set up again and subordinated to the power of disposal of the dialectician, who thinks of himself as sovereign and has the quasi-theological certainty that the absolute is already with us in and of itself and wants to be. In this respect, Hegel not only falls behind Kant and thus succumbs to transcendental illusion, but his deification of that which is even marks, according to Adorno, the transition of dialectics into the very positivism it criticizes. Horkheimer therefore summarized the relationship between Kant and Hegel at this point as follows: the interaction of people in society, the way they use their reason, is how they direct their forces and affirm their essence. At the same time, however, this process, together with its results, is alienated from them, appears to them with all its waste of labor and human life, with its states of war and the whole senseless misery, as an unalterable force of nature, as a superhuman fate. In Kant's theoretical philosophy, in his analysis of knowledge, this contradiction is preserved. The unresolved problem of the relationship between activity and passivity, a priori and sensual datum, philosophy and psychology, is therefore not a subjective but an objectively necessary inadequacy. Hegel revealed and developed these contradictions, but in the end reconciled them in the medium of a higher spiritual sphere. Hegel freed himself from the embarrassment of the general subject, which Kant claimed but was unable to properly define, by positing the absolute spirit as the most real of all. According to him, the general has already adequately unfolded and is identical with that which is taking place. Reason no longer needs to be merely critical of itself. With Hegel, it has become affirmative, even before reality can be affirmed as rational. In view of the real contradictions that continue to exist in human existence, in view of the powerlessness of individuals in the face of the circumstances they themselves have created, this solution appears to be a private assertion, a personal peace treaty between the philosopher and an inhuman world. End of quote. At the same time, however, Hegel's greatness, which is recognized neither by critical Kantians nor by affirmative positivists, lies in the fact that even his untruthfulness towards Kant and his own dialectic, the absolute idealism that declares an abstract mind to be the demiurge of reality/nature, has a true core, which Marx explicitly emphasizes in his critique of Hegel's dialectic and philosophy. What appears in Hegel merely in the wrong form of intellectual activity of an inflated consciousness is in reality namely the work as self-generating act of man itself and producer of its environment. The full significance of the social practice by means of which man steps out of the immediate context of nature, at least in relation to Kant, and this also applies in its own way to Fichte and Schelling, points to the comparatively undeveloped state of capitalist society at Hegel's time, whose productive potential was only to be revealed to Marx in its full extent. Horkheimer again: at the higher levels of civilization, conscious human practice unconsciously determines not only the subjective side of perception, but also, to a greater extent, the object. What the member of industrial society sees around him every day, tenement houses, factory floors, cotton, cattle for slaughter, people, and furthermore not only the bodies but also the movement in which they are perceived, from underground trains, conveyor belts, cars, airplanes, the sensory world bears the marks of conscious labor, and the separation of what belongs to the unconscious nature and what belongs to social practice cannot be carried out in reality. Quote end. As Adorno points out, Marx later had to remind social democrats and socialists of the importance of nature, against the materialistic hypostatization of labor as the sole source of all wealth. With and against Hegel, the task was initially to salvage the distorted, still unclear and mystifying critique of labor in the idealistic version of a critique of the self-alienation of the mind. If Hegel's thinking takes its cue from objectivity as such, the alienation of man, which needs to be abolished, ultimately already exists in the objectifying externalizations of the mind itself, whereby the withdrawal of this alienation, negation of the negation, is still thought of in abstract spiritual terms. Marx is concerned with the critique of alienated objectivity, i.e. the alienation between people and the products of their intellectual and material activity as the conditions they have created but which dominate them, in other words, the abolition of domination and disruption, which can only be achieved in practice and in reality, not in thought alone. With Hegel and against Kant, Marx thus focuses on people as creators of their environment, of the given, and, with Feuerbach and against Hegel, understands this production as essential material activity and not purely a mental one. With Kant, however, he holds on to the primacy of the object as the moments of the given that cannot be traced back to the empirical self or the activity of the species, neither against Hegel nor his materialistic successors in Social Democrats and Socialists. Without dwelling on the question for long, here he follows Kant. What this remainder is given by, what its ultimate cause is, not least because knowledge or ignorance of it is not exactly relevant to the abolition of alienation. When Marx insists on the distinction between essence and appearance, as opposed to Kant, the essence of objects has nothing to do with a recognizable or non-recognizable, intelligible or real existing natural substrate that would lie within them as a material or non-material substance. On the contrary, the terms essential and accidental matter and form, as well as inner and outer form, as inspired by Aristotle, aim at something that is fundamentally external to the things that appear as such, namely their historicity and relation to other things, ultimately even to interhuman relationships. Thus, the essence of phenomena such as goods, prices, and profits is that they are necessary moments of a processing whole that is not immediately apparent to the senses, although it can be experienced, e.g. value, money, capital. By taking the whole as real and effective, not merely intelligible or heuristic, and as the essence of phenomena, Marx follows Hegel and not Kant. However, in contrast to Hegel, he sees the whole as a historical social, rather than cosmic whole mediated by nature and mediating nature, which, as a power-based whole, is not the true but rather, as Adorno puts it, the untrue. That is why Marx should be contradicted twice over, precisely because the essence and the appearance of things in reality coincide immediately, inasmuch as the essence must appear in order to be real, but as such is no longer immediately recognizable in the form of appearance, or rather never actually becomes so clear and unambiguous. What, in the respective snapshots of the processing value, is precisely whose appearance and whose essence is, science would be necessary to expose the essence. That is, the relationships of people that appear as relationships of things. But since this essence also turns out to be an unessence, science must capitulate if it does not, as Marx did, proceed to the theoretical and practical critique of the essence as an unessence. In this way, central objects of critical theory such as the state, society, capital, value, and their treatment evade the conventions of traditional epistemology and metaphysics, along with the scholastic dispute between nominalists and realists. For the essence and the respective whole/general are on the one hand quite real, even if different from a tree, table, and centipede, and on the other hand both contradictory in themselves and in conflict with reason and therefore in need of change or even abolition. Paradoxical-sounding terms such as real abstraction, real mystification, automatic subject, and crazy form express this precisely in demarcation from metaphysics rather than as a reminiscence of it. The everyday metaphysics evoked by the capital relation, as well as the theological quirks of the commodity, which overtax the positivists, are criticized as manifestations of alienated objectification. The introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right also leads, in a completely non-metaphysical way, to the categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, neglected, contemptible being, conditions that cannot be better described than by the exclamation of a Frenchman at a proposed dog tax: "Poor dogs. You want to be treated like human beings." By allowing the description and condemnation of conditions to become inextricably intertwined in these few sentences, Marx commits what is considered a cardinal sin by positivists of all stripes, and especially by positivist Marxists. They insist on separating what is from what should be. Science proves its objectivity by limiting itself to a value-neutral description or explanation, termed theory or analysis, which, if at all, may only be followed by a so-called normative judgment, critique, that is brought in from the outside and is aware of its subjectivity. Kant also subscribed to the ideal of such a separation, not least born out of criticism of traditional metaphysical and theological systems that derive their ethics from knowledge of the absolute or God, by allowing quite different things to apply to the critique of practical reason and the metaphysics of morals than to the critique of pure reason. Kant's moral philosophy has given rise to much ridicule and criticism. One need only think of his authoritarian ethics of duty, which is an ethics of conviction rather than an ethics of responsibility and subordinates the pursuit of happiness to the worthiness of happiness. However, some implications surrounding the categorical imperative deserve critical but explicit appreciation. In this context, too, there is a kind of Copernican revolution at the beginning, because Kant locates the laws of human action not outside reason, in which case the will would be determined by an alien law, i.e. heteronymous, but within it, which is supposed to prove that it is self-legislating, autonomous. With regard to the numerous practical principles that are present in reason a priori, he first distinguishes between subjectively valid maxims, which concern the actions of the individual, and general laws, which are equally binding for all individuals, and for the latter, between hypothetical, conditional, and categorical, unconditional imperatives. The conditionality of both the individual maxims and the general hypothetical imperatives consists in the fact that the respective action is set as a means in a, technically, rational relationship to an end, whereas the categorical imperative imagines an action as objectively necessary for itself, without reference to another end. In other words, if the action were merely good as a means to an end, the imperative would be hypothetical. If it is presented as good in itself, and therefore as necessary in a will that is in itself in accordance with reason, as the principle of the same, then it is categorical. End of quote. What Kant is looking for is the mere form of a general law that, precisely in its formality, could be free of all empirical considerations and could be the principle of a universally valid ethics. It is not, therefore, a matter of moral demands that Kant would make of people, any more than Marx, Horkheimer, or Adorno would later simply impose their imperatives, but rather of proving that the categorical imperative is the generally valid principle of practical reason, and that it can be verified by everyone. For example, everyone can make theft or lying a maxim of their own actions in relation to their individual pursuit of happiness, but they cannot want everyone to do so. In its most abstract form, which exists in several slightly different variants, the categorical imperative reads, for example, act in such a way that the maxim of your will could always be valid as the principle of a general legislation. For Kant, the existence of this categorical imperative in practical reason only makes sense if people are also free to follow it. This creates an inherent contradiction, which Kant considers to be only apparent with theoretical reason, which is precisely unable to prove the freedom of the will, just as it is unable to prove the immortality of the soul and the existence of God. In other words, Kant is faced with the antinomy of freedom and necessity, although he initially has no concept of social unfreedom, which rather confronts him exclusively as a necessity of nature. In solving this problem, it should then be shown that the distinction made in the critique of pure reason between phenomena and things in themselves, as already indicated several times, only unfolds its decisive significance in the critique of practical reason. For what applies to objects also applies to subjects, and so Kant can state that subjects, as far as they appear, are unfree and subject to the principle of causality of nature, but as far as they are in themselves, they must be thought of as free. Quote, I would not be able to say that the will of the same being, e.g. the human soul, is free and that it is therefore simultaneously subject to the necessity of nature, i.e. not free, without coming into a clear contradiction, because I have taken the soul in both sentences in the same meaning, namely as a thing in general, as a thing in itself, and, without previous criticism, could not take it any differently. But if the criticism has not erred, since it teaches us to take the object in two different senses, namely as an appearance or as a thing in itself, if the deduction of its concepts of understanding is correct, and consequently the principle of causality is only valid for things in the first sense, namely insofar as they are objects of experience, but the same thing is not subject to it in the second sense. Thus, the same will in the appearance, the visible actions, is necessarily in accordance with the law of nature and, insofar as it is not free, and yet, on the other hand, as belonging to a thing in itself, it is not subject to that, and thus thought of as free without a contradiction occurring here. End of quote. In the end, according to Kant, practical reason not only forces us to accept an unspecifiable, abstract, supernatural realm of freedom that is beyond experience and a priori to empirical individuals, a postulate that recurs in a very similar form in existentialist Marxism of a Sartre, but also to believe in the immortality of the soul, the afterlife as a just compensation for the moral personality denied during one's lifetime, and in God insofar as moral action is a practical affirmation of God. By placing practical reason above theoretical reason, Kant helps religion, theology, metaphysics, the world of the beyond, as Nietzsche would criticize, to reach a higher level. Leaving aside the internal difficulties of Kant's solution to the antinomy of freedom and necessity, and abstracting from the associated contradictory treatment of the concepts of phenomena, sensory beings, noumena, intellectual beings, and things in themselves, which continues in the critique of practical reason and here turns partial ignorance of the objects in themselves into knowledge of the absence of causality, ergo the existence of freedom for the subjects in themselves. Kant's strength lies in subordinating mere instrumental reason, as a formal, technical rationality of ends, to the concept of a reason that is worthy of it alone, namely that the end itself must be rational, and thus must aim at the reconciliation of the particular, the individual, and the general, mankind, society. This is made clearer in another version of the categorical imperative, which is more than just one of the numerous variations in expression from the one quoted above. For rational beings are all subject to the law that each of them should never treat itself and all others merely as a means, but should always treat itself and all others at the same time as an end in itself. End of quote. Man is indeed unholy enough, but humanity in his person must be holy to him. For the sake of the autonomy of his freedom, every will, even every person's own will, is directed at itself, limited to the condition of agreement with the autonomy of the rational being, namely not to subject it to any intention that is not possible according to a law that could arise from the will of the suffering subject itself, thus never to use it merely as a means, but at the same time as an end in itself. End of quote. Kant's concept of reason thus opposes the ideology of militaristic liberalism, Helvetius, Bentham, according to which law and morality are derived from the greatest possible benefit or happiness, for the greatest possible number, in which the idea of sacrificing individuals for the good of the majority is inherent as its ultimate consequence. And in Hegel's overcoming of Kant, practical reason also loses its emphasis. In Hegel's view, the reconciliation of the general and the particular will in moral vitality is affirmed as the essence of the state in the form of the suppression of the subjective will, i.e. as the individual's renunciation of the same, as a voluntary self-sacrifice for the state. For, as Hegel's insight, which is not wrong but turned into an affirmative deification of the state, says, in the state alone does man have a reasonable existence. Everything that man is, he owes to the state. He has his essence only in it. All the value that man has, all spiritual reality, he has only through the state. For the true is the unity of the general and subjective will, and the general is in the state in the laws, in general and reasonable provisions. End of quote. Finally, Kant already had an inkling of the failure of the economic liberal utopia, such as that of Adam Smith, in the face of social reality, that is, that if everyone only pursues their own advantage in the sense of instrumental reason, this does not automatically promote the reason of the whole, the prosperity of all in Smith's case. Rather, the whole proves to be irrational in that it is not human needs but surplus value that is the purpose of production, with people being regarded merely as a means to an end. Kant's moral philosophical division of man into the appearing subject and the subject in itself can therefore be read as an unconscious reproduction of the real separation between bourgeois, as the supposedly natural human being, the member of bourgeois society who selfishly pursues his own interests, and citoyen, the supposedly true human being, i.e. the citizen as a moral person, which is brought about by society and criticized by Marx on the basis of human rights. Although the individual economic subject is set up as autonomous, it acts in economic relationships of constraint that seem to have a natural causality, which is why social unfreedom appears to Kant as a necessity of nature. Since there is no basis for the necessary freedom of the moral personality to act according to the categorical imperative in the social reality of a competition of all against all, which degrades everyone to the means of the other, Kant is forced to anchor it in a supernatural sphere, ultimately in religion, theology, metaphysics. While Adorno welcomes the return of the theological categories banned from theoretical reason to practical reason as a toleration of utopian moments, it is actually more of a makeshift solution in the face of the incompatibility of a reason that itself and alone already contains the utopian moments with reality. Kant could only imagine eradicating this contradiction between reason and society in a materialistic way within philosophy, for example in the chapter on constitutional law in the Metaphysics of Morals, but at least as the legitimacy of a reform from above. His sympathies for the French Revolution, the violent creation of more earthly freedom from below, were not reflected philosophically, that is, in the concept of reason itself. In this respect, Hegel's concept of reason goes beyond Kant, albeit in an affirmative, reactionary, says Adorno dictum. What is reasonable is real, and what is real is reasonable. When Hegel is said to have responded to the contradictions between his system and the facts by saying, all the worse for the facts, this simultaneously expresses the fundamental claim that reality must exist before reason, that is, not only the concept of the thing, but also the thing must do justice to its concept. On the other hand, The Hegelian system obviously regards the irrational in reality as merely a necessary, transitional stage in the history of the absolute spirit, which will one day come to itself. Hence phrases such as the cunning of reason can stand for Hegel's boundless trust in God, which, as can be seen from reading the first chapter of the lectures on the philosophy of history, was already cynical in that it attributed a higher meaning to the countless victims on the slaughterhouse of history as a means to an end, a teleology of history that can still be maintained after Auschwitz, which, of course, would no longer be Hegel's fault. It is, in Adorno's words, deeply evil. In this way, Marx's reformulation of the categorical imperative merely draws the necessary conclusion from the bourgeois concept of reason in its highest form in Kant and Hegel, overcoming their inherent contradictions. In this sense, Horkheimer writes, critical theory, for all the insight of its individual steps and the agreement of its elements with the most advanced traditional theories, has no specific instance for itself as the interest in the abolition of social injustice that is linked to it. This negative formulation, expressed in abstract terms, is the materialistic content of the idealistic concept of reason. End of quote. It is therefore not surprising that the materialistic version of the imperative in Marx always follows the criticism of what prevented Kant and Hegel from taking their own thinking to its ultimate conclusion, religious faith. To quote Hegel, the criticism of religion is the prerequisite of all criticism. The critique of heaven thus becomes the critique of earth, the critique of religion, the critique of law, the critique of theology, the critique of politics. The critique of religion thus ends with the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations, etc. Marx's critique of the relationship between bourgeois society and human rights, which, incidentally, rejects Bruno Bauer's anti-Semitic position on the Jewish question, can be related to Kant's metaphysical theological distinction between the empirical and the supersensible subject. Quote, only when the real individual human being takes back the abstract citizen within himself and, as an individual human being, has become a species being in his empirical life, in his individual work, in his individual relationships, only when the human being has recognized and organized his forces properes as social forces and therefore no longer separates the social force from himself in the form of the political force, only then is human emancipation accomplished. End of quote. If Marx's communism is the realization of reason in the form of a bourgeois society that has not only been abolished but, in Hegel's sense, superseded, then the critique of religion has less to do with atheism than with an acceptance of the critical motif of religion, insofar as religious misery is not only an expression of real misery, but also a protestation against real misery, and religion is therefore the sigh of the oppressed creature. The sublation of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for their real happiness. The demand to give up illusions about their condition is the demand to give up a condition that requires illusions. The critique of religion is thus the critique of the veil of tears, whose halo is religion. End of quote. Even here, words such as sigh, lament, misery on the one hand and happiness on the other indicate that it is not only about the reconciliation of the individual and the general society, but also, and necessarily, about the reconciliation of reason with its, apparently, other in the individual. The other is the body, not just as a source of pain, but also as a source of happiness, that is, the inner nature which Kant, for example, treats as secondary in the critique of pure reason and the critique of judgment as pleasure-displeasure feelings, in short, the drives. This would mean that Marx's categorical imperative is not only an evidentiary of reason, Brune, but that it is driven by, at least certain, somatic impulses of nature itself. Accordingly, in the negative dialectic, which again overcomes the positivist separation between description and judgment, it is stated, the supposed basic facts of consciousness are something other than just that. In the dimension of pleasure and displeasure, the physical intrudes upon them. All pain and all negativity, the motor of dialectical thought, are the multiply-mediated, sometimes unrecognizable form of the physical, just as all happiness aims at sensual fulfillment and gains its objectivity from it. If happiness is obstructed in any way, it is none. The corporeal moment reports to the realization that suffering should not be, that it should become different. Woe speaks of passing. That is why the specifically materialistic converges with the critical, with socially changing practice. The abolition of suffering, or its alleviation to a degree that cannot be theoretically anticipated, to which no limit can be prescribed, does not lie with the individual who feels the suffering, but solely with the species to which he still belongs, where he subjectively renounces it and is objectively pushed into the absolute solitude of the helpless object. The purpose that alone makes society into society demands that it be organized in a way that the production relations on both sides relentlessly prevent, and in a way that would be immediately possible for the productive forces here and today. Such an organization would have its telos in the negation of the physical suffering of even the last of its members, and the internal form of reflection of that suffering. End of quote. The ruthless further development of bourgeois philosophy, epistemology, philosophy of nature and law, ethics thus leads, historically and logically, to its own sublation in a materialist critique of society, which has nothing whatsoever to do with normativity or decisionism, whether of a Soviet, positivist, or existentialist character. Marx's categorical imperative is the evidence of reason, albeit in a bodily form, i.e., it is simply the result of an imminent development and resolution of the contradictions of both theoretical reason, from God, Descartes, to the transcendental subject, Kant, and the absolute spirit, Hegel, to the social practice that mediates nature and is mediated by it, Marx, as the false general constituting the subject-object relation in each case, as well as practical reason in its relationship to social reality and nature in Kant and Hegel. In this process, the progress of thought, which had been condensed in Marx, is neither linear from one of his predecessors to the other nor eclectic. Rather, the matter reveals its logic only in the thoroughly complex constellation, with Kant against Hegel and at the same time with Hegel against Kant, as well as with the idealists, including Fichte and Schelling, against Feuerbach and at the same time with Feuerbach against the idealists. In this constellation, nature as such is by no means lost sight of. However, the conventional questions concerning it undergo a shift. No longer is it a question of an original principle of nature or the like, but rather of the relationship of the individual to inner and outer, first nature, and to society as second nature. Marx had already defined man as a social natural being, as a zoon politikon, as Aristotle famously put it, that is, as corporeal, sensual, objective, suffering, conditioned, limited, and like animals and plants, equipped with drives, hunger, sexuality, self-preservation, and at the same time as conscious and active in nature, cooperating with it in order to dominate it. The production of life, both one's own and work, this means the production of the means to satisfy one's basic needs, such as above all food and drink, housing, clothing, and a few other things, as well as the production and satisfaction of new needs, as well as the alien in procreation, that is, the gender and family relationships based on reproduction, now immediately appears as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other hand as a social relationship. End of quote. If we add language and consciousness, we would have named the equally original conditions in which humans themselves begin to differentiate themselves from animals, a step that is conditioned by their physical organization. While the focus of materialist criticism of the relationship between the individual, society, and nature was on historical social formations and, in particular, capitalism, it was only with Freud's psychoanalysis that the question of how the socialization of nature actually affects individuals was systematically addressed. To do this, it takes up the ideas of the philosophy of will, which, in contrast to the philosophy of reason, emphasizes the importance of the dark, irrational, and uncontrollable aspects of human nature that lie more or less beyond reason. When Freud, in developing his drive theory into the instance model of the ID, ego, and superego, explicitly refers to the Kant-hater Nietzsche, and not to the Hegel-hater Schopenhauer, he nevertheless thinks of natural drives in a Kantian way, that is, as only being able to be reconstructed or placed as mediated through their representation in the psychic, and not as such being immediately accessible. In other words, the drive is a psychosomatic border concept. By thinking of the ego and with it reason and rationality as genetically emerging from the ID or the drives of self-preservation, Freud not only overcomes the Cartesian dualism of body and mind, that the ego should no longer be master in its own house in the face of the power of the unconscious represents, as we know, the last great narcissistic insult to man by modern thought. After Copernicus declared the sun, instead of the earth, to be the center of the universe, Darwin proved the evolutionary relationship between humans and apes, and Marx let the consciousness of social nature-dominating practice, above all the division of labor, arise from a purely mental and independent source. In Freud's place, the once autonomous and sovereign citizen is replaced by the oppressed creature, Marx, as the poor self, which, driven by the ID, constrained by the superego, repelled by reality, struggles to reconcile the excessive and contradictory demands and requirements of its three strict masters, and is plagued by fears as soon as it admits its weakness. Quote, real fear of the outside world, fear of conscience before the superego, neurotic fear of the strength of the passions in the ID. By being therapeutic psychology and cultural theory in one, by overlapping onto and phylogenetic considerations, that is, individual and species-related as well as historical considerations of civilization. From the very beginning, psychoanalysis bears pessimistic traits despite Freud's pathos of enlightenment. Not only does it blur the traditional boundary between mentally healthy and mentally ill without erasing it, it is not complete healing that it can offer to individuals, however damaged they may be. Its aim is limited to strengthening the ego, making it more independent of the superego, expanding its field of perception and developing its organization so that it can acquire new pieces of the ID. Where there was an ID, there should be an ego. The necessary and in the course of therapy to be gained conscious insight into one's own individual and particular unconscious history of generally unavoidable repression and denial, as well as the corresponding symptom formation, does not undo the suffering. Especially since the dilemma of human existence, which cannot be solved anyway, could only be alleviated or overcome socially and not through individual therapy. For Freud, everything we do to protect ourselves against the threat from the sources of suffering, initially the superiority of nature and the frailty of our own bodies, belongs to culture, civilization, or society. At the same time, however, the institutions that regulate people's relationships with each other in the family, state, and society themselves constitute a third, i.e. social, source of suffering, insofar as every culture must ultimately be based on coercion and the renunciation of drives. This leads psychoanalysis into a fundamentally apparatic structure. On the one hand, its libido is considered the actual psychic reality, satisfaction as positive, denial because it leads to illness as negative. On the other hand, however, it accepts civilization, which enforces denial, if not uncritically, then at least resignedly. In the name of the reality principle, it justifies the mental sacrifices of the individual without subjecting the reality principle itself to rational scrutiny. End of quote. While revisionist approaches, whether they promise suffering individuals healing through the smoothest possible integration into existing society or dissolve the offensive, instinctive, natural, biological moments of the soul in sociology, theoretically fall behind this aporia and in practice become entangled in the real disaster expressed by it, Freud points beyond those formulations that at least allow the necessity of a distinction between civilization per se and its historically determined form, and thus between the correct and incorrect organization of society to appear. It is not because, but rather because he denies the possibility of a society that completely renounces coercion and the repression of drives, the taming of aggressive, antisocial destructive drives, the overcoming of the natural aversion to work, or that Freud considers it a question of fate for the human species, whether and to what extent it is possible to reduce the burden of the drive sacrifices imposed on humans, to reconcile them with the necessary ones that remain, and to compensate them for them. End of quote. This outline of a proper society also corresponds to a reasonable, concrete expression of the general unease in culture, the turning against certain forms and demands of culture, rebellion against an existing injustice. In contrast, hostility towards culture in general would be promoted by the irrational society implicitly and negatively characterized by Freud, that is, one that demands more renunciation of drives than is absolutely necessary and also includes the social utopian dimensions of eros in the repression, while denying any compensation and the satisfaction of awakened needs. What Freud, under the impression of the First World War, tries to understand critically is that not only individuals can regress to earlier stages of sexual development, but that entire societies merely tend towards uninhibited barbarism, until, under certain historical and mass psychological conditions, they actually strip off every last vestige of civilization, from which, incidentally, the slogan communism or barbarism still draws its truth content. This is where the dialectic of enlightenment will pick up. At the same time, it is not coincidental that this is the first major text in which Adorno and Horkheimer systematically refer to Freud's psychoanalysis as read through Marx and combine it with Marx's materialism, as read through Freud, in which overall critical theory is constituted as an independent intellectual historical progress. The book was written during and in the face of a return of enlightened civilization to barbarism in reality, which even overshadowed the horrors of the First World War. Its provocation still consists in not thinking of this barbarism as the very opposite of civilization, not as a break with civilization, Dan Diner, but rather as an expression of a dwindling of civilization, Uli Krug. Ultimately, The condition for its possibility is identified as the aporia of a self-destruction of the Enlightenment. The fully enlightened Earth radiates in the sign of triumphant disaster. In response, Horkheimer and Adorno demand that we reflect self-critically on the Enlightenment in the service of enlightenment itself, in order to remain true to its telos and not to betray humanity. We have no doubt, and therein lies our petitio principii, that freedom in society is inseparable from enlightening thought. However, we believe that we have recognized just as clearly that the concept of this very thinking, no less than the concrete historical forms, the institutions of society in which it is interwoven, already contain the seeds of the very regression that is occurring everywhere today. If enlightenment does not take up the reflection on this retrograde moment, it seals its own fate. By leaving the reflection on the destructive nature of progress to its enemies, blindly pragmatized thinking loses its suspending character, and therefore also its relationship to truth. The destructive nature of progress, or the retrograde momentum, or the seed of that retrograde step, is based on the fact that enlightenment and reason in the bourgeois and comprehensive sense have always been associated with domination, as Nietzsche's central ideas take up. The control of external nature is at the same time the control of internal nature, sacrifice, renunciation, and the control of humans over humans, and reason in practice never goes beyond instrumental reason, i.e. the purpose means relation indifferent to the purpose itself. What therefore assumes the character of open madness in late capitalism and is already emerging in the prehistory of subjectivity is the enthronement of the means as an end, where the development of the machine turns into a machinery of domination, where people become mere appendages of what they themselves have brought into the world, where the potential liberation of the individual has become its tendency towards annihilation, in short, where the power of progress proves to be the progress of power, the curse of unstoppable progress is the unstoppable regression. The fact that the order that set out in 1789 as progressive carried the tendency towards National Socialism within it from the very beginning points to a fundamental dilemma of civilization, a failure of culture that unfolds, beginning with and exemplified by Homer's Odyssey, as the basic text of Western civilization. It is only because the critique of civilization in the dialectic of enlightenment is still misunderstood by conservative cultural pessimists as an affirmation of civilization and by liberal friends of the ruling order as a denunciation of it that a longer quote from Adorno's lectures on metaphysics is cited here. But while culture has failed, and failed through its own fault which is avenged on it, the immediate barbarism that is brought about by its failure is still worse. It is a metaphysical fallacy to assume that because culture has failed, because it has not kept its promises, because it has withheld freedom, individuality, and true generality from people, because it has not fulfilled its own concept, it should now be thrown on the scrap heap and replaced by the cynical establishment of power relations. It is one of the most dangerous errors to assume that something is worse than the opposite of pure immediacy because it is not what it promises, because it is not yet its own concept, even though it destroys the latter. Quote end. Communism, then, the unity of the many without coercion, would be the name for a successful culture as a reconciliation of the individual, society, and nature, without negating the differences and without deceiving oneself about their irreversibility, for example, by recourse to an actually or supposedly original undifferentiated state. The liberated society would have the character of being second nature in the sense that its reproduction would be as blindly and hostile to humans as the still uncontrolled first nature once was, stripped and made possible a conscious control of the control of nature itself, which would then also include the renunciation of breaking both inner and outer nature. The somewhat paradoxical identification of the emergence from the constraints of nature, made possible by artificiality, with a non-instrumental, quasi-natural rapprochement with nature can also be found in Adorno's understanding of art as a social antithesis to society, as instead of imitating nature, imitating the beauty of nature, as not only the governor of a better practice than the one that prevails today, but also a critique of practice as the rule of brutal self-preservation. Quote end. Marx's claim to break with, or rather to abolish Western philosophy, is expressed pointedly in the 11th thesis on Feuerbach. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. A sentence that can be taken in two ways and thus turned against its usual reception in the sense of a theory-hostile fetishism of practice. For example, Engels' editorial treatment suggested such an understanding by making an opposition out of the shift in emphasis from interpretation to change, i.e. separating interpreting and changing by a semicolon, instead of a comma, and adding a but from each other. Adorno can only explicate his justified criticism of the corresponding theory-practice discussion in this sentence because he understands the Marxist only in the sense of exclusively, as mere in the sense of merely. If one does not, as Adorno does, set the Feuerbach thesis against the demand of the young Marx for a ruthless criticism of all that exists, but rather understands it precisely in the context of this concept of critique, which itself is, to a certain extent, the border concept of theory and practice, then its first meaning is something like this: to interpret the world according to the measure of its need for change and its changeability. In other words, as Horkheimer puts it, theoretical effort that critically illuminates the present in the interest of a rationally organized future society. In this, critical theory follows Marx in not painting the future in positive colors beyond mere hints, but rather in variation of a famous sentence by Spinoza, omnis determinatio est negatio, qua negation takes shape in such a way that the false, once determinately recognized and specified, is already an index of the right, the better. The epistemological and the utopian coincide in the determinate negation, because the concept of a correct society cannot be contrasted with the existing one in the abstract as something that should be, but necessarily arises from the critique. The correct organization of society is included in the emphatic concept of truth, even if it cannot be painted as a picture of the future. Critique thus necessarily transcends the existing, but without any backing in positively or negatively formulated, substantivized transcendence. The abstract longing for the totally different, with it the theological moment of the ban on images, may be the motive force of the determinate negation, no less but also no more. From then on, it was not only a matter of defending this violation of critical theory against the positivist imperative of neutrality, since, for example, the goal of a rational society is truly inherent in every human being. In the confrontation with positivism, the point is rather to expose the unreasonableness, even the lie, in the idea of neutral theory and the objective truth of critique. The dishonesty lies in the idealization of natural science as disinterested and therefore objective research, which, with its tangible results, is to be a model for the social sciences. As if the objective truth of cancer research, for example, did not depend on the partisan interest in eliminating the disease and the corresponding success. As if the motivation for scientific research in general did not lie in the purpose of intervening in natural processes for the good of humanity, that is, in a sense criticizing nature, whereby this very good is socially determined and thus largely wrongly determined by a wrong society. By declaring the concept of wrongness to be an unscientific, subjective, and arbitrary judgment, positivism betrays the rationality it claims to adhere to. At the latest since Weber, it has been affirmed in the castrated form of a rationality of ends as a relation between appropriate means and ends, which are themselves thought to be outside rationality. Adorno objects rationality, like the subjective instance that serves it, the ego, cannot simply be split off from self-preservation. Ratio came into being as an instrument of self-preservation, of reality testing. Its generality has extended beyond its immediate bearer, the individual human being. This emancipated it from the contingency of individual purpose setting. The self-preserving subject of reason is, in its immanent spiritual generality, a real universal society and, in full consequence, humanity. Its preservation is inexorably in the sense of rationality. It has its purpose in a reasonable organization of society, otherwise it would authoritatively immobilize its own movement. Humanity is only rationally organized insofar as the socialized subjects are maintained according to their unfettered potentiality. On the other hand, it would be irrationally delusional to assume that the adequacy of means of destruction to the purpose of destruction is rational, but that the purpose of peace and the elimination of antagonisms that prevent it ad calendas Graecas is irrational. End of quote. Thinking per se, or human consciousness, is critical by virtue of its genesis in the history of the species, and thus aims at nonviolence by initially seeking to ward off immediate natural violence, rather than accepting what is merely because it is in its positivity. As can be seen from the dispute between Adorno and Popper over the significance of a concept of a social totality that cannot be perceived purely sensually for the intellectual penetration of individual phenomena. More on this later. The difference between positivists and dialecticians is not that the former insist on empiricism while the latter distance themselves from it, but rather in what is to be considered objective understanding of empirical phenomena. What positivism presents as objective rational and impartial value-neutral analysis is itself based on the irrational and subjective arbitrary liberation of purposes from rationality, of reality from reason. The neutral representation of the existing thus involuntarily becomes a partisan affirmation of the irrational, and can therefore not be a reasonable penetration of the empirically given. Conversely, what is denigrated by positivism as subjective prejudice corresponds to the genetic and logical concept of rationality itself, to which one must remain faithful in order to be able to speak of objective truth. If Popper seeks, writes Adorno, the essence of critique in the fact that progressive knowledge eliminates its logical contradictions, then his own ideal becomes a critique of the thing, insofar as the contradiction has its recognizable place in it, not merely in the knowledge of it. Marx argued in a similar vein against Bailey's subjectivist theory of value. This shows us the kind of criticism that would like to talk away the difficulties inherent in the contradictory definitions of things themselves as products of reflection or conflict of definition. It goes without saying that the paradox of reality is also expressed in linguistic paradoxes that contradict common sense, what vulgarians mean and believe to talk of. The contradictions that arise from the fact that private labor presents itself as generally social are inherent in the matter, not in the linguistic expression of the matter. End of quote. It is only logical that the relationship between positivism and critical theory should be exactly the opposite in the prevailing consciousness of an inverted society. The early Horkheimer expresses this in a passage that can also be read as a critique of those later positivist Marxists, criticized at length and tirelessly by, for example, Hans-Georg Backhaus and Joachim Brun, who, from the critique of political economy, according to which the theoretical truth of capital is its practical abolition, make a science of capital that is scientifically purged of the unfolding of the existential judgment, the terms of which are to prove their correctness within the theory. The interests of critical thought are also general, but not generally recognized. The terms that arise under their influence criticize the present. Marx's categories of class, exploitation, surplus value, profit, impoverishment, collapse are moments of a conceptual whole, the meaning of which is not to be sought in the reproduction of contemporary society, but in its transformation into the right. Although critical theory is never arbitrary or coincidental, it appears subjective and speculative, one-sided and useless to the prevailing way of thinking. Since it runs counter to the prevailing habits of thought, which contribute to the persistence of the past and take care of the business of the outdated order, these guarantors of a partisan world, it appears partisan and unjust. Above all, however, it has no material achievements to show for itself. The second meaning of the 11th Farbach thesis echoes the idea, inspired by Hegel, that previous philosophy or philosophy in general would be superseded as soon as it had been realized in the form of the social criticism that had become practical, in which it had been absorbed, that is, as soon as what Hegel had already stated for the present had arrived, that what is also rational. You cannot abolish philosophy without realizing it, writes Marx. And further, the weapon of criticism cannot, of course, replace the criticism of weapons. Material force must be overthrown by material force, but theory, too, becomes a material force as soon as it seizes the masses. It is not enough that thought should press towards realization. Reality must itself press towards thought. Just as philosophy finds its material weapons in the proletariat, so the proletariat finds its intellectual weapons in philosophy. Philosophy cannot be realized without the abolition of the proletariat, and the proletariat cannot abolish itself without the realization of philosophy. End of quote. Here, too, Marx is not advocating the primacy of revolutionary practice over critical theory, nor is the idea of the realization of philosophy in itself problematic. Only the asserted necessity with which it would occur and have the proletariat as its bearer was, from the outset, an inadequate secularization of Hegel's trust in God into a materialist teleology of history, which the real course of history itself would soon mock. Adorno notes in the first sentence of Negative Dialectics that this in turn speaks more against reality than against Marx. Philosophy, which once seemed outdated, remains alive because the moment of its realization was missed. In 1937, Horkheimer therefore provided the first precise definition of Marx's categorical imperative, reflecting experiences that were still alien to Marx. Bourgeois society had long since passed its zenith, but continued to be valued by the First World War and beyond, unimpressed by it. The revolution failed in the West, while in the East its success replaced feudalism with a modernizing dictatorship that made people even more brutally dependent on machines. Throughout Europe, fascist mass movements were gaining influence in the South, while in Germany and the non-Soviet East, National Socialist and anti-Semitic movements were on the rise. At the very moment when Horkheimer determines that critical theory as a whole is a single, fully developed existential judgment, this judgment is precisely this, roughly formulated, that the basic form of the historically given commodity economy, on which modern history is based, encompasses the internal and external contradictions of the epic, and, in an intensified form, constantly reproduces it anew, and, after a period of ascent, the development of human powers, the emancipation of the individual, and an enormous expansion of human power over nature, finally inhibits further development and drives humanity towards a new barbarism. The individual steps in this theory are, at least in intention, of the same rigor as the deductions within a specialized scientific theory, each of them being a moment in the constitution of a comprehensive existential judgment. End of quote. While the Dialectic of Enlightenment, which Adorno began 2 years later and completed in 1944, can still be read as a concrete, detailed, albeit intentionally fragmentary conceptual development of this comprehensive existential judgment, it had to be further refined after the full extent of the Shoah became known. Adorno thus conceptualizes what historically separates the present from critical theory. In his famous letter to Kugelmann, Marx warned of the impending relapse into barbarism, which must have been foreseeable even then. Nothing could have better expressed the elective affinity between conservatism and revolution. Marx himself saw this as the ultima ratio for averting the collapse he predicted. But the fear that Marx was not least motivated by has been superseded. The relapse has taken place. To expect it for the future after Auschwitz and Hiroshima is a poor consolation that it could always be worse. Humanity, which practices and endures the worst, thereby ratifies the worst. End of quote. In order to remain even remotely honest, thinking must incorporate experience and history. An old example is the Enlightenment philosopher Voltaire, who, as a Leibnizian, adhered to the idea of the world as it is, as the best of all possible worlds, until the experience of the Lisbon earthquake drove him into the camp of the empiricists. In this way, the social catastrophe of the annihilation of the Jews, which is totalizing in the face of such a limited natural catastrophe, cannot and must not remain without consequences for thinking. Although Adorno's thought that for no one for whom the organ of experience has not died, the world after Auschwitz, that is, the world in which Auschwitz was possible, can be more the same world than it was before, undoubtedly seems self-evident, even banal, it remains merely superficial to the forms of decay of both bourgeois philosophy, neo-Kantianism, positivism, constructivism, ontology, phenomenology, existentialism, pragmatism, and Marxist critique, from the Soviet phenomenological, existentialist, structuralist, and post-structuralist variations to what the Americans call critical theory, even where it at least shines through it all in individual representatives, is merely superficial. Critical theory alone is therefore characterized by the fact that it allows itself to be shaken by Auschwitz at the center of its thinking, if you will, the negative side of the intellectual progress of critical theory. Even before Auschwitz, Horkheimer realized that the existential judgment, precisely because it is incorporated into the history of social practice, is subject to change with it. That is why Adorno said after Auschwitz, Hitler forced a new categorical imperative on people in a state of unfreedom, to organize their thinking and life in such a way that Auschwitz does not repeat itself, that nothing similar happens. This imperative is as unruly against its justification as the Kantian one once was. To treat it discursively would be sacrilege. In it, the moment of the addition to the moral can be felt in the flesh. It is corporeal because it is the practical revulsion from the unbearable physical pain to which individuals are exposed, even after individuality, as a form of mental reflection, is about to disappear. Morality only survives in the unadorned materialistic motif. The course of history compels that which was traditionally its direct opposite, metaphysics, to materialism. End of quote. Even this broad understanding of metaphysics, which initially brings this imperative, like any moral of thou shalt, close to it as a principle pointing beyond mere facticity, thus inevitably allows the metaphysical to slip into a material existence, to which nothing metaphysical is attached. For the additional element lies, as justification or constitutive moment of moral philosophy, precisely beyond ratio, beyond pure thought, without thereby referring to the irrational or to anything supersensory. On the contrary, the non-logical refers to the corporeal, physical reality of the torturable body, as Adorno put it in reference to Brecht. A society that produced Auschwitz and in which the possibility of repetition is inherent cannot be affirmed as the best of all that has gone before positivism, nor can it be justified or rejected in the belief in a higher, transcendent meaning, metaphysics. At the same time, however, the new imperative also means a self-critical renewal of materialism itself, ranging from the supplementation to the final rejection of certain Marxist positions. The resulting central contradictions to traditional Marxism and other left-wing ideologies were only brought to a head by an ideology critique that took up the theoretical legacy of the Frankfurt School beyond its institutional administration and flattening, and which, since the 1980s, has developed first in the context of the Freiburg Initiative Socialist Forum, Brun, Dahlmann, and later also in the Berlin magazine Bahamas, Krug, Nachtmann, Wertmüller, and the Vienna group Kraft Kritik, Skyte. The annihilation of the Jews has negatively confirmed Hegel's conception of the state, according to which man owes everything he is to the state, in several respects. It thus exposed the human rights to the lie that they have always been. Not only was the emphatically proclaimed human being, although he was supposed to be more, always less than the citizen of capitalist states, whose rights, as Marx showed, are expanded into human rights. Not even in the form of minimal rights, such as the right to physical integrity or life itself. For people who have no civil rights whatsoever do they have any real meaning, as long as there is no sovereign state that has the power and the will to enforce them. In a world of nation-states with different levels of power and their own interests, there is no and cannot be a world sovereign. The expatriation of Jews from the nations of Europe not only made them outlaws. The fact that no sovereign felt responsible for the validity of their minimal right not to be murdered paved the way for systematic extermination. Zionism drew the conclusion from this that a Jewish state should be established, the first and negative purpose of which is the armed self-defense of the Jews against antisemitism. To maintain anti-Zionism, which was once legitimate as a critique of the labor movement of the very same national and ruling constitution of the world, after Auschwitz, is therefore an expression of left-wing antisemitism, whose contemporary representatives, of course, do not profess to be anti-Semites, but quite innocently claim a human right to criticize Israel, behind which even right-wing anti-Semites have learned to hide themselves. The irreconcilable imperative of renewed materialism can be expressed as follows. From a materialist perspective, the Zionist categorical imperative was then something like this. As long as there are people who feel committed to the Marxist imperative but are by no means successful in their endeavors, we will try to do justice to the Adorno imperative by using violence to ensure the physical integrity of Jews. Or, in the words of the Socialist Forum Initiative from Freiburg, from this perspective, Israel is the armed attempt of the Jews to reach communism while still alive. As long as the emancipative overcoming of state and capital has no prospect of success, it is necessary to pursue critical theory as an unfolded existential judgment and to adhere to a materialistically interpreted Zionist categorical imperative, to do everything to maintain the possibilities of reactive and preventive self-defense of the state of the Shoah survivors. End of quote. Furthermore, in the National Socialist folk state sovereignty as the ruler's right to decide over the life and death of the nationally defined subjects has, so to speak, turned itself inside out, in that the state set itself the goal of the destruction of the Jews, who had been turned into an opposing people, as identical to the survival of the citizen. Although Marx had shown that the political economic mediation by the bourgeois state and money, which the rule of capital requires, whose logical primal scene, Brun, is incidentally captured by Hegel's master-servant chapter in the Phenomenology, must always fail at an ever-increasing level, the German model of a negative crisis solution was still unthinkable. Namely, that master and servant would fraternize in order to destroy what stands for the failed mediation and is personified in the Jews. Money and abstract law. The proletariat not only failed to fulfill the mission assigned to it by Marx, namely to abolish itself as a class in the realization of a classless and stateless world society. The opposite was soon to be demonstrated by social reality, rendering obsolete any revolutionary theory of class struggle. In the East, the post-revolutionary socialist dictatorship of the proletariat was to create the conditions for the eventual communist withering away of the state and the classes, while this two-phase theory of revolution, which was thus doomed to failure from the outset, proved to be the legitimizing ideology of mass murderous crimes. In the West, the capital relation in the transition from formal to real subsumption of labor ensured the total integration of the proletariat into the bourgeois legal and national state. According to Adorno, Marx's insight that the system produces the proletariat has thus been realized to an extent that was absolutely unforeseeable, and at the same time Marx's idea of the proletariat as the gravedigger of the system, born of capital, has been reduced to absurdity. The totality of society is proven by the fact that it not only confiscates its members' lock, stock, and barrel, but also creates them in its own image. Dehumanization is not a power from outside, not some kind of propaganda not being excluded from culture. It is precisely the immanence of the oppressed in the system, who once at least fell out through misery, while today their misery is that they can no longer get out. The pseudomorphosis of class society to a classless one has been so successful that, although the oppressed have been absorbed, all oppression has become manifestly superfluous. This corporatist pacification of capitalist society in the democratic people's state, with its mass culture and social partnership between capital and labor, which can be found worldwide, albeit asynchronously, was then to provide the material basis for the final negative sublation of class society in Germany, intensified by the collapse crisis of 1929. The abolition of classes on the basis and by the means of class society itself, i.e. the Volksgemeinschaft-based extermination of the Jews. After the Wannsee Conference, any talk of class struggle is only a glossing over and suppression of history. For if there was ever a kairos of revolution in the history of capital, then it was precisely the day of the Wannsee Conference. But the revolution did not come, and the German workers know to this day exactly why it did not come. The left-wing ideology did not want to know about this and still does not. Where the historical communists, despite their willingness to make sacrifices in the anti-fascist resistance, did not become entangled in anti-Semitism, the trivializations they practiced and which continue to this day had a share in its social triumph. Whether it was thought of as the anti-capitalism of the stupid fellow who was to be diverted in the service of the cause. Whether it was rationalized as an instrument of the ruling class, external to the simple and great man, to distract the oppressed from the class struggle. Even after Auschwitz, fascism theory was pursued instead of criticism of National Socialism, thus purging the latter conceptually of its essence, i.e. the socialist collective and anti-Semitic constituent elements that founded the Volksgemeinschaft. Dimitrov's definition of fascism, which Marxism never overcame, at most varied, according to which fascism, which always also means National Socialism, is the open, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, chauvinistic, most imperialistic elements of finance capital, always had the function of imagining the people and the proletariat as the first victims of this rule, denying their criminality and thus being able to cling to their quasi-ontological determination as the revolutionary subject of history, whereby the fixation on the sphere of circulation, which can also be found in current critiques of globalization, formally reproduces the National Socialist distinction between creative, productive, Aryan, and grabbing, parasitic Jewish capital. The materialist farewell to the working class and its ideologues thus involves the whole idea as such, according to which collectives that can be defined by whatever criteria are predestined for some kind of revolutionary mission by virtue of their objective position in society. This has nothing to do with elitist contempt for the masses, however. On the contrary, in the early Horkheimer we read, "The theorist whose business it is to accelerate a development that is to lead to a society without injustice may find himself in conflict with views that are currently prevalent among the proletariat. Without the possibility of this conflict, there would be no need for theory. It would be immediately available to those who need it. The hostility towards the theoretical in general, which is rampant in public life today, is in fact directed against the transformative activity associated with critical thinking. The vast majority of the ruled are unconsciously afraid that theoretical thinking could make the laboriously achieved adaptation to reality appear wrong and superfluous." End of quote. And the late Adorno writes, "It is up to those who have had the undeserved good fortune not to have to adapt their mental makeup entirely to the prevailing norms, a good fortune that they often have to pay for in relation to their environment, to speak out, with moral effort, on behalf of those who are unable to see what most of those for whom they are speaking are unable to see or who forbid themselves to see it out of a sense of realism. The criterion of truth is not its immediate communicability to everyone." End of quote. Picking up the masses where they are, in terms of communication theory, the idea of the organic intellectual, Gramsci, who prepares and presents the discovered truth in a communicable way, would not only be a betrayal of the truth but also and especially of those who are ruled. And yet the Marxian imperative loses none of its urgency with the lost possibility of being able to trust in its realization by a predetermined collective subject. Ultimately, it is reinforced rather than relativized by Adorno. And that is because, according to Adorno, the world that could be paradise here and now can become hell tomorrow. It may seem as though Adorno, on the one hand, had placed a minimal demand before the Marxist demand for the abolition of the state of unfreedom, which is, so to speak, the maximum demand, but that this minimal demand only has a limited validity until it is made redundant by the establishment of a free society, while, on the other hand, the minimal demand can be unreservedly detached from this reference to the maximal demand in view of the current distortion of practice, supplemented by the absolutization of a warning by Horkheimer that is correct in itself. Be suspicious of anyone who claims that you can only help the whole or not at all. It is the lifeline of those who in reality do not want to help and who use the great theory as an excuse for not helping in a specific case. They rationalize their inhumanity. End of quote. This could justify a practical focus on the greatest disaster. At least this seems to be the rationalization of the inflationary transformation of antisemitism criticism into socially recognized and remunerated academic antisemitism research. While large sections of the Israel solidarity movement, which has become a lobbyist policy, justify their renunciation of radical social criticism by making themselves capable of forming an alliance with a liberal center that does not even exist in Germany, which, in view of the priority of Adorno's imperative, is said to be without alternative. The theoretical study of antisemitism, which has become an essential component of social criticism since the dialectic of enlightenment, has never seen itself as research, but rather as practical prevention, so that Auschwitz will not happen again. Based on the results of the empirical studies on the authoritarian character, which were theoretically guided by the elements of antisemitism from the dialectic of enlightenment, Adorno propagated two different basic types of resistance in the 1960s. According to this, a program of education planned over a long period of time should be responsible for counteracting the development of character dispositions that make people susceptible to antisemitism during early childhood, parental home, and puberty school, in a systematic and anti-authoritarian way in the sense of modern educational science. While the immediate defense program is intended to respond to the authoritarian character, where it has already formed as unresponsive and manifested itself in word and/or deed, with irreconcilable social authority in the short term. However much Adorno makes a number of concrete and practical suggestions for both types of resistance, and hopes that a little can be done through education and enlightenment, he does not forget what the materialist doctrine of changing circumstances in education, to quote Marx in the Feuerbach Theses, obscures, that the educator himself must be educated. This means that, precisely in the spirit of prevention, it must not be suppressed that the implementation of all proposals for the right education within the wrong hole, from which the very evil in the double sense of the word has arisen, has a limit in the social reproduction of antisemitism. Firstly, capitalist society, in the normal course of events, as a permanent crisis for its members, insofar as it constantly confronts them with their potential or actual social or physical superfluity, itself produces the ideology of antisemitism as a negative strategy for coping with crises, a negative defense against existential threats. In a worldview rational hallucination, the weakened ego identifies the Jews as the cause and beneficiaries of the crisis-ridden socialization, along with its existential consequences, by identifying them with money and interest. It passionately splits off its own involvement in the reproduction of society from the self in order to project it onto the Jews and to pursue them with envy and displaced self-hatred in a delusional manner, an endemic connection that takes on an epidemic form in crisis situations perceived as exceptional or particularly drastic. Secondly, the realization of the decisive historical as well as contemporary failure of the non-antisemites, i.e. their repeated failure to act even at times when the antisemites could easily have been brought under control, points to what Adorno calls the general social coldness. Society in its present form, and probably for thousands of years, is not based, as has been ideologically assumed since Aristotle, on attraction, but on the pursuit of one's own interests against the interests of all others. This has affected the character of people to the core. What contradicts this, the herd instinct of the so-called lonely crowd, is a reaction to it, a gathering together of the cold-hearted who cannot bear their own coldness, but also cannot change it. Every person today, without exception, feels too little loved, because everyone can love too little. The inability to identify was undoubtedly the most important psychological condition for something like Auschwitz to have been able to take place in the midst of reasonably civilized and harmless people. That is the general law of the existing. The silence under the terror was only its consequence. The coldness of the social monad, the isolated competitor, was the prerequisite for the fact that only very few people stirred, as indifference to the fate of others. The torturers know this, and they always test it again. End of quote. This is precisely what reveals the impotence of Adorno's imperative in the existing order, that Auschwitz will not repeat itself. We will see, for example, whether anyone will ever counter the various threats of annihilation against Israel with all the means of power really at their disposal without sentimentality, in accordance with the immediate defensive measure. That nothing similar will happen? Similar things have already happened under the eyes of the world. Before Auschwitz, the genocide of the Armenians, and after it, genocides in Rwanda and Sudan. The physical annihilation of the other was, and is, despite the undeniable trivial differences, not the completely different thing from utilization, in whose logic it ultimately lies not only to accept, but to welcome, the anonymous social annihilation of the competing monad as a condition for maintaining one's own self-utilization. In view of this decline of civilization, which indicates the possibility of a repetition from the dominant world order, because it is only able to reproduce itself through the armoring and cooling of the subjects, the words maximal and minimal reverse their original meaning in the relationship of the imperatives of Marx and Adorno. The dilemma, which reflection on the falseness of revolutionary practice does not solve but rather exacerbates, is that the opponent of anti-Semitism, in a state of unfreedom, is theoretically and practically unresolvably thrown back and forth between the two imperatives. He must organize his thinking and acting according to the minimum, that Auschwitz not repeat itself, in the knowledge that, in order to be really successful in this, the maximum to establish the state of freedom would actually be necessary. Without doubt, the new categorical imperative and its relationship to the old, the farewell to the proletariat as an ontologized bearer of liberation, the negative and unconditional solidarity with Israel, and the dilemma of theoretical and practical antisemitism criticism in the existing order are comparatively tangible consequences of the experience of living in a world that made Auschwitz possible and continues to turn as if nothing had happened. But Adorno also goes beyond this and reflects on this experience, which, by venturing to the limits of thought and action, and thus also of critical theory and the existential judgment, as a thinking into the open, does not aim at immediate consequences for thought and action in the strict sense. On the contrary, Adorno explicitly does not do his opponents the favor of killing himself, however hard they try to suggest that suicide is an allegedly inevitable consequence of those negative and pessimistic considerations that, in the face of Auschwitz, expose the traditional theological and metaphysical themes of life and death, meaning and guilt as being of a materialistic, profane, and base nature. As is well known, Adorno retracted his earlier verdict that writing poetry after Auschwitz was barbaric in his negative dialectic, but at the same time radicalized the question of whether and how it is still possible to live after Auschwitz. The experience of the Shoah places each individual in an inextricable web of guilt, forcing them to repress and forget what happened in the sense of simply coping with everyday life, and thus reproducing the coldness as a basic principle of bourgeois subjectivity, without which Auschwitz would not have been possible, and which makes it fundamentally repeatable. But life after Auschwitz does not only mean an inescapable entanglement in guilt, but is also fundamentally shaken by a changed relationship of people to death. After Auschwitz, there is, according to Adorno, something worse to fear than death. For death in general has become something that was not yet to be feared in the light of the millions of murders by the administration. Even natural death today resembles the annihilation of a nonentity, because the society that produced Auschwitz and then continued to prosper denies the idea of individuality through a practice that tends to reduce the individual to an interchangeable, superfluous specimen in times of crisis. Thus, death does not end an epic life that has been lived to the full, a life that is somehow fulfilled and content, a life that is more or less reconciled with itself, but rather one that has never really begun. And so the mental decline observed in the very old, those who have defied death for the longest time, reduces the comforting idea of the immortality of the soul to absurdity, since what theology considers to be the indestructible part of the individual is disappearing before our very eyes. With its reflection on the catastrophic course of human history, the missed, betrayed, and currently postponed revolution, the annihilation of the Jews, and the tendency to annul the individual in post-Nazism, materialism enters into an extremely tense and ambiguous relationship with theology, which is no longer exhausted in the relatively simple secularization of the messianic impulse and the ban on images in the determinate negation. On the one hand, Adorno repeatedly warns against rescuing oneself from despair in theology. He states that, within the constellations in which we experience, all the traditional affirmative or positive theses of metaphysics simply become blasphemy, and explicitly rejects dialectical theology as a doctrine of the completely other which makes God an abyss. On the other hand, Adorno decrees in Minima Moralia, philosophy, as the only thing that can be justified in the face of despair, would be the attempt to view all things as they present themselves from the standpoint of salvation. The term redemption, or reconciliation elsewhere, is subject to an equivocal use, oscillating between a soberly realistic and an exuberantly religious meaning. On the one hand, it is merely a code for revolution, now that the political concepts of communist utopianism have become problematic. Thus, in the last paragraph of the appendix to Minima Moralia, we read, The masses no longer mistrust the intellectuals because they betray the revolution, but because they could want it and thus show how much they need the intellectuals. Only when the extremes meet will humanity survive. End of quote. In this sense, a famous passage from Negative Dialectics should also be understood. Materialism agrees with theology where it is most materialistic. Its longing would be the resurrection of the flesh. The vanishing point of historical materialism would be its own abolition, the liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. Only when the bodily urge is satisfied does the spirit reconcile itself and would become what it has only promised for so long, as it refuses to satisfy material needs under the spell of material conditions. End of quote. For the resurrection of the flesh remains, taken literally and religiously, the object of longing and is translated, taken metaphorically, as the solution to the ban, i.e. the fulfillment of material needs, into the corresponding secular and materialistic change in the conditions of production. Thus, the abolition of death, as it will only be accomplished by the right society, the telos of materialist critique, means less immortality than the abolition of the individual end of life, but rather and after all, the overcoming of death in life, a death that domination, exploitation, and ideology have imposed on our physical existence. Is there a life before death? This is the subversive question that has been posed since Epicurus, and that Marx has generalized. It is precisely the sober and realistic understanding of reconciliation that leads Horkheimer, even before Auschwitz, that is, when there was still a more or less justified hope of the feasibility of a society without injustice, of the possibility of the future happiness of the general public, to speak of a pessimistic streak of materialism, an inherent sadness, that affects not so much the present and the future as past events. The past injustice, it says, cannot be made good, and elsewhere, and even after the new society has been established, the happiness of its members would not be an equivalent for the misery of those who are perishing today. Theory does not provide its supporters with salvation. Philosophy, which thinks it can find peace in itself, in some truth, therefore has nothing to do with critical theory. End of quote. Even if the pessimism of critical theory is now directed at the feasibility of the right society in the present and near future, and rightly so, as long as it does not turn into an ontologization of decay, which Adorno never tires of polemicizing against, this means above all that a justice on this side of the grave that deserves the name, a real reconciliation of people with their fate, of humanity with itself, remains deferred until the bodies of those who were murdered in, before and after Auschwitz rise again. Although, or because, this exceeds the horizon of human thought and action, in which critical theory moves as the determination and development of the existential judgment, the materialistic imperative does not demand that thought and action be organized in such a way that domination and annihilation never existed. What is, thus confronted with the thoroughly positive idea of a constitution of the world in which not only existing suffering is abolished, but even irrevocably past suffering is revoked. Thus, the thought that does not decapitate itself in transcendence. If we do not confuse, identify, or co-fund these different uses of the concept of reconciliation, the relationship between critical theory and theology is not inherently contradictory. Nevertheless, many attempts to bring the same thing into a clear concept do not do justice to the irreconcilable tension between the poles, which are as equal as they are non-identical. For example, since the 1960s, people have liked to talk about a convergence of critical theory and negative theology, whereby negative theology is understood with the late Horkheimer, not in the sense that God does not exist, but in the sense that he cannot be represented, thus merely meeting the conventional longing for the other, which is subject to the ban on images. Other statements by Horkheimer, while not incorrect, do not capture the specific nature of critical theory, but rather remain within the framework of Kant's critique of practical reason. This neglects the fact that what Adorno characterized as utopia in a radio conversation with Bloch in 1964, namely, the real possibility of a life without hunger, without fear, and as a free life, is not only something different, but also more urgent than the theoretical treatment of the scandal of the mind, mortality. Therefore, even its affirmation as negative does not save it from the false comfort of an escape into theology. The absolute negativity of the determinate negation that Adorno has in mind applies equally to art and to the retreat to it that is obvious in the face of distorted practice, but is the wrong one. For as a secularization of transcendence, art opposes the bad existing and the merely being, without being able to concretize the inexpressible, utopia, and indeed not even negatively. The antinomy is that art must and wants to be utopia, and the more the real functional context blocks utopia, the more it must and wants to be utopia. But in order not to betray utopia in appearance and comfort, it must not be utopia. Since the foreshadowing of the better in aesthetic experience, refusing false reconciliation with the present, necessarily only flashes and fades, it is no more unbrokenly beautiful than the reflection of a truly existing, transcendent absolute or even God. The following sentences by Christoph Turk seem to capture the peculiarity of critical theory better than the formula of negative theology, while at the same time remaining true to the highest possible concept of redemption, and yet not burdening its realization on human action. The approximation of the real world to the idea of its redemption is still the only act by which the human species could fulfill its destiny of reason. That it is destined to be the image of God, as the Bible says, still applies even if the biblical God does not exist. Hence the insistence of the Creed on the resurrection of the flesh. Otherwise, the redemption of human beings as unmistakable subjects is inconceivable. The fulfillment, not the dissolution of individuality, deserves the name redemption. No human action will realize the idea of reconciliation, not even revolutionary action. But it can find grace before it if it is nevertheless inspired by it. End of quote. Just as little as negative theology is able to grasp the utopian moments of negative dialectics, so little is negative metaphysics able to grasp its epistemological ones. Insofar as critical theory has a narrow concept of metaphysics, it subjects it to radical criticism. Because metaphysics makes positive statements about the absolute, the unconditional, the first and the one, regarding the unchanging as true and substantial, and the transient as inferior and contemptible, and because its concepts tend to gain in significance the less they can be tied back to experience, it is to be characterized as an attempt to salvage originally theological categories by means of reason. This anti-dogmatism truth does not come from revelation or traditional tradition, but only from the effort of the concept. Hegel has historically repeatedly brought it into confrontation not only with the respective predecessor systems, but also, and above all, with theology. Although metaphysics and theology were still able to fraternize in the later struggle against the radical Enlightenment thinkers, positivists, materialists, the great arc that traditional metaphysics spans from the ultimate reason of the world as a whole to the positive meaning of being, including the consequences of action in the form of a closed system, every construction of a sense of immanence that radiates from an affirmatively posited transcendence, is, for Adorno, no longer theoretically tenable, and not only since Auschwitz. For Adorno, Auschwitz does not simply prove metaphysics to be false, but its re-establishment as a mockery of the victims and their protagonists, as well as their supporters, as inhuman. According to Adorno's explicit recommendation to his students, traditional metaphysics before Auschwitz should be mistrusted, while the resurrected metaphysics after Auschwitz should be destroyed. When Adorno calls for solidarity with metaphysics at the moment of its downfall at the end of negative dialectics, it is not because the downfall is undeserved or solely as an expression of grief over the irreversible course of human history, but because something must be saved from the simultaneous triumph of positivism, the attitude of demanding more of thought than counting the feet of the millipede. Against positivism, which absolutizes the empirical, that which is, and limits itself to the mere recording, ordering, and administration of data, and thus against sacrificing truth to the altar of the factual, the merely correct, Adorno writes, the claim that Carnap and Mises are more true than Kant and Hegel could not be true even if it were. If metaphysics is defined in the broad sense as thinking of thinking, then on the one hand this is based on the irony, the manner of arch-positivism, to denounce everything that goes beyond its self-limitation as metaphysics, to reproduce it in reverse. While elsewhere, the point of the critique of positivism is to reproach it for its occasional similarities with idealistic metaphysics. On the other hand, this affirmation of metaphysics presupposes a profane, universally general, secularizing understanding of it. In terms of content, critical theory is concerned with a double demarcation of positivism and metaphysics, or with the criticism of both from the perspective of a concept of spiritual experience that saves the strength of the one against the weakness of the other, or, to put it in old-fashioned terms, it suspends metaphysics and positivism in the threefold Hegelian sense of preserving, elevating, and overcoming. Adorno is aiming at something very simple, that philosophy, including and especially critical theory, cannot do without speculation, which Adorno often uses as a synonym for metaphysics, while speculation is no longer meant to be what Hegel understood by it, but rather that one thinks further motivated than the thought is in each case substantiated by individual facts, which is why, by the way, the seriousness and effort of the concept are not free from the playful, from the not arbitrary, even associative, but striking, sitting idea. At the same time, this concept of intellectual experience, which was prepared by German idealism according to Adorno, as unreduced experience in the medium of conceptual reflection, also includes a tricky, dialectical way of saving empiricism, in the sense that it is always a matter of knowledge from the bottom up and not from the top down, of abandoning oneself and not of deduction. However, with a completely different character, a completely different goal of knowledge, than is the case in the empiricist directions. This position on experience, which is essential for negative dialectics and new in relation to both traditional metaphysics and positivism, and which changes little from the programmatic writings of the early Horkheimer to the latest works of Adorno, is rather obscured by what is concretely negated and affirmed in positivism and metaphysics, if one attributes Adorno to a negative metaphysics. Or, in the concept of a negative metaphysics, Adorno combines metaphysics and materialism, or even Adorno's mediation of materialism and metaphysics is claimed. By contrast, negative dialectics, according to its most general definitions, can only be understood in terms of its similarities and differences to Hegelian dialectics. Like the latter, it designates neither a pure method of thought nor a structure of that which exists independently of thought, nor does it assume the identity or mere homology of consciousness and being. Rather, it claims to do justice to the processual reciprocity of thinking, acting, and reality, without fetishizing or reifying becoming the fluid for its part. This would be the thing itself which demands it, for which the talk of negative metaphysics, along with the misinterpretation of Kant that goes with it, clouds the view. While Hegel's negation strives to ultimately pass into positivization, to find a conclusion in the identity of identity and non-identity to be established, negative dialectics refuses the movement, the negation of the negation, and end in the position. It consciously takes a fragmentary approach to the demand for commitment, no longer in the form of an idealistic system as in Hegel, but as an ensemble of materialistic model analyses. Negative dialectics goes to the open by remaining true to the non-identical in a negative way, until, where it is at all conceivable in relation to the object, the reconciliation of opposites in reality, not just in thought, should have occurred. The non-identical is neither positivity nor substance, not a thing in itself that is identical with itself, recognizable or unrecognizable, or even absolute in contrast to appearing reality, but rather means the non-identity of the Kantian form of appearance of the object with itself, or of concept and thing in experience, resulting from the reciprocal becoming and changing of subject, object, and society as nature. Whether the object, as with tangible material natural objects, may correlate with non-experiential moments of being in itself or, as with real generalities such as society, state, capital, etc., not. While Marx was concerned with understanding every form that has become in the flow of movement, Adorno aims to express linguistically the utmost effort, the history that has coagulated in things. The things in question should not be reflected upon in such a way that one judges them as being or not being, but rather by taking into account the impossibility of capturing them as things, as well as the compulsion to think them in their own determination. End of quote. The claim to think with the concept against the concept, in a constellation of concepts that each person assembles around him for his correction, attempts to take into account the fact that every concept, as a generalization and an abstraction, always simultaneously subsumes less and, in terms of its utopian content, means more than the conceptless thing it designates, which it is necessary to unlock. In this context, the insistence on the permanent difference between concept and thing, which cannot be overcome by dialectics as the non-conceptual, as something that is not immediately and independently of experience, plays against the attempt to conceptualize it. Especially since it is not a matter here of the difference in the object between the dog in itself and the dog for us, but rather of the difference in the subject between sensuality/experience, ear, barking, and understanding/reason, dog as a concept. The negative demand that the concept should not be confused with its object, thereby reifying it and even doing violence to it by denying what does not come together in it, is therefore intended less to save the concrete dog from being prepared by the abstract, identifying concept than to save the subject from the threat of impoverishment of experience. In this sense, the postulate of the primacy of the object, while following Kant and especially Hegel against the contrary tendency of idealism to subsume everything to the subject hypostatized as the spirit as the demiurge of the real, also follows in the sense of surrendering to the object. The imperative to penetrate to the thing itself, however, does not mean a contemplative contemplation of the essence of things in themselves, which could be accomplished by crossing out the subjective, the experience. 4. The primacy of the object is attainable only through subjective reflection, and that on the subject. The self-critical reference to the subjective component of knowledge serves rather to overcome what precisely unregulated experience, which has its model in successful aesthetics, obscures, for example, ideology, spontaneous opinion, prejudice, opinion, outdated knowledge, sealing off against the outside world. Adorno is sharply critical of any relapse into objectivism, in line with Marx's Feuerbach theses. In stark contrast to the usual scientific ideal, the objectivity of dialectical knowledge requires not less but more subjectivity. Otherwise, philosophical experience will wither away. End of quote. That is why the immanence of the experience of negative dialectics is not transcended in the direction of the transcendent, but rather transcended in the form of a determinate negation only in terms of undisguised, possible, and future experience. Ultimately, it is precisely the concept of totality that reveals the position of critical theory in relation to traditional metaphysics and positivism, admittedly more strongly in the introduction to the positivism dispute than in negative dialectics. In opposition to Kant and the positivists who follow him in this, and with Hegel, the whole is not merely thought of as a regulative principle of thought, a synthesis of logical operations, but as a real entity. Since totality does not exist beyond the factual and individual that it mediates, it can only be grasped in the facts, whereby it is factually not verifiable in the same way as the individual phenomenon. In the same way, negative dialectics, in order not to become hypostatized and undialectical, as with Hegel, requires firstly the correction of that fact-finding that is perceived, for example, by empirical social research, which in turn is wrongly hypostatized by positivism, so that precisely the individual is misjudged by refusing to reflect on its position in the whole. Secondly, in contrast to Hegel, totality is not an affirmative but a critical category of negative dialectics, which conceptualizes the social whole as a monster, as untrue. Quote, "The context that perpetuates life also tears it apart and therefore already has that death-like quality that its dynamics are moving towards." In the critique of holistic and organicist ideology, dialectics does not lag behind the positivists in terms of its sharpness. A variant of the same issue is that the concept of social totality must not be ontologized, must not be made into an inherently existent first. Dialectics accepts the concept of an inherently existent first less than the positivists. Despite its reflection on totality, dialectics does not proceed from above, but seeks to theoretically master the antinomic relationship between the general and the particular through its method. As a mediation of all social facts, totality is not infinite, but, precisely because of its systemic character, closed, finite, however little it can be grasped. No social insight can claim to be omnipotent. The individual concrete is more important to the dialectical conception than to the scientific one, which fetishizes it epistemologically and treats it as raw material or an example in practical terms. Because the individual phenomenon contains the entire society within itself, micro and macro-level analysis counterpoint each other. End of quote. Nobody knew better than Adorno himself that dialectics, which historically arose from sophistry, always harbors the danger of abuse, which would go far beyond a mere jargon of dialectics, something that Adorno, incidentally, fails to convey to Amory. This is evident, for example, in the section Warning Against Abuse in Minima Moralia. Towards the end, it says, "The threatening relapse of reflection into the unreflected is betrayed in the superiority that switches and talks with the dialectical procedure, as if it were itself that immediate knowledge of the whole that is precisely excluded by the principle of dialectics. One takes the standpoint of totality, one uses dialectics instead of losing oneself in it. Then the sovereignly dialectical thought returns to the pre-dialectical stage, the serene demonstration that everything has two sides to it." End of quote. At the same time, negative dialectics would have to be defended against an accusation that is as old as the early Aristotelian criticisms of Hegel, and that was rehashed by Gilles Deleuze, for example, in a book that appeared shortly after Negative Dialectics. It claims that dialectics presses everything that falls into its wake into the relationship of contradiction or opposition, thus doing violence to the full diversity of the non-contradictory, the merely different, in other words, to difference, as the postmodernists say. This misconceives the fact that negative dialectics is precisely about serving reconciliation by simultaneously denying the logical coercive character that it realistically and factually follows. Quote, "Those who bow to dialectical discipline unquestionably pay a bitter sacrifice for the qualitative diversity of experience. The impoverishment of experience through dialectics, however, which healthy views are outraged by, proves to be appropriate to the managed world as its abstract monotony. This painful thing is the pain about those raised to the concept. It must submit to knowledge if it does not want to degrade concretion again to the ideology, which it begins to become real. Dialectics unfolds the difference of the particular from the general, dictated by the general. While the break between subject and object, which has penetrated consciousness, is inescapable for the subject, furrowing everything it thinks, even objectively, it would have an end in reconciliation. This would release the non-identical, rid it of the spiritualized compulsion, and only then open up the multiplicity of the different, over which dialectics would no longer have power. Reconciliation would be the remembrance of the no longer hostile many, anathema to subjective reason. End of quote. The fact that non-identity is experienced as negative in the unreconciled state cannot be eliminated by paying homage to the non-identical, which has been substantialized as difference and which, as the ideology of the concrete, contributes to the reproduction of the fateful. But only and solely through a determinate negation that goes back to the rational organization of the world itself, i.e. the realization of the general in the reconciliation of differences, as the better state in which one can be different without fear. As long as reality hardly makes any attempt to force itself upon thought, and everything threatens to get worse without ever having been better, the critic's pessimism is not, as is often claimed, a self-righteous pose, a cozy settling into resignation. Rather, it is a necessary expression of a realism that, in turn, does not exclude private enjoyment and moments of fulfillment. And this also applies to Adorno's true, yet formulaic, statement that there is no right life in the wrong. There are many paths that lead into the metaphysical abyss of modern science. Only one can be taken at a time. The path taken here starts with didactics, the science of teaching and learning, which experienced an enormous boom in this country in the 1960s and 1970s. Since then, public interest in didactic publications, conferences, and exhibitions has waned noticeably, but it is no longer necessary. Didactics is established. Its spectacular time is over. The time of its quiet, persistent work has begun. As general didactics, it belongs to the center of pedagogy. As specialized didactics, it has found its way into almost all sciences. Those who want to become teachers must study didactics. Those who do not want to become teachers are not unaffected by didactics. The entire education at schools and universities has come under didactic aspects. Anyone who has not been actively involved in its development and has never personally experienced the passion of school and university reform commissions is at least the object of their results. Sophisticated curricula or courses of study, in the care of which the journey from the ABC student to the doctoral candidate is to take place. But those who leave this care and enter the free world of work and business are confronted by the market and competition with the very question that didactics places above all other teaching preparation. How can I best sell what I have to offer? In our society, it is apparently impossible to escape didactics. It has long since become more than a specialized academic field. By virtue of its ability to absorb all manner of philosophical, psychological, and sociological insights as a general didactic and to penetrate all conceivable specialized sciences as a specialized didactic, it has become a kind of science of the sciences. Standing above all individual sciences, permeating and summarizing them, it occupies a similar rank in the present as philosophy once did and theology in the Christian Middle Ages. Is it also objectively taking over their legacy? This is not an unreasonable question. Neither society nor the scientific community are today, in their entirety, obliged to the theological idea of God or the philosophical idea of an absolute, which should guide all thought and action. But even in a society that calls itself secularized and pluralistic, one must constantly orient oneself and distinguish between the essential and the inessential, the knowledge-worthy and the irrelevant, the better and the worse. This is where didactics tries to provide assistance in a pragmatic and scientific way by examining the confusing abundance of existing knowledge, skills, and opinions, the so-called educational content, for its educational content, i.e. what is worth knowing and recognizing, true to the rule of the Apostle Paul, test everything, hold fast what is good. 1 Thess 5:21. But that is not enough. What has been found to be good should also be retained and passed on in the best possible way, and didactics devises the appropriate means for this. Thus, it is equally the teaching of the things to be taught and of the teaching methods. This dual approach gives it a key position for the intellectual orientation of the present day, far beyond the school. After all, the survival of humanity, which is no longer a matter of course, depends on whether the right things are learned in the right way. Modern didactics sees its focus on the concrete teaching and learning process as a departure from metaphysics, from questions about the innermost nature and ultimate purpose of education, which traditional pedagogy has been expending itself on for too long in theory without making any practical progress. Wolfgang Klafke, whose name is most closely associated with the rise of didactics in West Germany, therefore leaves everyone to their ultimately metaphysical or ideological educational ideal and recommends agreement on the lowest common denominator. Education is the state in which one can take responsibility and, at the same time, where one does not know the facts can have confidence. Or, education is, in its original sense, the intellectual confrontation of man with the world, the conscious and deliberate relationship of the human being to himself and to the world. That should be enough. According to Klafke, material education takes place when the content of the lessons is identical to the objective content of culture, when it remains exactly the same as educational content, as what it is as ethical, aesthetic, scientific, cultural content, and is not translated into a form that is comprehensible to students. The school is then only a pale reflection of the respective cultural and scientific state of development, without adequate consideration for the students. The concept of formal education is primarily dedicated to them, for whom the essential is not the content, but rather the acquisition and mastery of the way of thinking, categories of feeling, fourth standards, in short, the methods with the help of which the young person can make the wealth of content his own. Here the pendulum swings to the other side. Just as there are no intellectual powers of the individual without content, there are no methods without or before the content that they are supposed to help master. Klafke therefore endeavors to eliminate the one-sidedness of material and formal education. What is to be learned cannot be determined solely by the given old objects, nor solely by the learners, the subjects. Rather, teaching is about concrete encounters, and that is what didactics must be about. Its specific object is the mediation of subject and object. Klafke's didactics of the exemplary, the typical, the representative, the elementary, is at the service of this, presenting the subject matter to the students neither as a mere means to be used nor allowing it to overwhelm them in its fullness, but confronting them with individual facts in such a way that something fundamental dawns on them. What should the planned topic be? Exemplary, representative, typical of. The car engine for petrol engines in general, the cherry blossom for the biological phenomenon of blossoming, this historical narrative from the colonization of the German East for the colonization of the East in general. Only when the individual educational content has educational value, i.e. a general meaning, and is discovered, does intellectual penetration and appropriation actually take place, and do subject and object enter into an experienced unity of education. Education is the opening up of a material and spiritual reality for a person, that is the objective or material aspect. But at the same time it means the opening up of this person to this reality, that is the subjective or formal aspect. Everything that is correct in this train of thought is philosophical plagiarism. Since Plato at the latest, there has been no doubt that the concepts of the human mind are of a different nature than the facts of the sensory world. These are empirical individual things, those are generalities under which individual things are subsumed. All trees under the concept of tree, all houses under the concept of house, etc. It is only in the form of such subsumption that the intellect can appropriate the external world, not by incorporating the individual things themselves. This insight is not a didactic achievement, but a philosophical matter of course. The question of what the concepts are for the world of things becomes interesting. Are they merely filing cabinets in which things are arranged as clearly as possible, or are they the intellectual expression of an objective structure inherent in them? Klafke indirectly provides an answer to this question with the terms elementary, fundamental, and exemplary. The term fundamental refers to the most general principles, categories, basic experiences that constitute a fundamental area of knowledge or a subject, the historical, the political, the technical, the poetic. Within each fundamental area, there are a number of essential, central, significant insights, connections, and procedures. The concept of the elementary is aimed at these. The elementary of a field is built up as a structured system on its respective foundation, the fundamental. End of quote. There is something to be said for this. The division into individual subjects and disciplines, in science as in school, is only justified if it is based on differences in reality. A scientific enterprise based on the division of labor would be a mere game of chance if the world of things it was directed towards were merely a jumble and not itself a context that is structured in itself. It is only because nature has the difference between inanimate and animate matter, and both areas are further differentiated into different genera and species, that natural science is possible. Human beings have a dual position in relation to this state of affairs. As sensory beings, they belong to the inherently structured natural context. As rational beings, they in turn structure nature, theoretically by grasping nature conceptually, and practically by setting their own purposes which are not already predetermined by nature, and realizing them through material activity. In this way, they produce their own living conditions and make their own history, which, however, remains tied to the natural process from which it differs. If the concepts devised by human beings had no correspondence in the structure of natural things, material production would at best be a random staggering, but never a regulated process. Nor does the individual objective activity guarantee regularity. For this, it must belong to an ordered system of production and distribution of food. Without material production and economic organization, no society can endure. Economy and production are like form and substance. In reality, they only occur in combination, but neither can be reduced to the other. Every economic system requires legal protection. However, neither the organizational and technical aspects of the economy can be reduced to a legal matter, nor can law be reduced to an economic matter. It regulates the psychological claims of individuals against each other, just as it regulates economic claims. Furthermore, in societies whose production is so highly developed that not everyone has to work to earn a living, a cultural sphere emerges from the economy and law in which, in the form of art, religion, and ultimately philosophy, a first piece of freedom of the human spirit from the immediate struggle for survival manifests itself. This rough differentiation, which can already be found at early historical stages, shows that the social process can be nothing other than synthesis. But this is only possible where there is a plurality of clearly distinct spheres that can be synthesized. These include production, economics, law, and culture, which, although not distinguished by nature as the organic genera and species are set by human activity, and yet still require separate consideration, because each of them cannot be reduced to a large extent and can only be defined in contrast to the others. In nature and society, there must therefore be something like different basic areas. Otherwise, the majority of sciences and school subjects would have no foundation in reality at all. Klafki is right so far. Only the matter is more complicated than he thinks. The objective structure of nature is not simply open to everyone, but can only be thoughtfully deduced from the multitude of individual natural phenomena. It is not experience that brings it to light, but rather reflection on the conditions that make it possible to experience, master, and study nature. The same applies to the different spheres without which the social process would not be a synthesis. Their objective structure is expressed only through thinking and cannot be seen, heard, or touched. Thus, for Klafki, who likes to have everything in a visual form, it is not a topic. He constructs his own reality from the fundamental, the elementary, and the exemplary. To constitute the fundamental, he takes the most general principles, categories, basic experiences, as if all three terms meant more or less the same thing and only needed to be listed, not developed. Now, in the conceptual context of great philosophy, principles and categories have their precise meaning as the basis and modes of expression of being. Fundamental experiences, on the other hand, are deliberately not mentioned there. For one can only experience empirical things, not reasons. How much of the fundamental crystallizes in experiences can only be determined by reflecting on experience. Experience itself, however, always remains bound to the accidental and individual, and is incapable of constituting even a single intellectual fundamental. Kafka's examples of the fundamental are all wrong. The technical and the poetic can be traced back to something more general, production and art. And the political and the historical are not independent spheres of society, but rather general perspectives from which we can view spheres such as the economy, law, culture, and their derivatives. They can only be adequately understood as historical phenomena belonging to a political context. The historical and the political in themselves are empty abstractions. The fundamental thus proves to be a kind of mental mixture, and the elementaria built on it, namely a number of essential, central, significant insights, connections, procedures which are simply added together in a motley fashion, and without any objective hold or any kind of contour of their own, are crowned by the basic forms of the fundamental and elementary. The exemplary in the narrower sense, the typical, the variable structure, the classical, the representative, the symbolic. Adjectives usually stand for the properties of things, while nouns stand for the things themselves. If adjectives are elevated to the status of nouns, they may sound more weighty, but they do not gain the power to bring independent things into being, especially not when they express a relation. Typical, representative, exemplary is always an individual thing for a general thing that is different from it. The term typical establishes a relationship between the individual and the general, but this relationship itself has no existence of its own apart from the entities that are connected by it. The real Klafki is an example of an equally real type of didactics, but not of the exemplary. The latter exists only as an empty abstraction in the minds of Klafki and his students and is not an example of anything. The construct, composed of the fundamental, the elementary, and the exemplary, draws on the insight that reality must be structured if the division into sciences and school subjects is to make sense. On the other hand, it ignores this insight and makes reality a product of the respective point of view or question. The subjects taught at school are in no way reduced images of certain individual sciences. Because the specialist is a specialist, his results are only valid in relation to certain questions and methods, but do not provide the only true information about the supposedly only true reality. End of quote. That would be nice. Then everyone who has never studied nuclear physics would also be immune to atomic bombs. The fact that the results of scientific research, even if they are universally valid, cannot be transferred immediately to school teaching is of course due to the fact that students lack the intellectual prerequisites for this, not to the fact that school and science are based on two different realities. But didactics needs the plural of realities in order to reserve one of them as its own sovereign territory. The concepts of the fundamental, the elementary, and the exemplary are intended to delineate this territory and to define the reality, which is considered to be inherently indeterminable, as a didactic reality for the student, and to do so under the guiding question: how does reality confront the young person at the various stages of education? The answer should be differently for each person. No one's life story is interchangeable with another's. The criterion for what is to be considered fundamental, elementary, or exemplary would therefore be something purely coincidental, the subjective experience of individuals. Instead of leaving these individuals and their experiences alone, after all, they themselves must know best what their reality is. They are told what they have to consider real, because the golden rule for the teacher is, show that and in what way the reality you are breaking down is the reality of the young person in the present and presumably in his future. The subjective experiences of young people thus justify the didactic principles, which in turn justify the right way in which young people are allowed to experience reality. The subject justifies his reality and at the same time has his reason in it. This circle, in which the reasoned is always the reason for the reason, so that one can proceed to infinity without ever encountering a real reason, is Klafki's double-sided development, the mediation of subject and object. It is supposed to be the concrete in the learning process and runs between the fingers when it is tried to hold it as something independent and consistent. Mediation only exists as a relation between mediated things. It is always the mediation of something. Taken by itself, it is nothing at all. Didactics has elevated this nothingness to its specific theme and thus succumbed to the confusion of two metaphysical concepts, relation and substance. It wants to know nothing about substance. It ignores the fact that the world of things could not form a consistent, recognizable connection without something subsisting in it. The objective structures that the human intellect must have in order to express the objective structures of the world of things are also not a topic for it. It refrains from metaphysical questions about what subject and object are in themselves, and is content with the mediation of both, which does not exist in itself. In the belief that it has banished all metaphysics from its realm, didactics falls under the spell of a metaphysical fiction. Its entire endeavor is to grasp this fiction in reality. One possibility is to start with the learning subject and to trace the highly volatile mediation through empirical investigation of the learning process. This initially results in a compilation of all external and internal circumstances that usually make learning easier or more difficult at certain ages, which can spare many educators their own painful experiences. But the educational psychology of learning, the West German version of which was established primarily by Heinrich Roth, aims to achieve more than such a delivery service. It aims to explain the learning process itself and thus to reveal the secret of how creatures who are incapable of living at birth one day become independent thinkers and doers. His processing of Anglo-Saxon learning psychology and his own research have ultimately led Roth to distinguish between the following types of learning. 1. Learning in which the main goal is to acquire skills, to automate abilities into motor and mental skills. 2. Learning in which the main goal is to solve problems, thinking, understanding, insight. 3. Learning in which the goal is to learn the processes of knowledge, learning to learn, learning to work, learning to research, learning to look up information, etc. 5. Learning in which the transfer to other areas is the main thing. 6. Learning in which the main goal is to build up an attitude, value system, or mindset. 7. Learning in which the main goal is to gain a deeper interest in a subject. 8. Learning in which a change in behavior is the goal. End of quote. However, learning is not only divided into 8 different types, but also into different steps. Quote, "The level of motivation is the first step in learning. An action is taken. A desire to learn awakens. A learning process is initiated. A task is set. A learning motive is awakened. The level of difficulty is the second learning step. The action is not successful. The available forms of behavior and performance are not sufficient. The level of solution is the third learning step. A new solution to complete the action or to solve the task is discovered through adaptation, trial and error, or insight. The adoption or acquisition of the desired form of performance appears possible and is increasingly successful. The fourth learning step is the stage of doing and executing. The fifth is the interpretation of retention and practice. And the sixth is the interpretation of what has been learned." End of quote. This list is the limit of educational psychology. It does not go beyond the listing of perceived phenomena. No matter what learning process is analyzed, it always starts with a lack of knowledge or ability, followed by a phase of learning divided into several steps, and finally the end state, knowledge or ability. But how is it that these steps follow one another and combine to form a process? It is not the thing that is to be learned. Mathematics or playing the piano cannot do anything about how far one gets in them. But the way in which the subject matter is presented is not the reason either. Good methods can accelerate learning processes, but they cannot produce them. The learners have to do that themselves. The reason can therefore only lie within them. Is it contained in the individual learning steps? Impossible, because then the early step would be the reason for the later one, not knowing for knowing, not being able for being able. The non-existence of a state would be the reason for its existence. There can therefore be no causal relationship between the individual learning steps, but only a succession that learning psychology is only able to describe, not explain. The phenomena that it encounters are all merely effects of a mental faculty that no empirical science can approach, because it underlies all experience and makes it possible in the first place. If the human intellect did not have a specific structure that enables it to grasp the diversity of sensory impressions under concepts and to link these concepts to judgments and conclusions, it would not be this productive capacity for intellectual synthesis that makes experience possible in the first place. No one could learn anything. Learning psychology ignores this ability and confines itself to the perceptible. This means that the learning process breaks down into a multitude of individual moments, the demarcation of which from one another is purely arbitrary. There is to be an independent stage of solution, one of doing and executing, one of retaining and practicing, and one of interpreting what has been learned. As if the discovery of a solution were not productive, i.e. an activity, as if this activity were something other than doing and executing, as if, furthermore, doing and executing were not the acquisition of the matter, i.e. already itself retention and practicing, as if, finally, the interpretation of what has been learned could be something other than learning and acquiring. Although everyone can experience that it takes a long time and a lot of practice to learn certain things, the ability to synthesize intellectually, which underlies the entire process of acquisition, is always the same. It does not function like an automaton. It is only a condition of the possibility of knowledge, not a guarantee that everyone will always recognize the right thing. There is a contingent step between the ability to synthesize and the concrete synthesis that the learner then actually performs. This is the only reason why there are learning processes. They are the path from the lack of concrete synthesis to its eventual elimination. Learning psychology now turns the tables and turns the lack of unity into a wealth of diversity. The absence of a complete synthesis, which characterizes every incomplete learning process, is turned into the presence of numerous learning steps that are independent of each other and are supposed to follow each other like building blocks, but without any construction principle that could hold them together. Consciousness is reduced to the mere accumulation of individual learning achievements that arise from who knows what ability, have no unity in anything, and are only connected by their temporal sequence. Once you have started cataloging learning steps, there is no stopping. Not every failure and mistake is equally far from the goal, and between the first dark foreboding and the clear recognition of a solution, just as many intermediate stages can be set up as between the first sense of achievement and the final success in retaining and practicing. The same applies to the types of learning. It is beyond question that physical control requires a different kind of learning than the comprehension of abstract relationships, which is why gymnastics and mathematics should not be taught in the same lesson. Nevertheless, the two are not simply separate. It is one and the same intellectual capacity that brings body movements and numbers under rules. No human way of learning that is not subject to the unity of consciousness. To divide it up means to break the intellect down into a series of individual abilities, into the development of skills, into thinking, understanding, remembering, into learning methods, into generalizing, into changing attitudes and behavior, etc. As if there were any learning process beyond thinking and understanding, as if any were possible without bringing a multitude of particulars under a rule, an idea, a concept, i.e. without generalization, whether learning were ultimately possible without the relationship to the learning material changing in any way. The subdivision of learning types and steps leads to the bottomless, not to the mediation of subject and object. Because educational psychology does not reach the true reason for learning, it attaches itself to something that looks like a reason, the willingness to learn. The greater it is, the greater the learning success. In its service, learning psychology becomes motivational research. Quote, "First, we entice with the matter. Where this alone is not enough, it is attempted to bring the matter into the child's horizon in such a way that it sees it as its own matter. Of course, teaching that bypasses the student is worthless. But where motivation is used as an independent method, the learner is already reduced to the learning styles and steps that are perceptible to him, a collection of behaviors that are no longer subject to mental synthesis. It only remains to direct individual behaviors towards desired goals. All means that are suitable for this are welcome, regardless of how good or questionable those goals are." Robert F. Major, one of the most successful in his profession, openly states what this means. People influence people. Teachers and others influence the attitude towards certain subjects taught, and also towards learning itself. We want to achieve that the student leaves our sphere of influence with a positive attitude. The more pleasant the associations that are linked to a subject, the more likely it is that it will be learned. So you have to reinforce or reward the approach to the subject, make success experiences possible, show joy at the sight of the student, nice to see you again, and determine his attitude to the subject with questionnaires on which he can tick the feelings he associates with the subject matter or the degree of his interest in certain things. Such methods have nothing to do with the mediation of subject and object. They are indifferent to the object, the concrete learning gaffe, since they can be applied to any content. But they have the real person only in the far object, as he is not a subject, but the confluence of influences. Motivation research, therefore, does not come any closer to the subject of didactics. Its achievement consists merely in transferring to the field of teaching the proven methods of advertising, which do nothing other than influence the potential buyer, seeking to create pleasant associations with a product so that he buys it, and for this purpose also work with questionnaires. What motivational psychology sometimes still disguises with humanity phrases and a scientific-sounding vocabulary is openly revealed in advertising. Motivating means, in plain language, advertising, and the truth of learning success is sales success. The learner is the one point from which didactics hopes to advance to its object, the mediation of subject and object. The other is the learning material. It should be fundamental, elementary, and exemplary. But that means nothing as long as one does not know exactly which contents these characteristics really apply to. A systematic examination and revision of all existing curricula with regard to their didactic legitimacy is therefore necessary. This is the program of curriculum research, the implementation of which requires the cooperation of experts in the field and didacticians and allows general didactics to merge with subject didactics. Quote, "We therefore start from the assumption that education equips people to cope with life situations by acquiring certain qualifications through the acquisition of knowledge, insights, attitudes, and skills, and that curricula are designed to impart such qualifications." End of quote. To ensure that they fulfill their purpose optimally, behavioral science concepts and insights are incorporated into the educational canon. Curriculum research also assumes that the only concrete, verifiable, and formable thing about people is their observable behavior. In this way, it proves to be an ideal complement to learning psychology. One catalogs the various learning steps and types, the other the associated content. Only the successful mediation of both is the intended behavioral change that teaching is supposed to bring about. Curriculum research calls it a learning goal or qualification, a new name for an old thing. The attempt to define qualifications and the educational content corresponding to them is nothing more than an effort to get a grip on the mediation of subject and object from the side of the object. The procedure used here is called operationalization. Quote, "It can mean a linguistically unambiguous formulation of observable behavior or its elements, which should be controllable as a result of the learning process. But it can also mean, in a much narrower sense, the specification of the operations by which the behavior required as a goal can be measured, as well as a fuzzy mixture of the two meanings." End of quote. Which makes no great difference, because only clearly defined and perceptible behavior can be verified or even measured. And that's where the difficulties begin. What constitutes a qualification can only be expressed by the content that it encompasses. Qualification is not detached from anything. Knowledge, ability, capacity for understanding, for transfer, interpretation, extrapolation, application, analysis, synthesis. All empty words without the concrete objects to which they refer. They are not a jot more substantial when combined with other abstractions such as knowledge of details, of criteria, of theories and structures. And what about remembering the main facts of individual cultures, the minimum knowledge of organisms, becoming familiar with a genre of literature and all the countless other qualifications? What belongs to it and what does not? The only thing that helps here is to jump off the merry-go-round of constant abstractions and into reality, to the content itself. There is only one way to define a qualification precisely and unambiguously, by the factually complete development of the object that makes it a qualification. Qualifications are not entities in themselves, but are entities only through other things, the contents united in them. The goal of curriculum research, to determine a system of qualifications that enables the individual to cope with the demands of society as a whole, could only be achieved by a complete, coherent, and consistent encyclopedia of all the sciences. The impossibility of this, however, is precisely one of the decisive motives for curriculum research, which hopes to escape the overwhelming and confusing abundance of social knowledge by attempting to structure it into clearly defined qualifications that are useful for coping with life. This attempt is Sisyphean. It takes the qualification, which only has reality as a relationship to something else, for an inherently real, consistent object. The confusion of the metaphysical concepts of substance and relation is the common ground on which curriculum researchers now wage their countless, tiresome, and fruitless disputes over the correct operationalization, dimensioning, hierarchization of learning goals, only to end up with the finding: a technique of operationalization that is itself controllable does not yet exist. In short, operationalization has not yet been made operational. End of quote. Instead of realizing that this will be as impossible as squaring the circle, they continue to try hard, and the lack of any breakthrough progress feeds the conviction that they are still in the very early stages of a promising research project. If the operationalization of learning goals results in nothing more than a catalog of abstractions, then the procedures for examining qualifications that have been attained and for evaluating the examination can certainly not produce anything concrete. It is therefore recommended that curriculum research be declared an unending process of constant examination and revision, and that the virtue of openness and an endless willingness to learn be made out of the necessity of fruitlessness. One such undertaking is action research in the school environment. It expressly dispenses with the conventional principle of not changing the research objects during the research process, in order to be able to observe them under constant conditions. Rather, it intervenes in practice as research, eliminates the separation between researchers and practitioners, and the rigid division of roles between researchers and research objects in favor of a relationship of communication between partners who cooperate on an equal footing. The focus is not only on the learning processes of the students, but also on complex, open, and reflective learning processes of all participants with the aim of creating open and variable curricula or curriculum parts. All of them are both the object of research and the driving force behind the research process. The researchers explore their constantly changing research activities and the constant changes that they trigger in others and in themselves. The practitioners are, of course, also researchers and are constantly exploring the effects of their practical activities on themselves and others, and actually the students should somehow participate in the research. The research process is without a fixed object and without a determinable subject. The aimless change of itself, in which all incessantly explore each other, enlighten each other and learn from each other, without ever reaching a generally binding result. The open, constantly changing curriculum is only the consequence of the attempt to precisely determine the elementary, fundamental, and exemplary. The progress of modern didactics proves to be a progressive lack of results. However it is done, the mediation of subject and object cannot be grasped, because it does not exist in itself, as a being of its own alongside the beings connected by it. The didactic object, which seems to be the most concrete aspect of the learning process, is in itself nothing, a metaphysical fiction that arises from confusing the concepts of substance and relation. As clear as this result is, so great is the riddle it poses. That a science without a fixed object could survive the university reform is in itself astonishing enough, since its declared goal was to better coordinate research, teaching and study and, above all, to create a range of courses of study with corresponding degrees in suitable areas, graded in terms of content and time and related to one another, as well as a connection between science and practice appropriate to the respective course of study. The scientific process should be better coordinated with the recognition of the work process. However, the university reform has neither abolished didactics nor pushed it into an academic side niche, but has elevated it to the rank of a science of the sciences, which is responsible for selecting what is worth learning and for preparing it in such a way that it can be acquired as easily as possible and applied in working life. This measure is often based on the belief that didactics is actually able to scientifically grasp and control the process of teaching and learning, and is thus the appointed mediator between subject and object, theory and practice, science and society. That this belief is a metaphysical fiction has been shown. Why it has not only seized didacticians and educational planners, but with the appearance of plausibility an entire society, and has not yet been broken by its economic laws, is the question that now needs to be answered and that requires the metaphysical scope of the problem of mediation to be clarified. The process of mediation became an independent topic in antiquity, at the time when human consciousness began to break free from the abundance of images in mythology and advance to pure conceptual thinking. Greek philosophy completed this transition. At its beginning stands the insight that the wealth of mythical narrative cannot be the true explanation of the world. It bears witness to the productive power of the imagination, but does not lead to the true origin of things. The stories told about the gods, who are said to be responsible for space and time, heaven and earth, lightning and thunder, wisdom, beauty, love, and much more, are too contradictory and confused, and the lives they supposedly lead on Mount Olympus and elsewhere are too unpredictable and despicable. With such dubious characters, who are themselves entangled in countless constraints and intrigues, it is not reasonable to swear an oath, let alone find a lawful order of nature. Philosophical thought wants to escape from this uncertainty. It no longer wants to be at the mercy of a universal, fateful, and inscrutable inconstancy, in whose spell even the gods are held, instead of redeeming people from it. This is how the search for the true essence that underlies all things and holds the real world together begins. At first, it is thought to be found in natural elements. But water, fire, air, and earth do not give what they all have. They are merely limited and changeable parts of anger, not its reason. The underlying essence of all nature cannot itself be a natural substance. And so the thought dawns that in the world of the senses, where one is always dealing with impermanent individual things, true being cannot be found at all. Its most distinguished characteristics, which Parmenides enumerates for the first time, are also purely conceptual determinations that exclude all sensual content from themselves. It is uncreated and imperishable, whole and unified, unshakable and perfect, remaining in itself identical with itself. Neither beginning nor end, neither creation nor dissolution, neither movement nor irregularity may adhere to it. Being in this strict sense is the absolutely unbearable. Everything that deviates from it is not being, therefore non-being. Now the entire world of the senses is characterized by the arising and passing away, the diversity and intermingling of things. Consequently, it belongs on the side of non-being. This coup de grace deprives true being of all concreteness. If the material world, which the philosopher cannot help but belong to, is strictly excluded from being and thus declared to be a world of appearances, then, conversely, being is also excluded from this world. Resting in itself without distinction or relation, it is the unreal par excellence. It can only eke out its existence in a consciousness that disregards the entire world of experience as an empty thought. Protagoras' famous saying, "Man is the measure of all things," is therefore only the consequence that the Parmenidean doctrine compels. If true being is only the empty beyond of reality, in which human beings always find themselves, then this reality has a truth in it. But if nothing in it is true, then everything in it is true. Every person is his own standard. How he sees things, so they are. The factual world dissolves into the sum of its perspectives. It does not have its own reality, because everything that is said about it is real. This is the inevitable consequence of strictly opposing the true being of the material world. If truth and reality fall apart in such an abrupt manner, then both are lost. They evaporate into uncertainty. However, if truth is not to be an empty thought, it must have a foundation in reality. Something must dwell within it that is exempt from the impermanence of material things and is capable of organizing the world into a cosmos that is constant in itself, something that is withdrawn from perception and, as Parmenides correctly recognized, can only be grasped conceptually, intelligible, ideal being. However, it is only the interlocking of ideal being and sensual material that constitutes the real world. Only insofar as both are mediated is it a concrete, inherently structured context that can give human consciousness objective support and enable true knowledge. Thus, the mediation problem is of considerable importance. Only if reality is something mediated in itself can it be recognized, and only if it is recognizable can there be truth. Only if truth is possible do teaching and learning also make sense. The subject of didactics therefore demands that we first reflect on the natural basis of knowledge before we can talk about the acquisition of knowledge, learning itself and its only reasonable purpose, truth, the agreement of human consciousness with its objective conditions and itself. The development of philosophical thought proceeds accordingly. It begins with the noblest object of thought, true being, and only then turns back to thinking, and with this movement it moves the problem of mediation into the metaphysical light shunned by modern didactics, in which it only becomes accessible to rational consideration. It is in this light that Plato sees it. He shares the view that true being is not material. But it cannot be an undifferentiated, empty unity either, if it is to be mediated with the diversity of the world of experience. Thus he conceives it as a world of ideas that is already differentiated in itself, which gives empirical things their existence and is to be unaffected by their impermanence. Individuals, for example, come into being and pass away, while the idea of the human being remains unchangingly at the basis of this change and makes the empirical existence of individuals possible. But does this relationship apply to the entire world of the senses? Is there a corresponding idea for everything that occurs in it and can be conceptually described? If so, ideas would be a kind of heavenly duplication of the world of the senses, a higher second reality instead of the foundation and cohesion of the one. This is the first shortcoming of the theory of ideas, and its basic features have not yet been formulated when Plato himself reveals it in a self-critical manner. How much, O Socrates, do you deserve to be praised for your zeal for research? And do you yourself, as you say, divide the ideas themselves into particular ones and that which assumes them into particular ones? And do you think that the similarity itself is something separate from the similarity that we have in ourselves? It seems to me, Socrates said, something like that, an idea of the just for itself and of the beautiful and brave, and of everything that is of this kind? Yes, he said. And how also an idea of man separate from us and all who are like us, an idea itself idea of man or of fire or of water. About this, he said, I have often been in doubt, O Parmenides, whether one should also claim this of it, as of that, or something else. About such things, O Socrates, which would come out quite ridiculously, such as hair, excrement, dirt, and what else is quite insignificant and contemptible, are you in doubt whether one should claim that there is also an idea of each of these in particular? Not at all, said Socrates, but that these are just what we see, and that to believe that there is still an idea of them would be too strange. End of quote. Strange, yes, but consequent, if a corresponding idea is assigned to everything empirical. This, of course, must collide with the determination of ideas. As the true being, in which neither transience nor inconstancy, neither conflict nor confusion occurs, they must also be the just, the sublime, the beautiful in the absolute sense. It is no coincidence that Plato elsewhere summarized the sphere of ideas under the concept of the good as the highest idea. The bad and the shameful have no place in this sphere. In the earthly world, they can only occur insofar as they have not been absorbed into the ideas. It is therefore impossible for them to be a duplication of the world of the senses, but they must be clearly distinguished from it. This distinction is, of course, a matter of thought. It does not automatically follow that in reality the ideas also exist separately from the sensual. But Plato draws this conclusion and, despite all the reservations he himself formulates, holds fast to a separate world of ideas, removed from all empirical reality, in which all reality is to be gathered, while he only recognizes the existence and reality of earthly things insofar as they partake of the ideas. And how is such a participation to be conceived? The answer is that it is like the image in the thing depicted, the copy in the original, which does not grasp the facts conceptually but describes them metaphorically, and in a problematic way. The original and the copy are passive and indifferent to each other and not connected by any inner relationship. They require a mediating third party, the artist, who also externally establishes the relationship between the two with the copy. This is the case with artifacts. But what about nature, which is the primary concern of the theory of ideas? If something has been modeled on the idea, is it possible that the idea is not similar to the modeled object, insofar as the latter has been made similar to it? And is it not very necessary that the similar must have taken in the similar as one and the same? Necessary. But that by whose reception in itself the similar things are similar is not the very idea itself? In every way, of course. It is therefore not possible for something to be similar to an idea, nor an idea to something else. If not, then another idea always appears above that, and if that is again similar, then another, and this appearance of a new idea never ceases, if the idea is to be similar to that which it has received in itself. End of quote. In the intelligible world, things are obviously different from the empirical world. Ideas do not have an artist at hand to shape the things of sense according to their image. The attempt to reduce the idea and the individual thing corresponding to it to a mediating third, in which the similarity of the two is to be found, merely provokes the question of what this third is like and how it is connected to the other two, whose connection it is supposed to establish. Thus, the positing of a fourth is required, which establishes the affiliation of the three, but demands a fifth, which produces the unity of the four, and so on to infinity. All efforts to grasp mediation as something third, alongside that which is mediated, or even as the ultimate reason from which both have emerged, lose themselves in the bottomless. This is the inescapable insight that first appears in written form in Plato and has become known as the third man argument. It is doubtful whether Plato was fully aware of the implications of this argument. In a later work, Timaeus, he tells a story about the universe, how it came into being or perhaps did not come into being, with a twinkle in his eye, but then straightway beginning with the originator and father of this universe, who could only have created the cosmos only for good, by fixing his gaze on the immortal, and thus bringing all that is visible, which he found not at rest but in disorderly and unorganized motion, from disorder to order. This world creator, who is not conceptually derived but rather presented narratively with ironic impartiality, can now only be understood in a way that Plato would not allow, as a third entity mediating between ideas and a chaotic material, which forms a perfect universe from both, in order to then specify it according to the laws of harmony to the concrete world. Plato does not flatly sit on the figure of thought of the third man, but he also does not get away from it, even after he has formulated its untruth. It has an inherent pull into which thinking gets as if by itself, as soon as it has worked its way up to the ideas. If one knew, namely, in what the world as a whole is based, then one would finally also know what holds ideas and the world of the senses together. The attempt to understand the mediation of ideal and material being inevitably leads to the path of a theory of creation, which Plato consequently takes, not without the clear realization that it is aporetic. This is how it comes that Plato tells of the beginning of the world in a reserved and unconcerned manner. The best of all creators, of whom he speaks more in terms of a hymn than of analysis, is invested with the dignity of an eternal God, but is not conceived as the absolute Urgrund of the world, as the Christian God is later, but only as a demiurge, as a kind of divine architect who found the eternal ideas and formless matter already in existence and merely put them together. How he did this, what his own nature is, if he is neither idea nor matter, and how he can nevertheless be in contact with both, these are the typical riddles of a third man, which the demiurge also poses. Plato leaves them unanswered. It is only Christian metaphysics that has systematically attempted to solve them. There is mediation not only in the objective world, but also in the subject that recognizes it. The intangible, ideal being, without which the empirical world would dissolve into a formless chaos, cannot be grasped by the senses, but only conceptually. Concepts are intellectual, general, but do not float freely, but only occur in individual people. Only where physical beings actually think does knowledge take place, never without the mediation of the individual and the general, of physis and spirit. But how does it come about? This is the question that Plato pursues in Menon, that is, before the formulation of the argument of the third man. A slave who has no prior knowledge of geometry learns in a short time, through Socrates' targeted questions, that the area of a square is not doubled by doubling the length of the sides, but rather by making the diagonal of the square the side of a new one. Plato is not content with merely describing this learning process. His reflection begins where all empirical learning psychology ends, with the problem of how there can be a transition from ignorance to knowledge. Nothing comes from nothing. Socrates' questions would be in vain if there were not already something in the soul of the person being questioned that makes it possible for him to give the right answer. From this logically compelling consideration, Plato draws his conclusions. Socrates says, "What do you think, Menon? Did he give an answer that was not his own?" Menon says, "No, only his own." Socrates, "And yet he did not know it a short time ago?" Menon, "Quite right." Socrates, "But these ideas were in him." Menon, "Yes." Socrates, "So in the ignorant man there are nevertheless correct ideas of what he does not know. So if no one teaches him, but only questions him, will he know and will he have brought the knowledge out of himself?" Menon, "Yes." Socrates, "Now, to bring knowledge forth from within oneself, is that not to remember?" Menon, "Indeed." Socrates, "And has not this man either once attained or always had the knowledge that he now has?" Menon, "Yes." Socrates, "If he has always had it, then he has always been knowing. But if he attained it once, he at least did not attain it in this life. Or did someone teach him geometry? But if he did not attain it in this life and therefore did not know it, he must have had it and learned it in another time." Menon, "Obviously." Socrates, "Is this not the time when he was not a man?" Menon, "Obviously." Socrates, "If then, throughout the whole time that man is, or even when he is not, there are to be correct ideas in him, which, excited by questions, become knowledge, must not his soul have been from the beginning in the state of having learned?" Menon, "That is obvious." Socrates, "If the truth of everything that is has always dwelt in the soul, then the soul would be immortal, so that you could confidently seek and recall what you do not know now, that is, what you do not remember." End of quote. A remarkably consequent train of thought, which Plato knows how to substantiate in another place. In Phaedon, he proves that people cannot have gained the concept of equality from empirical comparisons, because, conversely, it is the condition for a comparison of objects of experience to take place at all. What makes comparison possible cannot arise from it. But if the concept of equality is already contained in all comparison, then, as Plato believes, it is uncreated and must always have belonged to the soul. And why should what applies to this concept not also apply to all others? In the act of cognition, the soul therefore remembers the ideas that it has seen from eternity. This argument is compelling and takes the riddle of learning very seriously. No knowledge can arise from nothing. The transition from ignorance to knowledge requires a different explanation, and Plato finds it by equating ignorance with forgetting. In the state of ignorance, the concepts are therefore not absent. They are, as it were, only dormant in the soul, and even a slight external stimulus, such as a question or a sensory impression, can awaken them. This, of course, explains the concepts as being independent of perception. According to Plato's thesis, the corresponding concepts of empirical things that the individual has never perceived would also have to be prefabricated in his soul. But that cannot be the case. If a particular sense is missing, then the knowledge of the things that are perceived by that sense is also missing. Just as a person born blind cannot have knowledge of colors. Nor does the soul already contain the thoughts that the individual only acquires through logical deduction. The targeted questioning of the slave by Socrates progresses from general principles, which are known by themselves, to particular ones. But knowledge is brought about in the soul of the learner through such an approach. If he therefore answers correctly to what a second asks him, it is not because he already knew the question beforehand, but because he is learning it anew at that moment. For it does not matter that it is the teacher who, through premises and questions, progresses from general principles to conclusions. On both sides, the intellect gains certainty about the later through the earlier. End of quote. Not only must each person first bring forth the concepts, which are the objective spiritual expression of things within himself, he must also personally link them to judgments and conclusions. Learning is a productive activity, and learning what is already known to others is a kind of recreation, which, especially when it occurs under methodical guidance, usually takes place more easily and quickly than the discovery of the completely unknown, but not fundamentally different. One can only learn if something is already there that enables him to form concepts, judgments, and conclusions. Equality is one such prerequisite. Without it, the mind could not determine either identity or difference in reality, and thus could not become active at all. Only as a structured entity is it able to think. However, its structures are only logically presupposed for actual recognition, not temporally. They are only discernible where an intellect actually forms concepts and not before. Plato overlooks this. Equality too, because it is present in all knowledge, it must also be present before all knowledge, and what is right for it should be right for mathematical and natural concepts. This gives the impression that the structures of the mind and the organized concepts that are already linked in the soul rest there before the mind becomes active. It is not possible to determine a point in time at which they came into being, so they must always have been there, without beginning or end. In this way, Plato proves the eternity of the soul in a single stroke, in a train of thought that is irrefutable as soon as one has allowed oneself to regard the logically presupposed as always being the temporally earlier. Plato makes it clear that the mysterious transition from not knowing to knowing, which is called learning, is a metaphysical problem of the first order. His attempt to decode it as an act of recollection is therefore far superior to any empirical learning theory, even if he does not do justice to his subject. He does not see the mediation of the individual and the general as taking place in the actual recognition of physical individuals, but rather as having always already taken place in that no man's land where the disembodied soul sees the ideas that have been removed from the concrete world from eternity. This soul displays all the characteristics of a third person. Mediating between ideas and the corporeal world, it is incomparably more in need of explanation than that which it is supposed to explain. How it is able to absorb ideas conceptually without visualization and synthesis is a mystery, and how it can completely forget what it has absorbed when it enters the body is even less plausible. And this is so, firstly, because the soul, if it has a natural knowledge of all things, cannot possibly forget this natural knowledge to such an extent that it is no longer even aware of having such knowledge. For no man forgets what he recognizes by nature, such as that every whole is greater than its part and the like. But above all, this is incorrect when one considers that it is part of the nature of the soul to unite with the body. For it is incorrect that the natural activity of a thing is completely inhibited by that which corresponds to its nature. End of quote. The real act of thinking remains incomprehensible as long as it is attributed to an autarkic rational soul to which the body is merely attached as an external, exchangeable shell. The knowledge that a person gains through mental effort is not his work at all. Without its intervention, the soul has received the concepts from eternity. Without its intervention, they are actualized by external stimulus. The intellect appears to be unproductive, a mere container for concepts that have always existed within it, independently of subjective activity. They are the impersonal aspect of the human being. In his thoughts, he is not himself. As a cognitive subject, he is without individuality. The rational soul remains external to him, the connection with it is accidental. His earthly fate also remains accidental. If it makes him a slave, that is regrettable but cannot be changed. The individual has no legal claim to freedom as long as his reason is beyond his individuality. The doctrine of ideas and recollection suffer from the same defect. What they are supposed to convey tends to fall apart. The ideal and material sides of reality are only placed in an external relationship to each other by a third entity, the demiurge or rational soul, and are not connected internally. But that is not Plato's last word. Just as he guards against making the theory of the original image and its copy into a dogma, but formulates the argument of the third person himself, which invalidates it, so he also introduces the destructive seed into the doctrine of recollection. It is not only to provide knowledge, but also hope. Socrates faces his death in good spirits, because he expects it to separate the immortal soul from the burden of the body. Death is only the completion of what he has already consistently carried out during his lifetime, turning away from all corporeal things and turning towards the true being, the ideas. The philosopher's life is already a hidden death, only incomplete, because as long as we still have the body alongside the mind, we can never satisfactorily achieve what we desire. For the body causes us 1,000 problems because of the necessary food. Then when we fall ill, these prevent us from pursuing the truth, and it also fills us with desires and fear. For it is the body and its desires that stir us to wars and unrest and battles. Thus, it is quite clear to us that if we ever want to recognize something purely, we must break free from it and see things with our own soul. And only then will we have what we desire and whose lover we claim to be, wisdom, when we are dead, but not while we are alive. End of quote. Nowhere does Plato make it clearer than here that the mediation of the ideal and the material, although it lends all empirical existence and recognizability, nevertheless has the character of the fragmentary, of pointing beyond itself. The existing world, insofar as it participates in the ideas, is the objective foundation of human knowledge and thus the condition of truth. But the existing world is not yet the true one because it is recognized. It is afflicted with transience, misery, discord. The idea of truth, on the other hand, requires the full agreement of rational subjects with objectivity, theoretically as well as practically. Perfectly successful mediation would be realized truth and salvation in one. Plato is concerned with it more than with anything else. For him, philosophy, as the love of wisdom, always also means a longing for salvation from the physical world, which he, however, strictly excludes, entirely in the sense of the doctrine of recollection. He grants unclouded agreement with objectivity only to the bodiless rational souls, as a pure display of ideas. The concrete world cannot be redeemed. There is only redemption from the world, and the rational souls only become partakers of it at the moment when they disappear completely from the empirical sphere back to that imaginary place where they had their tryst with the ideas from eternity. In his attempt to ultimately make the redemption of the human soul from the sensual independent of knowledge, Plato now falls into a remarkable contradiction. Socrates longs for deliverance from the passions and effects of the body. He desires the unclouded enjoyment of ideas. However, this longing and desire is itself highly emotional and thus falls on the side of the physical, from which participation in ideas should, after all, deliver. Socrates, too, cannot escape his material nature. The desire for truth is only real when real individual people have it. The enjoyment of truth, which also has an affective side, is only real if it is they who are given their due in it. The longing to be released from all corporeality, which is attributed to an impersonal, affect-free rational soul, is in truth the longing of the corporeal individual for its release. That Plato was almost aware of this is shown by his symposium. During a banquet, speeches are held in turn in which Eros is praised as the god of love, who causes shame at the shameful and the striving for the beautiful, and is then, with different accents, portrayed as the force that holds organisms together, that brings individuals together in sexual love. But it also drives them to insight and truth, and thus possesses all the virtues that people strive for to the highest degree. Socrates opposed this. Love desires the beloved, and the desiring desires what it needs. Eros is therefore in need of beauty and does not have it. If Eros is in need of the beautiful and the good is beautiful, then he would also be in need of the good and therefore cannot be a god, but only a great demon, for everything demonic is between God and the mortal. In the middle between the two, it is therefore the complement, so that the whole is now connected in itself and Eros stands philosophically between the wise and the unwise. End of quote. At first glance, Eros appears to be a prime example of a third person, but only at first glance. He is indeed a mediating third between the divine and earthly spheres, i.e. between the ideal and the material, but this third has no existence of its own apart from that which it mediates. Its existence is a lack, its striving is the annulment of this lack, self-fulfillment and self-abolition in one. Eros's being is the non-being of that which it strives for. The mediation that it performs is always fragmentary, cannot be grasped as something that is in itself, but only as something that points beyond itself to its own completion. For this is the right way to approach love, that one should begin with this single beautiful thing and, for the sake of that one beautiful thing, climb ever higher, as it were step by step, from one to two, and from two to all beautiful forms, and from the beautiful forms to the beautiful manners and ways of acting, and from the beautiful manners to the beautiful knowledge. Until, finally, from knowledge one arrives at that knowledge which is knowledge of nothing other than that very beauty itself. And at this point in life, if anywhere, it is only worth living for a person when he sees the beautiful itself. End of quote. Here, at last, Eros should come to rest, the mediation of the ideal and the material should reach perfection. But the old problem only breaks out again. Although the beautiful things necessarily point to a beautiful thing in general, this is only real in the beautiful things, not independently of them. By making the idea of beauty in itself an eternal idea removed from the world of the senses, Plato ultimately transforms true love of beauty back into that immaterial display of ideas that leaves all sensual pleasure behind, which is precisely what the idea of Eros resists, because it reminds us that human beings are only able to truly love and enjoy as physical beings. But it is overlaid by the doctrine of recollection, so that it does not come to the discussion of what dawns on him, that mediation can perhaps not be positively determined as an existence of its own alongside that which is mediated, but only negatively as something that refers away from itself to the unabridged integrity of that which is mediated, in which it seeks to disappear. Plato already plumbs the entire metaphysical depth of the problem of mediation, without, however, committing himself unreservedly to a particular solution. His reflection remains suspended, always awakening the counterforces of his own argumentation, perforating the steep idealism that it unfolds, and always retaining the character of the not quite decided, the further groping. Aristotle, on the other hand, presses for unambiguity. He learned from Plato that the mediation of the ideal and the material must not fall into a third category. Therefore, he sees only one solution. One of the two must mediate itself with the other. Which one that is not in doubt. Matter in itself is formless and shapeless mass, incapable of forming itself into consistent things by its own power. The formative element must therefore be the ideal. But a world of ideas that exists separately and in itself is not capable of constituting earthly things. The ideal must itself inhabit these things if it is to shape them into consistent entities, as their inner form eidos, not as an external idea. This is Aristotle's main objection to Plato, as consequent as it is problematic. For the ideal must now be two things at once: passive and active, unchanging and active. Aristotle characterizes it as energia, Latin, actus, as a reality and activity that is persistent in itself. But how is that possible? How can the form of a thing be its formgiver and its specific shape be its creator at the same time? Aristotle has an answer. In the development of natural things, regularity prevails. A certain type of seed always becomes a certain type of tree, not a flower one time, a fish or amphibian the next. The seed apparently already bears the result of its development as its purpose, telos. It seems that it is this purpose that gives the development direction and regularity. Thus it cannot only be the result, but must also be the cause of the development. For reason is for the sake of the end, but for the sake of the telos there is development. Telos, however, is energia. Hence the name energia is also derived from ergon, work, and aims at completion, entelecheia. End of quote. The fact that a purpose can also be a cause is the discovery that enables Aristotle to find a compelling solution to the problem of mediation. The ideal that is inherent in things is, on the one hand, a purpose in itself and, in this respect, a form that is persistently at rest in itself, and, on the other hand, a purpose that is realized and, in this respect, a formgiver. It is mediated with the material because it is itself the subject of mediation. However, this solution has preconditions that Aristotle does not disclose. The models he uses to explain the constitution of nature are human production and thought. For an artifact, such as a house or a table, to come into being, for causes must coincide. The material, the producer, the form of the object to be produced, which the producer must already have in mind if he wants to work systematically, and the purpose. Aristotle now transfers the creation of artifacts to that of natural organisms, thereby collapsing three of the four causes into one. A tree does not come into being for the sake of human use, like a house or a table, but for its own sake. Its purpose is indistinguishable from its form, and its creator seems to be just as little. The tree that allowed it to become a seed was apparently only able to do so because of the inherent tree form. Thus, the only thing that remains is the material as a second cause alongside the form, and the interaction of the two appears to be the mediating achievement of the form. This illusion arises as follows. While in the case of artifacts, the form of the respective thing clearly differs from the person who has it in mind and realizes it in a material, in the case of natural organisms, no additional cause can be discerned that brings the form into the material. Therefore, Aristotle concludes there is none. The form does it itself. Because form and purpose are one, form and that which forms should also be identical. This is a fallacy. No natural purpose can act as a cause, unless there is a further cause, distinct from it, that realizes it. The specific form that constitutes the consistency and recognizability of a natural thing is the realized purpose, not the thing that realizes it, something that has become, not the motor of becoming. The concept of energia obscures the irreversibility of this difference and leads to a false solution to the problem of mediation. By equating form and form-giving, reason and reasoned. In the form that permeates an object and makes it identifiable, Aristotle imagines that he is grasping the mediation of the ideal and the material itself, and yet he is only grasping its result. It itself remains beyond conceptualization, without its existence being able to be denied for that reason. It is as if Aristotle had foreseen this shortcoming, for he also approaches the problem of mediation from another side. There is a sphere in which the difference between origin and result disappears. The human mind. Thoughts arise only through the concrete thinking activity of a subject, but the thought is nothing other than thinking. Reason. It is thought itself that touches and thinks the thought, so that reason and the thought are the same. End of quote. With this insight, Aristotle distances himself from the Platonic theory of knowledge. Thoughts do not rest in the soul in a fully formed state until they are awakened by external influences, but are rather produced and assembled through thinking. And how does this happen? All animals share an innate power of judgment, which is called the sense. But while the sense dwells in all these beings, in some of them a persistence and permanence of the sensory perception image occurs, in others it does not. But when these lasting impressions multiply, a further difference arises, in that some gain a concept from the persistence of the perceptual images, while others do not. End of quote. Humans are the only living beings to reach the concept, and it initially seems as if the power of judgment that leads them there is a purely receptive faculty. From perception, then, memory arises as we call persistence. From memory, when the same process is often submitted to it, experience. For many memories are one experience. But from experience, or from every generalization that has come to rest in the soul, comes that which is the principle of art and science. End of quote. It reads as if it were only the addition of external impressions that gradually produces memory and, over time, experience, i.e. concepts that are directed towards the empirical, while the soul merely represents the passive organ in which all this is fixed. This is not, of course, what is meant. Only that which is held by the soul itself can be fixed in it. That sensual impressions persist in it and finally concepts arise from them is its own achievement. It receives all content from the outside, but only by reworking it into an inner one and thus giving itself its specific content. Even in perception, it is not merely passive, but shows itself capable of absorbing the perceptible forms without matter, that is, of detaching them from the external object. Thought is even more active in this way. It separates general concepts from the sensory impressions held in the soul, under which the perceived objects are to be subsumed. Aristotle now encounters something strange, that the mind or reason, nous, is both that which forms the concepts and that from which and in which they are formed. On the one hand, the human mind must therefore be able to take on the form of material things, and, in terms of possibility, be like the form but not this itself. In this respect, it is the place of the forms of thought, but only in terms of possibility, and possesses no other nature than that it is a capacity, because in terms of reality, before it thinks, it is nothing of the things. On the other hand, it actually thinks and is therefore capable of transforming itself from possibility into reality, so that there is one mind of such a kind that it becomes everything, and another of such a kind that it causes everything as a kind of force like light. For in a sense, light also makes the possible colors into real colors. Through the interaction of these two spirits, reason generates its own content, is itself reason and reasoned, origin and result, and it is no coincidence that Aristotle chooses the comparison of light for the active spirit. The emergence of light can only be thought of as a lifting off from darkness, which has neither its reason in darkness itself nor in a third party. Twilight already presupposes light. The metaphor of illumination is therefore associated not only with the association of seeing and recognizing, but also with that of spontaneous, non-derivable generation and emergence, of movement without being moved by something else. This moment of productive spontaneity, which ignites reason in physical beings, the spark itself is already fire, and thus creates both unity of thought and thought as well as the mediation of body and mind, can be described and depicted, but not conceptually explained. What it is in itself and how it works eludes any intellectual penetration. Only its results are comprehensible. Aristotle, however, attempts to fix it himself. He makes the active spirit, which is only the moment of illumination of reason, into an essence of activity, which he then imputes a separate existence to. For the active is always more venerable than the passive and the origin than matter. But it is not the case that it sometimes thinks and sometimes does not. It is only separate from what it is, and this alone is immortal and eternal. This is the only place where Aristotle unreservedly grants immortality to a part of the soul. After he has hypostatized the active spirit as a being in its own right, this is only consequent. Activity in itself can only be thought of as an always existing actuality, as energia in which persistence and activity are one. And so the appearance arises that in the active spirit, the solvent of the mediation problem is distilled out so purely that it can be transferred from human thinking to nature as a whole. Where there is nature, there is movement. Arising, passing, growing, shrinking, changing location, etc. But nowhere in nature can a beginning of movement be found. Movement cannot have come into being or passed away, for it was always, just as little as time. But movement only exists insofar as it is triggered. Consequently, it must have been triggered from eternity, by something that itself does not require a trigger, something that, without being moved itself, moves others. Motion in space is the first of all changes, and among these, circular motion. This circular motion, however, is set in motion by the immovable. The heavens and nature depend on such a principle. It is not difficult to recognize in this principle the hypostasis of the active spirit. Its life is such that, in its best form, it is granted to us for only a short time. In him, this state always prevails, namely, thinking in itself is directed towards what is best in itself. Reason, being the best, thinks itself, and its thinking is thinking of thinking. The unmoved mover is thus defined as a perpetual, self-transparent, and self-enjoying reason. As God, who is not merely as well as we are only sometimes, but to an even greater extent. And life also comes to him. For the energia of reason is life, but that is the energia. We therefore say that God is eternal and best living. This God, who is not introduced narratively, as in Plato's Demiurge, but is derived conceptually, is the result of a great insight and a false consequence of it. That the human mind is only able to give itself concrete conceptual content by virtue of a moment of undeducible productivity is a realization whose significance for human subjectivity can hardly be overestimated. To make this moment of unmoved movement, which is limited to thinking and which also stubbornly resists any further conceptual explanation, the key to explaining the world, that is, of course, Aristotle's coup. He elevates the active spirit to an independent, eternal activity in itself, transforms this purely inner spiritual activity into an eternal transition into the non-spiritual, and then lays it as such at the foundation of the whole cosmos, as an unmoved mover. In this way, he attempts to substantiate his thesis that the inner forms of natural organisms are the purposeful cause of themselves and, in this respect, are energia by demonstrating an epitome of energia that not only constitutes individual natural things like the forms but nature as a whole. However, the supposedly constitutive element is merely a hypostatized moment of thought that makes the proof it is supposed to provide impossible. It forces us to conclude that the inner forms of things are not energia themselves, but rather that they receive it from their essence, the unmoved mover, which thus rises above them and unexpectedly becomes something third between form and matter. That which changes something is the first mover, but that which changes is the matter, and into what it changes is the form. The movement of the first mover is not productive in the sense of creating form and matter, for neither matter nor form comes into being. It merely establishes the relationship between the two and, with it, the cohesion of nature as a whole. Thus, the energia of unmoved movers is something third between form and matter, which falls on the side of the ideal, because it is thought of as spirit, and yet does not completely lose the character of a third person, because the spirit is not really one. It is reduced to its productive, unfolding moment, without the unfolded content. That is why the Aristotelian God, who is supposed to be a perfect spirit, does not think anything concrete. His thinking of thinking remains an empty determination that does not allow him to acquire the features of a divine subject. His perfection remains an assertion. His subjectivity has evaporated into a motionless movement that, unlike the human mind, does not unfold specific mental content, but rather, as an absolute that cannot be further defined, eternally remains in itself as a transition to the non-spiritual, as a mediation that has not fully become subject, alongside the mediated. The unmoved mover shows, on the one hand, how difficult it is to avoid the figure of thought of the third person, and on the other hand, where an idealistic attempt to avoid it inevitably leads. If it is taken for granted that mediation can only occur on the side of the ideal, then the ideal substance must be thought of as mediating in its entirety, not only in its individual forms, as a divine subject. Thus, what the pre-Socratics thought they had dismissed returns in a new form. They regarded subjectivity as the unreliable, imperfect aspect of the Greek gods, and now it turns out that the true being, which they sought to grasp philosophically and conceptually, can only be conceived as perfect if subjectivity is attributed to it, admittedly not the murky, arbitrary subjectivity of Olympus, but one that has been purified to the epitome of all objectivity and truth. Aristotle already made a considerable contribution to this purification. However, it was only fully realized by Christianity, which, in its attempt to prove that Christ was the mediator between God and man, 1 Tim 2:5, also drove the metaphysical mediation problem to its theological peak. There is not much historical certainty about the person to whom Christianity refers. The carpenter, Mark 6:3, or carpenter's son, MT 1355. Jesus of Nazareth was probably a member of John the Baptist's sect for some time, the preacher of repentance at the Jordan, who proclaimed the imminent divine judgment and saw only a last chance to escape divine wrath in the hasty renunciation of all sins, symbolized by the cleansing rite of baptism, MK 1:4ff. There is a special story behind this anger. It was not only the object of all the Jews' fear, but also of all their hope. How else were they to come to terms with their history, this great shambles? Once they had had reason to call themselves the chosen people. Only they had been promised the land flowing with milk and honey. Only they had a God who made it clear what history is. Not blind natural fate, but conscious progress, a goal-oriented process whose meaning could only lie in the fulfillment of the promise. But it was precisely this that was in a bad state. In Palestine, where Israel settled after the exodus from Egypt, blood flowed, not milk and honey. Even the glorious kingdom of David and Solomon did not last. The hope that a new David, a king anointed by God, would one day establish the indestructible messianic kingdom of justice from Mount Zion and thus finally bring the promised peace, Isaiah 11:1ff, was kindled by its fall. But this too came to nothing. The destruction of Jerusalem and the Babylonian captivity were the harsh fate of the Jewish people. Since then, the Mosaic Law, which at least held the politically powerless together as a religious community, has been the focus of attention. In its precepts, the divine will was already known to be present, even if the fulfillment of the promise was still pending. Thus the law became a pledge of the future, a provision for the journey through the desert of history, and its meticulous observance became a condition for reaching the goal. Now, true faithfulness to the promise was considered to be faithfulness to the law. The pledge of redemption was at the same time the harbinger of the divine last judgment. God, so it was thought, would fulfill his promise by unleashing his law to universal effect and destroying all those who disobeyed it. But he would save the few who remained faithful to him, thus compensating them for the glaring injustice of history. Now the Roman rule also undermined this idea, because it threatened the continued existence of the Jewish cultural community and thus the existence of the law itself. If God really wanted to turn the tide of history, then he really had no time to lose. The low point had been reached. The turnaround had to be imminent. The pressure of the desperate historical situation increased the expectation of the divine wrath to a fervent expectation of its imminent arrival. As far as we know, Jesus was also inspired by it, Mark 1:14f. Only he expected something different from John the Baptist. Instead of universal retribution, universal reconciliation. He was evidently not prepared to let the last judgment have the last word. For all retribution, however powerful it may appear, would ultimately be no more than a repetition of what already determines the course of the world. Iniquity and punishment, victory and defeat, domination and servitude. Only that which breaks up this course of the world as a whole would be truly divine and redemptive, not that which continues it under reversed auspices. Thus Jesus probably separated himself from the Baptist. In any case, he gathered his own group of disciples and went preaching through Galilee with them. In powerful speeches and spectacular signs, he painted the imminent kingdom of God in all its overwhelming power of salvation before the eyes of the people, thus seeking to hasten the longed-for event. His symbolic cleansing of the temple in Jerusalem, after which he was finally arrested and sentenced to death in a joint action by the Jewish and Roman authorities, also takes place in this theological context. The crucifixion he suffered was the epitome of all ignominy. It was reserved for those who directly endangered the social order. Runaway slaves, rebels, blasphemers. What does this rather sparse biography have to do with the problem of mediation? After all, Jesus did not found a school of philosophy, and the religious movement that his appearance and death subsequently provoked was fully occupied with coming to terms with its extraordinary historical experience. As the New Testament shows, she was only seeking to express in words the supreme importance of her Lord, and was not the least bit interested in abstract speculations about mediation. But the contrast between historical experience and speculation is illusory. How historical experience virtually drives the idea of mediation out of itself, how it gains a previously unknown sharpness and concentration through it, can be followed step by step in early Christianity. According to Paul, the apostle to the Gentiles and the first Christian writer, the entire gospel actually consists of only two theses: that Christ died for our sins, and that he was raised on the third day, 1 Cor 15:3f. The second thesis was not at all strange to the contemporaries' belief in miracles. Numerous stories were in circulation about the resurrection of the dead or about dying and resurrecting gods. The first thesis required much more explanation, and Paul made a great effort to do so in his letters. The many individual sins that people constantly commit have a common root: the sinfulness of the world as a whole. What Paul calls sin, singular, is nothing other than the post-paradisiacal world of the senses, which is characterized by imperfection and transience, and to which all people are chained and which they do not want to leave. If there is nothing in the world of the senses that is different, permanent, and that can be held onto, then there is also no truth that could free the human spirit from its wandering and its body from the torment of want. For Plato and his students, this other permanent thing was the ideal being, which remains unchanged in itself and gives structure and recognizability to the material world, without, however, uniting with it to form a seamless, reconciled whole. Although neither Plato nor Aristotle managed to trace the mediation of ideal forms with their material to a god, whether he was portrayed as a mythological demiurge or a philosophical first mover, in both cases he did not take on the contours of a perfect divine subject, but remained a kind of non-person, as blind to the world as the ideas, which can only be thought but not think for themselves and are therefore not in a position to set a rational end to the course of the world that overcomes. The fragmentary nature of the mediation of the ideal and the material. Only Christianity dares to proclaim this overcoming. It consequently proceeds to conceive of God as the epitome of the ideal and as a subject. This transition takes place in the processing of historical experience. The sphere of ideas loses its impersonality by being united with a historical person, and the historical person in turn acquires the character of an ideal. Paul was already aware that the great saying about Jesus' death for our sins is only valid under one condition. The crucified one must not have been burdened with his own sin, because sin, the entanglement of human beings in the context of misery and guilt, is ultimately sealed by their death. Death is the wages of sin, Rom 6:23. If Jesus had been a sinner, then he would have paid the wages of sin with his death only for himself. But if he paid them vicariously for us, as the early Christian confession claims, and thus redeemed us from sin, Gal 3:13, then he was able to do so only because he was not subject to the context of sin like all other human beings. But there is only one being who is exempt from sin: God himself. As a human being, Jesus could only give himself up for the sins of humanity if he also shared in the being of God, which is above space and time and the history of disaster that moves within them. Since Jesus could not have come into this world from nothing or from mere human procreation, there is only one possibility: from eternal, divine nature. Divine preexistence and incarnation are therefore the preconditions under which the death of Jesus can be interpreted as the redemptive sacrifice for the whole of humanity. In the ancient world, the gods were invoked and bribed. People entered into a kind of cunning bargain with them, paying tribute and recognition on the one hand, and using them to further their own ends on the other. This exchange relationship is broken in Christianity. It puts an end to the constant repetition of a bloody ritual, because it sees the saving sacrifice as having already been fulfilled once and for all, in the crucifixion of Jesus. However, this was an execution and was not intended as a sacrifice by any of those involved. So it was not people who really offered a sacrifice to their God, but they take a historical event retrospectively for the unique sacrifice that redeems them from the compulsion to repeat their own sacrifices as a gift from God to them, not as their gift to God. Interpreted in this way, the sacrifice becomes the event par excellence, the redeeming pivot of world history, in which, on the one hand, all the promises of Jewish tradition converge, and on the other hand, all pagan sacrificial cults become superfluous. This historicization of the sacrifice is at the same time its spiritualization. In reflective memory, not in external ritual, the past is brought up to date. Those who recognize in the death of Jesus the universal historical atonement sacrifice share in its saving effect. But to recognize also means to become aware of how it could come about, solely through the transition of the Redeemer from the divine to the human sphere. Hence designations such as Christ and Son of God, which soon became the most important titles of sovereignty for Jesus. Christ, in Hebrew, Messiah, is the Anointed One, on whom, according to the Old Testament, Isaiah 9 verse 11, the Spirit of God rests and through whom he will prevail in the world, a human being, therefore on the one hand, and yet more than just a human being at the same time. The title Son of God stands for this more. It expresses the conviction that Jesus' death represents the successful mediation of the divine and human natures, and is only for this reason salvific. The idea of Christ's descent from the divine into a human being, unlimited by space and time, can therefore by no means be stripped of the core of the gospel as a mythical shell belonging to the ancient worldview, no longer useful today, and done away with as historical apostasy. The Philippians hymn, an ancient Christian song that was already adopted by Paul, clearly expresses the divine movement without which the universal historical atonement cannot be thought of conclusively. Who, being in the form of God, did not consider equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men, and being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even death on a cross. Therefore God also highly exalted him and gave him the name that is above every name, so that at the name of Jesus every knee should bend, in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Phil 2:6-11. The exaltation or resurrection is therefore nothing other than the return of the Redeemer from human externalization to the divine home, the seal on his act of redemption, through which its saving effect comes into force. The Jewish God of promise thus seems to have become the Christian God of fulfillment. In the thesis of Jesus' sacrificial death, the problem of mediation is tied up in a tight knot. Loud professions of faith do nothing to help untie it. What is needed here is a sharp argument. Only a precise answer to the question of how divinity and humanity are united could also clarify what successful mediation, redemption from discord, is. But the fact that the Christian concept of sacrifice must always presuppose the divine preexistence and human incarnation of the Redeemer provokes, first and foremost, delicate questions. A preexistent being that is completely equal to God, either not at all different from him or it breaks monotheism. In both cases, it does not reveal the one true God to man and therefore does not bring them salvation. How, then, can the divinity of Christ, which the Philippians hymn, like all other early Christian creeds, presupposes, be made comprehensible? In attempting to do so, Christian theology enters into a reflective relationship with its own foundations and sets out on that arduous path that leads to the dogma of the divine Trinity. As confusing as this path is in its historical details, with all its unfortunate entanglement of theological intention and power interests, charity and intrigue, the few decisive thoughts have nevertheless unfolded on it step by step, through all the historical confusion. To trace their connection means to understand the formulation of the doctrine of the Trinity as a single struggle for the right understanding of mediation. The Gnostic Mark Ion, one of the most radical minds of the 2nd century, had tried to solve the problem of the divinity of Christ in a coup de main. A creator who has created the world in such a way that it ultimately needs redemption cannot be a perfect God. Consequently, Christ, the bringer of perfection, cannot be descended from him, but must have a nobler, superior nature. The Creator and the Redeemer may be called equal insofar as both are endowed with divine power. In their essence, however, they are opposed to each other. This dualism threatened to tear the unity of the world apart into two contradictory principles. But a world torn apart in this way is not capable of redemption. Where gods are in conflict with each other, mediation cannot take place. Thus dualism was condemned as heresy and answered with the doctrine of the divine monarchy. Only a single, all-powerful God can vouch for the unity of the world and the redemption of humanity. Quite right. But now the relationship of this God to Jesus, the Christ, also had to be made conceptually plausible. Monarchianism developed in two versions. For one, Jesus was a mere human being, albeit one endowed with special gifts. After his birth from a virgin and his proving himself through a pious life, the Spirit of God descended upon him in the form of a dove at his baptism in the Jordan and made him the Christ. The heavenly voice, "You are my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased," Mark 1 verse 11, adopted Jesus as the Son of God. The idea of adoption is thus intended to harmonize the divine monarchy with the divine sonship of Jesus. But the inadequacy of so-called adoptionism is obvious. Just as a pet does not become human by being treated like one's own child, so the person adopted by God does not really become God. No matter how much he may tower above all others, he remains a mere human being and as such cannot redeem humanity. In adoptionism, divinity and humanity are merely joined together externally, not united internally. There can be no question of successful mediation. The other version of monarchianism also attempted to remedy this shortcoming. If God is truly the sole ruler, then the argument goes, then Christ is only another mode of being of the one God. Consequently, God the Father descended into the womb of the Virgin and took on the form of the Son through birth. He himself, then, ultimately suffered and died, redeeming humanity. This doctrine, known as patripassianism, however, amounted to the opposite of its own intention. If the one uncreated, unchanging, eternal God can at the same time be changeable, begotten, and mortal, then his unity is lost. If he has even subjected himself to suffering and death without any reservation, then he has merely abolished himself, but has not brought salvation to humanity. The enormity of this consequence was sought to be avoided by the formulation that only the Son, namely the man Jesus, suffered. The Father, on the other hand, in his manifestation as Christ, merely suffered with him. However, this wording only obscures the issue. To suffer with is also to suffer, and is incompatible with divine perfection. If God and Christ are merely different manifestations or even just different names for the same thing, then God pours himself out and seeps into humanity when he becomes human, instead of communicating with it. The portrayal of mediation thus presents considerable difficulties. If God adopts a human being, he remains external to that being. If God places himself in suffering and death, he annihilates himself. But if he is pure, self-contained being, then human beings cannot know anything about him at all. In all three cases, what Christianity proclaims does not take place. Redemption. There is only one way out. There must be a real distinction between Father and Son, but it must also necessarily fall within the one God himself. Consequently, the divine being must distinguish itself from itself and at the same time remain identical with itself in this distinction. The problem of mediation forces theological thought with iron consistency and over the heads of the simple believers to the dizzying height of a speculative tightrope walk. How can there be both unity and difference in God? Biblical formulations that described Christ as the firstborn, Col 1:15, or only begotten, John 1 verse 18, Son of God had already attempted to explain this, but they themselves are in great need of explanation. A real generation or birth, as with natural beings, does not take place in God anyway. For on the one hand God is not a physical person, but a spiritual substance, and on the other hand there is no mother. The mother only plays a role in the incarnation. The emergence of the Son from the Father must have taken place not only before the incarnation, but even before the creation of the world, because if the Son had emerged during the process of creation, he too would only be a creature and not in a position to redeem any other creature. The creation of the world must therefore be clearly distinguished from the begetting of the Son. The metaphor of begetting stands for a purely intradivine process. How is it to be conceived? In the case of human beings, the case is clear. They can only beget human beings. But how can God give birth to God in the same way? He is the only eternal, uncreated being. Everything that comes from him has been created, owes its existence to a creator, and cannot be divine in the same way as he is. Therefore, even if the Son shares in the divine nature and is intimately united with the Father, he must nevertheless be in a subordinate relationship to him. This is the thesis of subordinationism, which at first glance seems to make sense, as it is able to establish a real difference between the Father and the Son without sacrificing the unity of God or the divinity of the Son. Subordinated to the Father, but superior to the world as a divine being, the Son now finally has the mediatory position from which his work of redemption can only be understood. But appearances are deceptive. As long as the Son is subordinate to the Father, even if it is only by a tiny degree, he is a being that is neither of the world nor of God, a third between the two, and the question immediately arises as to how this third, this strange neuter, is constituted. The problem of the third person returns unexpectedly, and with full force, no longer as one philosophical problem among many, but as the point on which everything depends, for what applies to ideal and material being in general applies all the more to God and man. Their mediation cannot succeed in a third person. If the Son is less than the Father, then less than God has also become man. God has not given himself completely. His becoming man was not a complete mediation of divinity and humanity. Therefore, redemption has not taken place at all. This is the scandal inherent in subordinationism, which remained unnoticed for some time and only became fully recognized when it was formulated in an extreme and polemical way, in the doctrine of Arius. It degrades Christ to a creature that, although it possesses a special perfection, is by no means of the same essence as the Creator God, from whom it is descended. It calls the Son divine only insofar as he is highly similar to God. That he himself is God, however, it denies. This could not be accepted if salvation was to be taken seriously. Rather, it demands that the Son, too, be without limitation God and wholly equal to the Father. Otherwise, there is no successful mediation of divinity and humanity. Thus, the theological awareness of the necessity of regarding the Father and the Son as being of the same essence became more acute. The criticism of the Arians revealed the realization that ultimately every form of subordination destroys the idea of salvation, in the service of which it imagines itself to be. Athanasius' bitter fight for the essential equality of Christ with God may sometimes have been inspired by very untheological motives, but what ultimately prevailed in him is an undeniable insight. The mediator of salvation must not be a third person at any price. Otherwise, the mediation and salvation are immediately lost. The metaphor of the begetting of the Son could therefore only be accepted if it did not express subordination, but stood for a process that falls into the innermost being of God, untouched by space and time, where there is no succession and separation, but only eternal now and the same. The main theological problem was how a real difference between Father and Son could still be possible in this most holy place. The solution was to refer to the Father and the Son as distinct hypostases or persons, who share equally in the divine essence. The essence is the general, the persons are the particular. The Father and the Son are therefore of the same essence. The particularity of the one is that he is not begotten, that of the other that he is begotten. This sounds plausible. After all, it is very similar to the case of human beings. Father and Son are of the same essence because they both belong equally to humanity, and they are distinct because they are individuals and thus have different characteristics that are added to the essence. Accidents. But quod licet bovi, non licet lovi. In God there can be no accidents. Nothing that he is comes to him from outside. He is everything in himself. Nothing accidental has a place in him. The divine persons cannot therefore share a common essence, as two individuals share the human essence. God is his essence, both as Father and as Son. If the whole of the Godhead does not dwell in each of them, then God has not become wholly human either. If the sameness of essence merely means that the Father and the Son are equally less than the whole of the Godhead, then we are even further removed from redemption than we are with subordinationism. The difference between the general and the particular, between the genus and the individual, is therefore inappropriate for God. It is equally impermissible to conceive of his essence as potential, and of the persons as its actualization and concretization, for that would imply an imperfection in the divine essence, which is only removed by the addition of the persons. All comparisons from the physical world fail when it comes to the inner nature of God. The Father and the Son must be of the same essence, but their essence must not be a third entity that they are not themselves. Just as with God and man, no additional being that mediates between the Father and the Son can be tolerated, because this would only allow the figure of the third person to enter, who promises truth and salvation with the song of the sirens and deceives them both. On the other hand, there can only be a question of essential equality if there is something that constitutes this equality, which is neither the Father nor the Son and yet is just as much God as either of the two persons. This something is the Holy Spirit, which has been deliberately neglected until now, and whose significance in early Christianity was long unclear. It was sometimes understood as the Father, sometimes as the Christ, sometimes as a being between God and man. Now that it has been shown to be unavoidable to think of God the Father and God the Son as being of the same essence, the Holy Spirit can finally also gain clear systematic certainty. He is the unity of Father and Son and thus equally God and that which unites. In the Father is unity, in the Son equality, in the Holy Spirit the unity of unity and equality. And all three are one because of the Father, equal because of the Son, united because of the Holy Spirit. Without distinction in God, neither knowledge of God nor the incarnation of God. Without complete unity of the different, no unity of God, no monotheism. Father, Son and Spirit are thus the three moments related to each other, whose connection constitutes the divine substance. Pure identity, difference, and unity of the differentiated. The idea of the divine Trinity is the result of consequent successive negations. If the claim to redemption of Christianity is justified, then God must not fall apart into two conflicting powers, but he must also not be exclusively Father. The Son must not be a third party alongside God and the world. The Spirit must not be a third party alongside Father and Son. There is no shaking that. Only, if the divine persons are not all that, what are they then? This question plunges theology into deep embarrassment. All the definitions by which one distinguishes physical persons from one another or relates them to one another are denied it. It must think of God as the epitome of the ideal, the substantial, and in all three persons equally, completely at rest in itself, completely distinct from itself, and completely at one with itself in this distinction. But then each person would be completely God and at the same time only one of his three moments. And how can that be reconciled? Augustine uses all his ingenuity to solve this contradiction. In God, not every statement concerns the substance. A statement about God can concern a relationship, such as the relationship of the Father to the Son, or of the Son to the Father. This is not an accident because one is always the Father and the other is always the Son. If the Father were called Father in relation to himself, not in relation to the Son, and the Son were called Son in relation to himself, not in relation to the Father, then the statements, one is Father, the other is Son, would concern the substance. However, since the Father is called Father only because he has a Son, and the Son is called Son only because he has a Father, these statements do not concern the substance. Therefore, even if the Father and the Son are different, there is no difference in substance. End of quote. The difference between the divine persons is therefore exclusively one of relation. What makes the Father is his relation to the Son and to the Spirit. What makes the Son is his relation to the Father and to the Spirit. What makes the Spirit is his relation to the Father and to the Son. The specific difference between the persons is their relation to each other, i.e., they are not only in mutual relation, but they are nothing but three relations directed towards each other. Their being is their relation. There is nothing to which the individual relation adheres, and that to which it is directed is also merely a relation that adheres to nothing and is directed to relations. In this circle, the difference between divine substance and relation contracts into unholy identity. God's eternal subsistence in himself turns out to be an everlasting, pure threefold self-reference to the self-referential, as an eternal relation of nothing to nothing. The absolute is the void. It is as if the God with us had guided the course of Christian theology. In order to understand its claim to salvation, it seeks to grasp and conclusively explain what successful mediation is. Gradually, it recognizes that both sides, the divine and the human, must be completely preserved and completely connected, but above all that the mediation must under no circumstances be thought of as a being of its own alongside the mediated. Hence the uncompromising insistence on the essential equality of Father and Son and, consequently, ultimately on the essential equality of Father, Son, and Spirit. It has taken centuries of effort to work out these insights from the spiritual diffusion and to fix them as a binding doctrine. And now, when one imagines that one is about to take the step to the goal by daring to illuminate the inner nature of the divine substance, it should be shown that God is the absolute threefold mediation of nothing with nothing. This step would not bring theology to its goal, but abruptly to its end, and so it refuses to take it. Augustine insists on the distinction between relation and substance in God and, in order not to have to concede their illusoriness, seeks to make them unassailable in a special way. But if you ask what these three are, the great poverty that human language suffers from becomes apparent. Nevertheless, the formula has been coined. Three persons, not in order to express the true facts, but in order not to have to remain silent. End of quote. The conceptual definition of the Trinity is diffused into a metaphor that does not have to be taken literally because it is not appropriate to the true facts and unfortunately limps like so many comparisons. But the diffusing is only an illusion, because how can one determine the inappropriateness or appropriateness of a metaphor if the thing it stands for is unknown? So the metaphorical is in fact not the metaphorical, but the binding, which one must take at its word and believe as it is and not otherwise, even if it cannot be made comprehensible. This is the point at which even Augustine, the most resolute rationalist among the Church Fathers, can no longer do anything other than bid farewell to reason. It simply cannot be that God, the object of faith, melts in the light of reason instead of shining. For the sake of its self-preservation, theology places itself under a ban on thinking. Better an unfounded belief in the inexpressible fullness of the absolute than a well-founded insight into an absolute void. The doctrine of the Trinity, however great the intellectual effort it requires, is in a certain sense only preliminary work. It seeks to make comprehensible how God must be constituted in himself so that he can become man. The incarnation itself, the center of the gospel, is not yet conceptually clarified. As long as it was unclear what status the Son has within the Godhead, it was also not possible to determine how his incarnation was to be thought. But now that it was a settled matter that the whole of the Godhead dwells in Christ, it was no longer possible to avoid explaining exactly how the Godhead is mediated to humanity in a single person. The Christological disputes were added to the Trinitarian disputes. It is unnecessary to emphasize that mediation is also the dominant theme in them. The idea of redemption demands that neither the divinity in humanity nor humanity in the divinity should disappear. But if each of them retains its own character, how can they both be reconciled in the one Jesus Christ? A subject in which two different substances lead their own lives would be schizophrenic, not a redeemer. Everything depends on the unity of the person of the mediator. Apollinaris of Laodicea was the first to attempt to define it conceptually. If the whole of the Godhead appeared in Christ and truly walked on earth, then it is impossible that the complete human nature could also have found a place in this one person, for otherwise it would contain a nature that is to be worshipped and a nature that is not to be worshipped side by side, and would fall apart into two sons, the true Son of God, who is worthy of worship, and the man born of Mary. The incarnation is to be taken quite literally. Christ only took on the living flesh of human nature. The place of the human intellect, on the other hand, was taken by the divine Spirit. It is this that unites the person of the mediator into a single entity. In this way, the Redeemer is indeed wholly God, but not wholly human. He is the third party alongside the two in which their mediation falls. The fascinating concept of the third man also finds its way into Christology. And once again it betrays what it promises. For it is precisely the capacity for reason that is specific to human nature. Free will, which was thought to be in harmony with God as paradise and in rebellion against God as the root of all sin, has its seat nowhere other than in the intellect. Animals cannot sin. If Christ did not take on a rational soul and completely mediate it with his divinity, then he left the essence of human nature unredeemed. The condemnation of Apollinaris was therefore inevitable. In it, the insight that the mediator of salvation cannot be thought of as a third person is once again confirmed. But how then? Now it was necessary to give a precise account of how someone who is wholly God can become wholly human, and this tricky undertaking led the speculative Eros straight to the most holy uterus of the mother of Jesus. In it, the way in which divinity and humanity are mediated must already have been decided. That this womb was directly impregnated by God and remained virginal at the time of both the conception and the birth of Jesus had long been a unanimous conviction, regardless of all anatomical considerations. For whoever is involved in the generative process of a species that is tainted with sin cannot redeem the species from sin. But now people wanted to know exactly, did Mary give birth to only the human nature of Christ, or did she also give birth to the divine nature? If the former is true, then the divine nature joined the fetus and only united with the human nature in the womb. Thus, the blessed womb contains two natures that are clearly distinct from one another and have been preserved in their own character. However much one may affirm their unity, their union occurs in space and time. It is a result or something that has been added to both natures, not something that inherently belongs to them. Consequently, the person of the Redeemer does not have its unity in and of itself, but rather receives it, which requires a unifier who is even higher than the Redeemer, to whom the mediation of divine and human nature goes back. Once again, a third person. The Christian God does not allow such a person to exist alongside or even above him. Therefore, the unity of the Redeemer must not be thought of as a result, and only the other solution to the dispute remains. Mary must have given birth to the divine nature of Christ at the same time as the human nature. Both natures must have entered into space and time as already united if the unity of the Redeemer is to be perfect. But the attempt to think this and to resist the temptation of every third person brings with it another, already familiar difficulty. What the divine nature is in itself, is it different from human nature, and vice versa? But now what constitutes the difference between the two natures is also to be what they have in common. The unity with the human nature is to belong to the essence of the divine nature, and the unity with the divine nature is to belong to the essence of the human nature. Between the two, then, there should be a so-called communicatio idiomatum, i.e. a mutual communication of characteristics, because it is one and the same undivided person to whom they belong, so that in Christ the divine nature itself has become visible and tangible. God himself has assumed weakness, need, and ignorance, as, conversely, human nature itself has become divine. The existence of the divine nature is to volatilize into the human, the existence of the human into the divine. Every substantial difference between the two natures is eliminated. What remains is only their merging, their disappearance into one another. Thus their existence is merely a mediation, the mediation of nothing with nothing. No argument can avert this consequence, only a rigid prohibition of thought, which arbitrarily sets a limit to the transition of natures into one another and simply asserts that the mutual communication of characteristics nevertheless allows each nature to exist for itself, and above all that God's inability to suffer remains exempt from this. A justification for this is no longer possible. In its place, the Church's word of power takes over. Without confusion, without change, without division, and without confusion are the two natures of Christ. This is the decision of the Council of Chalcedon. Each of these four negations has its own justification. The two natures must indeed be neither confused nor changeable nor divided nor separated if Christ is to be the Redeemer. But the four negations together do not even come close to expressing the positive that they want to express. That in Christ the mediation of divinity and humanity has already succeeded. They claim nothing less than to fix this state of affairs conceptually, and they would only do justice to this claim if they could be combined into a contradiction-free unity. An undertaking that, as has been shown, is just as likely to succeed as squaring the circle. It is obvious that Christology is cursed in the same way as the doctrine of the Trinity. Like the latter, it is becoming increasingly resistant to the figure of thought of the third person, and is instead being drawn into the maelstrom of an absolute mediation, against which it has nothing but the power of dogma to oppose. The curse that weighs on Christian theology is almost as old as Christianity itself. At its beginning stands an offense. The one praised as risen did not die by a stupid accident or a miscarriage of justice. Rather, his execution was the legal receipt for his appearance and his message. The entire self-confidence of the Jews depended on the Mosaic law, the only pledge that Yahweh would still stand by his tormented people and fulfill the promises given to them. The survival of this law was now under extreme threat from Roman rule, and it took all their strength to hold on to it, undeterred. Many no longer had the strength to do so and were already, openly or in secret, making common cause with the foreign rulers. The more determinately the pious clung to the law and sought to fulfill its demands to the smallest detail. And it was precisely at this point that one of their own stabbed them in the back, not because the law was too much for him, but because it was too little. He was the one who made the conflict clear that every law contains. It lives from the transgression that it wants to eliminate. Laws exist only because there is something that they forbid: murder, theft, fraud, etc. They demand strict compliance and are meaningless as soon as they are actually completely fulfilled. But as long as they apply, they share in the violence against people and things that they seek to stop, and they themselves bear the stigma of the state of the world, which is incriminated as unholy, however much they may claim to be holy. Jesus of Nazareth expressed this relentlessly. People are unredeemed as long as the power of the law holds them together, even if it is the law of the Jews. Redemption would only come when all coercion and all misery were removed from individuals, when their consciousness was completely reconciled with their inner and outer nature. This would be the successful mediation of spirit and nature, as it is already hinted at in the post-Estonian prophecy. For behold, I create a new heaven and a new earth. The former things shall not be remembered, nor shall they come to mind. But they shall rejoice and be glad forever in what I create. Is 65:17-18. The idea of the new creation gradually crystallized into a central point of Jewish hope, combining in apocalyptic literature with various notions of a resurrection of the dead for judgment and new life, but leading to peaceful coexistence with the Mosaic Law. It was only the drastic way in which Jesus illustrated it that revealed that the law was not able to bring redemption, but was itself in need of it. Anyone who convicts the most sacred thing that the Jews had of being unholy can be sure of retribution. The law lets him be haunted by the violence that he had previously exposed as the ungodly thing about the law. All the Jewish factions were united in their rejection and condemnation of Jesus. Here they were even prepared to collaborate with the Roman occupying power. Thus the condemned man died the most shameful death. He had violated the strictest taboo, was a blasphemer and a seditionist in one. And such a subject was now proclaimed as the Son of God, the most shameful thing being combined with the divine. This was not only a scandal for outsiders but also for the Christians themselves, and one that they could not bear. Even the Easter enthusiasm was unable to take away the unbearable sting of Jesus' shameful end. But if it was interpreted as a death for our sins, then the scandal was suddenly transformed into a salvation event, the meaningless into a source of meaning, and Jesus' rebellion against the Jewish law. And his divine author could be transformed into a willing sacrifice on behalf of that very God. The sacrifice, in whatever religion and form it occurs, always expresses a magical relationship of people to reality. The diversity of the sensory world in which they find themselves and have to find their way around is all the more threatening to them, the more mysterious and chaotic it appears to them. And so they tried from an early stage to discover something behind the colorful and confusing diversity that would give it structure and cohesion. Secret natural forces, spirits, gods. Even if these powers were inscrutable and far superior to humans, they must still be related to the structure of the human intellect. For only if they were somehow spiritual in nature could one hope to reason with them. The individual stone, tree, deer, or bolt of lightning has absolutely no understanding of human desires and purposes. Only a spiritual being could open itself to them and perhaps even grant their wishes. The sacrifice attempts to create the willingness to do so. It is the tribute that is paid to the spiritual powers so that their supremacy does not destroy human life, which is tossed around in nature like a ball. Individual natural objects are offered to them for consumption, whether they be plants, animals, or even people, so that the whole is spared and gets off cheaply. So there is an exchange in which people, if they are cunning, can get all sorts of things out of it for themselves. Ultimately, however, they are the ones who are at a disadvantage. In order to assert themselves against the divine powers, they have to submit to them. In order to achieve their own ends, they have to demonstrate their insignificance in the face of the divine purposes. The spiritual, divine powers are the substantial, the reality-bearing and determining, the individual human being there. Against the accidental, the void, the individual has a right to exist only insofar as it submits to the substantial. Gas is the message of the sacrifice. It establishes the harmony of the individuals with the substantial by slaughtering or burning an individual. It celebrates the reconciliation of the divine and the human, of substance and accident, with knife and fire. The mediation that the sacrifice carries out denounces itself as an act of violence against the individual. In the sacrificial rite, however dark and confused, that specific understanding of reality is already prefigured that later constitutes so-called philosophical idealism. The enlightened consciousness of a Plato may have purified the mythical spook of ghosts, demons, and gods into clear, rational ideas, but the relationship between the general and the particular has not changed significantly as a result. Here is the world of ideas at rest in themselves, in which all being, all reality is gathered. There is the sensual world of individual things, which has no being of its own, but only exists insofar as it participates in the ideas. The individual is the void. People can only agree with the ideas by freeing themselves as far as possible from their deceptive and inconstant senses and feelings. They can only attain knowledge of the truth if they sacrifice themselves as sensory beings, which is why philosophizing is a constant dying even in life. Here, then, an external ritual is no longer necessary. The sacrifice is offered to the ideas in the process of knowledge, so much so that knowledge itself ultimately sacrifices itself in the process. When complete agreement between knowledge and ideas is achieved, there is no longer any real subject that recognizes. What the world of ideas is for the Platonists, the law is for the Jews. It contains the substantial, unchanging divine will that carries the chosen people through the disastrous vicissitudes of time and gives them support in all their afflictions. Of course, the covenant that Yahweh made with Israel at Sinai and sealed with the law is imperfect as long as people do not fully fulfill the commandments. Only when they sacrifice all their own desires and thoughts in obedience to the general good will the covenant be perfect and the time ripe for the coming of the Messiah. What is required is not so much a ritualistic as a moral sacrifice. To make it means to follow a multitude of precisely prescribed rituals down to the last detail. And here too it becomes apparent how little the sacrifice is the successful mediation of the general and the particular, which it claims for itself. The covenant at Sinai would find its completion in a sum of acts of compulsion. It seems as if Christianity only takes up the motif of sacrifice in appearance, but in reality turns it on its head. This is supported by the external evidence. In the death of Jesus, it is not people who offer a sacrifice to their God in order to appease him with an offer of exchange, but God himself, who does not have to appease anyone or exchange with anyone, who carries it out, Rom 3:24. Furthermore, it is not a cultic ritual that has to be repeated constantly in order to renew its atoning power, but a unique historical event whose salvific effect is shared by all who remember and visualize it. The historicization of the sacrifice seems to break the magical spell. The ever-recurring natural disaster, which forces people to submit to the power of the universal, is broken by a historical event of salvation, which makes it clear that history does not have to be a disaster, but can become a process that leads out of disaster. But this reflection on the philosophy of history does not come into play. By tearing open the fateful event, it is already glued back together again. The core of the victim motif, the violent subjugation of the individual to the general, is not touched by historicization. In contrast, the idea of sacrifice, on the other hand, violates the real history of Jesus, which represents precisely a single demonstrative refusal to recognize the bending of individuals under the law as their salvation. This refusal, inspired by the imminent expectation, is what makes Jesus' appearance unique. If anywhere, it was in this refusal that reconciliation became an event, but only as a thought and symbolically proclaimed, not as a practical realization. On the contrary, nothing is more irreconcilable with the unreconciled world than the idea of reconciliation, and nothing confirms this more clearly than the crucifixion of Jesus. His opponents understood the meaning of the parables and the Sermon on the Mount perfectly and reacted appropriately. The radically conceived idea of salvation is to the law-governed world as fire is to water. So the guardians of the law had to seek to extinguish it. Death on the cross is the opposite of successful mediation, the manifestation of its violent prevention. To pass off the prevention as success is the act of the Christian concept of sacrifice, which is as desperate as it is brazen. The fall of Christian theology. By praising the death of Jesus on the cross as the act of redemption for our sins, it repeats the violence done to the historical person once again in theory, and in doing so makes clear what philosophical idealism, the recognition of the subjugation of the individual to the general as the truth par excellence. Thus, the fall of theology is at the same time the prelude to an important inner philosophical advance, for what was still hidden from Plato and Aristotle now enters consciousness. The key role of the concept of sacrifice for the problem of mediation. Whoever knows the reason for the mediation of the ideal and the material of spirit and nature has an insight into the mystery of the world, and the enthusiasm of early Christianity imagines itself to be close to the goal. He claims that what mediation is has already been positively manifested in the one sacrifice of Jesus Christ. But the mediation that is merely believed must now also be made comprehensible if it is to be true, and in doing so, a project of the highest intellectual honesty, theology is struck by the curse that it has incurred through the fall of its intellectual dishonesty. Like a mirage, mediation dances before it, and whenever it tries to grasp it conceptually, it reaches into the void. It is clear to it that mediation must not be a third thing alongside that which is mediated, if truth and salvation are not to be lost in an instant. An insight that cannot be valued highly enough in documents that the disputes of the old church were not about the emperor's beard, but about the whole. But if mediation is not a third thing, only one conclusion remains. God himself must be its subject. But once this is conceded, there is no stopping. Every attempt, however strenuous, to represent the absolutely substantial as the mediating at the same time inevitably leads to the dissolution of the absolute substance into absolute mediation. This is proved by the course of the doctrine of the Trinity as well as by that of Christology. What emerges in both is nothing less than the self-destructive course of idealism itself. It is not a mistake in reasoning, but a logical consequence that drives it towards the abyss of absolute mediation. Only by force can the Church still restrain it by putting it in the chains of dogma. Thus it becomes the seemingly tame handmaid of theology, and awaits the time when it will finally be released and afflict all of humanity. Of the Church Fathers, perhaps only one has escaped the curse of idealism to some extent: Augustine. As vehemently as he defends the power of the Trinity dogma, as much as he demands that the divine Trinity and the Incarnation be believed as the incomprehensible, on the other hand, he also demands that what he believes be understood. He does not simply want to accept that the one God consists of three distinct but coessential persons, that each of the three contains the whole of the Godhead, that the difference between them is therefore only one of relation, not of substance. He wants to make it plausible as far as possible. And so he looks around to see if the mysterious divine Trinity has left any traces in the world that are more accessible to the human mind and at least allow it to guess what it is completely denied to grasp. It looks very much as if Augustine is embarking on a kind of didactic excursion, namely, on the search for vivid, easily comprehensible examples of an intangible, highly difficult thing. The biblical story of creation shows him the way. And God created man in his own image. Gen 1:27, Augustine takes this literally. If it is the capacity for reason that distinguishes humans from all other living creatures and makes them the crown of creation, then it is only in this that their likeness to God can be found. The human spirit must therefore contain something like an image of the divine Trinity. The spirit is the instance that places humans in a special relationship to nature. They owe the ability to produce their own living conditions to the consciousness that is able to bring forth purposes that are not already found in nature. But because most of these purposes do not remain mere fantasies, but become practical in a regulated system of objective activity and by no means bounce off nature, there must be an analogy between mind and nature that makes it possible for the two to coincide. The mind is therefore the essence of man, in which he grasps nature and through which he appropriates it. But that is not enough, and this is where it becomes interesting for Augustine. The senses are also directed towards nature, and neither humans nor animals can get by without them. But they lack one thing, quote, "For it is not the case with the spirit as it is with the eye of the body, which sees other eyes and does not see itself. Through the eyes of the body we see corporeal things, because we cannot bend back and turn back the rays that shine out through the eyes and everything that we see, unless we look into a mirror. But whatever the nature of the power that enables our eyes to see, we cannot see this power itself, whether it consists of rays or something else, with our eyes. Instead, we seek it with our minds, and if it can be found, we also comprehend it with our minds. Just as the spirit itself gains knowledge of corporeal things through the senses of the body, so it gains knowledge of incorporeal things through itself. Thus it also knows itself through itself, since it is incorporeal." End of quote. The human spirit is able to do what no material, plant or animal is able to do, to relate to itself. In doing so, it experiences something very strange. It finds itself to be both the subject and the object of thought. Not that subject and object merge into one another, then self-reflection would no longer have an object, but rather, both fall into one and the same subject and are so intimately connected in it that they cannot exist without one another. Augustine recognizes three essential moments in the intellect that understands itself: the mind itself, its knowledge, and the love that unites the two into a unity, whereby love is not understood as a drive external to the mind, but rather as the rational will that belongs to the intellect just as much as that which it unites. What is to want to be present to oneself in order to enjoy oneself. Thus, the spirit and its love and its knowledge are a kind of trinity, and these three are one. And now follows Augustine's masterpiece in the Trinitarian search for evidence. The proof that the trinity of human self-awareness is like nothing else in the world. Knowledge and love do not relate to the mind, as if they were attached to a carrier, like color or shape to the body or any other quality or quantity. What is such does not extend beyond the carrier in which it is. This color or the shape of this body cannot be the color or shape of another body. But the spirit can, through the love with which it loves itself, also love something other than itself. In the same way, the spirit not only recognizes itself but also many other things. Therefore, love and knowledge in the spirit are not like in a carrier, but they are just as substantial as the spirit itself. Even if they are called relative in relation to each other, they are nevertheless, each individually in itself, substance. End of quote. How is that to be thought? Like friends who are each in themselves human beings, i.e., something substantial, and yet as friends are also in relation to each other? Precisely not, because in self-consciousness the lover and the love, the knowing and the knowledge, cannot be separated from each other, just as two people who are friends cannot be separated from each other. But if the love through which the spirit loves itself ceases to exist, then the spirit also ceases to be a loving one. It is the same if the knowledge through which the spirit knows itself ceases to exist. Then the spirit also ceases to be a knowing one. Not even the human body is as one with itself as the three moments of self-awareness. The head and the trunk can be separated from each other by cutting them off. These cannot be separated from each other. Even if one assumes that there are indivisible bodies, they still consist of parts. Otherwise they would not be bodies. Is the mind, then, the whole, and our love by which it loves itself and knowledge by which it knows itself as it were the parts, so that the whole consists of these two parts? Or are there three equal parts, by which this unified whole comes into being? However, no part includes the whole of which it is a part. If, however, the mind recognizes itself in its entirety, then its knowledge includes the whole of the mind. And if it loves itself perfectly, then it loves itself completely, and its love encompasses the whole of the spirit. Must we therefore assume that, just as wine, water, and honey become a drink and the individual elements extend over the whole and yet are three, that in a similar way spirit, love, and knowledge are such a structure? However, water, wine, and honey are not of one substance, although their mixture has become the one substance of the drink. End of quote. But if you mix things of the same substance, for example 3 rings made of the same gold, so that the individual rings form an indistinguishable mass, then the trinity is lost and will no longer exist in any way. However you look at it, nowhere in nature is there a structure like that of human self-awareness. Only in those 3 where the spirit knows and loves itself, does the trinity of spirit, love, and knowledge remain and is not disturbed by any mixing, although the individual parts are both in themselves and also mutually completely in each other. For none of the 3 can be dissolved into the other 2, and yet the knowledge and love of the spirit is nothing other than its very own substance, because it is itself that recognizes and loves itself and can only have knowledge of itself and love for itself as a whole. In a wonderful way, these 3 are therefore inseparable from each other, and yet each of them is a substance, and altogether they are one substance or one being, while they are in mutual relation to each other. No doubt, the sought-after image of the divine Trinity is human self-awareness. No matter what the state of the individual's intellect may be, as soon as he turns to himself, that peculiar triad inevitably arises. He is, knows that he is, and wants to be knowing, i.e. loves himself as being and knowing. This is true even if he does nothing but doubt. For he who doubts lives. He who doubts remembers what he doubts. He who doubts understands that he doubts. He who doubts wants to be sure. He who doubts thinks. He who doubts knows that he does not know. He who doubts judges that he must not rashly agree. So whoever doubts everything else, he must not doubt all that. According to Augustine, even the unbeliever who doubts God bears the image of the divine Trinity within himself. In self-reflection, the human intellect enters a godlike sphere, for in the interaction of its 3 moments it is not determined by the external, but by itself. But the ability to self-determine does not guarantee that the intellect will actually become powerful. This is only the case when thinking and the thought are not only united by the will, but also agree in terms of content. However, the example of the unbeliever shows that the spirit, even when it refers to itself, can still have a false consciousness of itself. In this case, the connection between spirit, knowledge, and love is only intimate in form. In essence, the spirit is in conflict with itself instead of determining itself, and in fact cancels out its own likeness to God. So striking is its analogy to the divine Trinity, so clear is the difference. God the Father, Son, and Spirit are eternal beings, at rest in themselves and in each other. The unity of human self-awareness is a historical result, laboriously achieved and easily lost or missed, for as concrete natural beings, human beings find themselves in highly ungodly conditions, in which they are always already entangled before they even have their first childlike thoughts. What powers enable them, nevertheless, to work their way up step by step into the sphere of godlikeness, and how spirit and nature are mediated in this process, that is the content of Augustine's doctrine of knowledge. First of all, human beings are referred to sensory perception. When we see a body, three things can be recognized and distinguished. First, the thing we see which could well have been there before it was seen. Second, the vision visio, which was not there before we perceived that thing with our senses. Third, that which, as long as it is seen, holds the thing to the sense of sight, namely the attention of the soul, intentio animi. There is obviously not only a difference between these three, but also a difference in nature. The vision is nothing other than the sense formed by the perceived thing. Although, if the visible object is removed, there is no longer any vision, the body through which the sense of sight is formed is by no means of the same substance as the form impressed on it by the sense. The vision, that is, the sense formed from the outside, belongs to the nature of the living being, which is something quite different from the body that we perceive visually, through which the sense is not formed in such a way that it is sense, but in such a way that it is vision. If the sense were not already in us before the perceptible thing, then we would not differ from the blind as long as we see nothing, be it because it is dark, be it because the light is blocked from entering. Furthermore, the attention of the mind that holds the sense to the thing seen and connects the two is by its nature not only different from the visible thing. It is mind, those bodies, but also from the sense and from the vision. For this attention belongs only to the soul. End of quote. The Trinity that Augustine discovers here is not, for him, an image of the divine Trinity. The body, sense, and spirit are too different for that, but rather a vestigium trinitatis. Human perception only comes about through the interaction of these three, as a process that is as passive as it is active. Cut off from all external things, the senses are as dead. If you blindfold and plug your ears, you are as blind and deaf. In this sense, things form the senses through their effect on them, i.e., they lead them from mere possibility to real perception. But the fact that external reality evokes not only diffuse sensations but also a structured sensual impression, a form, within the human being is ensured by the so-called attention of the soul, that moment of will that is not sensual itself, but without which the senses could not be concentrated on anything. Thus, in the human being, the mind is already active in perception and does not come into play only afterwards. And only for this reason is it able to leave traces in the mind. For when the object disappears from the eyes or its sound from the ears, then its perception also ceases abruptly. And yet something remains of it, the memory of it, i.e. the imagination, fantasia, which is not tied to the presence of external things like perception. One can also imagine things that are absent. However, this requires two further mental abilities that have not yet been mentioned in the context of perception: memory, memoria, and mental vision, acies animi, or conceptualization, intelligentsia. In place of the physical form that was perceived outside, memory takes over, which stores the form that the soul drinks in through the bodily senses. And in place of that vision that was directed outwards, when the sense was formed by the obvious body, a similar inwardly directed vision takes its place, since the soul's vision is formed by that which the memory holds and absent bodies are thought of, and the will itself turns the soul's vision to the memory. And so a trinity arises from memory, inner vision, and the will, which unites both. There is no longer any difference in substance between these three, as there is in perception. After all, they all belong equally to the intellect. Thus they are clearly more similar to the divine Trinity. On the other hand, their interaction is less clearly defined, and Augustine's groping, metaphorical way of describing them is striking. He describes memory, for example, as a large vessel with secret, unfathomable depths, or as a wide vault, where treasures of countless images are stored, which my senses have brought me from things. There, too, everything we think is stored, since we increase, decrease, or otherwise change what our senses have taken in. However, a systematic definition of the structure of memory is not provided. Only one thing becomes clear: it is apparently equipped with the ability to absorb the form of external things, which is impressed on the senses in perception, in such a way that it gives the sensory impression a mental form and preserves it in it. This transformation, as Augustine emphasizes, is not possible without the participation of the will, which first connects the form of the body with that which arises in the physical sense, and this in turn with that which arises from it in the memory, and this thirdly with that which arises from it in the contemplation of the thinking being. The transition of the sensory impression into the memory is thus still distinguished from the contemplation of the thinking being. It is only in the latter that the spiritual vision becomes actual, although Augustine does not systematically develop its structure any more than that of the memory. However, it must certainly be organized in such a way that everything that rests in the memory can be processed, differentiated, and transformed. In this respect, it is misleading to say that the soul's power of vision is formed by the memory, because if it is able to absorb the contents of the memory, it cannot itself be formless. Of course, something else is meant. The forms of the intellect are not prefabricated and ready to be called up in the soul, but they only develop in the spiritual appropriation and processing of the contents to which they relate. Detached from it, they are like physical sight when the eyes are covered, a mere possibility that does not enter into reality. In the same way, memory is a mere possibility as long as one does not really remember. The fact that memory exists at all is only known because its contents can be actualized. The mental sight, intelligentia, is this actualization. Through it, not only the idea becomes real, but also the concept, which Augustine metaphorically describes as an inner word, which we produce inwardly speaking, and which, when it is produced, does not depart from us, in contrast to real language, in which we grant the word, which remains within the service of the voice or some other bodily sign, so that through essentially perceptible indication something arises in the mind of the listener that does not depart from the mind of the speaker. It is the inner concept that makes the spoken or written word a meaningful sign. Without it, it is a dead letter or empty sound. But Augustine does not go any further. The fact that language is always more than the individual words and form sentences, that consequently the concept, judgment, conclusion, and thus the totality of logical forms are at issue with language. All this is not further elaborated, and not simply out of ignorance but deliberately. Representation, concept, and judgment have in common that they are thinking that relates to the sensory world. But for those who consider it essential to analyze this thinking in all its forms and nuances, the empirical world to which it is directed is obviously also essential. They see the ultimate truth in it and consider it to be the highest purpose, or vice versa. They relate to the ultimate truth and the highest purpose as if it were a thing of sense. But that is sin par excellence, the throwing away of human beings to the material world that they find, above which they as the image of God just stand out. Not that the knowledge of temporal and changeable things, which Augustine calls science, scientia, is in itself already sin. It is rather expressly approved as necessary for the active mastery of this life. However, those who stop at this point elevate physical self-preservation, which it serves, to an end in itself along with the knowledge of empirical things, and reduce their human existence to what it has in common with the animal. Sin is the animalization of humans, or, in philosophical terms, empiricism. The human spirit must not lose itself in the things of sense at any price. It must return to itself. And only in this return, in this reflection within itself, where memory, conceptual capacity, and will interlock and embrace each other, where the will remembers and knows, knowledge remembers and wills, and memory wills and knows, does the intellect become an image of the divine Trinity. And now, when it has the fullness of its own ideas and thoughts as its object, it can combine them into an ordered, consistent whole and bring itself into harmony with itself. In this activity, the spirit is not subject to anything alien. It is self-determination, that activity in which human beings are godlike, and yet must recognize themselves as ungodly. The divine Trinity rests eternally and indelibly within itself. That of human self-awareness must be laboriously achieved and can be lost again at any time. The divine is absolute, the human is, from the outset, relative to nature, which it has indeed worked itself beyond, but to which it remains bound as long as human beings are physical beings. The divine spirit is able to do everything about itself and about all of nature. The human spirit, in self-reflection, may well be powerful over itself, but not equally over nature, to which it is as bound as it towers above it. This is shown by every attempt to act in a completely moral way. Self-awareness requires virtue, but those who cultivate prudence, courage, deliberation, and justice only confirm the existence of evil, which makes virtue necessary. It claims to be the most important of all human goods, and yet it can do nothing more here on earth than fight ceaselessly against vice. Virtue is the worthy self-assertion of the spirit against nature. Through it, miserable life is guided in such a way that it reaches that eternal life which is truly blissful. But virtue itself is still a struggle, not success, an expression of conflict, not of peace. Self-awareness does not have the power to transform its agreement with itself into an agreement with nature. Its likeness to God cannot become directly practical. That is what constitutes its ungodliness, even at the highest level of knowledge and morality. For Augustine, to realize this means to give God the honor, to direct oneself towards Him as the ultimate reason and purpose of all knowledge and striving. Only in this way can the human spirit be completely at one with itself. For if it loves itself less than it is entitled to, if, for example, the spirit of man loves itself as the body of man is to be loved, although it is more than the body, it sins and its self-love is imperfect. Likewise, if he loves himself more than he should, if he loves himself as God loves himself, although he is incomparably less than God, he sins by loving himself too much and also does not have perfect self-love. But if he is completely at one with himself, he is also completely at one with God. Having returned from the realm of science to himself, he rises to wisdom, the contemplation of the eternal. With his humble and edifying turns of phrase, the great Church Father certainly conceals the fact that human self-awareness, despite all its ungodliness, has something decisive over the divine Trinity. At no point does his description have to be limited by a ban on thinking. Nowhere does his Trinity threaten to plunge into the abyss of absolute relativity like the divine one. The three moments of self-awareness, being knowing, loving, or, as Augustine now formulates after a more precise analysis of the intellectual powers, memory, knowledge, will, are certainly related to each other in a relational way, but they do not dissolve into absolute relativity. The human spirit, although contained in each of the three, is not three relations, but rather it is something in itself, in contrast to the relations in which it stands. This in itself, the spiritual substance, is reducible to nothing else. It has a being of its own kind that cannot be derived from any natural fact, and yet is bound to nature. Nature can exist without the human mind, but the mind cannot exist without nature. It does not float freely and empty, but is linked to physical beings and filled with ideas and concepts, which would all be ideas and concepts of nothing if they were not directed at the real world of the senses. The mind requires agreement with it, and it is precisely because of this need that it is something that exists in itself. Its content is only then founded in itself when it has a foundation in reality. Otherwise, it is a figment of the imagination. Thus, it is precisely because of its ungodliness that it is, on the one hand, a substance that, on the other hand, is in relation to the world and to itself. In the divine spirit, on the other hand, which can only be conceived as absolute, the relations must also be conceived as absolute, and suddenly the relations themselves are the absolute, and substance and relation can no longer be kept apart by argument. What follows from this, if the dogma does not forcibly stop it, has been shown. The thought of God, which should express the fullness of absolute substantiality infinitely surpassing all earthly things, evaporates into the thought of absolute leather into an empty thought. Not so human consciousness. In it, three moments come together, none of which can be reduced to the other, and this applies throughout, from perception to self-awareness. Perception only comes about when a purely spiritual element is added to the external object and the senses that it affects, and both are held together. The attention of the soul, which first turns the diffuse sensual sensation into a structured impression. Thus, the perceptive image is already a first step in the spiritualization of sensual things, which is only possible, of course, because the external bodies have something about them that can be spiritualized, a certain structure or form, forma, species. And the perceptive image can therefore also be spiritualized. Perceived things are put into memory, which is then actualized in the imagination. And the imagination, in turn, can be transferred into purely conceptual thinking, into the sphere where the mind has detached itself from all sensuality that still resonates in the imagination. The human process of cognition is a process of spiritualization that starts with material things and becomes less and less sensual step by step. At first glance, this may seem Platonic. After all, the Platonists regarded turning away from the world of the senses and turning towards ideas as the epitome of philosophical life. And yet the difference from Plato's theory of knowledge is more than clear. Augustine does not speak of concepts that are already complete in the soul and only have to be awakened. The memory of the adult human being, however immense the treasures its halls and corners may contain, must first be filled in a lengthy process of education with the wealth that the world of the senses has offered it. No idea, no thought that the intellect has not acquired for itself, i.e. won through spiritualization. And where does it get the strength for this? From the will, as it seems. Without the will of the real physical human being, there would not be a single spiritual structure. It is the will that holds together the physical object and the senses in the act of perception, that connects memory and intelligentsia to the concrete unity of knowledge, that unites both mind and body and brings the different moments of the intellect to a productive synthesis, apparently the power of that mediation that takes place in every act of knowledge. But the power of the will is not a divine creative power. It is dependent on what it adds to the synthesis. Without the senses and the objects that affect them, without memory and intelligentsia, it would have nothing to synthesize and would itself be nothing. This productivity is therefore limited. Above all, it cannot do one thing: create truth. The will is precisely the power of the individual human being, who is beset by impermanence and transience. And from this the general, unchanging truth is to emerge? Impossible. Nor can it come from the world of the senses, which is also unstable and fleeting. But where does the truth of human knowledge come from? This is where Augustine's doctrine of divine enlightenment comes in. The rational soul sees the divine light of truth as flowing through it and illuminating it, not with the eyes of the body but with its highest faculty, the soul's power of thought, the ideas, rations. End of quote. This figurative language once again brings together all the aspects of the problem of mediation that have been discussed so far. First of all, it puts the human will in its place. It is the will that brings together different perceptions, ideas, and thoughts in a single consciousness. But not only great insights, but also fantasies arise in this way. No single will can guarantee that memory, intelligentsia, and will not only come together, but also interlock in such a way that the intellect also agrees with itself and its objects in terms of content, no matter how hard it tries. The thirst for truth and blindness have often enough entered into an unholy alliance and left enough martyrs for Augustine's insight that the consistent unification of the three human mental powers is always a happy coincidence. Contingent, inalienable, not derivable. For some, it never comes, even when all the preconditions for it seem to be fulfilled. For others, it comes suddenly, like a flash of light. This is one side of Augustine's metaphor of enlightenment. It expresses the fact that nowhere in the whole of creation can a sufficient reason for true knowledge be found. The things of sense and their intelligible structures, the intellect and its powers and forms, all these are merely the conditions without which truth cannot exist, but never the guarantors of its occurrence. This only happens when the intellect, in some way unknown, goes beyond the totality of these conditions and truly harmonizes with its objects. Insofar as the metaphor of enlightenment stands for this lightning-like quality, it does not denote a third entity that mediates between the individual and the generality of the ideal, but rather stands for the absence of such a third entity. It does not grasp mediation positively, as a being of its own alongside that which is being mediated, but rather exclusively negatively, as the undeducible, unfathomable, the moment of discontinuity. That thinking owes itself to such a point of rupture in the cosmos is something that people only realize when they examine their own ideas and thoughts for their truth. The thoughts to be judged must not, of course, be the standard of judgment themselves. Rather, there must be an objective above them that does not arise from the individual intellect, but to which it must rise if its judgment is not to be without truth. In this ascent of the spirit, what Augustine describes happens. The judgment of truth works and shines from above, and it stands firm through indestructible rules of its own right. End of quote. The pinnacle of human thought is self-reflection, in which the moments of the intellect converge to form a happy, godlike trinity. It is only at this point that the metaphor of enlightenment unfolds its full meaning, for self-awareness is the ultimate in inextricability. It reveals that the human spirit towers above all of nature and has no sufficient reason in it. and conversely, it manifests itself as the realm of freedom, which reaches into the natural inclination of humans and challenges them to the last word. There is no smooth transition into the sphere of freedom or godlikeness, but only the leap, which for Augustine is the epitome of all enlightenment, the Christianization of man. The description of his own conversion, which the Church Father expands in detail in his Confessions, and which today's readers, especially in certain translations, find rather maudlin and sentimental, does not boil down to the boiling up of emotions, but rather to precisely that leap, that flash of insight, which is called the attainment of self-awareness. For Augustine, only the believer is the true cognizer. Self-awareness is therefore not an infinitely distant goal. The reconciliation of memory, knowledge and will is possible here and now. However, it owes its realization to its opposite. Self-awareness can only come about by tearing apart the natural context to which human beings belong as physical beings and revealing to them that their true purpose in life is not to vegetate and to survive, but rather to achieve self-determination, of which self-awareness is already a promising foretaste. But no more than that, for its happy mediation is always bought at the cost of the rift that separates it from nature. This rift, philosophically speaking, is charismos, and is something like the mark of Cain of self-consciousness, the divine distinction of human reason and at the same time a distortion that makes it unsteady and fleeting on earth, Gen 4:12. The mediation of spirit and nature is only possible for humans in this rift. It always remains a broken one. The reconciliation of spirit and nature only exists as an idea or a thought. The unbroken mediation only becomes real in self-reflection. It cannot close the rift from which it arises, only lament it, and its lament can become practical. Only when a self-awareness that has been healed of all disunity guides human action can they succeed in minimizing the rift that runs through the whole world and create conditions that make it possible to bear the fact that they deny eternal bliss, because they at least grant a foretaste of it, a life characterized by happiness and dignity. In Augustine's epistemology, a concept of self-determination is laid out as emphatically and dialectically as it was developed at the highest heights of the Enlightenment. Self-determination that deserves this name without any restrictions would be nothing less than the reconciliation of the human spirit, which is so powerful in its friction, with the totality of its material living conditions, redemption. But it is precisely this that people cannot bring about by their own efforts. They remain needy, suffering, dying, subject to the laws of nature. Perfect self-determination remains limited to self-reflection. Thus, it is imperfect. But only when people become masters of their own minds and free them from the rift that they cannot completely eradicate from the concrete world, do they have the chance to practice self-determination in their material lives that at least deserves to be called an echo of the emphatic. A keen sense of history is hidden in this reflection. History is blind as long as it drifts aimlessly under the iron spell of fate or eternal ideas. It can never be thought or done rationally except as a process that tears open the human being's bondage to nature and brings out his essential nature, his likeness to God. Augustine's theory of knowledge stands above all in the field of force of this thought of the philosophy of history. Every insight, however small, occurs for the sake of godlikeness. It is from this that it receives its meaning. It is the secret end towards which it moves even when it itself knows nothing of it, and which, conversely, is sabotaged by every form of falsehood and blindness. And just as godlikeness is due to a flash of enlightenment, so it inevitably flashes in the smallest act of insight. In retrospect, the grace of conversion makes every step of knowledge that preceded it appear as a pointer to grace, and self-reflection reveals that the epistemological concept of enlightenment and the theological concept of grace essentially converge. Both stand for the moment of discontinuity, without which humanity cannot attain reason and history cannot attain humanity. Augustine's thesis that no one can really teach another anything is well considered. People can give each other the most diverse signs, and every attempt at teaching makes use of them. But what distinguishes words and gestures from meaningless sounds and gesticulations, if not the spiritual aspect of them, which gives them meaning and thus makes them signs in the first place? Mere hearing does not grasp the words. Recognizing a sound as a sign means grasping its meaning. This transition from the sensory to the spiritual, which mediates the sign with the signified, is the actual learning process, and it is precisely this that cannot be taught. The mediation is the flash of enlightenment that eludes all justification and deduction, the vanishing point of all didactic endeavors and at the same time their blind spot. Every individual passes through countless such points of light in their education. Whenever the diversity of perceptual images is immersed in the preserving agent of memory and prepared into ideas, the imagined is transferred into concepts, judgments, and conclusions. The mysterious process of spiritualization always takes place, which cannot be explained from what it spiritualizes, because it is the leap beyond. For those for whom reality is limited to the flow of the sensual world in the continuum of time, this secret is of course completely unnoticeable. The educational process of a human being is no more than a sequence of events that can be endlessly organized and catalogued, because they only stand for themselves and point to nothing beyond themselves. Only those who realize what spiritualization actually means and recognize the direction it takes in each of its leaps will also gain the insight that the mediation that occurs in each act of cognition represents the gossamer thin gap through which the breath of godlikeness still blows into the most dull everyday life. This is the negative content of the Enlightenment metaphor. But Augustine did not stop there. He wants to integrate his epistemology seamlessly into the theological context, which he has explained and substantiated in such detail. And so he moves from the negative to the positive and tries to derive the flash of enlightenment, the ineffable, from God himself. For our thinking, God is what the sun is for our eyes. Just as the sun is the source of light, so God is the source of truth. This is how it can be summarized. But in what way does this source communicate itself? On the one hand, it says, the rational soul sees the divine light of truth as flowing through it and illuminating it, not with the eyes of the body, but with its highest faculty, the power of thought of the soul, the ideas, rations. End of quote. On the other hand, Augustine emphasizes that the nature of the human intellect is so constituted that, by the Creator's arrangement, it is connected to the things that can be recognized rebus intelligilibus, by an obvious order and thus sees them in a certain incorporeal light of its own kind. Just as the physical eye sees its surroundings in physical light, after all, it is created to be receptive to this light and adapted to it. So what is it? Is God himself the light that shines directly into the soul and makes the spiritual form of objects shine? Or does this only happen at God's behest, i.e. indirectly? Furthermore, does the divine light only enable the intellect to recognize things, or does it also shine the content of knowledge into it? Augustine does not provide a clear answer to such questions. There is an objective reason for this. As soon as the idea of enlightenment is turned from the negative into the positive, the mediation that takes place in every act of cognition is also attributed to a third party, God. Once again, the figure of the third person exerts a pull. It robs the metaphor of enlightenment of its argumentative power and devalues it to a pseudo-explanation. For how exactly God enlightens the human intellect and reveals objects to it, and why he enlightens one person more and another less, that would really be interesting to know, and that is precisely what remains unexplained as ever. The metaphor only says that God does something in a mysterious way, but not what, and that he acts according to a higher counsel, but not according to which one. The attempt to penetrate to the reason for enlightenment leads into the dark. Enlightenment remains the undeducible, the unknowable, or, in theological terms, grace. Only its reversal from the negative into the seemingly positive brings forth the entire inconsistencies, which theology has in vain summoned all its ingenuity to overcome and which it is increasingly trying to get rid of by ignoring them. If the concept of grace, which stands for the absence of a recognizable sufficient reason, is given precisely this reason, then grace can indeed no longer be understood as anything other than the inscrutable counsel and predestination of God, and only then does an insoluble antinomy arise. Wherever God's predestination really rules the world, the freedom of the human will is ultimately illusory, no matter how you look at it. And where people really act freely, there is no such thing as gracious predestination. Theology is punished for its arrogance in wanting to derive the undeducible. But for true humility, which endures the negative and is content with what reason cannot go beyond, the antinomy does not exist at all, because it cannot grasp the idea of free will without that of grace. Without the will of real individuals, there would not be a single spiritual entity, and thus no true knowledge either. Only to those who want it can the truth befall, but never as booty, only as a gift. Only when this happens can the will be called free. The title of freedom is not earned by the will acting at will and arbitrarily, but only by the will determined by reason and mediated by truth. The mediation itself, however, is the undeducible grace. Augustine's doctrine of knowledge is the first on the ground of Christianity. Taken into the service of theology for the illustration and glorification of the divine Trinity, it illustrates and glorifies, admittedly, something other than its author intended. It has been shown that it is by no means the harmless didactic handout for a difficult-to-understand subject matter, as Augustine modestly introduces it, but rather the decisive theoretical key that provides access to the truth of the doctrine of the Trinity. The Trinity, which as a divine concept remains incomprehensible and evaporates into absolute relativity, becomes comprehensible and concrete in the Trinity of self-consciousness. Against his will, Augustine deciphers the divine Trinity as the heavenly projection of self-consciousness. Of course, this projection is not just any old fantasy that can be deleted without replacement, but nothing less than the objectivation of reason itself, taken to its logical conclusion. In the idea of God, reason has contracted to its own essence. God stands for reason that is free of all contradiction, unconditioned, all-encompassing and all-justifying, for all the determinations that human reason lacks but can think of as its deficiency, and must think of if it wants to understand itself. Understood in this way, God is the negative concept that cannot be replaced, the one against which the contours of self-consciousness are first sharpened, and without which it could never recognize itself as the godlike sphere in which all the freedom that human beings are ever capable of is contained. Only the positive side of the projection of God is untrue, despite all the resistance of the Church Fathers. The attempt to depict the epitome of reason, the absolute, as something that exists in itself, namely as the Trinity of God, causes the object of depiction to collapse into the absolute mediation of three relations. Augustine could not bear the enlightened spirit that he himself drew on in his epistemology and sacrificed it to the apparent positivity of the divine Trinity. The apparent unity that his theological system thereby gains is the triumph of magic at the spiritual peak of ancient theology. In the form of a developed philosophical idealism, Augustine once again celebrates that spiritual sacrifice with which early Christianity transfigured the material power against the historical Jesus, pushing the sacrifice straight into the footsteps of the crucified. For just as the successful mediation of this individual was condensed into symbolic power, so it gains the power of reflection in the self-awareness of the self as godlike. Neither is absolute. If the epitome of reconciliation, for which the historical figure stood, remained unreconciled with concrete reality to the utmost, the cross, then self-awareness is also only the governor of reconciliation, not its executor. It is not able to close the rift, to which it owes its existence, by its own power, although it is the idea of its healing. The mediation of spirit and nature remains a broken one. What the unbroken one would be can only be guessed at, and Augustine considered the mystery of human language to be its most promising harbinger. In the spoken word, where the spirit, one does not know how, passes into the vocal, becomes completely one with it and yet remains completely itself, the spiritual and the sensual are indeed as unadulterated and undivided as the two natures of Christ for the Council of Chalcedon. But only when this mediation of language extends to the whole of reality would the incarnation of God, which the dogma asserts as already having taken place, have truly occurred. The cross is rightly called the emblem of Christianity, because it holds this truth incorruptibly in its image, despite all attempts at theological embellishment. Neither of the two crossbeams has sprung from the other. Neither of them has a higher rank than the other. Each is something in itself, and yet they are mutually dependent on each other, for only both together make the cross, by meeting at the right place. But their union can only succeed in such a way that one beam breaks the line of the other. Thus, the cross gives the deepest criticism of philosophical idealism the form of the simplest symbol. It stands for the true union of spirit and nature, in which neither would be under the spell of the other. But by refusing to allow spirit to be rubbed against nature or nature against spirit, it also demonstrates that the happy meeting of the two, their successful mediation, can only become real in a broken form. The idea that God could be anything other than an absolute substance was something that the Church Fathers, understandably, shuddered at. The entire edifice of the Church rested on the idea of divine substantiality, which, moreover, was about to become the cornerstone of the political and spiritual order of the West. While the Western Roman Empire was being overrun by the Visigoths, Augustine wrote his monumental theological work, The City of God, in which he documented that Christianity was by no means willing to perish along with the world state with which it had only just made a pact. On the contrary, It clearly stands out from it and grows into a power of its own kind, which is no longer exclusively based on the sword, but gradually develops into a structure that transcends national borders and ethnicity: Western Christianity. In it, the substantiality of God celebrates its greatest triumph as an idea that is not only in people's heads, but actually shapes a comprehensive social context: the medieval society of estates. From the smallest peasant and serf to the emperor and the pope, it is organized as a great feudal pyramid, whose apex, the representative of Christ on earth, points to the heavens, thus standing as the unshakable world order, founded in the counsel of God and oriented towards his eternal kingdom of salvation. Struggles and disputes took place within this order. Its inviolability was the common prerequisite of all opponents, a prerequisite, however, that the course of the world ultimately proved to be untrue. The collapse of the medieval feudal system inevitably shook faith in the substantiality of God, which the church dogmas had wanted to seal forever. Nowadays, nobody really wants to believe that the world, which has fallen apart, is secretly based on a finely tuned structure of eternal divine ideas. The society that gradually emerges from the ruins of feudalism is not based on rigid substantiality, but on movement. A bourgeois class had already flourished in the High Middle Ages, which increasingly turned to trade and in doing so extended its feelers beyond the West to the Far East. But the mobility of the merchants and their considerable wealth were not initially anything revolutionary. The commercial capital that regulated the exchange of consumer goods was only a moment within a whole that was firmly hierarchical. The fact that this moment spread to the whole and became its determining principle is what essentially characterizes the transition from feudal to bourgeois society. As long as the fiefdoms were held sacred as the inalienable dowry that God grants to people according to their birth and status, the old order remained intact. The sale of fiefs is the seed of their disintegration. Fiefs were primarily land, and their use for agriculture and animal husbandry formed the economic basis of society. When land and property become marketable, i.e. commodities, they are no longer God's property, but a means of increasing capital which no longer merely regulates the exchange of finished products, but also encroaches on the means by which they are produced. In feudal society, those who operated the means of production were the ones who controlled them, regardless of how dependent or enslaved they were. The peasants controlled the land and the tools, the craftsmen the workshop and the tools of their trade. Capital frees them from feudal fetters by taking away the means of production. Thus they are free to dispose of their own persons, but not of the means to keep them alive. They are forced to sell their labor power to those who have appropriated the means of production. It is no longer membership of a rigidly organized class system that ensures economic functioning, but rather the labor market, where labor is exchanged for a wage that is supposed to ensure self-preservation, while in return the means of production are to be operated as profitably as possible. In this exchange movement, the labor contract, bourgeois society constitutes itself as a context that is maintained as long as goods circulate within it. The engine of this circulation is capital. With the transformation of means of production and human labor into goods, it has taken over the entire sphere of production. Instruments of labor, labor power, products, money, all of these are now its manifestations. Capital itself, however, cannot be grasped in any of these forms, for it is not a fixed and certainly not a sensual thing, but rather that omnipresent movement that passes through the totality of these forms of appearance and mediates them all with one another, something highly fleeting, and yet highly comprehensive and real. However, as long as the traditional peasant and artisanal production techniques are still being passed down, capitalism is not yet truly established. The appropriate mode of production for it is the machine-based one. It is only with the enormous increase in production and profit that capital is completely in its element. Pure productivity. Now the time has come. Capital no longer merely creates jobs and thus gives people permission to survive. It not only produces consumer goods through wage labor, but also produces the means of production and thus the entire conditions of production, in a comprehensive process that seems like a mighty, constantly renewing creatio ex nihilo. That is strange enough. Of all things, society, which has emancipated itself from theology precisely because it knows that it is based on human contracts and not on divine decrees, is falling under the spell of a principle that seems like an imitation of the Christian Creator God. It is inevitable that a great mind, which has the power to grasp its time in thought, should sense a deep interconnection between the most advanced state of social development and theology, which seems to have been settled. It seems to him that modern society is about to reveal the innermost secret of theology, which has been kept under lock and key by church dogma for centuries, as if by itself and without being aware of it. The power of this seal has been broken by the modern age. The idea of absolute mediation loses its offensiveness as it is caught up by reality. It becomes socially acceptable as society itself lays its foundation on it. Thus, the objective inhibition to think it falls away, and it finds its equally uninhibited and magnificent development in Hegel's system of philosophy. To conjure up the truth of theology from its former taboo and at the same time to grasp the essence of civil society by the hair of the head, that is the brilliant coup of Hegel's philosophy of religion. Hegel criticizes the inadequacy of traditional theology in that it has detached God from people and transferred him to the beyond. There he is supposed to remain eternally in himself as the pure, most real being. But this beyond is a contrived no man's land. The pure being that supposedly dwells there is pure indeterminacy, the pure pulsation in itself. But God does not actually exist in reality. One could not know anything about something indeterminate. The fact is, however, that people have a consciousness of God. He is therefore there for people, but only insofar as they are the ones who think of him. A human product of thought, then? Hegel takes up this critical thought about religion with approval, only to turn it against the criticism of religion itself. It is still based on the old theology that it is attacking because it shares its false premise, the otherworldliness of God. So it misses the mark. What it hits is only the abstraction, not the reality of God. It does not harm God to be a product of thought, because it is nothing other than a relationship to the human mind, through whose activity it unfolds and becomes concrete. God's essence is the completely abstract, undetermined. But where human thought sets out to determine God, he has long since passed from this emptiness into a fullness of determinations and concretions. His reality does not exist before this crossing over. Rather, it is born in it. It is this transition. God reveals himself. To reveal means to determine oneself to be for another. This self-manifestation belongs to the essence of the spirit itself. A spirit that is not revealed is not a spirit. God, as spirit, is essentially this self-revelation. He does not even create the world, but is the eternal creator, this eternal self-revelation, this act. This is his concept, his purpose. In this way, the theological doctrines of the creation of the Son, the creation of the world, and the incarnation of God lose their conventional independence from one another. They are drawn into the one great movement that is called the revelation of God. The eternal being in and for itself is this, to open up, to determine, to judge, to set oneself as distinct from oneself. The other is determined as the Son. For Hegel, the begetting of the Son from eternity has become the eternal self-generation of God. The Son is God's emergence from emptiness, expressed in its most general, still unspecific form. The actual course of the divine movement, however, is its own specification. It is up to the Son, to the determination of the difference, that the further determination continues to further difference, that the difference receives its right, the right of difference. Thus we enter the sphere of determination, into the space and the world of the finite spirit. This is a going out, an appearance of God in finiteness. But this is not something that exists in itself, but rather God's being outside of himself, which as such has no truth. In God himself, this now and being for itself is the vanishing moment of the appearance. This moment now has the breadth, width, and depth of a world, is heaven and earth and their infinite organization in and out. And where does creation disappear to? Of course, not anywhere in space and time. Rather, its disappearance is the shedding of finitude, the transition into the spiritual. God specifies itself as human spirit. But this is bound to the finite and is itself finite. Consequently, the movement of God cannot but also annul this highest form of finitude. Religion, the elevation of the finite spirit to God, is the mediation of God with itself. Christianity is the absolute religion. In it, divine mediation attains its most perfect form, for here it is not only produced for the standpoint of philosophical speculation, but in the form of certainty for human beings in general. It takes the form of immediate sensory perception, external existence in a this which is at the same time known as a divine idea. In the eternal idea there is only one Son. So it is only one, excluding the others, in whom the absolute idea appears. This perfection of reality to immediate individuality is the most beautiful point of the Christian religion, and the absolute transfiguration of finiteness is brought to view in it. End of quote. However, in a very unpleasant way, it is the fate of human finiteness to die. Death is thus the highest proof of humanity, of absolute finiteness. And Christ died the heightened death of the malefactor. Not only natural death, but even the death of shame and ignominy on the cross. Humanity appeared in him to the utmost point. End of quote. But because it is God himself who has divested himself of this point, it follows that God has died. God is dead. This is the most terrible thought, that everything eternal, everything true is not, that negation itself is in God. The highest pain, the feeling of complete hopelessness, the giving up of everything higher is associated with it. End of quote. For the old theology, that would have been the end. But not for Hegel. The process does not stop here, however, but is now reversed. God, namely, maintains himself in this process, and this is only the death of death. God rises again to life. It thus turns to the opposite. End of quote. This striking reversal can, of course, only succeed under Hegel's premise that the essence of God is nothingness. Only that which is nothing in itself can give itself completely to death, preserve itself in it, and emerge from it unscathed. To pass off this movement of nothingness as eternal life, that is Hegel's rotten Good Friday magic. In Christ, death itself reveals itself as resurrection. This death, like the highest finiteness, is at the same time the dissolution of natural finiteness, and consequently the transition to glory, which is, however, only the restoration of the original glory. To regard death as the termination of a finite life is the standpoint of unbelief. Faith teaches us to understand the termination as a transition, as God snatching back into himself. The atoning sacrifice that reconciles the world is the death of Christ, but only insofar as it demonstrates in the most perfect way what has been happening anyway and since time immemorial. It is satisfying for us, in that it represents the absolute history of the divine idea, that which has happened in itself and that which happens eternally. End of quote. His sacrifice makes it clear that the whole world process is nothing other than a single sacrifice. God releases himself into nature, whose highest is the realm of the living. But life, the highest representation of the idea in nature, is only this, to sacrifice itself and become spirit. Spirit is this approach by means of nature. Sacrifice means to abolish naturalness, to abolish otherness. What people wanted to create in the pagan sacrifice ritual, and which according to Christian doctrine was uniquely achieved in the historical sacrifice of Christ, according to Hegel takes place from eternity, without having to be organized. The true sacrifice is neither a giver nor a receiver. It is a giver and a receiver of itself. It does not happen for the sake of a higher purpose, but is itself the purpose. The destruction of the living is its sacrifice, its transition into the divine, its reconciliation, because in the annihilation of the finite God communicates with himself. This all-encompassing mediation is the one religion, Christianity only its highest stage. What Hegel calls absolute religion is only the absolute development of that which has always been religion. It towers above the most primitive fetishism, but only insofar as it gives it its most perfect expression. It is the same God who has revealed himself in Moloch and Christ, only in different forms. Christ's redemptive act consists, then, merely in having made visible once and for all what the earlier stages of religion were not yet able to bring out clearly and definitively, that the world process itself is redemption. Where this is recognized, the sensuous form passes over into a spiritual element. The outpouring of the Holy Spirit takes place. It is indispensable for human beings. The full enjoyment of redemption is only provided by the knowledge that it has always been happening. At its outpouring, the Spirit is still undeveloped. To spread it in its full concreteness is the destiny of the community. This happens primarily in the form of doctrine and the sacraments. In developed Catholicism, people participate in both. But where Mary and the saints are added to the reconciling power of the Son, and the Spirit is more in the Church as a hierarchy than in the community, he is not yet completely in his element, and where the community and the world are still two separate spheres, his mediating movement has not yet completely permeated and united the whole. For reconciliation to be real, it is necessary that in this development, in this totality, reconciliation is also known, present, brought forth. It is therefore necessary that this reconciliation precede in the worldliness itself. The Holy Spirit thus pushes for the whole. Where the community reaches full consciousness of itself, It becomes aware that the innermost essence of religion is identical with the essence of the state. The spirit that gathers the community together only takes on the concrete organizational form that human freedom requires in the state, and where individuals understand the state in this way, it actually unites them as self-aware subjects and only then truly makes them a community. The mediation of the world and God comes to completion. It is in the organization of the state that the divine is realized in reality, that reality is permeated by the divine, and that the worldly is now justified in and of itself. For its basis is the divine will, the law of right and freedom. The true reconciliation, whereby the divine is realized in the field of reality, consists in the moral and legal state. This is the true subaction of the world. The institutions of morality are divine, sacred, not in the sense in which the sacred is opposed to the moral, as celibacy is said to be sacred in contrast to marriage, family love, or voluntary poverty in contrast to active self-acquisition to the legal. Blind obedience is also considered sacred, but morality is obedience in freedom, free, rational will, obedience of the subject to morality. In morality, the reconciliation of religion with reality, with the world, is present and accomplished. Religion and the state thus cease to be two different things. The state understood is the realized community, self-conscious state life is the true cult. The communicatio idiomatum, which was only asserted by the divine and human nature of Christ, finally becomes real. The profanation of religion is the sacralization of the state. No matter how extensively traditional theology treated its great doctrinal pieces on the eternal generation of the Son, creation, the incarnation and redemption, it always came up against a limit, the mystery. Why God had done these things and how they had been able to happen. That was precisely the undeducible, incomprehensible. The totality of theological explanations was based on the inexplicable. The crucial point in the thoroughly positive edifice of doctrine was the point of rupture, the negative. But by bowing before the mystery and offering it the sacrifice of the intellect, theology at the same time kept the point of rupture open and remained true to the idea that true reconciliation could only be the negative, the irreconcilable world. Hegel puts an end to this. Those who believe that the world is founded in a mystery still lack true knowledge of God. The so-called mystery is the revelation. The reality of God is nothing other than the transition into the Son, into the world and back into itself, and this movement is at the same time his self-communication, his revelation, without remainder. The secret of the world is to have none. It is its own explanation and salvation. The world process is the unveiled face of God. There is no lasting tear or break anywhere. The reality of all tears is rather to be closed by the movement of God. Human knowledge, this mysterious transition from ignorance to knowledge, is not excluded from this. Where Augustine saw the happy coincidence of intellectual powers leading to an unknowable enlightenment, Hegel sees only the absolute spirit illuminating itself. It is itself the transition from non-knowledge to knowledge, and human consciousness is only the place where it takes place. In this way, Hegel unites the Augustinian doctrine of enlightenment and the Platonic doctrine of recollection. Human knowledge is a historical result, worked out by real individuals, and yet the result is at the same time eternal. It is God himself who makes himself present in it as that which he always was in himself. What appears to individuals as their enlightenment is only God's self-recollection. What appears to them as their own activity is in truth the act of God. Thus, all human self-determination is ultimately an illusion, and the only autonomous act of the subjects consists in removing the illusion and allowing the truth of the divine process to emerge undisguised. This is exemplified in Hegel's proof of God. As long as people think they are proving the existence of God, it will fail. But if they get it out of their heads and recognize that the elevation of the finite spirit to God is in truth the return of God to himself, then it succeeds because God himself guides it. His mediation with himself is his proof, and human beings, together with their finite spirit, are only the noblest material of its realization. To realize this is to bring reconciliation to its full realization. Only when the subjects recognize that they are nothing but fleeting moments in the absolute mediation do they fully harmonize with this divine destiny. Only this knowledge gives them the unclouded enjoyment of God. Reconciliation is completed in the complete, infinitely self-sacrificing enjoyment of the subjects. According to Hegel's intention, it should take place in the civil state, not in civil society. He clearly distinguished between the two. Society is the system of needs, to which individuals are united in the production and procurement of their food. In it, everyone first takes care of themselves. For every member of civil society is a free legal entity and thus solely responsible for themselves, primarily for their own survival and well-being. But because human needs are no longer animalistic, but have become so refined and specialized that they can only be satisfied through a complex division of labor and exchange of products, subjective selfishness is transformed into a contribution to the satisfaction of the needs of all others, so that, in acquiring, producing, and enjoying for himself, each person thereby produces and acquires for the enjoyment of the rest. It would appear that the opposite of self-sacrifice is taking place in society: self-preservation. It does not recognize a higher moral, even divine purpose. Although it is guaranteed by common law and police power, it only functions as long as the individual is a practical egoist, i.e. concerned with his property and his advantage. The state is supposed to purify this egoism into morality. But it does not do this by exterminating it and replacing it with something else, but rather by raising it to the light of a higher way of looking at things and teaching the right of the individual to care for himself as a duty to the general. The connection between duty and right has the dual aspect that what the state demands as a duty is also the immediate right of the individual, in that it is nothing other than the organization of the concept of freedom. The determinations of the individual will are brought into objective existence by the state, and only through it do they attain their truth and realization. It is thus the pursuit of one's own interests that makes the devotion to the general a reality. One need only know this, and the opposition between may and ought, between self-preservation and self-sacrifice, vanishes. Freedom and morality become concrete in this realization. In it, the divine idea of the state is mediated with the social star of needs. The Hegelian state proves to be the self-consciousness of social egoism, which elevates it to the state of morality and ennobles it with a political constitution that allows it to develop optimally without touching it in the slightest. Nevertheless, the simultaneous identity and difference between society and state, between self-preservation and self-sacrifice, is more than just the brainchild of a philosopher. Individuals experience it in their own bodies. What forces them to be selfish is the fact that they have to sell their labor power in competition with one another. Every successful sale is a victory in the competition, a piece of successful self-assertion. However, selfishness only achieves its goal when the ego simultaneously surrenders to the power that created the workplace, provides the means of production, and dictates the purposes of production. This power is neither society nor the state, but rather the all-encompassing movement that mediates between the two and makes the real state the appropriate political form of organization for the economic process. No doubt, the divine trinity, which, according to Flegel, is to be realized in the state through bourgeois society, is nothing other than the theologically encoded expression for the movement of capital, that invisible mysterious power that, like God the Father, is nothing in itself, that, like him, generates itself as a son to the totality of nature and society, and that, like the Holy Spirit, returns to itself from the fullness of external appearances. At the highest level of social progress, a God thus takes over the reins who surpasses all his predecessors in divine reality, because he can actually be proven to be the principle that determines the social process, and in ungodliness because it can also be proven that he is made by humans. The proof of God, which theology has labored over in vain for centuries, succeeds by failing at the same time. This God is both the highest reality and an illusion. That is why his rule is so difficult to break. You cannot get rid of it by renouncing your faith in him. You would also have to terminate the employment contract on which his power is based. People pay homage to him as soon as they sell their labor power as a commodity, for by maintaining their lives in this way, they also maintain the existence of the power that forces them to maintain their lives in this way. The procurement of food has thus become a daily act of worship, a cult that very well takes place even when its congregation, recruited through violence and material need, does not recognize it as such. The sacrifice that pleases divine power is nevertheless carried out. It consists in the constant wear and tear of means of production, products, and human labor. In this wear and tear, capital sheds its exterior. It returns to itself by consuming its own manifestations. In this way, its power feeds on itself to achieve new, increased productivity. Capital is the first and only God that truly feeds on sacrifice, that cannot help but devour in order to immediately give back what it has devoured in a new form and in greater quantities. This process is called economic growth, and every economist knows that without it capitalism would collapse, even if they do not know that all economic measures intended to prevent this collapse are magical events designed to keep a highly sensitive God in a good mood, who must not swallow at any price what he consumes and spits out. As soon as that happens, the entire social process comes to a halt, and the divine wrath is unleashed on humanity in the form of an economic crisis. No matter how powerfully it may strike, it always bears witness to the impotence of this God, who, if deprived of his sustenance thoroughly enough, must obviously perish. Whether he inevitably drags humanity down with him or whether it can still manage to shake off his rule is the question that only the outcome of history itself can answer. Judgment Day is still to come. For the time being, however, Hegel's version of the reconciliation of religion and secularity is progressing, consequent in the sense of his systematic conception, and yet different from what he personally intended. The state he envisaged was not to be a despotic power that enslaved subjectivity, but rather one that was consciously brought about and freely affirmed by the subjects. The moral bond that tamed the egoism of bourgeois society, a structure of balance and liberality. It is obvious that nothing could come of this, for the conscious, free affirmation of the state means nothing other than the voluntary self-abandonment of the real subjects. What the state, as an alien will, may not do to them, they should do to themselves, regarding their subjective will as the objective, divine will of the state, which unites itself with itself through their thinking and acting. Thus, the immediate external despotism of the state disappears, but not altogether, only in a way that is mediated by the subjects and internalized by them. Hegel explains this internalization as the decisive step of humanity into concrete morality, the reconciliation of God and the world. He does so precisely in the decisive epoch of the Industrial Revolution, when it becomes the most natural interest and the voluntary act of individuals everywhere to sell themselves for the sake of their own self-preservation and to send their own will into that general will that passes equally through labor, means of production and products, and unites them in the circulation of commodities. This is the reconciliation of the general and the particular, of religion and secularity, which Hegel's philosophical idealism ultimately leads to in reality. It ends in the movement of capital mediating everything with everything, not in the Prussian state of estates, which he subjectively had in mind. The realized community thus proves to be the nightmare of a humanity that knows itself united in the all-encompassing and all-pervasive movement of capital as the walk of God in the world, and is completely absorbed in its divine destiny of being the bearer of the commodity labor power. In this spirit, individuals become aware that the expenditure and the wear and tear of their labor is not their own doing, but the self-consumption of capital, and in this knowledge they can enjoy being consumed by the daily toil as entering into the divine glory of pure productivity already in their lifetime, and only in their lifetime. The true sacrifice is not cunningly made for the sake of a higher reward. It is already its own reward. It wants nothing but its own continuation, and the divine power complies with this wish as long as it can, because it is its own. It must not stop in its movement, which sustains and wears out people alike, for the sake of nothing in the world. What is in reality only the motor of the capitalist production relationship has been absolutized by Hegel as the motor of the entire world process, as if the whole world had always been geared towards the disastrous reconciliation of religion and secularity, which threatens to be consummated in the movement of capital. This absolutization is unhistorical and yet a testimony to historical foresight. It anticipates intellectually what has since become increasingly a reality in the most advanced countries. At the beginning of the 19th century, culture, science, and private life still enjoyed a relative independence from the movement of capital. They were not unaffected by it, but they were not drawn into its maelstrom with the same intensity as in the present day, where private fortunes, private scholars, and aesthetes are dying out. Where the family has long since ceased to be a protected space from society, where culture has become the material of a large-scale entertainment industry, and where teaching and research can hardly escape the dictates of economic profitability. In view of the development that bourgeois society has taken since Hegel, his merciless, hermetically sealed system takes on the character of a gigantic prophetic message of doom. The fulfillment of this prophecy is favored by those thinkers who are confident that they have long since overcome Hegel's system and are on completely new paths of knowledge. In the country where technical progress was taking on breathtaking speed at the beginning of the 20th century, a decisive advance in human knowledge also seems to be taking place through an original synthesis of traditional philosophy with the achievements of biological and psychological research. Towards the end of the last century, no knowledge seemed to be more certain than the theory of biological evolution. It seemed to follow from this that not only the human organism, but also the whole mental process within evolutionary development had to be interpreted and had arisen from the interaction of organism and environment. To fathom this interaction and to derive from it both the origin of the human mind and of society is the ambitious program of George Herbert Mead. It is directed against all varieties of philosophical idealism, which always explains the constitution of the physical and social world in terms of the spiritual or ideal, whereas it has been shown that the human mind is a late result of natural history and that a superhuman mind cannot be proved. In order to understand what mind is, one must begin with its physical preconditions. Take, for example, two fighting dogs. The action of each dog becomes a stimulus that influences the reaction of the other. Growling, bristling hair. A crouching posture are physical signals that either provoke the other dog to growl, bristle, and crouch, or to attack or flee immediately. Mead calls such mutually provoking signals or stimuli gestures. Animals influence each other through gestures without associating any meaning with them. However, to humans who recognize how they relate to each other, their interaction, although it occurs according to physiological laws, appears as a mutual communication and thus as a pre-form of human communication. It is therefore not unreasonable to suspect that the secret of the human mind is embedded in the communicative power of gestures. Mead seeks to uncover this secret. In doing so, he faces the difficulty that gestures are ambiguous. The dog's attack pose can cause the other dog to counterattack or to evade, to flee or to submit. The transmission of gestures does not contain a symbol that would have a universal meaning for all individuals concerned. However, it is precisely this that constitutes the specific nature of human communication. But how do diffuse gestures become significant gestures or symbols that mean the same thing to everyone who uses them? According to Mead, only the vocal gesture is fully capable of this transformation. While a living being either does not perceive the visible signals that exist at all or perceives them from a different perspective than other living beings, it hears the sounds that it articulates just like the others in its environment. When the sparrow uses the sound of the canary, it triggers the same reaction in itself as the sound of the canary triggered in the sparrow. This is obviously the hot trail. We unconsciously turn to ourselves as others turn to us. Just as the sparrow takes up the canary's tone, we adapt ourselves to the dialects around us. The significance of the vocal stimulus is thus based on the fact that the individual can hear what he says and in this process tends to react in the same way as the other person. According to Mead, this tendency is typical of humans. We constantly trigger those reactions in ourselves, especially through vocal gestures that we also trigger in other people. And when the point is reached where the stimulus is such that it affects the speaking individual as much as it affects others, then the gesture has become a significant symbol. It means something, and the same thing to everyone who uses it. This agreement is a social achievement. Triggering the same reaction in oneself as in others means putting oneself in the other person's shoes and making their reaction one's own. If this happens reciprocally, then over time certain reactions become common achievements that each individual in a group or society absorbs as attitudes or organized reaction groups. This taking into our experience of this external transmission of gestures that we perform with other people is what constitutes the essence of thinking. So that was the solution. If we see the social process of experience as preceding the appearance of mind in time and explain the origins of mind by the interaction between persons within this process, then not only the origin of mind but also the interaction between mental beings is no longer mysterious or wonderful. Mind arises from communication through the transmission of gestures within a social process or context of experience, not communication through mind. End of quote. Mead's attempt to overcome philosophical idealism is based on a simple fallacy. Because physical stimuli trigger physical reactions, they are also capable of producing mind. Now, it is true that acoustic signals are older than human language, but it is wrong to assume that they are therefore the originators of language. Blah remains the meaningless syllable that it is, even if it is repeated countless times by any number of people and canaries. Just as wood does not become a table by itself, a sound cannot assume a meaning by itself. It can only serve a meaning, as an acoustic sign for something spiritual, as the material of a concept. But then the spiritual is not its product, but rather that which transforms it from a meaningless sound into a meaningful sign. The spirit is the basis of this transformation, not its result. Mead repeats the mistake that plagues every attempt to derive thinking from thinking. The thing to be proved is already presupposed in the course of the proof. Of course, the human mind reacts to stimuli. Forming nonsensical concepts from sensual impressions is even its most characteristic activity. But it can only react in this way because it is already there. It is no more the product of stimuli than a thermometer is the product of fever. The impression that the human mind can be explained by the interaction of stimuli and reactions can only arise under one condition. Please allow me to omit the question of what consciousness actually is or whether the processes in the brain can be equated with consciousness. It is not a psychological question. But we want to avoid logical and metaphysical problems here, just as modern psychology does. For the psychology in question, behaviorism, the mind only exists to the extent that it manifests itself in empirical behavior, so-called attitudes or stances. What makes such stances possible is ignored. Will, memory, and conceptual understanding are obviously not stances, but rather the conditions that enable people to behave as rational beings. Furthermore, they only arrive at concrete insights when they behave in a thinking manner, but these insights themselves are the results of thinking, something to which one behaves, not an attitude. One can behave in a manner that is either in agreement with, rejecting, doubtful of, explaining, or otherwise in relation to a logical or moral rule. It itself is objectified spirit, not behavior. By reducing mind to behavior, Mead is able to extend stimulus and response to mind and society. Because people tend to trigger the same reactions in themselves as in others, the gestures they exchange gradually become firmly associated with certain reaction groups or attitudes. Certain meanings, habits, and rules that are internalized by all individuals in a group and therefore apply to them in general. This network of attitudes, which makes individuals into full members of the group or society in the first place, is called the generalized other. Its content can never be precisely defined. The diverse influences that produce it never cease to change it. There is no lawfulness according to which this change takes place, because all social laws are themselves merely attitudes, and an attitude of attitudes cannot exist. It is therefore impossible for the network of attitudes that make up the generalized other to be organized by a logical principle or directed towards a rational goal. It has grown together over time like a jungle and becomes more complicated, more closely meshed, and also more highly organized the further human social evolution progresses. The driving force behind this lies in the individuals. Not only is the generalized other contained within them, but also the ability to react to it, an ability that can never be fully calculated, and which, precisely for this reason, brings with it a sense of freedom and initiative. It is only in the unpredictable reaction to the generalized other that a person's self is constituted. It exists and realizes itself in the permanent change of itself, and thus of society, which is also nothing other than the permanent change of itself. We know that the change from one historical period to another brings fundamental changes with it. We also know that these changes are due to the reactions of individual personalities, namely to the gestures of those countless individuals who actually change the situation surrounding them, although the specific changes are so slight that we cannot identify them. The historical process is not only this aimless and rule-less change of itself. It should not be anything else either. The ideal society would bring people together so closely, develop the necessary communication system so fully that the individual people who fulfill their specific functions could take on the attitude of the people influenced by them. That would be ideal communication, an ideal that is achieved wherever what is said is understood. Mead's symbolic interactionism is based on nominalism, the philosophical school that considers the human mind incapable of penetrating the essence of things and expressing it objectively. Hence, the conceptual system by which people designate the world of things and communicate about it is understood as a combination of invented names and rules that have been generally agreed upon. And how can one agree on a conceptual system without already using a conceptual system? Nominalism had to fall silent in the face of this question. But Mead has an answer. Living beings are related to each other through stimuli. Neither stimulus nor reaction have any meaning in themselves. But what if the relationship that exists between the two gives them a meaning over time? This is Mead's point. What things themselves cannot do, the process between them can do. It, which is only the movement that mediates them, is said to possess the creative power that they lack. The mere reciprocity between unconscious things is said to be the founder of consciousness, the aimless and purposeless communication between stimuli, the source of the mind and of an organized human society. The fact that the derivation of the spirit, which is something in itself, from the relation of the spiritless, which is nothing in itself, is not generally recognized as the absurdity that it is, but is considered a pioneering act that has established a new, namely the communicative model of reason, testifies to the blinding power that the real relation of capital to consciousness, which determines the social process, exerts. As the motor of continued production of increased productivity, it creates the illusion that relations can have a being of their own, blessed with creativity, alongside the relata connected by them. One such product is the belief in the creative power of the communication process. It is inseparable from the triumph of radio, which, while Mead was projecting his communication theory, began to cover the entire country with a communications network. In order for the vocal gestures that the broadcasting station transmits to meet with a response, the person responsible for the program must actually put himself in the place of the recipients and tailor his program to their needs. This results in a high audience rating, but not a human spirit. The power with which the new medium is able to change consciousness leads to the fallacy that the emergence of the mind is a kind of broadcasting success. Symbolic interactionism is the program director's consciousness elevated to the level of a theory of knowledge and society. His success depends on the laws that determine the economic process. Programs are goods and must be sold optimally, which only works if you take on the presumed attitude of the customers and prepare the goods accordingly. This means that the economic process must be such that the individual is able to identify with the potential customer, since it must constantly develop means of communication for contact with these individuals. If you want to successfully complete the economic process, you have to enter into an ever closer relationship with the other individual, not only identifying with the respective goods, but also trying to find out what the other person wants and why that is the case, what payment terms are granted, what the desired goods must be like, etc. One must identify with him more and more. Successful communication and successful exchange of goods are one and the same thing, both the creator of the mind, society, and economic growth, and the goal of what is created. The communication process intends nothing but the expansion of itself, strives for nothing but that what is said is understood everywhere, whatever its content may be, and would have achieved this state, the universal conversation, in the universal exchange of goods. The communicative explanation of the world is, like Hegel's, an echo of the mediating movement of capital. But it considers itself far superior to Hegel because it does not, like him, dogmatically presuppose an absolute that evolves into a world process, but proceeds empirically and advances from verifiable results of physiology and psychology to the processuality of mind and society. However, Mead's empirical method consists of affirming the renunciation of all metaphysical discussions, then presenting a solution to the metaphysical problem par excellence, the emergence of the mind, and pretending that it is none at all and can be mastered purely empirically. The prerequisite for this is the reduction of mind to behavior. It is only about the interrelationship of living beings that behave towards each other, as it appears to the observer, and mind is only considered to be a slightly more highly organized product of this interrelationship, which does not extend beyond the world of appearances. Mediation no longer means the mediation of the material with the ideal or of nature with spirit, which takes place in the things themselves, but only the mediation of the physical with the physical, which is external to the things and can only be a third party alongside them. In all reasonableness, this third thing should also be something physical, such as air, whose permeability allows the exchange of acoustic or optical signals, or the ether, which mediates between sender and receiver. But the empiricist Mead replaces these physically determinable media with something highly indeterminate. The pure external relatedness of things to one another, the empty reciprocity between them, and he makes this relation, which only exists for abstract thought, into a being in its own right by attributing to it the magical power to bring forth the spirit. Thus, mediation appears as the third, which is said to be of the same nature as the empirical living beings between whom it mediates, and at the same time as the seat of a supernatural power that is not inherent in any sensory being, and is not by chance presented in the biblical myth as the divine breath that gives man the breath of life. Gen 2:7. Symbolic interactionism is not the overcoming of absolute idealism, but rather its poor copy. Hegel's philosophy was, as has been shown, the quintessence of a metaphysics that had realized that the mediation of the ideal and the material must not fall into a third, but which, because it conceived the ideal as the substantial in itself and the material as the in principle void, was forced to regard the epitome of the ideal, the absolute, itself as the subject of mediation. This meant that the absolute, the divine substantiality, dissolved into an absolute relation, from nothing with nothing. Hegel gave this consequence, which can already be seen in the ancient doctrine of the divine Trinity, the form of a philosophical system in which the absolute, which for metaphysics was the eternal, unchanging facticity of God, is both presupposed and derived. As pure being, it is on the one hand the completely indeterminate and in this respect nothing, on the other hand the self-determining and in this respect absolute, unfolding, and self-uniting process. Or in the language of religious philosophy, as Father, God is pure, indeterminate being, thus nothing. But insofar as he determines himself as Son and as Holy Spirit bends back into himself, he is concrete totality. The absolute mediation, as Hegel conceives reality, is indeed an expression of the mediating movement of capital, but one that has absorbed the whole of Western metaphysics and, by representing it as a system of God's self-movement, explains and reflects the metaphysical, divine ungodly character of the movement of capital. The communicative process, on the other hand, which Mead elevates to the founder of the human mind, society, and all humanity, is an absolute that is not supposed to be one, a metaphysical construct against one's will, a God that is not recognized as such and is also blind. It is the engine of the aimless change of itself, and humans are its images. Their ability to think about their own thinking, which Augustine understood as the ability to be made in the image of God, is reduced to the permanent reaction of individuals to themselves, with which they constantly adapt to a constantly changing society, and the moment of undeducible enlightenment, without which knowledge does not come about, is spread out to the fundamental unpredictability of all social and personal development. The only thing that is absolute and certain is change itself. Neither in society as a whole nor in individuals is there anything permanent on which it takes place. People are without ego substance. Their self is to have none. It is nothing but the constant change of itself. Their likeness to God is their subjectlessness. The subjectless blindness with which the capital process advances in reality had been sublimated by Hegel to the divine subject of an all-encompassing philosophical system. Mead expresses it in an unsublimated form, but also incomprehensibly. It manifests itself as blindness. Communicative interaction, a relation, is considered to be a consistent object of science, i.e. something substantial. This object is also considered to be as empirical as the things between which it mediates. Finally, the ability attributed to it to give birth to the fullness of the human spirit and an organized society from its mindless emptiness is presented as the result of empirical research and is believed in all seriousness, so that the communicative structure of reason has finally been discovered, which will redeem us from metaphysics and its empirically unverifiable distinctions between substance and accident, essence and appearance, subject and object. The fact that this belief is itself based on the confusion of two metaphysical basic concepts, substance and relation, is no longer perceived as disturbing, because this confusion seems to have reality on its side. The movement of capital, which is nothing but a relation and yet enables the permanent production of increased productivity, also called economic growth. In this way, a perfectly ordinary error of reasoning can be elevated to the status of a new, promising model of thought that makes metaphysics seem outdated. But in the new, communicative model of thought, the oldest dawns. In the conviction that mediation is a consistent third party alongside the mediated, metaphysics returns in its most murky form. As myth, the mythical world presents itself as a fate that not only humans are subject to, but also their gods, who are considered immortal and capable of supernatural things, but are no less unpredictable and scheming than humans and are just as entangled in countless constraints. They all obey the rule of a higher necessity, which is itself as inscrutable as it is blind, and in whose spell the difference between the divine and the human blurs. Fate. In an effort to break this spell, Western philosophy was born. Hence the search for the true, enduring essence that does not belong to the confusing abundance of natural phenomena, but rather underlies them, that is able to give objective support to human thought and action and no longer leaves it at the mercy of an unpredictable, blind course of nature. Plato sought to fix this true being in the eternal ideas. They are as subjectless and blind as the fate they replace, but recognizable. A pledge that the subjects of mythical blindness can be freed. Plato did not solve the problem of how ideas and the world of the senses can be strictly distinguished and yet still be communicated in a satisfactory way. And yet he clearly recognized that their communication must not fall into a third, because this mysterious third, which only levels the difference that it should explain and proves to be the unknowable, whose exploration leads to the bottomless, bears exactly the features of the fate that is the object of the struggle. Aristotle therefore conceived of ideas as energia, capable of mediating themselves with the material world. But it is only under the Christian premise of an absolute divine subject, which is both recognizable and cognizant, and which allows the mediation of the ideal and the material to culminate in the deity and humanity, that the whole issue of the third man becomes clear. If mediation is traced back to a third party, not only is the constitution of real things and people misunderstood, but the idea of redemption is sabotaged and the world is recognized as a natural disaster. that the fathers of the church were unable to bear the fruits of their knowledge because it grew on the soil of false premises, that the avoidance of a mediating third party, as long as it is under the spell of philosophical idealism, forces the conclusion that mediation itself is the absolute, that the idea of reconciliation therefore became reconciled with the unreconciled world. All this has been shown. The self-destructive course of idealism, which is already clearly evident in the development of the early church doctrine of the Trinity and the two natures of Christ, reaches its goal in Hegel's philosophy, the apotheosis of the mythical fate against which he is directed. This is what constitutes the ambiguity of absolute idealism. On the one hand, it once again condenses the entire emphasis on redemption of the metaphysical theological tradition. Hegel wants nothing less than its realization, but a realization that takes place in the philosophical system, not in reality, is reversed into dissolution. It does not bring redemption from misery, but only redeems from the thought of such a redemption. It does not bring about the reconciliation of the world, but reconciles us with its unreconciled state. But in expelling what he claims to realize, Hegel allows the entire metaphysics, whose soul is the idea of redemption, to light up once again like fireworks. This is idealism at its highest peak, at the moment of its downfall. Symbolic interactionism, on the other hand, is a fallen Hegelianism, a putrefying metaphysics from which the soul has long since departed, so that it no longer knows anything of its metaphysical origin and considers redemption and godlikeness to be meaningless, unenlightened concepts. By taking the subjectless, empty reciprocity of communication for something that exists in itself and elevating it to the rank of a third person, it expresses, without understanding, that the mediating relation of capital, which really keeps society in motion, is increasingly taking on the character of a natural disaster. A self-made one by human beings, which, in the permanent, compulsive production and circulation of goods that appears as social progress, only ever contracts more and more densely and successively drives out any thought of redemption from this cycle. However, while in the ancient myth the spiritual powers slumbered, purifying themselves to metaphysical self-awareness, the new metaphysics, which has sunk to the level of myth, testifies to complete spiritual powerlessness in the face of the divine ungodly principle of society, to whose realization it contributes. Symbolic interactionism is not only one of the current scientific theories. The figure of thought of the third person, which it has made socially acceptable, tends towards universality. It has become the basis of the scientific discipline that is supposed to make all individual sciences receptive and mediate them with the needs of social practice. Didactics. The modern science of the sciences is institutionalized interactionism. As such, it follows in the footsteps of philosophy and theology, which once earned the title of science of the sciences to the extent that they were the self-awareness of science. However, its legacy is also its scum, which is only able to play the role that has been assigned to it if it does not see through it. The mediation of subject and object is a phantom that didactics unsuccessfully chases after. But by trying to capture it in vain by cataloging learning styles and steps, as well as by operationalizing learning goals, it succeeds in something else. The reformulation of all learning material deemed useful into qualifications organizes the entire field of education and teaching in the language that has long since regulated supply and demand on the labor market, and makes it clear, in modern society, people only have a real chance if they are well-coordinated, constantly open to expansion, and have a bundle of qualifications. People who know how to move skillfully and independently in the ups and downs of the economy, in the interplay of job offers and job searches, of job retention and job loss. It is this flexibility in constantly adapting to a constantly changing society that, according to Mead, is where a person's self is realized, and the didactics aim to ensure the formation of such a self. The qualifications that it formulates are unsuitable for expressing the exact content that they represent, but they are perfectly suited for presenting this content as goods on the labor market, where it is the same as everywhere else when goods are exchanged. It is not the purchase that proves whether the goods fulfill the expectations that they aroused, but only their actual use. Thus, didactics puts into action what symbolic interactionism only formulates in general terms. Intellectual goods are no different from material goods. They are commodities that realize their value only through their alienation. Symbolic exchange, communication, is what makes intellectual content what it is in the first place. In itself, it is as futile as any commodity that leaves you out in the cold. This is why we need a catalog of the ways and means of learning, in which the acquisition of qualifications takes place, a motivation research that facilitates its purchase and sale, and a type of teacher who hardly differs from a salesman. But didactics probably illustrates its interactionist character best in curricular action research, a process without a determinable subject, object, or result, which allows all those involved to realize their self continuously, learning and researching creatively and receptively, without them having won or ever being able to win it. The process is itself an idealized pedagogical image of that halting and aimless production of productivity that drives the social process as a whole forward, but also makes it tread water. The lack of results in didactics is only the other side of its efficiency. While it vainly chases after the mediation of subject and object, it has achieved a great deal for the mediation that governs the social process, as the missionary of which it works in the realm of education and the scientific spirit. While it considers itself to be progressive enlightenment, penetrating ever deeper into the interrelationships of teaching and learning, the movement of capital penetrates ever deeper into the pores of the mind and accustoms people to seeing all intellectual content as goods and to regarding their optimal sale as the pinnacle of self-realization. While it misses its target, it successfully sabotages the idea of redemption and turns concepts such as autonomy, emancipation, and spontaneity, whose soul is the godlike self-confidence that is powerful in itself, into the characteristics of an optimally equipped bundle of qualifications that knows how to move like a fish in the whirlpools and shallows of the capital flow. In this way, didactics, by going into the void, has a power that shapes consciousness and organizes its contents, without, however, being able to see through the principle according to which it organizes. As a representative of this principle, it is also a representative of its blindness, the headless head of a scientific enterprise that is not oriented towards an association of free people, but towards the ceiling of a self-made natural disaster. Modern society has brought the evil of didactics to fruition. What its essence is can only be guessed at its modern beginnings. The great didactics, for example, the complete art of teaching all people everything, the basic features of which were projected by Jan Amos Comenius, proclaims a concept of learning that preserves and actualizes the Augustinian idea of the human intellect as being made in the image of God. After Western Christianity had disintegrated into numerous fiercely competing nation-states and denominations, and theological dogmas no longer had the power to create unity and clarity in the world, Comenius saw only one way to bring people of all denominations to reason and to the threshold of bliss: the organization of all traditional knowledge from the point of view of its optimal comprehensibility. The structure of the human mind indicates the direction. For since nothing can be recognized by the intellect that has not previously been grasped by the senses, the intellect receives the material for all its thoughts only from the senses. The first object of all learning is the world of the senses, which would, however, remain the diffuse, incomprehensible diversity that it is for the infant, were it not for the fact that there is something in it that structures it as a regular natural process and makes it possible for the human mind to form itself and for human action to be objectified in it. It can only be understood and appropriated as a connection between unity and multiplicity, genera and species, essence and accidents, cause and effect, parts and the whole. Nature is characterized by all these pairs of opposites at once. However, it can only be understood gradually. Thus, it is important to break down what it is at once into a temporal sequence so that the mind can understand it step by step and without confusing its complexity. If anything, this is a didactic achievement. On the one hand, it consists in the maximum reduction of diversity to unity, of the accidental to the essential, of effects to causes, etc. On the other hand, it consists in unfolding the reality that has been reduced to the utmost to its full reality, and in patiently and persistently proceeding in the smallest steps from unity to diversity, from the essential to the accidental, from causes to effects, etc. Like nature itself, languages and sciences, art and ethics are organized structures, and didactics is the intellectual act that reveals the nature of their organization, through their maximum reduction and renewed systematic composition. In fact, what the intellect does anyway only happens here in a conscious planned form. When it identifies some natural object, such as a tree, it first draws the general concept of tree from it, which applies to all trees, and isolates it from all the characteristics that apply to this particular specimen. Then it links the separate parts through judgments. This tree is tall and has many branches. To recognize is therefore to process, to take apart in the mind and put back together again. This insight is not fully clear to Comenius, but he applies it with astonishing consequence. His great didactics attempts to show how all natural and artificial entities, despite their complexity of unity and diversity, essence and accident, etc., can still be measured by the human intellect, and the method used is none other than the approach of the intellect itself, whenever it works reasonably, reduction to the essential and specification from there. To apply this method in a concrete way and to organize all human knowledge in such a way that it is freed from all the detours, setbacks, inconsistencies, misunderstandings, and futilities associated with its acquisition and accumulation in the historical process, and takes on the form of a purified system that anyone could learn without much effort, that is Comenius' great vision. It remained a program, but one that, despite its shortcomings, suggests what successful didactics would be. As a general didactics, it would be an insight into the objective structures that make the world of appearances consistent and recognizable, as well as their return to the way the human intellect works, metaphysics and epistemology. As a subject didactics, it would be the organization of the scientific material derived from this, from the point of view of its optimal comprehensibility, self-awareness of the respective subject. Successful didactics would be didactics that have disappeared. It would have become aware of its lack of objectivity as an independent discipline and would have passed into the self-reflection of science. A successful didactics would correspond to a society that sees through its objective living conditions and organizes itself in such a way that individuals no longer act as a means to an end without a subject, but are a purpose in themselves and, free from the compulsion to sell their labor as a commodity, could use science and technology to minimize misery and want instead of administering and perpetuating them. Such a society, however, cannot be didactically enforced, as Comenius sometimes imagined in the exuberance of his discoveries. Just as a skilled writer can write or a painter can paint whatever he wants on a blank slate, so can anyone who has mastered the art of teaching impress anything on the human mind. In his confidence that the right presentation of the subject matter would automatically produce learning success, Comenius did not sufficiently reflect on the limits that the problem of communicating metaphysics and thus also didactics sets. Even if we know that an object is composed of essence and accidents, we still cannot get to the bottom of the act of composition itself, of the mediation of both. It remains discontinuous, not positively determinable. Therefore, the accidents cannot be derived from the essence, nor can the essence be derived from the accidents. Consequently, there is no royal road to the most comprehensible representation. Both the reduction to the essential and the unfolding transition to the accidental contain an element of contingency, which on the one hand also gives every form of representation an element of contingency, and on the other hand requires every intellect that wants to understand the matter to take the step of contingency, which may be easier for one person with this form of representation and for another with that. Nevertheless, this step can never be forced. It is not possible without what Augustine called enlightenment, which takes place imperceptibly even in the smallest gain in knowledge, but with each of its sparks points to its own maximum, the self-consciousness reconciled with itself, godlike, whose social reflection is still the only act with which humanity could do justice to its destiny to reason. Because self-awareness cannot be forced, none of the significant insights of the Enlightenment, which could have long since led to the liberation from blindness and self-made misery, possessed the power to take over the direction of human minds. The power to take control of human minds. Because self-awareness cannot be derived, even the hopelessly muddled state of the world cannot rule out the possibility that humanity will, if only out of fear of its own demise, pull itself together and find a way out of its self-made misery. Without hoping for this miracle, it is impossible to remain true to reason. The history of metaphysics can also be discussed against the background of a negative teleology, similar to the one that Freud attributed to religions themselves in order to understand them as a universal obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, this is not a sigh of the oppressed creature, as Marx had already defined religion, but a sigh of reason oppressed by pure understanding. In order not to go completely mad from inner and outer compulsions, almost mad books are written, and they are often the most important ones. However, their fate is often that their proximity to madness is no longer perceived. This is what happens to the critique of pure reason, even with Konstantin Rauer, who initially succeeded in proving that the origin of this critique lies in Kant's early examination of the diseases of the head and the dreams of a seer. It may seem strange, says Rauer, that a philosopher with an essay on the diseases of the head, 1764, should go to the madhouse of all places in order to rediscover what seems to have been lost to him, namely, reason. In his inaugural dissertation of 1770, the tenets of Leibnizian metaphysics are treated as psychological projections, which Kant then generalizes to projective fallacies in logical judgments in general. In the Critique of Pure Reason, 1781-87, this method finally comes to bear in that Kant transfers the psychological typification of psychosis from the diseases of the head, derangement, folly, madness, to the possible projective fallacies in logical judgments, i.e. amphiboly, paralogism, antinomy. The projection was the idea, from which all the problems of criticism are posed and solved. In Rauer's line of argument, the early work by Kant on Emanuel Swedenborg entitled Dreams of a Spirit Seer, explained by Dreams of Metaphysics, 1766, is of particular importance in the transition from the diseases of the head to the metaphysics of the philosophers. If this seer, who was able to cause such a stir in the Christian world with his visions, claimed that he could be in two places at once, for example in Gothenburg and Stockholm, or conversely experience something in one place from two different eras, for example the present and the Hellenistic era, at the same time, Kant, in his attempt to reduce these claims to absurdity, challenged metaphysics to answer the question of what the objective basis of space and time could be. And it was this question of space and time that first caused the great turning point in Kant's thinking. The new element in Kant's philosophy of the subject is not to be found in his philosophy of consciousness as such, for this was already given by Descartes' residential cogitans, but in the fact that Kant was the first to ask the question of the unity of consciousness. Kant would never have come up with this question of the identity of consciousness if he had not previously had a divided consciousness before his eyes with Swedenborg. Thus, the original synthetic unity of consciousness as the solution to the questions raised by amphiboly, paralogism, and antinomy does not originate with Descartes, but with Swedenborg, and is then only applied in a second step, starting from Swedenborg to Cartesian consciousness philosophy. This application is such that Kant dissolves the thinking substance into conditions of thought that make a synthetic unity of experience possible in the first place. Only the separation of phenomenon and noumenon, of definite and indefinite empirical view, as well as of regulative and constitutive principle, is able to reveal the fallacies to which thinking tends and which are dealt with in the part on transcendental dialectic. The spiritualization of matter, monadology, the materialization of the intelligible, identity in the ego, and the substantialization of predicates, infinity, God, freedom. Leibniz's monadology, which is alluded to several times in the text about Swedenborg, appears to Kant as one of the dreams of metaphysics that give in to this tendency to draw false conclusions without resistance. Kant noticed that Swedenborg's delusional system and Leibniz's epistemology are almost identical in their entire construct. What Kant could not know at the time is that both are based on the same school, namely that of Neoplatonism. In any case, if Leibniz is right with his slumbering monad, according to which intelligences dwell in the smallest particles, then Swedenborg would also have to be conceded that matter is animated by spirits. This scandal, which meant that the philosophy that was dominant in Germany at the time could not be distinguished from a crazy spiritism, did not lead Kant to exclude the delusion from philosophy, but rather to the contrary, to declare the dominant philosophy as a whole to be insane. Hence the ironic and ambiguous title of Dreams of a Spirit Seer, explained by Dreams of Metaphysics, a work in which Leibnizian metaphysics is lumped together with Swedenborgian spirit seeing and both are thrown overboard together. However, Konstantin Rauer makes it too easy for himself by simply equating monadology with spirit-seer dreams. Leibniz does call monads incorporeal automata, automates incorporals. At one point, neither capable of being created nor destroyed, but as an individual substance, a single monad represents for him both the whole universe and a particular body, whose own entelechy it constitutes. And only the body that belongs to a monad, together with this entelechy, constitutes what is called a living being. In this respect, Leibniz explicitly applies the monadology to organic nature, in which each body has its own telos in the form of a monad, independently of all other monads, because they have no windows through which influence between them would be possible. With the monadology, Leibniz was obviously looking for a theory of knowledge for organic nature, for a field in which mathematics and physics were no longer sufficient for him to gain knowledge. By judging the world as the best of all possible worlds from this nature, monadology as a metaphysical projection refers to something outside of nature. Inorganic and organic nature are intuitively distinguished according to a second nature, which Schelling and Hegel would later speak of and which ultimately required a distinction between means of production and labor, constant and variable capital in the critique of political economy. In the field of political economy, their unity corresponds to what Kant called an organized being, in order to distinguish, following Leibniz, the organic nature from the physically determinable. However, this distinction is guided by the teleological power of judgment, by the regulative principle of formal expediency, according to which the various parts of organized beings each function reciprocally as means and ends for each other and are to be understood as a unity. It is no coincidence that Marx would later speak of the organic composition of capital in order to determine the unity of second nature from the underlying separation. This separation of the immediate producers from their means of production, as described in the chapter of the first volume of Capital on so-called primitive accumulation, was the historical precondition for the fact that not only labor power functions as a commodity, but that it is only possible to speak of labor power in the strict sense. That means of production and labor power, variable and constant capital, can be regarded as organically composed. The discovery that there are organisms in the first nature that can be understood neither by physics nor by the rationalism as understood by Descartes was not only immediately required by new research in the field of organic nature, but indirectly provoked and ultimately determined by the second nature of the capital relationship. But the new metaphysics inspired by this, as exemplified by Leibniz, could not distinguish between the first and second nature, because it was intuitively oriented towards affirming the second nature. It is not, then, Leibniz's immediate views on the best of all possible economic conditions that are at issue here, although it was precisely these views that placed a clear emphasis on the necessity of the private ownership of the means of production by the citizens vis-a-vis the princes, but rather, in the words of Sonrethel, the form of thought itself in which the individual and the general are placed in relation to each other. If, on the other hand, we follow Constantin Rauer, philosophy enters the realm of spirits and madness in the dreams of metaphysics, which the Neoplatonists had already created. However, this suppresses the fact that it is bourgeois society itself that, in a certain sense, puts Neoplatonism into practice. It realizes the realm of spirits, and the madhouse, whose inmates believe in spirits and monads and into which Kant had to go in order to find reason again, resembles the madhouse into which Marx later had to go and whose inmates constantly have to conjure up past, dead labor. This suggests, in a certain sense, the interpretation of the monadology by Ernst Cassirer, although in it, too, no direct connection is made with the development of bourgeois society, let alone with the critique of political economy. Unlike Rauer, however, Cassirer understands the monadology as if it were already a preliminary stage of Kant's critique. The bodies, as Leibniz conceives them, follow only their own phenomenal laws. The substances, however, are merely the principles in which the material event is represented and imagined as a unity. Kant himself, however, criticizes in the chapter on amphiboly that the monadology hypostatizes the concept of substance, which can only be a category of understanding. Therefore Leibniz made all substances, because he imagined them as noumena, even the components of matter, after he had taken from them everything that might signify external relation, and thus also composition, in thought, simple subjects endowed with powers of representation, in a word, monads. Cassirer here contradicts the critique of pure reason and asserts that the monads as metaphysical substances are by no means used to unite the multiplicity of phenomena in a mystical thing in itself and then to treat this thing in itself as empirical experience, as Kant accuses monadology of doing. Whatever metaphysical substances Leibniz may base the world of appearances on, they remain independent of it with their immanent legality. The starting point is diversity, in order to determine a pure method that, in contrast to the relationship of the monads to each other, determines their mutual comparability and dependence. According to Leibniz's definition, homogeneous is what is recognized by the same measure. The pure method that applies to this homogeneity can, however, in the case of the organic composition of capital, only be the average necessary working time for the production of a commodity. The brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. of the labor force are not the substance of the value of the commodities, but rather the substance is what can be measured in this organic nature in the production of commodities, the average necessary time for their production. The real metaphysics of capital thus proves to be a pseudophysics, for the measurement or averaging does not take place on the spot, not in the production itself, but where the goods are sold and bought on the market, and the average is thus always only produced by the necessary time of past labor. It is the commodity guardians who equate their commodities with this time of past labor, which alone can be held as the homogeneous of the many different private labors. The substance of value is thus what the commodity guardians mutually accept in the contract as the average necessary working time, the average of which cannot be determined in the work itself, because it takes place at many production sites with different organic compositions of capital. In his critique of pure reason, Kant, on the other hand, overlooks the fact that Leibniz's monadology is concerned with what he himself would later call organized beings in his critique of judgment. The term monad refers to what is called a living thing. Although Leibniz does not make a precise distinction here, he develops the idea that the individual body of this living thing belongs to a monad and is to be determined together with this entelechy. In this respect, he sees the living as an end in itself in the form of monads, and only in this sense is Kant right when he reproaches Leibniz for regarding monads as substantia noumenon and ignoring what makes them subsist as phenomenon, as bodies in space and time, namely to be the epitome of pure relations. If pure reason could relate to objects with its categories in an immediate way, then space and time would only be possible through the relationship of substances and their determinations to one another. There would be no need for a transcendental subject, no, I think, would be necessary, which must be able to accompany all my ideas. Instead of this concept, which is completely empty of content in itself, and which enables a unity of consciousness in which space and time, as pure forms of sensory perception, enable the synthesis of all concepts that the empirical self, as an organized being with sensory organs, is given, the bodies are substantialized as monads. The unity of consciousness, which underlies the categories, is here taken for the subject's view of itself as an object, and the category of substance is applied to it. But it is only the unity in thinking which alone does not give an object, so that the category of substance, as the always given view, cannot be applied, and therefore this subject cannot be recognized at all. For the identity of the subject, of which I can become aware in all its representations, does not concern the view of the same, by which it is given as an object, and therefore cannot mean the identity of the person, by which the consciousness of identity in all its states, for which, in order to prove it, it would not be sufficient to analyze the proposition, I think, but various synthetic judgments based on the given perception would be required. Although no object is given by mere unity in thinking, that is, without a specific empirical view, this unity itself presupposes an indeterminate empirical view that does not require synthesis, whereby Kant expresses in a particularly circuitous way, even for his own purposes, that unity of consciousness can only exist if a single empirical ego exists, single in that it would not exist or would not have existed without its body. The I think is namely an empirical proposition, and holds the proposition I exist. In itself, it expresses an indefinite empirical intuition, i.e., perception, thus it proves, after all, that sensation, which consequently belongs to sensuousness, is the basis of this existential proposition, but precedes experience, which is to determine the object of perception by the category in respect of time. An indeterminate perception here means only something real that has been given, and that only for thinking in general, not as an appearance nor as a thing in itself noumenon, but as something that does indeed exist and is designated as such in the proposition, I think. But without any empirical representation that provides the material for thinking, the act of thinking would not take place, and the empirical is only the condition of the application or use of the pure intellectual faculty. At this point in the Critique of Pure Reason, it is a footnote in the second edition, Kant apparently feels compelled to add an indeterminate empirical view, i.e. perception, to the I think, thereby applying a peculiar contradiction, in brackets, to the transcendental subject. The only case in which an empirical is not determined as an object, not in terms of time. If the sentence, I think, proves that sensation, which consequently belongs to sensibility, is the basis of this existential proposition, then this indeterminate empirical view can be nothing other than the empirical of one's own body, which goes before experience, which in turn is the object that perception is to determine through the category in regard to time. Kant feels compelled to make this comment in order to rule out the possibility that the category of substance cannot be applied to the mere unity in thinking, given by the representation of the self, that is completely empty of content, and that is to be presupposed in the view that is given at all times, and that this unity in thinking, understood as a subject, cannot be recognized independently of its specific empirical views. Undetermined empirical intuition means something real that must be given, and only for thinking in general, not as an appearance. It is also the thing in itself or noumenon, but it is what Kant calls mind at the beginning of the Critique of Pure Reason, which is affected by the thing in itself. This affectation is the basis of the synthesis of empirical perception in space and time as the forms of perception of the subject, without determining them. Expressed in the terms of the Critique of Judgment, this basis is the individual body, understood as an organized being. This, incidentally, rules out the possibility of a collective consciousness or the consciousness of an artificial intelligence, just as it does not mean, conversely, that the body as an organized being and thus part of an animal and plant world to be examined for expediency without purpose is already a sufficient and not merely a necessary condition for the emergence of consciousness. The popular fairy tales of artificial intelligence, which are constantly sprouting in the culture industry and in science journalism, represent a new form of spiritism, in that they see consciousness arising from what Kant understands as the machine-like nature of nature, or more precisely, inorganic nature, viewed from the point of view of the system. As if the purpose for which humans invent machines transforms these machines into organized beings. As if, for example, the electric current that the purpose supplies to them replaces the body. But if one day living beings were to be implanted with artificial intelligence, and this is certainly to be expected, there can be no question of consciousness either. It would be more a matter of highly developed prostheses. In view of these fairy tales, it is perhaps not superfluous to emphasize that every machine or software, every chatbot or robot, together with the body, lacks the possibility of occupying an object libidinously, without which there is neither consciousness nor thought, and of course no neuroses, psychoses, or madness. Like the I exist contained in the empirical sentence, I think, it forms the indissoluble connection with organic nature. In Leibniz's monadology, it is the other way around. Here, every organic body possesses a unit of consciousness. It is not necessary to speak of an I, neither empirical nor transcendental. The monads are windowless. No particular empirical view is possible for them. They therefore have no relationship to each other, no relations among themselves. Space and time cannot arise between them, although Leibniz, as a physicist and in his dispute with Newton, insists that space and time are not absolute, not a natural fact existing independently of bodies but relative, resulting from the relations of the bodies. The monads, understood as entelechy, are thus like the Platonic ideas beyond time and space. They cannot be created or destroyed. However, they are created by God, and it is also God who regulates them. This theodicy ultimately transforms them into spirits. With his appearance, in the 47th paragraph, Leibniz himself begins to speak only of spirits, which ultimately also formed a theocracy. While Swedenborg, whom Kant considered a candidate for the hospital, did not end up in the hospital because he invoked God, Leibniz felt compelled to create a higher unit of his own in his special realm of monads, which are themselves understood as units through God. Effects of one monad on another are not possible in themselves. But through the intervention of God, there is an ideal influence between them, and thus arises what is famous and infamous as pre-established harmony or the best of all possible worlds, which Voltaire so brilliantly satirized in his Candide. Because God regulates the whole, he takes into account every part and in particular every monad, whose imaginative nature cannot be limited by anything to imagine only a part of things. Through God, every monad reflects the whole, just as every commodity reflects the capital, only that in this area it is not the theodicy that is assumed, but an invisible hand. In the Critique of Pure Reason and the Critique of Practical Reason, Kant, beset by such metaphysical dreams and himself a candidate for the hospital, discusses how a unity of consciousness is possible that cannot be regulated by any god or spirit, and in what it resists disintegration into schizophrenia and psychosis. The distress itself becomes particularly clear in one place in the first book of the Critique of Pure Reason, where it confirms the insights of Constantin Rauer, who, strangely enough, does not emphasize them particularly. Klaus Heinrich emphasizes it all the more in his lectures on Oedipus, as proof that Kant simply rejects everything that reminds him of madness. What happens when Kant's mechanism, which is supposed to guarantee the unity of the world of ideas, stops working, even if only for a moment, in a fit of madness, as one might say? And can we say that what then emerges has been repressed? This is the question Heinrich asks himself, and he answers by counterpointing the quote from the Critique of Pure Reason with psychoanalytical terms, inserting them in parentheses. If cinnabar were to be red one moment, black the next, light one moment, heavy the next, if a human being were to be transformed into this or that animal form, the land covered with fruit one day and with ice and snow the next, my empirical imagination would not even have the opportunity to associate the heavy cinnabar with the idea of red color. Even this associating is ruled out. Or if a certain word were to be applied to one thing or another, displacement, transposition, condensation, or even the same thing being named in one way or another, without a certain rule governing the phenomena, which they are already subject to, then no empirical synthesis of reproduction could take place. This is the proposition, then, whose three examples we should take a closer look at for a moment, examples in which, for Kant, an attitude of madness is clearly expressed. If that were the case, then the person who experiences it in this way would be dissociated. However, the associating itself is not excluded in the quoted passage. Rather, Kant raises the question of how, when the red color is imagined, cinnabar can come to mind at the same time. In his parentheses, Heinrich, on the other hand, suppresses the fact that the ability to recognize and determine shifts, exchanges and condensations as such presupposes the foundation of a unity of consciousness and the synthetic judgments possible with it, as well as the power of judgment. This leads him to an assessment that echoes Foucault, Deleuze and Guattari, namely that insanity contains experiences that cannot be made in the rational world. In other words, there is a real counterconcept here, a corrective concept to what reason and understanding mean, And in this respect, it is also a challenge to a society that does not recognize what it encounters in the form of madness. Even if a kind of method can be discovered in madness, it is not a concept, a counter or corrective concept. The question arises as to whether Heinrich's assertion is to be read in indirect reference to Hegel's concept logic, in which case it would be untrue, or in the sense of the psychoanalytical view that the symptom also speaks, but that it first requires translation, and that means synthesis. In any case, the challenge of society will ultimately only be able to recognize the signs of displacement, madness, insanity in itself, whereby it seems all the more necessary to proceed from the unity of consciousness, from the condition of the possibility of synthetic judgments, not least of the power of judgment itself, the mere need for unity. As soon as Heinrich really engages with Freud, the concept of counter or correction, which he believes he can perceive in madness, gives way to the realization that critical concepts can only be developed by the analyst. For in analyzing the neurotic or psychotic entity that an empirical ego strives to produce in the relationship between the superego and the ID, or an empirical consciousness in the relationship to its unconscious, which is precisely where the psychic suffering that needs to be healed arises, he must tacitly attribute the ability to form a unity to consciousness in general. That is, not as an empirical one. Insanity is a counterconcept in that it expresses something like the resignation of the analyst, who no longer believes that he can attribute this capacity of consciousness to itself in the case of an empirical consciousness. See the end of the Oedipus lecture, when Heinrich raises the problem of the union of the ego and the ID, or the lectures on the philosophy of religion, which were given in the same year and concluded with the warning against the misunderstanding that one would get further with a crazy plurality of experiential concepts, and recommended instead that counterweights be built up to prevent the overall mechanism of a realization from bending a priori. If one asks what explodes the transcendental concept of experience, then one must also ask, with what is the explosive force purchased? To what limits does it come? Through what is it itself powerless? Apperception adds the transcendental subject to mere perception, to pure sensory perception, philosophically expressed. Affectation by the thing in itself, or biologically expressed. Impulses from organs, drives, etc. But this subject is not yet synthesis itself. With a certain justification, Heinrich sees the Enlightenment as being concerned with excluding from science and philosophy everything that was pushed into fairy tales and was the stuff of mythology. Qualities merge abruptly, human individuals take on animal forms, the sequential emerges as simultaneous. As forms of the displacement that it combats, which threaten to break through the rationally functioning mechanism of transcendental apperception. For Heinrich, as if he had already thought of so-called artificial intelligence, a production machinery. However, the quoted passage from the Critique of Pure Reason does not mean a functioning mechanism in the sense of a synthesis machine already in motion, as Heinrich suggests, in order to assimilate it to the production machinery. Rather, it describes the objective reason or sufficient condition for the possibility of first and foremost activating the imagination, necessary for knowledge in the consciousness of the individual, which mediates between understanding and sensuality, and is at the same time capable of producing ideas even without the presence of the object, without therefore already considering them to be perceptions. Kant emphasizes the subjective activity and immediacy of apperception, immediate action exercised on perceptions, whereby phenomena come into the mind in such a way that they may agree with the abstract unity of apperception, but do not dissolve the abstract itself, not even and especially in the sense in which Hegel's reinterpretation of the word Aufheben, sublating, would then claim. A false coincidence is also conceivable here, which only takes into account that unity insofar as it completely replaces it, in the terms of the Freudian interpretation of dreams, through illustration, displacement, and condensation. Here, one could say, it is decided whether the imagination proceeds productively, in accordance with the affinity of appearances, or paranoiacally. Kant will later describe the latter as false poetry. But it is only the critique of judgment that provides the means to judge this, the reflective power of judgment. The fact that apprehension, outside of strictly philosophical usage, expresses something like timidity or anxiety, points not least to the balancing act of synthesis in the face of the abysses that open up in conspiracy theories. For the sake of synthesis alone, the consciousness of the individual must be capable of imagining what is otherwise, as if it were a matter of dreams banned in mythology and fairy tales, and that is why the productive imagination is the crucial point for an understanding of the Critique of Pure Reason that does not confuse the synthesis in apprehension with the mechanism of pure apperception, as the faculty of consciousness in general, i.e. the transcendental subject, as often happens in the reception of Kant in the wake of Hegel. The imagination in dreams and in delusional fantasies should be understood as something different, and in the spirit of Freud, one could speak here of the capacity for displacement and condensation. For the separation between mind and object, which according to the critique of pure reason is mediated by the imagination, cannot be assumed in the interpretation of dreams, inasmuch as there is a kind of transcendental subject. I also know in my dreams that it is I who is experiencing and doing something, that is, a kind of apperception. But the forms of representation of space and time, which according to Kant are given a priori, are not given a priori in this case, but a posteriori, dream material, so that synthesis or apperception is avoided. Rather, as in ghostly visions, it is possible at any time for two objects or persons to be in the same place at the same time for my ego, that I can be in different places at the same time or that I do not have to leave one place to be in another, the same applies to different times, etc. This is what Freud calls displacement and condensation in the dream work. In this way, the dreaming ego is able to visualize, displace, and condense its dream thoughts, the hidden desires that are due to the drives, in order to bring them through the dream censorship. Myths and fairy tales undoubtedly imitate this dream work, but unlike dreams, their mimesis is based on the unity of consciousness in general, namely in the empirical consciousness of imitating them, that is, by means of the productive imagination, which belongs to the waking state and is therefore capable of assuming an aesthetic form. Rauer's book on Kant could almost be seen as a response to the Kant criticism in Heinrich's Oedipus lectures. It reminds us that the unity of consciousness must first be established before madness can be spoken of in any other way than in the manner of a romantic transfiguration. In art and literature, it is only through aesthetic form that it is possible to relate the delusional ideas that are expressed in mythology to the situation of the individual in society as moments of expression or expressionlessness, and to distract from the formless myths of the past and the cultural industry myths of today, which are constantly spun as a demonic fate. But unlike Heinrich, Rauer fails to recognize that the confrontation between the individual and the whole, which aesthetic form alone is able to do justice to, requires, conversely, that the social context itself be understood as a false, untrue unity that seems to be designed to dissociate consciousness. That is why Kant, not least, should be read with Marx, because this unity corresponds perfectly to what the Enlightenment threatened to lose its mind over. That words, such as capital and commodity, are soon attributed to this or that use value. People are transformed into this or that animal form of labor power depending on how brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. are to be used. That something that happens in succession, the production and exchange of goods, must appear in the exchange value itself as something that happens at the same time. In this sense, Walter Benjamin has already interpreted the form of Greek tragedy. It is about isolation, the detachment from a people that is forced to be united by a demonic fate decreed by the gods. It was not law, but tragedy, in which the head of genius rose from the fog of guilt for the first time. For in tragedy the demonic fate is broken, but not by replacing the pagan, incalculable chain of guilt and atonement with the purity of the atoned human being reconciled with the pure God. Rather, in tragedy, the pagan human being realizes that he is better than his gods. But this realization leaves him speechless. It remains muffled. Without professing it, it secretly seeks to gather its power. There is no question of the moral world order being restored, but the moral man still wants to raise himself up in the quivering of that agonized world. Still dumb, still immature, as such he is called the hero. The paradox of the birth of genius in moral speechlessness, moral infancy, is the sublime of tragedy. Walter Benjamin, The Origin of the German Tragedy. Thus, Heinrich's attempt in Tertium Dater to read the Kantian concepts, including those of the category tables, in terms of content, led to the contradiction that every serious Kant critique must face. On the one hand, the castrating concept of formalizing reason, and on the other hand, the postulate that it should be possible for the many, who are not only many in number, to understand each other under a better concept of unity, and in this way may bring about a better thing that deserves the name of all height. Even Marx had his difficulties with this when he claims that value from past labor is added to a commodity in the labor process which is stored in the means of production. He is trying to depict the continuity of the succession in the commodity, which is both use value and exchange value, in the various phases of the production and utilization processes. But in reality, the working time necessary to produce a particular good is not scientifically determined in exchange by the competition between the owners of the goods. To do so, they would have to measure not only the time in their own workshops, but also the time of production throughout the country. Rather, it is added as an assumption and by means of a contract, for there is no continuity between this exchange and that production, and therefore no intermediate values, Cassirer, or intermediate sensations, Kant hiatus dater. In a certain sense, the critique of political economy therefore understands society in the same way as psychoanalysis understands the dreaming individual. In both cases, those intermediate values or intermediate sensations are missing, and they have to be bridged. In the critique of judgment, Kant himself speaks, as in the early writings on the diseases of the head and on spiritualism, of the danger of enthusiasm, which is a delusion, of wanting to see something beyond the limits of sensuality, i.e. to dream according to principles, to run amok with reason. And it sounds again as if a personal fear of going mad is also speaking here. Indeed, the linguistic style of the critique of pure reason could give the impression that he was competing with the paranoid, whose madness he attests to in Anthropology as a thoroughly methodical acumen, to systematize and schematize it. For paranoia is, as he himself has to admit, the form of madness that is closest to his philosophy, inasmuch as it is in accordance with the formal laws of thought regarding the possibility of experience. In other words, in contrast to other forms of madness, it originally possesses a unity of consciousness in which imaginations that are self-made through false imagination are mistaken for perceptions, so that the unity fails precisely where Kant's critique of the teleological power of judgment begins, in the relationship between means and ends. In his zeal to establish the unity of consciousness with a methodical acumen that can certainly be compared to that of a paranoiac, Kant initially excluded both the history of nature and political history, and thus also the question of whether delusion does not unfold precisely in these objects. Insanity is that disturbance of the mind in which everything that the madman says is in accordance with the formal laws of thought regarding the possibility of an experience, but in which self-made ideas are mistaken for perceptions due to a false imagination. Those who believe that they have enemies everywhere are of this kind. They regard all other people's expressions, words, or other indifferent actions as aimed at them and as snares that are being laid for them. In their unfortunate delusion, these people are often so astute in interpreting what others do in an unconcerned manner as to interpret it as being aimed at them, that if the data were only true, their intellect would have to be honored. Immanuel Kant. Anthropology in a pragmatic perspective. Konstantin Rauer follows these remarks with observations made by Freud, among others, about Daniel Paul Schreiber as an autobiographical case of paranoia. In the critique of judgment, Kant himself speaks, as in the early writings on the diseases of the head and on spiritualism, of the danger of enthusiasm, which is a delusion, of wanting to see something beyond the limits of sensuality, that is, to dream according to principles, to run amok with reason. And it sounds again as if a personal fear of going crazy is also speaking here. In fact, one could already get the impression from the linguistic style of the critique of pure reason that he was, as it were, competing with the paranoiac, whose madness he attests to in Anthropology as thoroughly methodical acumen in systematizing and schematizing. For paranoia is, as he himself has to admit, the form of madness that is closest to his philosophy, inasmuch as it is in accordance with the formal laws of thought regarding the possibility of experience, and thus, in contrast to other forms of madness, originally possesses a unity of consciousness in which, however, through a false imagination, self-made ideas are mistaken for perceptions. So that unity fails precisely where Kant's critique of the teleological power of judgment begins, in the relationship between means and ends. In his zeal to establish the unity of consciousness with a methodical acumen that can certainly be compared to that of a paranoiac, Kant initially excluded both the history of nature and political history, and with it the question of whether delusion does not unfold precisely in these objects. However, the signs of madness that manifest themselves in society itself could already be interpreted in a certain way with the concepts of the critique of pure reason, especially in the case of persecution mania, insofar as it has mass psychological consequences. The transcendental subject is personified as a persecuting subject, the completely empty concept as an omnipotent concrete danger. I think that every concept must be able to accompany as the Jew who persecutes every non-Jew. The personification of this persecuting subject in the form of the Jews appears, from a purely psychological point of view, to be pure coincidence, according to a well-known joke from the 1920s which Hannah Arendt greatly appreciated and which may have been written by Theodore Lessing. Cyclists could just as well be added to the list, as they are also to blame for everything. However, not from the perspective of mass psychology. As the subsequent dialogue in the joke also suggests, why the cyclists? Why the Jews? From the perspective of mass psychology, it can only be considered a historical contingency why Jews in particular were and are associated with money in people's minds, but neither psychological nor mass psychological laws can explain it. Why money, whether or not it is identified with Jews in the minds of non-Jews, functions as a necessary condition of a synthesis without consciousness, a synthesis through value. Why, literally, what is present only in the consciousness of the individual according to Kant can be discovered in the midst of society. The transcendental subject as the bare coin of the a priori, Sonrethel. The synthesis of value, as is well known, takes place behind the backs of individuals, and in their consciousness it actually requires no synthesis, and thus no productive imagination either, but it all the more promotes that paranoid imagination which, instead of seeking the abstract unity of apperception according to affinities between phenomena, hallucinates complete identity of individual concrete persons with the abstract unity itself. It is thus apparent that the synthesis without consciousness in the capital relation still corresponds best to the delusional synthesis that personifies it and transforms the originally historically contingent association of Jews with money into the core of a total persecution mania. Always assuming that in empirical consciousness this delusion is also affirmed or, as Sartre says, chosen, that is, that the flight from freedom is preferred to abolishing the capital relation. It is a doubling of the displacement, but unlike the disease of the head, which as such is considered to be, so to speak, disinterested, its doubling pursues an ideological interest. This secondary delusion reveals how little it can have arisen primarily from the mere illness, that all those who follow it only ever imagine the same enemy and can therefore merge into a community that remains closed to the mere madman, for which they are not infrequently almost as hated as the Jews. It is only the third critique, the critique of judgment, that makes the history of nature as well as political history a topic, but it is precisely this that is hardly considered by Rauer or Heinrich in this context, or not related to the previous critiques with sufficient decisiveness. Kant himself foreshadowed his project at the end of the Critique of Pure Reason. The world must be imagined as having arisen from an idea if it is to be in harmony with that use of reason without which we would consider ourselves unworthy of reason, namely the moral use of reason, which is based entirely on the idea of the highest good. However, this means that all natural research takes on the form of a system of ends. But one could also understand the last sentence of the Dreams of a Spirit Seer as a view of the power of judgment. The text ends with a quotation from the last sentence of Voltaire's Candide, with which Voltaire has his honest Candide say, after so many useless school disputes, "Let us make our own happiness, go into the garden and work." To make one's own happiness in the garden and at work. That is, to pursue certain ends, to look at the world from the point of view of expediency for myself. In the Critique of Pure Reason, the unity of consciousness and synthesis was not examined from this point of view, but strictly speaking for its own sake, for the sake of its concept. The Critique of Practical Reason showed that the unity between the laws that the consciousness of the subject is able to prescribe to nature objectively for whatever purpose, solely by virtue of its unity, but whose parts, understood as noumena, remain objectively unrecognizable, and the laws, which are themselves to be understood as a thing in itself, as a noumenon, whose origin therefore remains unrecognizable and whose purpose must remain without object, even if both may be attributed to a god, so that the unity of these two types of laws can only be established negatively, by a concept of freedom that is not an experience concept. Nevertheless, the practical imperative cannot do without the concept of purpose. Understood as a noumenon, the moral law is an end in itself, to which all ends are to be subordinated. Formalized as a practical imperative, the concept of purpose is only used to determine that of self-purpose, but not the relationship between means and ends. Act in such a way that you use humanity both in your person and in the person of every other person at all times as an end, never merely as a means. In the Critique of Judgment, however, the unity of purpose and self-purpose that the practical imperative demands is called judgment power, and here it is by no means a moral outrage, but either an aesthetic fact or, as it were, a trail to find or invent new laws for the natures, Kant. A purpose without being an end in itself means here, expediency without purpose. In the aesthetic also, disinterested pleasure. Criticism in the narrower sense is directed at the teleological power of judgment, which sees itself compelled to place an all-encompassing purpose before what it perceives as formal expediency in organized beings, that is, organic nature, but does not necessarily reflect on this need and, in this case, fetishizes something that can be a mere guiding principle as absolute causality. What can only be considered a regulative principle is passed off as constitutive. With this failure of reflection, the obsessive neurosis from which the individual suffers, in particular paranoia, can become universal and take on the forms of religion and metaphysics. Conversely, only if consciousness recognized the expediency and at the same time did not construct a total purpose from the purposes, could it perceive something in the unity of those who are rashly referred to as humanity, but also beyond that in the organized beings of organic nature, and thus also in the corporeality of the individual, in the inner nature of man, something that could never be used only as a means. Kant excludes the latter in order to reserve the concept of the end for morality for its own sake, which always leads to repressive concretions. Thus, in the Critique of Practical Reason and in the Metaphysics of Morals, the realization that the imperative, which is simply there, whether as a noumenon or, as Adorno calls it, as compulsion, challenges the reflective power of judgment at the same time, is carefully avoided. The concept of duty, considered in this context, seems to have been invented to conceal or repress this challenge in detail, as if the imperative itself could suffice and not every individual had to consider for his own sake how the relationship between means and ends should be understood in the respective situation on the basis of the imperative. To project a purpose onto nature is to project the unity of consciousness onto it. To prove the purpose means relations in and between all its beings as the inner purpose of the whole of nature, to unify natures as nature. In this way, unity of consciousness is transferred to nature. The thought that contains nothing, the I think, the representation that is completely empty of content for itself, which is only the precondition for the synthesis of all representations, becomes a unity in this projection that purports to contain the whole of nature. This is the teleological power of judgment, if it is not criticized. Adorno did not call it the ideological power of judgment in his early attempt at a habilitation thesis on the concept of the unconscious in transcendental psychology for nothing, but rather more or less consciously, and in any case stubbornly, as if it were a Kantian concept. He only writes correctly of teleological power of judgment once. This is more than a slip of the tongue, because in the methodology at the end of the Critique of Judgment, Kant actually turns into an ideologue. It is only the critique of teleological thinking, which Kant here endeavors to revise in the political sphere, that creates the possibility of truly interpreting the dreams of metaphysics, which compete with the paranoia of the seers, and thus also of reducing the nightmare of the best of all possible worlds to absurdity, in that the disembodied automaton of monadology proves to be the automatic subject of capital. If Kant's three critiques are a single attempt to withstand the delusions of the seers and metaphysicians, insofar as the other Enlightenment thinkers were unable to counter them, then their results do indeed reveal the shift in empirical consciousness as an inclination of the human mind and reason, which is compulsively given in. But it was only Marx who turned his attention to the riddle of how this shift takes place in the nature of bourgeois society itself. Namely, the riddle of how the transcendental subject, which as an idea completely devoid of content for itself can only serve as a unity in the empirical consciousness of the individual, also exists in money outside the consciousness of the individual. In the analysis of the form of value, Marx explains that in the exchange of goods the object is to be understood at the same time as one of pure understanding and as one of appearance, almost as in the unity of consciousness in Kant. Quote, "If an object is presented to us several times, but each time with the same inner determinations, qualitas et quantitas, then it is always the same object, if it is considered an object of pure understanding, and not much but only one thing, numerica identitas. But if it is an appearance, then it does not depend on the comparison of concepts, but, however much everything may be the same in terms of these concepts, the difference in the places of this appearance is at the same time a sufficient reason for the numerical difference of the object of the senses itself." End of quote. This separation, which is so highly valued in the Critique of Pure Reason, has reality in the separation of use value and exchange value, and in the sales contract. The objects confront each other on the market as objects of pure reason, insofar as they have a use value, a thing as numerica identitas, according to which it is contractually valid that two goods with the same use value are two identical goods. According to this realitas noumenon, it would be a pointless endeavor to exchange them for one another, and thus no relations can be established between them. To exchange them for one another using money would be absurd. Use values are indeed monads in the sense of Leibniz, and that is why Marx says that the commodity has the form of a use value by nature. It is its natural form. Only the real in appearance or the realitas phenomenon can, as the Critique of Pure Reason seeks to make clear, contain relations. Kant speaks pointedly here of contradiction, and indeed united in the same subject, so that one completely or partially annihilates the consequence of the other, like two moving forces in the same straight line, insofar as they either pull or push a point in the opposite straight direction, or even a pleasure that balances out pain. The subject, however, in which the real in the appearance of the commodity world contains relations as well as contradictions, is not the consciousness of the commodity guardian, but money as capital. That is why Marx talks about commodities as if they were people who have to or can do something. For the only thing that matters about commodities is that the objects are simultaneously grasped in their numerical diversity, which, however, does not apply to them here as objects of the senses, but on the contrary, only as exchange value. The commodity acquires its value form only in dealing with other commodities. But its value form must itself be a concrete form. The commodity must therefore itself make the natural form of another commodity into its value form. It is not to be confused with the commodity guardian. It cannot express its value in its own body or in its own use value. This applies all the more to the commodity labor power, whose use value Marx defines as brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc., whereby the peculiarity of this use value lies in the fact that it depends in each individual case on whether the respective development of brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. takes into account the average necessary working time for the production of a commodity. Since Leibniz restricts his monadology to organic beings, at least in significant places, this dream of metaphysics seems almost like an attempt to fantasize labor power as an entelechy instead of capital. Capital itself, in any case, resembles the apparency in which Kant once saw the dreams of the seers of the mind culminate Homo Maximus. In this immeasurable human being, there is a universal community of one spirit with all and of all with one. In this, money as a means of exchange corresponds to the idea of I think, which is completely empty of content in itself and which is the condition for the unity of consciousness in every empirical consciousness, but through which no object is given and which, independently of certain empirical views, is also unable to be recognized. Money, in turn, as a measure of value, corresponds to the capacity for synthesis, which has to prove itself in the unity of consciousness in the face of certain empirical views. This correspondence does not mean what Marx and Engels tried to distinguish in the German ideology with the concepts of superstructure and base. Rather, if one were to use them, one would have to assume a loss of the basis, or that the superstructure migrates into the basis through contractual relationships that become a prerequisite for the reproduction of every individual, a kind of reversal of basis and superstructure. But basis would then also mean that there was no unity of society in the relationships that preceded the capital relationship. Its economic basis appears like nature in Kant, as parts without a whole in the form of various forms of domination that did not merge into one another, as they did under the rule of capital. In view of this multiplicity, unity of consciousness could only be achieved by orienting it towards God. Hence the inner compulsion to believe in him. But when the state became sovereign by expropriating the immediate producers, there was something like the prospect of unity without God, as is testified to by Hobbes's term mortal God for the state, which is itself already established by contractual relations, but only established by them, not reproduced by them, at least as long as labor power has not become a commodity throughout. To the extent that Marx ultimately does not attribute value itself to labor as a kind of anthropological constant, but rather to the average necessary labor time, his formulation of labor as the substance of value acquires its ambiguous meaning. The double bottom means that, unlike in the critique of pure reason, we are dealing here with a transcendental subject that exists outside of consciousness, a paradox of reality or a real mystification. The idea of abstract labor, which is completely empty of the content of past concrete labor, and a synthesis that is thus also realized outside of consciousness, which consists of determining those works in their average necessary time for the production of a commodity through the empirical appearance of this very commodity on the market, that is, measuring it as if past labor in the present commodity were a certain empirical view or experience. It seems as if money thinks and capital judges, but in reality the commodity guardians have ceded their thinking and their judgments to it, just as the citizens ceded their power to the sovereign in Hobbes's time, except that they are not aware of it. They don't know it, but they do it, and thus, unlike the subjects of Leviathan, become character masks of capital. The paralogism with which Kant describes the tendency of pure reason to substantialization is uninhibited and unbroken as the Homo Maximus of capital, in the universal community of one mind with all and everything, with me. Just as the antinomy, which consists in the assumption of a world whole, dissolves into this immeasurable human being or into this universal community of minds, that is, into substantialized infinity. If we follow the logical division of the value form analysis, the latter occurs from the second or developed form of relative value. As far as the modern sciences of inorganic nature are concerned, which are in the foreground in the critique of pure reason, the same context of delusion of the fetish forms would have to be assumed from the outset as for the everyday use of money. They do not know it, but they do it. For what is measured in the form of thought of these sciences and subjected to a law, that is to be exactly repeatable in experiment and test arrangement, is considered identical. Identical as two goods, insofar as they have the same use value, or as the repetition of a work process with the same organic composition of capital that produces this use value. In the introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx attempts to generalize this for the forms of society that preceded capitalist society, as if economic categories did not become forms of being and existence in bourgeois society alone. As is generally the case with every historical social science, it must always be borne in mind that, in the course of the economic categories, that, as in reality, so in the mind, the subject, here modern bourgeois society, is given, and that the categories therefore express forms of existence, determinations of existence, often only individual sides of this particular society, of this subject, and that therefore, scientifically, it does not begin at all where it is now spoken of as such. This is to be noted, because immediately decisive things are at hand about the division. For example, nothing seems more natural than to begin with the ground rent, with landed property, since it is tied to the earth, the source of all production and all existence, and to the first form of production of all societies that are more or less settled, agriculture. But nothing could be further from the truth. In all forms of society, it is a particular form of production that assigns rank and influence to all the others and their relationships. It is a general illumination in which all other colors are immersed and which modifies them in their particularity. Karl Marx, Introduction to the Critique of Political Economy. The blinding does not begin here with the unconscious compliance of the one and only all-synthetic, in this sense total end in itself, which is already given with money, that is, with the formula G to G prime, but rather the opposite, in the conscious, as narrowly limited as possible setting of an end to isolate a subarea. As if, before synthesis could even occur, money always had to be reinvented in order to set a price. What functions as a synthetic general among the owners of commodities without containing anything specific is not always available for subsumption, calculation, and calculation, so one provisionally sets out in search of an analytical general in order to get hold of the particular. The discretion inherent in this methodology, according to which it can only ever be a matter of arrangements in the process of isolation, abstraction in disposito, unable to become independent like that in Act 2, that is, to constitute totality, and in all other respects the non-identical could not be excluded. However, discretion of this kind is regularly lost through the popularization of the necessarily tentative results. The analytical general of abstraction tends to be presented as the synthetic general of a concrete whole. Formal expediency is reinterpreted in terms of content and politically exploited. In Marx's value analysis, money emerges as a unit neither of that which is concerned with it nor even of that which is set out from it and by it, but rather as a purely formal identity, in the sense of the Kantian transcendental subject, an identity that transcends all other conceptions of unity. Represented in the equal sign in the value equations of the first chapter of Capital. The equal sign in the value equations presupposes an abstract quantity that abstracts from the entire measurability of quantities of use. The concept of quantity is not bound to a specific use content here, as Sommerfeld further notes. Unlike in the natural sciences, it has nothing empirical as content, such as electrical voltage. It can only be thought. Ernst Cassirer speaks somewhat pathetically and without reference to the totality of capital of the fate of the scientific view of the world, consisting in the fact that every new and fruitful concept of measurement that it achieved and established for itself was soon transformed back into a concept of a thing. Again and again, it believed that it could only be sure of the truth and meaning of the concepts of physical magnitude by allowing them to correspond to certain absolute realities. Every creative epoch in physics finds and formulates new characteristic measures for the totality of being and events, but at the same time each is in danger of seeing in these always only provisional and relative measures, in these respectively last conceptual instruments of measurement, the final expression of the ontologically real, Ernst Cassirer, on Einstein's theory of relativity. Epistemological reflections. For the sciences of organic nature, or, to use the critique of judgment of organized beings, this popularizing method is, to a certain extent, already at the beginning of their cognitive process. Kant sees the reflective power of judgment as applying the regulative principle here, that a purpose is added that makes it possible to think of a unity that is not necessary in physics or astronomy at all or only for popularization, a unity that must remain conscious all the more as one of mere thinking. For example, in biology, the self-preservation of the species, or, as the scholastics called it, conservatio speciae. Nature is presented here, as if a mind contained the reason for the unity of the manifoldness of its empirical laws. According to its critique, the power of judgment can only ever proceed from the assumption that the purpose of each edition is to create a complete unity and thus totality, like Leibniz's God, who is able to regulate everything between the monads. To repress this as if as far as possible, on the other hand, usually happens for the expressed or unexpressed purpose of establishing a unity between the general and the particular, the species and the individual, as a ranking or a derivative relationship, following what Kant himself calls determining judgment. In this way, what the critique of political economy then reveals as the wondrous thing about the capital relation is found to be imitated, a real totality, not merely assumed as an idea of reason. For unlike the concept of nature, which does not occur in free nature, the concept of society does occur in unfree society, and it is not possible to express this without borrowing from Hegel. Thus, in the Grundriss, it is said that the concept of wealth is realized, individualized, as it were, in a particular object, and in the second volume of Capital, Abstraction in Act 2. Capital is the head in which this abstraction takes place, but it does not think. It is not a brain, as human individuals have, through which something can be known or not known, and through which thought can therefore be expressed. The fact that these individuals can also do something that they do not know or do not want to know is a condition for the capital relation, albeit not a sufficient one, and creates the appearance that this relation thinks in the individuals. They do not know this, but they do it, says Marx, precisely because of this about people, insofar as they relate their products to each other as commodities, and are thereby forced to equate their various labor with abstract human labor. In doing so, they hold on to a purpose above all other purposes without knowing it in their actions, in their capacity as a function of capital. And as long as they do that as if of totality is transformed into an id est and totality is reality. This is also where Kant's critique of judgment fails, and specifically where it is directly concerned with this society. In the teleological remarks about the state and the world citizen, the concept of progress and the spirit of commerce. The latter is not called the spirit of commerce for nothing. When Kant turns to the political in the methodology of his critique, he wants to make us forget what he must consider possible regarding the accumulation of natures, which he calls nature, a raw, chaotic aggregate and not the slightest trace of a system, although we must assume such a system according to transcendental laws. The early version of the introduction from which this passage is taken probably documents the state of work on the critique of judgment from October 1789. It may be that Kant rejected this introduction for publication because he was more optimistic than ever in the face of the first phase of the French Revolution, just as he gave in to the inclination in the section on politics in the methodology of the inclination to move from reflective to determining judgment, in order to at least here suppress the possibility of a raw, chaotic aggregate, as which this revolution then turned out to be. It is a peculiar phenomenon in the history of critical theory. The more intensively the other two critiques of this philosopher are examined, the more both the dialectic of enlightenment and the negative dialectic avoid Kant's last critique. Unlike, for example, Klaus Heinrich's later work, there is no devaluation of this critique of judgment here or in other writings by Horkheimer and Adorno that would provide a reason for it. On the contrary, Adorno in particular attaches the greatest importance to it, not only in his aesthetic theory, but also in his essay on progress, where he writes, Kant's incomparable greatness proved itself not least in the fact that he unerringly held fast to the unity of reason, even in its contradictory use, the natural dominating one of the theoretical, causal mechanical, and the conciliatory one of the judgment power, which adapts itself to nature, and strictly transferred its difference to the self-limitation of the natural dominating reason. A metaphysical interpretation of Kant would not impute a latent ontology to him, but would read the structure of his entire thinking as a dialectic of enlightenment, which the dialectician par excellence, Hegel, does not recognize, because in the consciousness of the one reason he erases its limits and thus enters into the mythical totality, which he considers to be reconciled in the absolute idea. Quote end. It was Karl-Heinz Haag who, with his book on the progress of philosophy, already in the title linking to Adorno's progress essay, really got involved in such a metaphysical interpretation and rightly called it negative metaphysics. From the unknown being in itself a phenomena, their lawfulness could not be justified as a general and necessary one. This was the central contradiction of the Kantian system. There was the appearing world, in which general and necessary laws of transcendental origin were to prevail, and a world of unknown things in themselves, which had a different origin from the laws to which their sensually perceivable appearance was subject. End of quote. It is impossible to understand even the production of a sound, He quotes Kant from the Critique of Judgment and adds, "The mechanical processes that are the necessary means of its production are teleologically linked to their result, the whole which is more than the sum of its parts. Among them themselves, a sufficient reason for the relationship to the whole cannot be found. In mechanical law, they cannot of themselves affect teleology in the, and thus also not the whole as a result. What subordinates their effect according to mechanical laws to the idea of a whole must belong to a dimension of nature in which teleological and mechanical causes are intrinsically connected, the dimension of their metaphysical real reason, which cannot be fixed scientifically." End of quote. To recognize it adequately would mean to see in what way and to what extent the mechanism of nature contributes to every final purpose in the same. Only a divine spirit would be able to recognize it and with it the whole of nature as a system. Hogg suggests a paradoxical relationship to metaphysics by contrasting the critique of pure reason with the critique of judgment. Kant held fast to the idea of deductive metaphysics for the legality of what is immanent in human experience, of things as phenomena, which his critique of traditional prima philosophia rejected. From this interpretation, Hogg is able to formulate a fitting critique of Kant's positivist and idealist successors, whose common ground he identifies, the transcendental ground of the necessary lawfulness of all appearances, rises to the rank of their absolute ground, the divine causa prima of their being and becoming. God becomes the focus of a worldview without substantial entities, that of nominalistic modernity, in which there is nothing that does not experience its determination in mutual dependence on one another. The hypostasis of such relativity gave rise to the absolute of German idealistic philosophy. Philosophizing abstraction had derived a principia mundi from positive knowledge of the world. Knowledge aimed at functional determinations of being nature. Its reference to functionality as such a free-floating setting of the world. Metaphysics was not pointed in a new direction. Only that which Kant had inaugurated as immanent, for the sake of the deduction of general necessary laws, is carried out consequently. And it is precisely this execution that becomes the object of criticism in the Dialectic of Enlightenment. While Adorno and Horkheimer essentially simply ignore the critique of judgment in this work, Hogg, on the other hand, shows a peculiar disregard for the legality that the critique of pure reason sets out to establish, the legality of what is immanent to human experience. In other words, Hogg does not see the necessity that Kant was ultimately concerned with, the necessity of thinking the justification of the lawfulness of phenomena and the critique of teleological judgment together. In his critique of pure reason, he had chosen a paradox, the path of a transcendental deduction. The refutation of extreme nominalism in Hume should not be exhausted in negative metaphysics. It should also be deduced what he denied, namely that nature is a system. End of quote. But Kant himself disputed this in the Critique of Judgment, which Hogg also leaves out at this point, albeit with a completely different argument from extreme nominalism. It does not question that nature can be viewed from the point of view of the system, as far as the system always only concerns individual parts of it, but that these parts must be considered possible in themselves and as a whole without a system. Hogg is evidently endeavoring to reject the concept of transcendental deduction or of the determining power of judgment, of the transcendental in general, in favor of transcendence, which is to be the orientation for an induction based on faith, one that is free of the critique of teleological power of judgment. This is not only evident from the fact that he already urges the idealistic megalomania of an absolute knowledge in the Critique of Pure Reason, where he attributes validity to the laws of nature for the phenomena. By ascribing unrestricted validity to this lawfulness, Kant elevates relative knowledge of nature to the rank of absolute knowledge, and makes the system of categories of the physical sciences, which prevailed at the time, absolute. In order to demonstrate that the motives that led to Hegel's absolute idealism emerged directly from Kant's transcendental philosophy, Hogg excludes the fact that Kant wanted to limit the validity, also with regard to the coordinate system of physics, to a process of mere approximation. His interpretation of the Platonic idea. The intended abandonment of the transcendental in favor of transcendence is revealed in a more sloppy way in Hogg's powerless criticism of German existential ontology. Unlike Cassirer, he does not see it as a complete destruction of Kantian philosophy, and he certainly cannot criticize the purpose of drawing us back again and again into the finite, into the fear of the earthly, into death. Since he rejects transcendental deduction, it does not bother him that Heidegger dismisses the entire area of the legality of what is immanent in human experience after the Critique of Pure Reason as the inauthenticity inherent in man, by seeing the identity of the self that persists in the diversity of experience ontologically separate from the self-same of the actually existing self. In reality, this self-identity has given up the ego if it no longer wants to preserve it in the manifold experiences of everyday life. By following Heidegger at this point, Hogg seriously claims that fundamental ontology, as a critical metaphysics of things in appearance, wants to be the legitimate continuation of Kantian transcendental philosophy. Hogg is only able to recognize that it cannot be so because Heidegger drops the concept of God in favor of the concept of being, thus giving up transcendence together with transcendental deduction and, with it, of course, every concept of the subject that cannot be dissolved in inauthenticity. While being toward death is not the subject of Hogg's criticism, in this respect she recalls Franz Rosenzweig's reaction to the disputation in Davos. Her most trenchant sentence is, "Man achieves nothing of his own accord, only as long as being is becoming clearer, has being in one with being always already become apparent to him." End of quote. In this way, Hogg does indeed hold fast to the irreconcilable opposition of existential ontology to the Kantian view that the ultimate end to be achieved by human beings, the end by which we alone can become worthy of being the end of a creation, is an idea that has reality for us in a practical sense. Although this idea cannot be given reality in theory, i.e. for pure reason, and remains a mere matter of faith. However, the critique of judgment is not concerned with a rejection of transcendental deduction in general, but with making its limits even clearer than was possible in the critique of pure reason and later in the critique of logic, even with the concepts of the idea and the regulative principle. The idea, as it is said in this handbook on Kant's lectures, contains the archetype of the use of understanding, e.g. the idea of the whole world, which must be necessary, not as a constitutive principle for the empirical use of understanding, but only as a regulative principle for the purpose of the universal coherence of our empirical use of understanding. Regulative principles demand a regressus in the series of conditions of given phenomena, set the task of not stopping in this series at a bad unconditioned, of not regarding anything in it as the last, as a limit, but of searching for ever further conditions, thus demanding the greatest possible continuation and expansion of experience. Properly understood, they do not determine what the object is and what is objective, but rather provide a rule of regressive synthesis for progressing into the infinite or the indeterminate, without pretending that the series of conditions could ever be thought of as infinitely given in the object. As much as pure understanding dictates the laws that it can arrive at, so much reason must doubt that a complete unity can be understood as constitutive through the laws. That is why the critique of judgment asks with particular clarity whether it is able to represent nature as a whole as a system, rather than remaining in an ever-changing form as an aggregate in the original real sense, an accumulation of laws in which chance, which is reflected in empirical experience, constantly undermines the efforts to create a system. To the extent that pure reason does not ask itself this question, or rather, to the extent that it is not asked, the dialectic of enlightenment threatens to actually degenerate into annihilation, which Adorno and Horkheimer wanted to reveal as the common ground of de Sade and Kant. In the critique of pure reason, one saw that the whole of nature, as the essence of all objects of experience, constitutes a system according to transcendental laws, namely those that reason itself gives a priori, namely for phenomena, insofar as they, combined in a consciousness, are to constitute experience. This requires the unity of nature according to a principle of the universal connection of everything that is contained in this concept of all experiences. It is obvious that this striving for the unity of nature, a system according to transcendental laws, is a regulative principle. So far, experience can be regarded as a system according to the transcendental laws of understanding, and not merely as an aggregate. However, this does not automatically imply that nature is also comprehensible to the human cognitive faculty according to empirical laws, and that this faculty can grasp the systematic connection of its phenomena in an experience, and thus that this experience itself is attainable as a system. If, however, as is possible in itself, the multiplicity and heterogeneity of these laws is infinitely great, as are the natural forms that correspond to them, and if they present us with a raw, chaotic aggregate and not the slightest trace of a system, even though we must assume such a system according to transcendental laws, the subjective necessary transcendental precondition for making objective knowledge necessarily displaces that worrying boundless heterogeneity of empirical laws and heterogeneity of natural forms, whereby Kant does not of course speak of displacement, but for him the precondition itself consists in the fact that the boundless heterogeneity and heterogeneity of nature does not apply, but is the object of pure understanding. In other words, a system according to transcendental laws that the mind itself gives a priori in order to enable synthesis in apperception. However, this does not change the fact that the heterogeneity and heterogeneity of nature are inherent in it, insofar as it is viewed as a whole, as in the critique of judgment, and that they exclude a system of this whole. Not only through the thing in itself, but especially through the critique of teleological judgment. This is what one might say with regard to the dialectic of enlightenment and its blind spot. A hermetically sealed dominion over empirical nature is revealed as the chimera of the seer, even if dominion over individual parts of it is possible, which, however, must necessarily come into conflict with itself. This applies to both the inner and outer nature of man, which in turn can only be perceived as parts. Caught in the contradiction, the domination of nature threatens to destroy the foundations of society, the self-preservation of the individual and of the human species. The fact that complete domination of nature is not possible is not emphasized by Adorno and Horkheimer, as they resort to a mythical formulation for their failure. Nature avenges itself for what is done to it. The mythical aspect lies in the fact that nature is regarded as if it were a subject in itself. Kant wrote that the power of judgment should be used to create a unity of nature other than a mythical one, and that this should be done by drawing on a transcendental principle from elsewhere, namely, the confrontation with theology. What must be left undetermined in those particular empirical laws can only be considered in terms of a unity, as if an intelligence, but not ours, had given them for the purpose of our cognitive faculty. But this principle of all things now recurs to purpose and expediency. The conceptual problem is transformed into a problem of purpose. But the realization of the purposes only offers the illusion of a prospect of total domination over nature. The telos of a synthetic general is denied the determining power of judgment, which always only subjects the phenomena to an analytical general. The reflective power of judgment, on the other hand, seeks a whole in the particular, a unity in the parts, so that in the criticism of it, reason can also go on to question the domination over nature. For the principle whereby nature is conceived as a system according to empirical laws is merely a principle for the logical use of the power of judgment, only there to regard nature a priori as qualified to be a logical system of its multiplicity under empirical laws. As if it were a matter of its essence, Kant, in these empirical laws, has in mind not the laws of physics but those of organic nature, similar to Leibniz's monadology, for it is these laws that challenge thinking to teleology. The harmony of nature with our cognitive faculty must, however, be recognized as coincidental precisely when and insofar as it is a matter of the organized or self-organizing beings of nature, that is, of certain phenomena of organic as opposed to inorganic nature, a distinction made by Kant that Adorno and Horkheimer likewise fail to perceive in the Dialectic of Enlightenment. This harmony of nature with our cognitive faculty is presupposed by the power of judgment, for the purpose of its reflection on the same, according to its empirical laws a priori, in that the understanding recognizes it at the same time objectively as accidental, and only the power of judgment attributes it to nature as transcendental expediency in relation to the cognitive faculty of the subject. Without this presupposition, we would have no order of nature according to empirical laws, and thus no guide for an experience and investigation of it according to all its diversity. The concepts for the self-organizing beings lead reason into a completely different order of things than that of a mere mechanism of nature, which no longer wants to do enough here. This transcendental expediency, or the idea of the whole of nature as a system according to the rule of ends, is therefore a regulative principle of a completely different kind from the regulative principles for the critique of pure reason, among which that of expediency is also completely absent. It is to be understood as a purely heuristic one, as necessary for achieving objectivity as chance is. Like chance, it may lead to the points where objectively valid laws of nature can be found, including probability as the truth that refers back to insufficient reasons, but is itself only subjective, i.e., responsible as a maxim, while regulative principles or ideas such as totality and infinity are necessary to actually formulate the laws of nature themselves, or to express probability mathematically. These natural laws can also only be considered objective in the sense that reason prescribes them to nature, insofar as it appears not to the thing in itself, and with Marx and Sommerfeld it could be added, as the market prescribes the law of value to industry, but it must be adhered to as an objective one on pain of extinction. A principle, however, that arises from the merely assumed, non-provable coincidence or unity of the whole of nature with the cognitive faculty is and remains heuristic for Kant himself, a mere assumption in order to advance in the exploration of empirical laws. It is there to stimulate new insights in the form of laws, to trace them, as it were, but in the knowledge that with every advance, these insights will not be able to produce a system, not an organized unity of the whole of phenomena, but a new accumulation of laws whose heterogeneity cannot be eliminated according to mathematical physical laws, between which the accidental cannot be completely eliminated, from which, with the best will in the world, no closed systematic whole will result. Reason, according to Cassirer, approaches empirical material in the form of reflective judgment, not commanding but questioning and exploring, and for this reason he also avoids speaking of synthesis in this case, emphasizing instead the analogy to aesthetic production, whose determination falls, not by chance, into the critique of judgment. It is, as it were, a second-degree formation, what has already been grasped in the pure concepts of space and time and has experienced its objectification in them, now acquires a new meaning, insofar as the relationship and mutual dependence of its parts is subjected to a new principle of observation. With regard to the whole of an organism, it must even be said that it is only this new meaning, namely the purposefulness, that makes it possible to grasp the mutual dependence of its parts as such. The natural object, which has been determined solely as a magnitude by the principles of pure understanding, by substantiality, causality, and interaction, here for the first time acquires a quality that is peculiar to it and distinguishes it from all other forms, which, however, is not so much a property of its being as a property of its becoming and denotes the individual direction of this very becoming. It acquires a history. This now calls into question the very concept of a system. For although experience constitutes a system according to transcendental laws, which contain the condition of the possibility of experience in general, an infinite diversity and such a great heterogeneity of forms of nature that would belong to particular experience, that the concept of a system according to these empirical laws must be completely foreign to the mind, and that neither the possibility nor, even less, the necessity of such a whole can be grasped. Nevertheless, the special experience, which is consistently connected according to constant principles, also requires the systematic connection of empirical laws, and this not only for a power of judgment that only subsumes the particular under the general and thus knows how to regard the aggregate of particular experiences as a system. This regularity, which is in itself and according to all concepts of reason accidental, and which the power of judgment presumes and presupposes from nature for its own sake, is a formal expediency of nature, which we simply assume, whereby, however, neither a theoretical knowledge of nature nor a practical principle of freedom is established, but a principle is nevertheless given for the judgment and investigation of nature, in order to seek the general laws for particular experiences. To assume such a systematic connection a priori is necessary for a coherent experience, even if it can always only prove to be an assumption in relation to the knowledge of the laws themselves and has to reflect precisely this. The question, however, which Kant answers in the negative, should in fact be left open, whether a practical principle of freedom is not after all founded in it. If synthesis can be spoken of here, it is a synthesis of the second degree, one that is not able to assert objectivity as that of pure reason, according to which synthetic judgments are possible a priori, and what, by the way, is to be understood by decision in a general sense, that is, beyond its moral significance, a concept that was still quite foreign to Kant, but which German existentialism, not Sartre, would then turn against the power of judgment, would thus have to be considered as a lightning-like synthesis of precisely this kind. Its category is the expediency or appropriateness of nature, also in view of its particular laws, to our capacity for judgment, a concept that, of course, does not objectively determine the synthetic unity like the category, but nevertheless provides subjective principles that serve as a guide for the investigation of nature. In a sense, this implies a degree of subjectivity that no longer allows for the objectivity of synthetic judgments, their verifiability and provability, an objectivity that is, however, itself based on the fact that our understanding dictates it to nature. This can be verified through experience, and specifically in the forms of space and time that are objectively given to the subject, so to speak, and with which the critique of pure reason is concerned. What remains indeterminate in the particular empirical laws and through them must be considered according to a different, a subjectively given unity, as if an intellect, albeit not ours, had given them for the purpose of our cognitive faculties, in order to make a system of experience according to particular laws of nature possible. Not as if such a mind really had to be assumed in this way, for it is only the reflective power of judgment that this idea serves as a principle, for reflecting, not for determining. But rather this faculty only gives itself a law through this and not nature. This principle is expediency. It is therefore not surprising that Kant attributes a separate faculty of the mind to the power of judgment, namely the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, but this independently of the determination of the faculty of desire. With Freud, one could speak here of libidinal investment, which, in the case of the power of judgment, is not directed at the investigation of natural laws, but rather at their assumed expediency, which is certainly not possible without a grain of narcissism, for which, however, the offense is already prepared in the critique of pure reason. Nature is presented in a lustful way, as it were, by the concept of purposefulness, as if a mind contained the reason for the unity of the diversity of its empirical laws. The purposiveness of nature is therefore a special concept a priori, which has its origin solely in the reflective power of judgment. For one cannot ascribe to natural products such a thing as a relationship of nature to them for purposes, but can only use this concept to reflect on them in view of the connection of the phenomena in them, which is given according to empirical laws. With regard to empirical knowledge, Kant is also not afraid to question the unity of nature itself as a system, in that at one point he even speaks of natures that can only be understood as a universal unity through the subjective principle of purposiveness. The objects of empirical knowledge, apart from the formal forms of synthetic judgments, are still determined in many ways, or, as far as one can judge a priori, can be determined so that specifically different natures can still be causes in an infinitely diverse manner, and each of these types must, according to the concept of a cause in general, have its rule, which is a law and therefore entails necessity, even though we do not recognize this necessity at all according to the nature and limits of our cognitive faculties. Thus, in nature, in view of its purely empirical laws, we must think of a possibility of infinitely diverse empirical laws, which are nevertheless accidental for our insight, cannot be recognized a priori. And in view of these, we judge the unity of nature according to empirical laws, and the possibility of the unity of experience as a system according to empirical laws as accidental. Perhaps even surprised by his own spontaneous word formation, whereby nature finds itself in the plural, Kant adds to the quoted passage the natures that can be causes in an infinitely diverse way, except for what they have in common as belonging to nature in general. But what else should this commonality be other than the assumption that man is its end? The general laws of nature can only provide a connection between things in general according to their respective species, but not specifically as such special natural beings. Thus, for its own use, the power of judgment must assume as a principle a priori that what is fortuitous for human insight in the particular empirical laws of nature nevertheless contains a legal unity, which, although we cannot fathom it, is nevertheless conceivable in the connection of its manifoldness to an experience that is possible in itself. Because we can only imagine this legal unity of a connection, which we recognize as necessary in the sense of a need or an intention, although it is in itself accidental as the purposefulness of nature, the power of judgment is, in view of things under possible empirical laws yet to be discovered, merely reflective. This transcendental concept of a purposefulness of nature is neither a concept of nature nor a concept of freedom, because it does not attribute anything to the object, nature, but only presents the only way in which we must proceed in reflection on the objects of nature with a view to a universally coherent experience, and is therefore a subjective principle maxim of the power of judgment. It is only through him that we can encounter a systematic unity under purely empirical laws. Even though we had to assume that such a unity existed, we were not able to recognize or prove it. If we assume an unknowable, supersensible real cause for nature, of which we ourselves are a part, then what is necessary in nature as an object of the senses can continue to be judged according to mechanical laws. Kant even speaks of the machine-like nature of nature. And yet we will still regard the harmony and unity of the particular laws, which we must judge as accidental in view of that machine-like nature, as teleological laws in nature as the object of reason, and thus judge them according to two different principles, without the mechanical mode of explanation being excluded by the teleological one, as if they contradicted each other. To speak of mechanical laws in the case of machines, as Kant does, is itself paradoxical. For in the case of a machine, the purpose for which mechanical laws are used and to which the parts are aligned in their relationship to one another is unambiguously defined. It is always a tool, and unlike an organism, it can neither be regarded as an end in itself nor can its ultimate purpose be questioned. The unity of its various parts in their mutual function is always already given as that of a tool. It does not have to be explored first, as is the case with an organism, which can only be understood as a unity in that each of its parts participates in the self-purpose of the whole, which of course does not exclude the possibility of using an organism as a tool afterwards, as happens in plant and animal breeding and in genetic engineering. What, on the other hand, could be called a machine being in the case of the mechanical laws of nature would correspond to a machine that was not a tool unless it were in God's hand. The paradox immediately turns against the attempt to understand organized and self-organizing beings according to the model of machines, as was so close at hand in the biology of the dawning industrial age. But indirectly it also denies that it could make no difference whether the state is regarded as a machine or as a self-organizing being, as it was still taken for granted by Hobbes, for example. But the problem is that the teleological way of explanation remains contradictory in itself, which Kant leaves open in his way of presenting the antinomic, just as he does not want to conclude the existence of a higher being in the question of the necessary assumption of a higher understanding, from which in turn the one and only true purpose could be derived against all other assumed purposes. But what does the most complete teleology prove in the end? The question is, does it prove that such a rational higher being exists? No, nothing more than that, according to the nature of our cognitive faculties, that is, in connection with experience and the highest principles of reason, we can simply not conceive of the possibility of such a world, except that we think of an intentionally acting supreme cause of it. Thus, objectively, no one can demonstrate the proposition. There is an intelligent primal being. This can only be done subjectively, namely, for the use of our power of judgment in its reflection on the purposes in nature, which can be thought of according to no other principle than that of an intentional causality of a supreme cause. If one wanted to prove the first sentence dogmatically, for teleological reasons, one would be caught up in difficulties from which one could not unwind. For then the sentence would have to be taken as the basis for these conclusions. Organized beings in the world are not possible except through an intentionally acting cause. Since we do not actually observe the purposes in nature as intentional, but only in reflection on their products, think of this concept as a guide for the power of judgment. They are not given to us by the appearing object as the laws are, which we can also formulate independently of the purposefulness through observation and experiment. A priori, it is even impossible to justify such a concept in terms of its objective reality. So we are left with a proposition that is based only on subjective conditions, namely on the reflective power of judgment appropriate to our cognitive faculties, which, if it were expressed as an objectively dogmatic proposition, would be called, "There is a God," while for us humans only the limited formula is allowed. We cannot think of or understand the usefulness, which must be the basis of our knowledge of the inner possibility of many natural things, in any other way than by imagining it and the world in general as a product of a rational cause, a God. Since this proposition, which is based on an unavoidable and necessary maxim of our power of judgment, is perfectly adequate for all speculative and practical uses of our reason, Kant also replaces the proof of God with a mere analogy to it. He would like to know what we would be missing if we could not prove it for higher beings as well, namely on the basis of pure objective reasons, which unfortunately exceed our capacity. It is precisely here that he returns to the difference between inorganic and organic nature. It is quite certain, he says, that we cannot even adequately understand the organized beings and their inner possibilities according to mere mechanical principles of nature, much less explain them. So certain, in fact, that one can boldly say that it is to make such a claim, or to hope that a Newton will arise who will be able to explain even the production of a blade of grass according to natural laws that no intention has ordered. Goethe, in a sense, provided the countertest with his theory of colors when he wanted to recognize organized beings according to the maxim of expediency without purpose in inorganic nature and, in conflict with Newton, assumed that light and darkness produce colors as an expedient dualism. In the same way, we could not objectively judge, either affirmatively or negatively, the sentence, whether a being that acts according to intentions is the cause of the world, and thus the originator, of what we rightly call natural purposes. The only thing that is certain is that we can simply put nothing other than an intelligent being at the basis of the possibility of those natural purposes, which is in accordance with the maxim of our reflective power of judgment, and therefore a subjective reason, but one that is inextricably linked to the human race. The important thing is that particular laws and forms, which must be judged as accidental in terms of their harmony and unity, can be regarded as the object of reason and at the same time according to teleological laws, and yet the whole of nature as a system remains a working hypothesis. That is, that the laws of nature should always be judged according to two different principles, without the mechanical mode of explanation being excluded by the teleological one, as if they contradicted each other. But just as little as the existence of God can be proven, so too can the whole of nature be proven to be a system. However, if this synthesis of the second degree is based on a subjective principle of judgment and follows the principle of expediency, the question arises, which Kant does not ask because otherwise he would have to make expediency the subject of practical reason and the concept of freedom, whether there are different purposes and thus also guidelines that each require a decision to be taken, so that the teleological way of explanation only seems to escape the antinomies and remains contradictory in itself. Thus, depending on which unrecognizable supersensory real reason is assumed, the expediency of primary and secondary sexual organs can be judged teleologically with regard to whether their purpose is either the reproduction of the human species or the pleasure of the individual. Depending on this, different conclusions will be drawn, for example, whether there are two or more than two or less than two sexes in humans. For inasmuch as humans belong to the organized beings of nature, their organs and sensations must be perceived in such a way that they fulfill each other's purposes, and it is left to the teleological power of judgment to stipulate the higher purpose. Those who assume that the reproduction of the species is the higher purpose, without recognizing that this is an assumption and thus already presenting the guiding principle of teleological judgment as a synthetic judgment a priori, will claim that they are thereby proving that there can only be two sexes and that phenomena of hermaphroditism are to be excluded as coincidental phenomena. On the other hand, those who accept the pleasure of the individual as the higher purpose will themselves describe these random phenomena as separate sexes or regard them as a reason for there being only one sex that encompasses all, and if this were taken as proof, they would be forced to reduce the reproduction of the species to mere chance. In order to avoid such antinomies, Kant, who otherwise avoided no antinomy, abstracts the purposefulness from the purpose and therefore takes the aesthetic power of judgment as a model. In order for the work of art to be experienced as beauty and sublimity, it must have no other purpose than the purposefulness itself. The judgment of an autonomous work of art must not seek its purpose in the laws of practical reason, yet the power of judgment, with the very purpose of practical reason, sets a purpose that can only be named negatively and thus aims at the preconditions of practical reason. It was not until the aesthetics of modernity that this negativity of purpose was elaborated. Adorno's reflections on art repeatedly lead, and often enough against his will, to the purpose of remaining in control of oneself through the experience of powerlessness that the work of art can express in its purposelessness as well as in its purposiveness without purpose, that is, in its autonomy. This is where a motif of the critique of judgment returns. The experience of sublimity was said to strengthen the ability to resist. But this ability is only strengthened if the strengthening of the sublime work of art is not set as an end. If the contemplation of the organized beings of organic nature takes the criticism of the aesthetic power of judgment as a model, this not only clarifies that the existence of God cannot be inferred, but also the extent to which it is a subjective principle. The critique of teleological judgment should go further than Kant, namely to the realization that purposiveness without purpose contradicts itself, even if it does not contradict the laws that nature's understanding dictates. That a synthesis of the third degree, a synthesis of freedom, is necessary which reconciles them in place of the God who became man, so that one purposefulness can no longer be played off against the other in favor of an absolute. One almost believes that Kant comes close to this synthesis which has yet to be achieved, when he says that the highest end to be achieved by us, the end by which we alone can become worthy of being the end of a creation, is an idea that has an objective reality for us in practical terms, even though this idea cannot be given reality in theoretical terms, that is, for pure reason, and thus remains a mere matter of faith. Thus, the proof of God's existence is postponed, in that the conclusion regarding God's existence cannot be made by the determining power of judgment, but only by the reflecting power. Thus it appears as a step that is necessarily demanded by reason itself, to relate the order of phenomena, which is expedient for our understanding and corresponds to its demands, to a higher degree of expediency, to a creative and archetypal intelligence of a higher degree, to a creative and archetypal intelligence. To see the whole as if it were not only composed of parts, or rather, composed by the teleological power of judgment, but as if it itself were the origin and totality of the parts and the reason for their concrete determination. But the deception begins as soon as we transform the thought of such a relationship into the thought of an existing primal being. Kant was able to defuse the concept of the absolute, which in this way presents ideas and regulative principles as actually existing, in that they condition and determine the objects of experience, and which therefore still had a great career ahead of it in German idealism, from the outset by means of the thing in itself and to restrict it by means of transcendental dialectics. Pure reason, it is true, has no other intention than the absolute totality of synthesis, but this only on the side of the conditions, as is critically emphasized. With the absolute completeness on the part of the conditioned, however, it has nothing to do. Negative dialectics knows how to thank transcendentalism. Kant's transcendental idealism contains the anti-idealistic prohibition of positing absolute identity. But his third critique also intends to limit the reflective power of judgment in terms of content and with regard to the conditions, and repeatedly seeks to prevent, for example by inserting a footnote, that the highest end to be achieved could be seen in creating, for all rational beings, not states of bliss themselves, but the conditions of possibility for being happy. It is possible that the happiness of rational beings in the world is a purpose of nature, and then it would also be its ultimate purpose. At least, a priori, one cannot see why nature should not be so arranged, because through its mechanism this effect would be possible, at least as far as we can see. But the principle of moral determination to act is supernatural, and would therefore be the only possible thing in the order of ends, which, in view of nature, is absolutely unconditional, and thus qualifies its subject as the end of creation, to which all nature is subordinated. This proves that happiness can only be a conditional end, and that man, as a moral being, can only be the end of creation. But as far as his condition is concerned, happiness is only a consequence in accordance with the degree of conformity to that end, as the end of his existence in connection with it. With this, Kant of course excludes the possibility of resistance against the state as such which, according to his concept, can indeed only have the purpose of establishing and maintaining a civil constitution and not only not the purpose of happiness but also not the conditions for it. With the ultimate purpose of man, understood as a purely moral being, Kant also ignores the condition of sovereignty, the question that still forms the backdrop for Hobbes, against which the Leviathan can even emerge, and which had only just become the most burning question of the French Revolution in every respect. What if the only happiness consists in merely surviving, and the state, which is sinking into civil war, cannot even guarantee its subjects this in its interior? Is it then right to overthrow this behemoth and replace it with another, real sovereign, which, if not the legal state itself, at least contains its prerequisite, the unity of the monopoly of force? Because man is only fit to be the end of creation as a moral being, not only does the proof of God's existence turn into a moral postulate, but there is also no reconciliation with nature for human beings as living beings. So the objection of the dialectic of enlightenment applies to these last paragraphs of the Critique of Judgment, however little it does justice to the critique of aesthetic and teleological judgment in the many preceding paragraphs. In the methodology, what Adorno and Horkheimer call the revocation of Kant's own thinking takes place once again. Self-preservation, when it is limited to the end, degrades the inner and outer nature of individuals to the means of the scientific principle. The question of whether people could not be blissfully happy without seeing themselves as the end of creation, in the knowledge that they understand creation as an end in itself, does not occur to Kant any more than the thought that, although the conditions whereby everyone should have the possibility of becoming happy are not themselves supernatural and can be absolutely unconditional, it is precisely this absoluteness that would be required to implement it for everyone. The practical imperative to never treat people merely as a means to an end, but always as an end in itself, would thereby gain its full meaning and would no longer differ from Marx's imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded and abandoned being. An echo of this, the belittling of human happiness as living beings in the name of humanity as the end of creation, that is, in its capacity as moral beings, could still be heard in Hermann Cohen's defense of Zionism. Franz Rosenzweig reported on how Cohen reacted to his defense of the Zionists. He interrupted my words, pushed his enormous head, which was surrounded by the most delicate curls, close and threateningly towards me and said, "I want to tell you something," and then, muffling his voice to a thundering whisper, "Those guys want to be happy." End of quote. In his negative dialectic, Adorno pointed emphatically to a passage in Kant, and this even in his critique of practical reason, that points to such an interpretation, where the doctrine of the absolute independence of the moral law from empirical beings and even from the pleasure principle is suspended, in that the radical, general formulation of the imperative incorporates the thought of the living. It is characteristic, however, that Kant only reaches it by way of example and in a note to a theorem. Thus, the mere form of a law that limits matter must at the same time be a reason for adding this matter to the will, but not presuppose it. Let matter be, for example, my own happiness. If I attribute this to everyone, as I am indeed allowed to do with finite beings, it can only become an objective practical law if I include others in it. Thus, the law of promoting the happiness of others does not arise from the premise that this is an object of each person's will, but rather from the fact that the form of generality, which reason requires as a condition, becomes the determining reason of the will to give a maxim of self-love the objective validity of a law. And so the object of other happiness was not the determining factor of pure will, but rather the mere legal form was the sole factor, through which I restricted my maxim based on inclination in order to provide it with the generality of a law, and thus to make it appropriate to pure practical reason, from which restriction, and not the addition of an external driving force, the concept of obligation could then arise, to extend the maxim of my self-love to the happiness of others as well. Reading Adorno's negative dialectic backwards from its last sentence, from the call for a thinking that is solidary with metaphysics at the moment of its downfall, was a demand by Ulrich Sundman which not many people have even tried to follow. What Sundman's reference to Schelling amounts to, the unity of the process of things and the thinking that recognizes them, is also what Adorno repeatedly emphasizes in terms of the significance of the ontological proof of God for his thinking. My discussion arises from a dense reading of the following passage from Sundman's Tunnel Stitch, which the reader will understand differently, and hopefully better at the end. Quote, "For the first time, metaphysics would then become critical itself, negative, instead of, according to its tradition, the order of being, which, in the incompleteness of its objectifiable disposition, comes to itself through its reflection in the human mind, but would like to complete itself only through human practice, to bring concepts to terms whose roundness still gives their critically conceived a semblance, as if it were itself already this round. In contrast to the latter deception, from which only Schelling among the main figures of German idealism has seriously withdrawn, a positivist rationality has been developing since the 19th century, like that from Kantian roots, which Adorno rightly criticizes for preventing the cognitive subject from recognizing from within what it itself dwells in and what it has too much of its own interior. The point at issue, the philosophical significance of which is unparalleled even in this book, is the interior of things, that is, the unity of their process with that of the thinking that recognizes them, without which there could be neither James's hope nor, incidentally, Bloch's and the older one related to it, which Schelling himself formulated towards the end of the system of transcendental idealism. I confess that when I reread the negative dialectic, I miss his name in the context in question. No less than I would have liked an explanation of a sentence further up on the same page, which sees in Kant's refusal to recognize the inner nature of things the ultima ratio of the Baconian program, even though an admission of historical truth in his revolt against scholastic dogmatism follows. But this does not call into question the consistency that the word ultima ratio concedes to Kant. And yet what chance would the recognizing subject have had of being able to see through the idols of four different kinds at all if the most unprejudiced concept of experience had forbidden him the most fundamental one, that of thinking itself, with this, however, a self-reflection that only catches up with it and returns to itself, as Kant has indeed forbidden him, albeit in an unsolvable contradiction to the constituents of his own questioning? The point is, of course, crucial for the possibility of a negative dialectic. It depends on the right of reason to return to itself unwaveringly against its own misunderstanding as an instrument, an incursion that, when it was rediscovered, was only in German idealism immediately devoured by the concept for its own greater glory, while in Germany before and up to Kant it still exemplarily evaded such a service obligation. The laudations of the bright Lichtenberg for the dark Bohm bear witness to this commonality, in which both thinkers' resistance to the fetishes of system formation has its roots. To remember one's own independence and spontaneity as a repressed past could nowhere be more beneficial or practical than in present-day Germany. Accordingly, the critical movement of negative dialectics should now be taken further, against the self-importance of systems, where they have entrenched themselves in institutionalized real abstractions, in society as in the soul, which has already been building a bridge between negative dialectics and the project of a negative anthropology since the mid-60s. The latter, as is gratefully acknowledged here, has strongly promoted the cause of the former, as indicated in Adorno's preface to the latter. But to pursue this further in a microanalytical examination of the routine debates in the Federal Republic of Germany, that movement would also be decidedly opposed to a little-noticed cyclist posture of concepts, where they are so discreetly hunched up in homology with domestic discourse customs, serving those systematic unresponsivenesses as they more conspicuously step down, where their non-identical deviates from its duty of service. The practice of this good argument also gives rise to the negative dialectic. End of quote. For orientation, the quote from the negative dialectic to which Ulrich Sundman referred follows. The once critically enlightening rebellion against the thing in itself has become a sabotage of knowledge, although traces of the thing itself, which is no less crippled, survive in the most crippled scientific conceptualization. The refusal of the Kantian chapter on amphibole to recognize the inner nature of things is the ultimate reason for the Baconian program. Its historical index of truth was the revolt against scholastic dogmatism. However, the motive is reversed when that which it forbids knowledge to recognize is its epistemological and real condition, when the knowing subject must reflect on itself as a moment of the general to be recognized, without, however, being completely identical to it. It is absurd to prevent it from recognizing from within that in which it dwells and to which it owes too much of its own interior. In this respect, Hegelian idealism was more realistic than Kant. Where scientific conceptualization comes into conflict with its ideal of facticity no less than with that of simple reason, as the anti-speculative executor of which it plays itself out, its apparatus has become irrational. The method arbitrarily suppresses what it should recognize. The positivist ideal of knowledge in models that are internally consistent and free of contradictions and logically flawless cannot be maintained because of the inherent contradiction of what is to be recognized, the antagonisms of the object. These are the general and particular aspects of society, and they are denied content by the method. Negative critical metaphysics, a way of thinking that is solidary with metaphysics at the moment of its downfall, refers negatively to metaphysics. The most general concept of metaphysics is that of the form of philosophy, the object of which are concepts in the emphatic sense, in such a way that the concept is attributed a priority over that which is grasped by it and from which it is consciously or unconsciously subtracted. The question of the general and the particular became the battleground of the conflicting moments in Aristotle, who, via a formulation from Porphyry's Isagogy, Introduction to the Categories, entered into the medieval universals, which Adorno addresses in his lecture on metaphysics when he asks whether the concepts are mere signs or abbreviations of the factuality they refer to, or whether they are independent, whether they have an essential substantial being in themselves. Karl-Heinz Haag had already presented these issues in his lectures, which were held at around the same time as Adorno's own lectures, and whose later conclusion can be found in the work Der Fortschritt in der Philosophie. The Aristotelian theory of abstraction already contains the criticism of the tautological explanatory relationship of affirmative metaphysics, according to which the ideas or forms that are supposed to explain the sensible world should not be derived from it in an abstract way. The explosive power of the doctrine of abstraction ultimately becomes clear in the nominalistic view, in which ultimately it can no longer be shown in what the real possibility of abstracting the general from the particular, the individual, is to be founded, if a fundamentum in re is disputed. The nominalistic tendency, which has been increasingly asserting itself since the 11th century, leads to the Kantian variant of a critical transcendental philosophy, in which the problem of universals is transformed in terms of constitutional theory and the objective real ground, regarded as a thing in itself, is declared to be ignotum ex. This avoided the tautological explanatory relationship of traditional metaphysics, which was revitalized in the subsequent idealism, in which the form and activity of knowledge became dominant. According to Marx, German idealism, which summarized the entire idealistic tradition, had developed this moment of activity, so that the autonomy of matter could not be thought of without mediation. In this respect, Marx, as Alfred Schmidt has shown, came very close to Schelling, and this line of thought can be traced back to Adorno. The dialectical aspect of Marx's materialism does not consist in denying matter any autonomy or self-movement, but in the insight that the forms of movement of matter can only be recognized and applied appropriately by humans through mediating practice. The dialectical movement between man and nature in production does not exclude, but includes, the laws of nature, as in Hegel's materialism. In the outline of Anglo-French materialism in the Holy Family, Marx characterizes Bacon's not exclusively mechanical concept of matter in a way reminiscent of Schelling, and for that very reason characterizing his own theory. There Marx writes, among the innate properties of matter, movement is the first and most important, not only as mechanical and mathematical movement, but even more as a drive, life spirit, tension, as a torment, to use the expression of Jacob Boehme of matter. The primitive forms of the latter are living, individualizing, inherent, and specific differences producing forces of being. Matter laughs at the whole human being in a poetically sensual radiance. End of quote. This poetically sensual radiance also motivates Schelling's philosophy of nature, which in its beginnings had the function of correcting the philosophy of the self, as it had developed in Fichte and the young Schelling. The conditions of the possibility of knowledge and its objects, the consciousness that must be able to accompany all my ideas of Kant, became the substance a la Spinoza in Fichte and Schelling's philosophy of the ego. Fichte translates the identity proposition A equals A as if A is set, then A is set, and concludes that only if an A is set, which is always already set, and which is the case with the I think that accompanies all my ideas, that is, with the pure I, is the proposition always already the case in terms of form and content. This is why the I am I functions as the first unconditional principle in the work of the young Schelling and Fichte. The activity or the subject itself is elevated to the status of substance, as is also the case later in Hegel's phenomenology of the spirit. What this means can be found in a letter from Schelling to Hegel, and can also be seen as the key to the rebellion against the thing in itself mentioned by Adorno. I have become a Spinozist in the meantime. Don't be surprised. You will soon hear how. Spinoza was the world, the object par excellence in contrast to the subject. Everything, for me it is the ego. The actual difference between critical and dogmatic philosophy seems to me to lie in the fact that the former starts from the absolute, not yet conditioned by any object ego, while the latter starts from the absolute object or non-ego. The latter, in its highest consequence, leads to Spinoza's system, the latter to Kant's. Philosophy must proceed from the unconditional. Now the question is only, in what does this unconditional lie, in the I or in the non-I? If this question is decided, then everything is decided. For me, the highest principle of all philosophy is the pure, absolute I, i.e. the I, insofar as it is a mere I, not yet conditioned by objects but set by freedom. The A and O of all philosophy is freedom. At this point, it becomes clear what Sundman means by the misleading notion that the reflection that seeks to perfect itself through human practice creates a semblance for its critically understood concept, from which only Schelling has withdrawn under the German idealists. In 1795, Schelling, following Jacobi, argued, which continued to distinguish him from Fichte and Hegel, that the transition to the unconditional could not be achieved in the immanence of comprehension, because otherwise the conditional would take possession of the unconditional. If a concept of this is to become possible, then the unconditional must cease to be the unconditional. It must itself acquire conditions. The unconditional can therefore never be the result of thought without ceasing to be such, but must be something that is not identical with thought. This will lead Schelling to the assumption of intellectual contemplation, which, and this is what distinguishes his concept from the one that Kant rejected, at this point does not refer to an object, but to the activity of thought itself. An object is defined as such precisely because, and insofar as, it is an object, its reality is never itself, for it is only an object insofar as its reality is defined by something else. Indeed, insofar as it is an object, it necessarily presupposes something in relation to which it is an object, i.e. a subject. I call subject that which can only be determined in contrast to, but in relation to, an already posited object. Object, that which can only be determined in contrast to, but in relation to, a subject. If, then, the object cannot be the unconditional sane at all because it necessarily presupposes a subject that determines its existence by going out of the sphere of its mere being thought, the next thought is that the unconditional in the object determined by the subject only in relation to this conceivable object, or, since the object necessarily presupposes the subject necessarily presupposes an object, in the object determined by the subject, only in relation to this conceivable subject. According to Schelling, the unconditional, because subject and object mutually determine each other, cannot be contained in either one or the other, and a higher determining reason must be assumed, by which both are determined. The unconditional is that which is not made into an object, not made into a thing, and cannot be made into a thing. The desideratum is therefore something that cannot be thought of as a thing or object. In this early phase, Schelling calls this absolute in knowledge the absolute I. It is beyond all proof, because to prove that something is absolute would be to prove the opposite, that it is conditional. The absolute can therefore only be given and realized through itself. This is the transformation of Spinoza's concept of substance as cause sui, as it appears in the light of Jacobi's interpretation of Schelling. In German idealism itself, represented by Schelling, we find the Kantian refusal, the refusal to recognize the inner nature of things, insofar as this makes the inner nature of phenomena into a thing or a mere object, and thus represents a revolt against scholastic dogmatism, as it was criticized by Kant on the basis of Leibniz-Wolff's positive metaphysics. The fact that Adorno speaks of a time core or historical index of the truth of Bacon's program in this context, which would have its truth against scholastic dogmatism, is related to the fact that the cognitive subject cannot reflect on itself as a moment of the general to be recognized. Here, Adorno critically refers to and then follows Hegel, whose idealism structurally represents an amphiboly that does not merely arise from transcendental appearance, but from the form of social labor. Adorno transforms Kant's critique of the amphibole of the concepts of understanding into a critique of the amphibole within real practice, thus concretizing Marx's critique of political economy in an epistemological way. This is about the core of ideology critique, as it appears in the historical difference between Bacon's theory of idols and Marx's critique of fetishism. Bacon's theory of idols catalogued 4 types of idols: those of the tribe, those of the cave, those of the market, and those of the theater. The idols of the tribe arise from the human species, which is deluded into assuming that human sense is the measure of things itself, whereas the perceptions of the senses only occur according to the measure of human nature. The idols of the cave are those of the individual human being, the refractions of knowledge through the different natures of individual subjects. Bacon calls those idols of the market that arise from the community of the human race being together, from the linguistic mediation and bad and foolish assignment of words, corresponding to today's idols of mass society. The idols of the cave are those that arise from the fixation on tradition, which is not questioned for its rationality. A critique of idols that characterizes the French Enlightenment. Bacon's theory of idols, although it was a first step in the critique of appearances, abstracted from the time core of truth and thus became idolatry, as it blamed deception on human beings as such, as if they were invariable natural beings, and also reflected little on the conditions of idol formation. Since for Kant man is a phenomenal as well as a noumenal being, the critique of the grounds of the distinction of all objects at all into phenomena and noumena was modified, and he called the place where a concept is given its place, be it in sensibility or in pure understanding, including its instruction of the rules transcendental topology. The extension of transcendental to speculative topology by Schelling also plays an extraordinary role for Adorno, especially for the reception of the critique of political economy in a universal theoretical sense, insofar as a further abstraction, real abstraction, is already added there. In Sundman and Adorno, these references to Kant and Schelling appear prima facie cryptic to enigmatic, since they are not available in an explicit interpretation and, on top of that, refer to rarely discussed topics of the critique of pure reason, namely the chapter on paralogisms and transcendental topology. It is important to shed some more light on this problem. In Kant's writings, we find formulations that more or less suggest that empirical sentences, alongside those that refer to the world of experience, also recognize and conceive of the I think. Since, according to Kant, only the empirical or appearing self is accessible to knowledge because of its synthesis of concept and intuition, the existence of the self becomes a problem, since there must at least be a consciousness of it if empirical self-consciousness is to be possible at all. However, this is an indeterminate real abstractive one that amounts to an indeterminate existence. Phenomenal and noumenal then no longer appear as a complete disjunction, since empirical judgments are not only related to the perceptible, but also to ideas that have thinking as their object. Kant was well aware of this difficulty. On the other hand, I am aware of myself in the transcendental synthesis of the manifold of representations in general, and thus in the synthetic original unity of apperception, not as I appear to myself, nor as I am in myself, but only that I am. This representation is a thought, not a contemplation. Here, in a sense that requires further discussion, the existence of the essence precedes. In the chapter on paralogisms, Kant assumes the existence of pure, transcendental apperception in the sense of a logical existence. In this context, Kant rejected the substantialization of the pure subject because, and this is the point of the paralogism, the middle of the conclusion is amphibolic due to the lack of differentiation between the empirical and the abstract subject. Quote, the unity of consciousness, which underlies the categories, is here taken for the subject's view of itself as an object, and the category of substance is applied to it. However, it is only the unity in thinking, which alone does not give an object, to which the category of substance, as the view given at all times, is not applied, and therefore this subject cannot be recognized at all. The subject of the categories cannot, therefore, by thinking them, get a conception of itself as an object of the categories. For in order to think them, it must take as its basis its pure self-consciousness, which, however, is to be explained. And he adds in the footnote, the I think is, as already said, an empirical proposition, and contains the proposition I exist in itself. But I cannot say, everything that thinks exists, for then the property of thinking would make all beings that possess it necessary beings, and the proposition, I think, expresses an indefinite empirical view, i.e. perception. Thus it proves that even sensation, which consequently belongs to sensuousness, is the basis of this existential proposition. But before experience, which is to determine the object of perception by the category in regard to time, and existence is here not yet a category, as which it has no relation to an undetermined given object, but only to one of which one has a concept, and of which one wants to know whether it is also set apart from this concept or not. An indeterminate perception here means only something real that has been given, and indeed only for thinking in general, not as an appearance nor as a thing in itself noumenon, but as something that actually exists and in which I think it is designated as such. End of quote. The ego is not an empirical concept here, but purely intellectual because it belongs to thinking in general. Schelling recognizes that Kant is forced to assume an intellectual view. Here, it is based on the spontaneity of understanding and at the same time requires receptivity. However, as mentioned, Kant rejects it in the sense of an insight into the inner workings of things. Schelling attributes a logical meaning to the concept of existence, insofar as it refers to Platonic ideas. The concept of existence, as soon as it is applied to something supernatural, whether it be ideas or objects, insofar as they exist outside their ideas, loses all physical meaning and retains a logical one. This is both the intersection for Schelling's early concept of intellectual intuition and the existence of the ego, which unfolds in the early ego philosophy, but also for the transcendental place of real abstractions. In a practical sense, social consciousness takes on an amphibolic character, so that the line of thought from Leibniz to Hegel, which included the Enlightenment rebellion against the thing in itself, became significant for the critique of political economy. Sundman's cryptic formulation of the real abstractions of the soul and society is thus revealed through the interpretation of Schelling's connection to the concept of logical existence. Whereas for Aristotle, the topic was already a critique of fallacies, a metascientific place of examination, for Kant it changes into a transcendental one. The Amphiboly chapter essentially represents a critique of metaphysics, which works through Leibniz, with whom Kant was in an inextricably linked agreement and opposition. The full title is On the Amphiboly of the Concepts of Reflection Through the Confusion of the Empirical Use of Understanding with the Transcendental. The title already indicates that the concepts of reflection do not refer to objects or reality in the language of objects, but that Kant rejects precisely the object-referring character. Nor are they concepts of kind or genus, whose characteristics concern the idea dealt with under them. In the Academy Edition's posthumous works, there is a definition in the Metaphysics that makes this clear. All concepts, from whatever source they may take their material, are reflections, i.e. ideas brought into the logical relationship of multivalency. However, there are concepts whose entire meaning is nothing other than one or another reflection to which the ideas that occur can be subjected. They can be called reflective concepts, conceptus reflectans, and because all types of reflection occur in judgment, they will contain the mere act of understanding, which is applied to the relationship in judgment, absolutely in itself as reasons for the possibility of judging. End of quote. Kant names 4 pairs of reflection concepts: sameness and difference, attunement and contradiction, interior and exterior, determinable and determination, matter and form, whereby he understands logical reflection to be the activities of comparison, abstraction and reflection for the generation of the concepts of form. What Kant calls amphiboly is the possibility of understanding the logical reflection concepts not only as relations of ideas, but also as relations of things, whereby he does not consider the latter reification to be a legitimate use of reflection concepts. In order to clarify the significance of the topical problems that are also present in the critique of fetishism in the critique of political economy, Kant's view of topology should be quoted in more detail. Allow me to call the place that we assign to a concept either in sensibility or in pure understanding the transcendental place. In this way, the assessment of this place, which is due to every transcendental concept according to the diversity of its use, and the instruction according to rules to determine this place for all concepts, would be the transcendental topic, a doctrine that would thoroughly protect against the frauds of the pure understanding and the illusions that arise from them, by always distinguishing which cognitive power the concepts actually belong to. A logical place can be assigned to every concept, every title, and to many cognitions. This is the basis of the logical topology of Aristotle, which school teachers and orators could use to look up what was most suitable for their present material under certain titles of thought, and to reason about it with a semblance of thoroughness, or to talk about it at length. Transcendental topic, on the other hand, contains no more than the 4 titles mentioned above for all comparison and distinction, which differ from categories in that the latter do not represent the object according to what constitutes its concept, size, reality, but only the comparison of ideas which arises before the concept of things in all its diversity. But this comparison requires, first of all, a transfer, i.e. a determination of the place where the ideas of the things that are being compared belong, whether they are thought by the pure understanding or given by sensibility in the appearance. The concepts can be compared logically without worrying about where their objects belong, whether as noumena for the understanding or as phenomena for sensibility. Without this consideration, I make a very uncertain use of concepts, and supposedly synthetic sentences arise that critical reason cannot recognize and that are based solely on a transcendental amphiboly, i.e. a confusion of the pure object of understanding with the appearance. It seems less enigmatic, I hope, to claim that in capitalist commodity exchange there is a form of confusion of the pure object of understanding with the appearance, when one considers that the social characters of their own labor are reflected back to people as objective characters of the products of labor. Kant calls this confusion the amphiboly of the reflective hege, which comes about through the confusion of the empirical and transcendental use of the understanding with regard to 1. Uniformity and diversity 2. Attunement and conflict 3. The interior and exterior and 4. Matter and form. Since the third of Kant's amphiboles plays a role in Sundman's interpretation of Adorno, it will be discussed here. 3. The interior and exterior. In an object of pure understanding, only that which has no relationship, in terms of existence, to anything different from it is interior. By contrast, the inner determinations of a substantia phenomenon in space are nothing but relationships, and they themselves are nothing but a collection of relations. We know the substance in space only through the forces that are active in it, either to drive others there, attraction, or to keep others from entering it, repulsion and impenetrability. We do not know any other properties that make up the concept of the substance that appears in space and that we call matter. As an object of pure reason, however, every substance must have inner determinations and forces that relate to inner reality. But what can I think of as inner accidents other than those that my inner sense presents to me, namely, that which is either itself a thought or analogous to it? Therefore, Leibniz made all substances because he imagined them as noumena, even the constituent parts of matter, after he had taken away from them everything that might mean external relation, including composition, simple subjects endowed with powers of representation, in a word, moons. End of quote. Kant understood the well-known windowlessness of the monads to mean that they have no relationship to anything other than themselves. From this, Hegel concluded that the being in itself of phenomena is meaningless, that it is completely void as an indeterminate, since their being for something else was considered by Hegel to be their determination, so that he was able to mobilize Kant against Kant here. The chapter on being in oneself corresponds to Kant's chapter on amphiboly, which could be interpreted as the beginning of the philosophy of reflection. It contains all the determinations of the third amphiboly. However, Kant's distinction between phenomena and their being in themselves should not have been understood in terms of object language. The unknowability was not a predicate of things in themselves, but rather it was merely stated that nothing could be predicated of them. This was also manifested in Kant's digressions, according to which idealism and realism differed in that in Berkeleyan idealism, object consciousness was a moment of self-consciousness, whereas realism was understood as an object consciousness that presupposed objects outside of consciousness. Kant rejected both dogmatic realism and subjective idealism. To him, the fact that the being in itself could not be posited as a given was not a contradiction, because it implied two different perspectives. At the latest since Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, the self produces itself while at the same time producing the being of the object, so that for Fichte a realization-independent being in itself was no longer conceivable. This amounted to the amphiboly that Kant diagnosed, and Adorno used its critique to conceive of the non-identical as identity against identifications. Heidegger's critique of the negative dialectic does not conceal the fact that the ontological need was directed against the same spirit of the times, the neo-Kantian and positivist absolutization of methodology, in which science exalts itself as causa sui, as does critical theory. The scorn of the chapter on amphiboly towards the presumption of wanting to recognize the inner nature of things, the self-satisfied male resignation with which philosophy settles down in the mundus sensibilis as something external, is not merely the enlightened rejection of that metaphysics which confuses the concept with its own reality, but also the obscurantist rejection of those who do not capitulate in the face of the facade. Something of the remembrance of this best, which critical philosophy did not so much forget as zealously eliminate in honor of the science it wanted to found, survives in the ontological need, the will not to let thought be deprived of that for which it is thought. Since the sciences have irrevocably broken away from idealistic philosophy, the successful ones no longer seek legitimization other than by stating their method. In its self-interpretation, science becomes the causa sui, accepts itself as given and thus also sanctions its existing form, which is based on the division of labor, the insufficiency of which cannot remain hidden forever. End of quote. The fact that Sunman misses Schelling's name in Adorno's critique of insufficiency is related to the fact that Adorno often mentions Schelling's name in particular, where he cites Hegel's critique of the latter in order to denounce a dogmatic moment that, however, also contains a moment that supports Adorno's critique of Hegel. Hegel's and Schelling's contrary concepts of the absolute cause Adorno to take sides with Hegel against Schelling in some places, although he should be closer to Schelling in terms of the matter. When Hegel opposes intellectual contemplation in the phenomenology of spirit, Schelling for the first time wallows in the misunderstanding of Hegel. I confess that I do not yet understand your meaning in which you oppose the concept of contemplation. You cannot mean anything else by that than what you and I have called an idea, whose nature it is to have one side from which it is a concept and one from which it is a view. This is where Hegel had opposed him, insisting that the absolute did not come out of a pistol, but had to be derived, mediated, as Adorno followed. This makes absolute knowledge, as with Schelling, intellectual contemplation. One hopes to cross out the mediations instead of reflecting on them. According to Schelling, however, an absolute that is derived is a relative and not absolute. In this, he had already distinguished himself from Fichte, in whom the ego sets itself, while Schelling also considers the ego that sets itself. If it did not already exist, it could not set anything either. This anticipates Sartre's pre-reflexive cogito. In this sense, a model of self-consciousness based on reflection, as in Descartes or Fichte, presupposes a metabasis from the concept to existence, which corresponds to the ontological proof of God that Schelling, as with Hegel, as a provisional beginning had the contemplation begin with. Adorno, however, also saw the materialistic moment in Schelling, which is often denounced as mystical, as in Lukács's Destruction of Reason. Immanent critique has its limit in the fact that ultimately the law of immanent connection is one with the blindness that would have to be penetrated. But this moment, truly only the qualitative leap, occurs only in the execution of the immanent dialectic, which has the tendency to transcend itself, not unlike the transition of the Platonic dialectic to the ideas that exist in themselves. If dialectic were to close itself completely, it would already be that totality that goes back to the principle of identity. Schelling perceived this interest against Hegel, and thus offered himself up to the ridicule of the abdication of thought, which flees to mysticism. The materialistic moment in Schelling, who attributed something like a driving force to matter itself, may participate in that aspect of his philosophy. How much this moment in Schelling motivates Adorno also becomes clear when it is related to the corporeal subject. Adorno explicitly links one of the corporeal materialist motifs that reach into the realm of the mind to Schelling's philosophy of the world ages. All that is spiritual is a modified corporeal impulse, and such a modification is the qualitative transition into that which is not merely. According to Schelling's insight, drive is the preform of mind. The supposed basic facts of consciousness are something other than merely such. In the dimension of pleasure and displeasure, the corporeal intrudes into them. These transitions from the corporeal to the spiritual, which also reflect the fact that, according to Schelling, the spirit is also a potential of nature, just as nature is a potential of the spirit in knowledge, also make it clear that the amphibologies have a correspondence in reality. The early natural philosophy around 1797 bears witness to this, for the existence of such a nature outside of me does not explain the existence of such a nature within me. For if you assume that a predetermined harmony takes place between the two, then that is precisely the object of our question. Or if you claim that we only transfer such an idea to nature, then you have never had a sense of what nature is and should be to us. For we do not want nature to coincide with the laws of our spirit by chance, perhaps through the mediation of a third party, but rather that it should itself necessarily and originally not only express the laws of our spirit, but realize them itself, and that it should be and be called nature only insofar as it does this. Nature should be the visible spirit, the invisible nature. Here, then, in the absolute identity of the spirit within us and nature outside us, the problem of how nature outside us is possible must be resolved. End of quote. The hope for the reconciliation of mind and nature, freedom and nature, which Sunman speaks of, is expressed in a magnificent way, as he explains at the end of the philosophy of transcendental idealism. It is a product that is like a natural product and yet is produced like a product of freedom. Thus it is the keystone of the vault of the system of transcendental idealism. As the keystone, it is not just the conclusion but also what supports the structure. Aesthetic production is based on opposing activities. Schelling notes that artists say they were driven to produce involuntarily, following the drive of their nature. Since a drive is based on an inner contradiction, the contradiction is the root of the artist's existence. The satisfaction is the completion in the work of art. The basic character of the work of art is therefore an unconscious infinity, synthesis of nature and freedom. In his work, the artist seems to have instinctively represented an infinity, quite apart from what he has put into it with obvious intention, which no finite mind is capable of developing completely. The beauty of art is just as much an expression of disinterested pleasure as is the beauty of nature, which is also not produced on the basis of an interest in the existence of the thing. The suspension of the antagonism of interests is the social real reason for the aesthetic constitution of reality. The beauty of art is not available as an imitation of nature. Ideology always thinks it is somewhere else. This opinion is its sure testimony. It is not attributable to any interest, any intention of particular classes or groups. It is not the result of conscious manipulation. Nevertheless, it is thanks to ideology that its particular ideas are hardened into incontrovertible certainties. The mere accusation that something is ideology, as opposed to its criticism, has long since found its way out. The truth is considered to have been fulfilled. Its origin is realized in history, which has always imminently influenced its progress, however much the terrible grimace of the surface of appearances may conceal this. Just as Jesus Christ, essential human being who is finite and mortal, is supposed to be the Son of the immortal and infinite supersensual God the Father, who is tangible with the hands, the incarnated general, so is money, the universal equivalent of the value of all possible goods, the realization of that general in a particular thing in a crazy form. Money is ideology made manifest. It is the logical criterion of truth that believes itself to be fulfilled. Christianity is, whatever its secular opponents may claim, by no means an aging rival of self-preserving reason. According to Hegel, it is simply religion in its most perfect form. Rather, Christianity is the cult developed into such a form, without which enlightened reason itself would not endure. Hegel's concept of cult, which in the broadest sense means the objectification of practice as such, is congruent with that of society. In this projection, religion is spoken of in a double sense. In the broad sense, religion denotes the entire sphere of the self-consciousness of the spirit in art, religion, and philosophy, and only as such a self-aware spirit is the spirit absolute spirit. In the narrow sense, religion means that form of this self-consciousness of the spirit that uses the form of representation and thus differs from art and philosophy, which thematize the same object in the form of contemplation or of comprehending thought. This broad sense is understandably present throughout Hegel's entire religious philosophy, including its later extensive elaborations in the lectures of his Berlin period. For the mode of consciousness of the representation, which corresponds to the subject's disunity from its object, is precisely what characterizes the necessarily false consciousness of ideology. Religion in general, and Christianity in particular, is thus ideological, just as ideology, conversely, has the religious form of existence without always coinciding with a certain one. Reason is as timeless as the consequence of an inscrutable fact, neither to be eternalized nor arbitrarily crossed out. It is the result of the dialectic of enlightenment, which locates it in a no-man's land between the atemporal transcendental and the contingent empirical. The more emphatically reason, having escaped the primal natural forces in the archaic myth, advanced its mastery of them, the more surely that reason itself turned into a constant natural force, which weighs on the individual as the concept of social facts. But the Enlightenment, completely freed from the magic of myth, led to a new one, because it froze into second nature. As for Christianity, according to Hegel, it is the only religion whose theological dogma declares the incarnation of the transcendent God, conceived monotheistically, the singularity and the godlikeness of every earthly human being, his existence as a general individuality, to be the identity of the infinite and the finite. And, in a certain sense, it is the only religion, Horkheimer and Adorno add. If in the Christian theogony every sensual thing inevitably participates in the developed non-sensual as its cause, it is also exhausted in this. Everything that the particular creature may distinguish from its general concept as non-identical qualities is considered to be just an arbitrary filler and can, if necessary, be confidently ignored. In Hegel's concept of that spirit that is, in the most concrete sense, subject and object are always already equal. The general element of the spirit, despite its manifold externalizations in the particular, for the spirit that does not appear is not. It reflects itself in itself, in turn absorbs these particularizations. The reality of this spiritual element in history is that of self-preserving reason, which takes on a rationalized form under the capital relation. God and capital, the sun and money. These are not opposites, no matter how assiduously their proponents blacken each other as such. One has to pay attention to Marx's theologizing metaphors in order to recognize what the scandalous point and the denunciatory nerve of the critique of political economy consists of, in nothing other than in the fact that what for centuries could only be vaguely imagined under the name of God has become the law of motion of reality in the concept and matter of capital, the automatic subject. No one has yet understood this easily used phrase. Marx, as a Marxist, least of all because it is inherently and objectively incomprehensible, is as objectively irrational as befits a crazy form. Hegel's philosophy of religion is not only an adequate representation of the essence of Christianity, precisely because of its intended mediation between its irrationalist and rationalist conceptions. It is also a testimony to the omnipresence of ideology against one's will, which, believing itself to be the final realization of truth, considers everything else to be ideological doxa. It is here that critical theory can show where the boundary between it and ideology lies. It separates concepts from contradiction. In Hegel's dialectic, the latter is transformed into the immovable principle of the philosophy of unity, since it assimilates the non-identical to the identical. Contradiction is the non-identical from the perspective of identity. The primacy of the principle of contradiction in dialectic measures the heterogeneous against the thinking of unity. In Hegel's view, contradiction is negated and thus immortalized. In Adorno's negative dialectics, on the other hand, it is the expression of a historical whole, guided by the sensorium of an individual body. Hegel's conceptualization of the Christian religion presents the elevation of the positive cult of the community to its conceptually articulated doctrine in philosophical terms. Religion is the consciousness of the true in and of itself. Consciousness of the true, unlimited, completely general being. This is a raising, reflection, passing from the immediate sensual individual because the immediate is the first and therefore not the raising, thus a going out and away to another. But this elevation to the concept is nothing more than the itself ideological model of the relationship of ideology to its theorizations. Such mere theoretical descriptions of ideology are encountered in contemporary humanities and cultural studies, and they may be most likely to manifest themselves today in the everyday products of the culture industry. But what unites both the old philosophy of religion and the new theories of the culture industry is that they ambiguously deny any experience that goes beyond that which is regulated for the purposes of self-preservation. Such experience, the fleeting sign of a reconciled society, manifests itself in the supposedly simplest things. It is the soil from which the utopian idea grows, the opposite of a utopian image. Adorno also describes it as unspoilt, as well as the thought that could grasp it. If unspoilt experience is foreign to Hegel's philosophy of religion, the ideological model of objective ideology, then negative dialectics is aimed at making something conceivable that itself, at least for the time being, has no social existence but which, once generalized, would alone deserve the name of free experience. An ungegangeled dialectischer thought opposes a dialectic, be it the idea or the thing itself, in that, according to Adorno, it does not follow the guidelines of a presupposed system, that whole which is nevertheless untrue. Following the particular object in question, such thinking, which is both involuntary, since it is moved by the imitation of natural impulses, and arbitrary, since it requires the subject's spontaneity, aims to grasp that which cannot be recognized by the general concepts formed for the purposes of mastering nature, although it would be just as impossible to recognize it without them. Such a thought, which is the antithesis of objective ideology and can be developed into a special form of thinking that is always socially determined in terms of content, is based on art and aesthetic experience in general. Every art form that is based on empathy creates the self-contained laws of a monadic work of art, which is always intentional and unique. It aims to express the historical context in such a way that the particular nature of the respective aesthetic material is not revealed to a general scheme, and an artistic style is not formally frozen. The uninhibited dialectical thought similarly expresses an unregulated experience and even anticipates universally unregulated life. To understand it, Adorno says, one must not let the Cartesian maxim of clear and distinct thinking cloud one's view of the fact that philosophical and scientific knowledge is not always composed of consistently transparent acts. According to the formal logical theory of judgment, dialectical thought can be deficient, since it prefers to maintain the epistemological reference to a particular thing rather than the transparency of its genesis, which can supposedly always be produced. This inadequacy is similar to that of the line of life, which is bent, deflected, disappointing in relation to its premises, and yet only in this course, in that it is always less than it should be, is able to represent an unregulated one under the given conditions of existence. According to Adorno, the only thing to be praised about post-war existentialism is that it seeks to salvage the moment of such a special experience with the anti-scientific concept of active subjectivity, which is not conformist to the possible, which is prepared for manageability. However, he assumes an unrestricted experience as one that, if not already realized socially, is at least immediately realizable. It is not only his philosophy, but rather every philosophy of the subject, that is to be criticized for postulating the subject's spontaneity as separate from its dependence on the object. Experience without regulation is ontologically guaranteed to existentialism by the human way of being in historicity. This is inscribed in the form of existence itself as an existential, as an inescapable fundamental determination, in the example of its variety, which has been transformed into fundamental ontology. Accordingly, there is no objectivity that is actually independent of the subject, which at the same time would not be misunderstood as an intangible and dead nature. Quote, "The earth only appears to be open and transparent when it is preserved and protected as something essentially inaccessible, something that recoils from any attempt to be opened up and thus remains constantly closed." Martin Heidegger, The Origin of the Work of Art, 1935/1936. According to Adorno, however, the object has social and epistemological priority because it contains the seed of subjectivity as living nature. In his discussion of the concept of nature in Marx, Alfred Schmidt criticizes Ernst Bloch's concept of nature as a subject and the broader physics he envisages, insofar as it suggests a romanticizing of nature. Adorno avoids the extremes of a scientific concept of nature and its metaphysical essentialization as a living Urgrund that can only ever be falsely objectified. His concept of unregulated experience thus contains the two necessary aspects of critical theory. On the one hand, the dialectical aspect, which has to grasp the continuity in the constitution and course of history. Like the concept of the possible, the concept of unregulated experience is, according to Kant, one of the conditions of possibility of objectivity, but not of objectivity in general. If it were ever generalized in society, this would imply a relationship to nature that was not based on its domination. Unregulated experience does not mean an individual context of experience, even if it may express itself in this way under existing power relations. If its conditions were to endure socially, they would have historically emerged and made such experience generally realizable. Its concept is thus related to Hegel's speculative concept of objectivity, since it is historical, with the difference, however, that the subject determines the object and the object determines the subject abstractly, and that means dominates. If Hegel's concept of objectivity is a relationship of domination reflected in thought, then the concept of unregulated experience addresses a relationship in which subject and object are reconciled and thus only then abolished. Thus, the other aspect inherent in the idea of unregulated experience is the undialectical one. In the negativity of the social whole, which is to be thought of dialectically, something unexpectedly comes to expression that does not dissolve in it, but rather goes beyond what is and what exists. This moment is a simpler expression of freedom, which is shown in the discontinuity, in the detachment from the historical whole. It is the element of otherwise suppressed natural spontaneity and consists in the conscious alteration of given circumstances. This freedom can no more be hypostatized. Its realization is historically opposed by a particular block. Thus, the concept of unregulated experience is the one that brings to the point the necessity to think dialectically and undialectically at the same time that characterizes Adorno's thinking. Unconstrained experience cannot be thought of as a subjective postulate of thought or as a practical maxim of action if it is to exist independently of subjective reason, which adapts itself to everything. In aesthetic experience, its fleeting expression, which nevertheless testifies to it as a socially realizable one, something non-identical manifests itself that is ungraspable for universal concepts, but without it remaining indeterminable because it cannot be reduced to what is the case. The ideological regimentation of experience, however, is expressed, even in its scientific conceptualizations, in attempts to reduce the unregulated to one of the mirror image poles of subjectivism or objectivism. Theoretically, one oscillates between them because the contradiction of social conditions, which causes the discrepancy, remains unresolved in reality. Marx explains this split, for example, in his critique of the monetary theories of classical political economy, which oscillate between naturalistic metalism and conventionalist sign theory. On the one hand, what experience is derived from the self-active subject, with reference to a supposedly free-floating irrational origin, without allowing for a consistent conceptual connection between the individual determinations of experience that have been obtained. However complex the individual theoretical determinations of reality may be, in the end they must remain separate from each other. They cannot be thought of in terms of reconciliation. The totality cannot be regarded as redeemable and its moments correspondingly changeable. On the other hand, experience is naturalistically extinguished under the primacy of the system of objective, in the Hegelian sense, poorly abstract categories. They are nothing but tools of domination, because an individual experience free of domination is irrelevant to them. What experience could become social, however, would be lost once the compulsion of the society that repressively confronts the individual is removed, as Horkheimer and Adorno show in the Elements of Antisemitism, in the reflected projection. In the uncontrolled mimesis, the source of which is the bodily drive of the particular being. Hegel's philosophy of religion, a key to understanding ideology against one's will, consistently fights both rational theology and the doctrine of immediate religious feeling, which is opposed to it. For it, God can only be the object of a special sentiment that alone overcomes the degeneration of the heavenly commandments into abstract and subjectively irrelevant principles. The theology of enlightenment, on the other hand, which itself arose from the intellectual dispute with church dogma, nevertheless leaves the latter's beliefs untouched. It formulates reasonable determinations of God autonomously through the rational exegesis of the Holy Scripture and is therefore, according to Hegel, just as little the real knowledge of God. Its abstract thinking is unable to resolve the split between the subjective and the objective, the particular content of faith on the one hand and reason, which fixes the attributes of the infinite without connection to inwardness, on the other. However, according to Hegel, overcoming this dichotomy of fervor and insight, which prevails in society, is the ultimate goal of philosophical criticism. The anti-rational position of inner revelation remains in the particularism of devotion. If religious feeling is random and changeable, it cannot truly recognize God. Its unreliability in terms of content closes it in on itself, causing it to lose its connection to the divine, since a feeling of evil can also be absolutely certain. The result of the supremacy of religious sentiment is solipsism and ignorance. Hegel, on the other hand, demands that philosophy, which he incidentally declares to be theology, should meet the two opposing needs in relation to the eternal, to recognize God truly as an objective and to secure the certainty of his subjective experience. As if this demand could only be met in this way, he equates the divine with the infinite, while the natural corporeality of the individual evaporates in its intelligible essence. If religion in the broad sense is that social instance in which the spirit in its absolute form manifests itself as an outpouring from itself, then the spirit in this natural exterior is again only related to itself. Nature is only its own other. The necessary process of the development of the absolute concept is, according to the science of logic, already passed through with the setting of the world. The idea has always passed into nature as its other, but in truth it has simply jumped over to it in a mystical way. Only when it has been realized in this way, according to Hegel, does the idea attain self-consciousness. Logic is the system of pure reason, the realm of pure thought, which represents truth as it is without a shell in and of itself. One could therefore express it that this content is the representation of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit. Logic can therefore only be described metaphorically as the representation of God before the creation of nature, since it is precisely such figurative language that corresponds to the conceptual language of religion. However, since the entire effort of philosophy according to Hegel culminates in transferring that language of perfect, otherwise also called revealed religion, into philosophical language, this does not make it obsolete. For Hegel, philosophy is merely the elevation of the content of revealed religion to the level of concept. It is by no means secondary, as the left Hegelian interpretation tends to minimize its significance, but the sole ground on which philosophy, as thinking determined by content, can be developed. Ideology is the basis of speculative philosophy. It is the religion that is, Hegel writes with elated emphasis in his introductory manuscript to the lecture on the philosophy of religion from 1821. This formula with the double emphasis on is expresses nothing other than the determination of the reality of ideologically false consciousness. Religion, and only the perfect Christian religion, should be, according to Hegel, literally the spirit that has become an object. It is nothing more than the relationship of the consciousness of the individual to the absolute, the spirit which is detached from its dependence on the other as a given and thus free. However, in religion, that relationship consists in the particular mode of consciousness of the idea, which is not yet aware of that absoluteness. This specific representational consciousness of religion contrasts not only with the concept of philosophy, but also with the view of the visual arts, which is otherwise accorded the same subjective spirituality. Hegel calls representation the form of consciousness for such objects that are not immediately present, like the work of art for the view, but nevertheless remain bound to the coordinates of space and time as well as to the pictorial. This also applies to the biblical God and his actions towards human beings, which are imagined as taking place in space and time, as well as to the childlike images of Father and Son for the intertrinitarian relationship. Like the objects of the imagination thus defined, according to Marx, those of ideology are not given immediately. That is precisely their point, for they are social relations. At the same time, however, they are in space and time, possessing a ghostly concreteness in that they, like those objects of religious cult, develop a practical effect. The commodity as a product of the value relationship is a sensual supersensual thing, in which the supersensual, the value, can only appear by means of the sensual, the use value. And it is only thanks to such a material appearance that the movement of this occult thing also directs the actions of the owners of the goods, according to the various character masks determined by production. Ideology thus also has an image character. According to Hegel, in religion, unlike in art, which is the sensual appearance of the idea and thus thoroughly pictorial, images are condensed into chains and transformed into elements of texts and narratives. The effect of ideology, viewed epistemologically, consists either in the apprehension of things as such as being independent of consciousness, or, in contrast, in the disappearance of the substantial reality of things as such behind their merely subjective construction. In both extremes, realism and idealism, something is missing, the unadulterated reflection of consciousness. The produced and subjective nature of things is ignored. In religion, analogously, the objectively almighty God reigns without human freedom, or the material substance of subjective ideas is neglected. This corresponds to the relativism of the subjectively generated diversity of deities, the manifold forms of polytheism according to Hegel. However, the result is always a split between subject and object. This results in the pictorial character, here understood as the content of the mode of representation of consciousness, that representation in which subject and object are on opposite sides without reflection. The direction, the non-reconciliation of subject and object, is the cause of the fact that phenomena and things in themselves are separated from each other. One possesses only subjectively formed ideas of things in themselves, which, however, are at the same time the results of social and epistemological conditioning of these objects, which enable the real fulfillment of the purposes of mere self-preservation. If self-preservation under capital means adapting to the anarchy of its continuous and at the same time discontinuous self-movement, then the pictorial character of the ideological content corresponds to the fragmentary nature of the impressions, whose definition Adorno, with Benjamin, sharpens to the shocking. Under the pressure of the suffering of self-sacrifice that capital constantly inflicts on the individual, the modeled experience shrinks to the repetition of discrete shocks. In the idealism of the cult with Marx, of ideology itself, knowledge merges into a stream of consciousness that flows unaffected by external things and shields itself from them in a self-referential way. Consciousness as a whole becomes imaginary, since no influence of things external to consciousness, of things as they are in and of themselves, is allowed on its contents. The unity of consciousness is ephemeral, despite its seemingly arbitrarily expandable content. Its content may appear in conceptual clothing, but it is nevertheless without concept in the emphatic sense, because its ideas do not capture the respective inequality that should characterize the concept in terms of content, but rather only suggest it. For ideal typical realism on the opposite side, which negates the constitutive activity of the subject, objectivity is reduced to the totality of contingent and abstract laws. Because the subject, as an appendage of the objective, makes itself small, objective laws have no relevance for it. They are foreign and indifferent to it, oppressive. Their knowledge may indeed be expanded from the perspective of realism, based on the given object, nature. However, no connection can be established between the multitude of special laws that would be necessary for them to be thought of as conditions of social possibility of a generally unregulated experience, to be used practically and to be transformed step by step. Only then would this connection have a significant meaning for the subject, because it would be constituted by the subject itself, even if the isolated subject could not be its demiurgic creator, but rather created the connection in the imitation of the non-identical qualities of nature. For selfless positivism, however, the laws of natural science are themselves images. They refer to an exterior that is unbridgeably cut off from the subject. They are alien to the subject, do not provide it with any experience, and are discontinuous. Laws as fragments are not conceived as being comprehensible by the unimpeded movement of dialectical thought. This follows the determinate negations of the object without a predetermined conclusion, always predetermined by the imperatives of self-preservation. In the chapter, Weltgeist und Naturgeschichte, World Spirit and Natural History, of Negative Dialectics, Adorno criticizes historical philosophical conceptions that focus one-sidedly either on continuity or on discontinuity in history. In contrast, history is a unity of continuity and discontinuity. The criticism presented there is the historical philosophical spelling out of the criticism of epistemological dualism. The conception of religion, which is based on representation rather than on perception or concept, has the potential to criticize ideology thanks to the split between subject and object that it lays out. Science, including the science of society and culture, differs from everyday consciousness, of which it is supposed to be a form of reflection, in that it derives a lawfulness for each individual phenomenon. Like those of the first nature, the rules of society and culture are to be made available as those of a second. Every science apparently does not stop at the sensual images, at the conception of the particular. Rather, it seeks their respective supersensuality as a general rule behind the individual phenomena. According to Hegel, this is precisely the content of religion that is, even if the relation of the particular to the general is initially only unconscious. Religion consists in such an immediate consciousness of the infinite, which interprets all phenomena of empirical reality in the light of their participation in the infinite transcendental. According to Hegel, this form of the imaginative consciousness of duality, in which the finite is always in one dimension and the infinite in another dimension that is fundamentally separate from it, separates religion from philosophy as well as from art, including poetry, and from aesthetic experience in general. Religion is doctrinaire. It develops a doctrine from the images by interpreting and codifying them. The sensual appearance of the idea, on the other hand, since it consists of its individual views, cannot retain any cognitive content. Hegel also assigns the form of representation to poetry, since it also rises above the immediate sensual presence and contemplation of an object. Their objects are indeed ideal. They no longer belong to the externally present sensual, but are still imagined in space and time. Nevertheless, while the poet claims truth for the figures he has created, namely poetic truth, religion ascribes absolute truth to its figures of imagination, and it does not aim at an aesthetic relationship to poetry, but at faith in these imaginative contents. This absolute truth, the truth in itself, characterizes capital as the automatic subject. It is a process that only refers to itself as its own other and thus unfolds solely out of itself. This broken subject lets its actors reproduce the value and capital relationship without them knowing anything about it. If logic is the money of the mind, capital is the absolute form of its movement. The acting owners of commodities may, thanks to their ignorance of their own constitutive activity, which is based on the separation of subject and object, believe all the more firmly in the immutability of this relationship. The particular psychological attitude towards it is irrelevant for its social reproduction out of itself qua valorization of value. When Hegel describes the logical historical stages of the embodiment of the idea for the perfect religion of Christianity, which is achieved only with the founding of the real community of believing Christians, he defines the first stage as the pure heart, the heart in general, the general spirituality. In contrast to the monasticism that is cut off from the world, which likewise arises from the soul that is both pious and renounces the world, the heart of the free individual already contains its opposite, worldliness, albeit in a still rudimentary form that is to be further developed. Since monasticism claims the knowledge of God exclusively for itself, it necessarily limits the general spirituality against itself. Thus, the expanded definition of the Christian religion demands the union of both areas. In the Church as objectified religiosity, spirituality and the world are already in a reciprocal relationship. However, the former still claims dominance over the latter, and the worldly remains raw within itself. If the established religion of the Church were only to dominate the worldliness as its exterior, it would create the bondage of which all worldly forms of government are void. Hegel demands that all obstacles be removed that stand in the way of the individual's identification with that absolute truth, including the institutional ones. The final goal is not the dissolution, but rather the complete religious, ideological penetration of the state. According to Hegel, only the abolition of the aforementioned dichotomy would be true reconciliation, the overcoming of that contradiction in concrete morality. It amounts to the transformation of state institutions into divine institutions, to their ennoblement. This dissolution must be brought about by reason. It is the universal that confronts the bondage of the forms of state, which remain external to the pure heart and the Church with the concept of reconciliation. The problem, however, is that the dichotomy is not dissolved. Instead, it enters into the concept of the reconciled state as such and becomes its logically necessary component. Hegel only affirms the division, while he transfigures the moral world of Christianity as one that has already been reconciled. If the general of reason, with its enlightened impetus, is initially directed against everything external that is not guaranteed by reason itself, then it turns against everything concrete, even against the true idea of God, since this does not merge into its rational concept. Such enlightened thinking, because it does not conceive of the idea of God as a trinity, is an inanimate abstraction. It belongs to the limited intellect, whose false law is that of abstract identity. In contrast, true identity is the truth of the concrete. It must think of itself and its other as different and equal in one. The redeeming third is thus only fulfilled intellectually after the philosophical standpoint of the history of ideas has been reached. The contradictory content of religion, nothing other than the idea of God himself, flees into the concept. Through this alone does thinking achieve concretization. This reconciliation is philosophy. Philosophy is theology in this respect. Philosophy has God as its object, and actually as its only object. He, the thought of God, is the one and only object of philosophy. To occupy oneself with him, to recognize everything in him, to trace everything back to him, as well as to derive everything special from him and to justify everything alone, insofar as it arises from him, maintains itself in its connection with him, lives before his ray and has his soul. Philosophy is therefore theology, and the occupation with it, or rather in it, is in itself divine service. End of quote. Philosophy does not only appear as a unity of opposites, the vanity of understanding and the unbiased religiosity, which amounts to the rejection of the formal logical principle of the contradiction to be avoided in social reality, insofar as only philosophy is the form of the absolute spirit that is to found the state. Philosophy is, rather, at the same time as the comprehension of the rational in the world, necessarily theology. It becomes the conceptual self-recognition of God. It is the perfect expression of his self-alienation to the world, which is precisely the process of the broken self-movement of the automatic subject. Elevated to the divine as a spiritual being, miserable human existence on earth is degraded to one that has been redeemed from the very beginning. In the unio mystica with the eternal, which speculative philosophy envisages, in the identity of the subjective certainty of faith and the objective knowledge of its rational essence, God is thought of as having become objective in his other, in the world of unrestricted spirituality, rather than with the abstract categories of understanding, which think of him only as the external stranger and the opposite of consciousness. The real proof of this is provided by God's incarnation in the life of the special human being Jesus. However, the abstract unity of the sensual individual with God is only apparently overcome, and the reconciliation is a sham. The secularization of God in Christ is rather merely what it actually wants to be, a miracle disguised in the terms of speculative philosophy, the demystification of which Hegel only pretends. According to him, only that which necessarily becomes its opposite becomes spirit as life. Among the religions, only the infinite Father God of Christianity consciously develops as its own opposite by becoming a particular finite being as a single human being. God is thus no longer eternal. He dies an earthly death, and not only in himself, in his cultic conception, which is also found in other religions, such as the natural religions. Rather, God dies for himself at the same time, as a hypocritical being who is to be lived, the free human being Christ, the transfigured content of religion itself. However, this vitalization in the historical individual alone makes that God the one of the perfect, because Christian religion, in the pre-Christian religions, such as the Jewish and Roman religions, which are considered to be the immediate predecessors of Christianity, the time was not yet ripe. In the lectures of different years, both the order of the various religions, with the exception of Christianity, and the emphases of their definitions change in Hegel's presentation, because Hegel is obviously trying to bring the treatment of non-Christian religions under one dialectical hat. This openness is certainly to the credit of Hegel's philosophy of religion, which moves beyond preconceived schemata. However, in all his lectures, Hegel derives the status of Judaism, despite its classification as an outdated religion, from an understanding of the inner structure of Christianity, which in turn hardly changes. Hegel's conception of the philosophy of religion is also not interested in any supposed completeness in terms of religious studies and typology. This is well documented, for example, by the marginal treatment of Islam, which is also monotheistic. According to Hegel, Islam can only be regarded as an irrationalistic afterimage of Christianity, which regressively denies the individual subjectivity of God on earth that has already been achieved from the perspective of his philosophy of religion. In Judaism, God is turned away from the world, although, as in Christianity, he is a unified spirit gathered in himself. He is beyond and intangible and is superior to all concrete being. Without embodiment in the particular living human being, God is not real. For this reason, he is not freely active in the world and is not a guarantor of the reconciliation that has taken place. In the Roman world, on the other hand, the spirit is concretized in the many anthropomorphic deities, whose totality embodies individual values of humane morality like dramatis personae and populates the empirical world. But they are thus merely personifications of earthly purposes, which are only superficially attributed to the many gods of the Roman pantheon. In their religion of expediency, the pragmatism motivated exclusively by the instrumental telos of self-preservation, the given human purposes, and ultimately political despotism, are deified instead of the divine goal of reconciliation being humanized. The logical and intellectual step taken by Christianity is ultimately directed against Judaism. It is supposed to lead beyond it because only in this monotheism, which still exists and competes with Christianity, is God also a transcendent spirit of coherent nature, whereas Roman polytheism is only a correlate of incoherent relativism. The real Islam is hardly taken seriously as an opponent, since it does not develop a rational concept of the transcendent universal spirit. It is the going beyond Judaism that most blatantly reveals the ideological character of Hegel's philosophy of religion, which is also evident in his execution of the ontological proof of God's existence in favor of the Christian religion. The Christian principle of the secularization of God is aimed at Jewish skepticism towards the Messiah, God who has become a special human being. Hegel publicly intervened against anti-Semitism, for example by defending his student Friedrich Wilhelm Kirov in the dispute over the admission of Jewish students to a fraternity at the University of Heidelberg. See Yirmiyahu Yuval. Dark Riddle. Hegel, Nietzsche, and the Jews. However, Yuval's judgment that there is no trace of anti-Semitism in Hegel's philosophy, despite isolated anti-Semitic statements in his early philosophical writings, is only correct insofar as Hegel certainly did not cultivate any openly anti-Semitic resentment against Judaism. In the philosophy of religion, he explicitly praises it as the first religion to have conceived of God in his transcendent unity. At the same time, however, this praise does not disqualify this religion any less, as it is treated as a functional preliminary stage to the perfected Christian religion, similar, of course, to all the others. The religion of light of Greece, for example, is deficient because, even against Judaism, it recognizes the principle of subjectively free spirituality, but does not see its unity with the nature that is opposed to it. Judaism, however, does not arrive at any developed truth, unlike Christianity, which thinks of the spirit as itself and at the same time as its other, spiritualized nature. The former is, so to speak, subsumed under the latter. In this way, various specific religions are also accorded their substantial independence, only to dissolve it as a limited moment in the movement of the Absolute Spirit. Judaism is a special religion, whose specialness is ephemeral because it lags behind the time of the Spirit. It is false. In particular, it does not think in terms of the Trinity, and in this respect Hegel's philosophy of religion certainly provides a philosophical basis for anti-Semitism. The human self-reflection in the absolute, the humanization of God through Christ, is the proton pseudos, thus Horkheimer and Adorno on the two monotheisms. The progress over Judaism is bought with the assertion that the man Jesus was God. It is precisely the reflective moment of Christianity, the spiritualization of magic, that is to blame for the disaster. What is presented as a spiritual essence is actually a natural essence. The spirit consists precisely in the development of the contradiction against such a claim of the finite. Thus, the bad conscience must recommend the prophet as a symbol, the magical practice as a transformation. This makes Christianity a religion, in a sense the only one, a mental connection to the mentally suspect, a cultural special area. Christianity believes in the antinaturalist magic that is said to have become incarnate in the miracle-working Christ. But since it does not really believe in its own intellectually suspect ideas, the miracle-working, which has been transfigured into a concept, must displace that particular cult that questions its reality, without thereby abandoning the idea of universal truth. In Judaism, the idea of such grace, which overrode the strict divine law of aliquot giving and taking through the redemption granted by God Himself in love, does not exist. Reconciliation is expected, even against one's will, with the observance of the iron commandments, although no Redeemer has appeared on earth and taken upon himself the task of salvation through a magical intervention in the legal and thus historical context of nature. The expulsion of the merchants from the temple could indeed be seen as the founding scene of Christianity. For Christianity, the principle of evil, Satan, who is presented as Judas, is anyone who does not conceal the existing contradiction between the maxim of doing good and increasing and fulfilling the divine commandment in his or her cult. Judaism still has to reconcile these two aspects, and this is the essence of God's covenant with the chosen people. But how? According to Horkheimer and Adorno, this is unknown, despite the distinct set of rules of the rituals, which represent codified measures of self-preservation. Therefore, the community itself must first pave the way for this. Christianity, on the other hand, because it transfigures this contradiction as a coherent reality, takes the magic, expressed for example in the sacrament of transubstantiation, at face value. It believes that the man Jesus was truly God. This is the same contradiction that manifests itself in money in the unity of its sensual-supersensual, opposing characteristics, being both a commodity and an expression of value. Just as Christ is a living God, and a cult finite infinity, so money is, in a crazy way, a sensual-supersensual, Marx's animal alongside individual animal species as a monstrous realization of value in an empirical thing. It is as if, alongside and outside lions, tigers, hares, and all other real animals, there also existed the animal, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. But because this untruth, this lie, is suppressed and unconsciously gives the believer a bad conscience, the unthought of self is blindly externalized in order to relieve the pressure. What repels as foreign is only too familiar, Horkheimer and Adorno emphasize with Freud. Through false projection, this familiar self, the social relationship based on magic that is believed to be true, is carried outside, as if one were not part of it. It is attributed to the one who does not accept the truth of that suspect and thus reminds one of one's own untruth in a revealing way. The Jew becomes the embodiment of the contradictory money, the Christian of the purified loving heart, in the birth of anti-Semitic hypocrisy, which, because it can only recognize idiosyncratic things as foreign, feeds on pathic projection. The cult of the supernatural God of Judaism is at the same time the regulated form of mimesis of the superior power of nature, a form, as Horkheimer and Adorno note, that was not itself rational but laid the foundation for rationality. For Christianity, which is based on the repression of the contradiction between rationality and the world, which Judaism does not conceal, the Jew becomes the embodiment of its own repressed mimesis. The contradictions of the tamed mimesis, which are expressed in the unfulfilled demands of the libidinal ID, fall prey to repression. As a result, they are also theoretically leveled out in identity philosophy. The repressed, in turn, breaks through unconsciously and reaches for a representation. As a persiflage. If the uncontrolled mimesis is equally regulated in Judaism for the purpose of self-preservation, it still does not identify with that purpose without objection. The Messiah is yet to come, the conditions have yet to be created so that he can appear in this world. But anti-Semitism is precisely the mimesis of mimesis, the unconscious imitation of the tabooed. The Christian must forbid himself to admit this under pain of destruction. That he rationalizes the sacrifice he has brought by believing in the miracle, which is the generally prevailing regimentation of his own bodily drive, moves him to blindly project his own repression outward. In order to be able to believe in this externally projected thing as a false truth, however, it must be given reality. The repressor has to embody it by imitating it. He has to represent it in reality. This is the source of the urge to imitate the Jew through the anti-Semite, as well as the anti-Semitic dramaturgy that grows out of it, which follows the idiosyncrasy of the false, unreflected projection. But the emancipation of society from anti-Semitism depends on whether the content of the idiosyncrasy is elevated to the concept, the senselessness of itself becomes inherent. The ground of the completed religion of Christianity and the developed capital relationship is the same rationalization of repression, calibrated for self-preservation, which experiences the non-equal inner and outer nature. According to Hegel, the embodiment of the idea is now a necessary step in order to testify to God as the reality of such a reconciliation, which is already thought to have been fulfilled. The concept of God is only freed from its stale abstractness by the fact that God, as an isolated human being, experiences a sorrowful death. In terms of soteriology, the life of Jesus, the general personification of the particular sacrifice, is indispensable for the practical visualization of theosis. The life of the concept, as also the doctrine of ideas of the science of logic, consists in its self-differentiation into nature and spirit, and at the same time in the knowledge of itself as nevertheless identical with itself in this difference. Hegel regards this as the rational core of the doctrine of the Trinity, which is given in Christianity alone in an equally rational form. If the idea of the Trinity is also encountered in other religions, it is only in a conceptually inarticulate form, for example in the Indian religion of being in itself, in which it consists only in images isolated from one another rather than in coherent concepts. This religion of mere self-contemplation does not establish a conceptual connection between the identical and at the same time distinct persons of the divine in the progression of the determinate negation through the individual fixed points of the divine figures. According to Hegel, such a connection can only be formed dialectically through reason, not through rational thinking. For him, the concretization of truth is the self-differentiation of the concept in terms of content. However, the concept jumps straight to its opposite material nature, since it only opens up the abyss of the unconnected, which is then immediately filled in again by Hegel, who levels the opposition of the empirical and the transcendental in favor of the latter, while nominally maintaining the former. The justification of the Trinity principle is the elimination of formal logic, which is to be free of contradictions, but in such a way that the philosophical concept itself absorbs the contradiction and immortalizes it as an invariant. The scandal consists in the fact that, in the opposition to itself, the different moments of the mind, as persons only figuratively simplified, are always already identical and remain so, regardless of their supposedly substantial difference. The concrete is supposed to separate the content of the abstract, which is only formed by the conceptual connection created by the negation of concrete determinations, which corresponds historically to the gradual genesis of the spiritual real. But the mediated immediacy, the embodiment of the idea that occurs in the life of Christ, makes the trace of the mediated body disappear. Christ not only dies but also rises again. According to the same model of magical resurrection, every new immediacy is established in logic by advancing to such a degree of mediation after each step, and is equal to the mediating concept, for it is the concept in its generality that alone has been declared to be the real being. If the difference between understanding and reason lies in the former's inability to grasp the opposing moments in their unity, then, according to Hegel, the reason for this is the sensual and intellectual contemplation of everything in space and time, side by side, outside of and after each other. Only speculative reason is able to think of two contradictory determinations, such as the finite and the infinite, as identical, because it goes beyond the spatial-temporal, and thus corporeal, limitation. But life is to resolve the contradiction, to satisfy the need, to bring it to peace, but in such a way that the contradiction also arises again. It is the alternation of distinguishing, of contradiction and its dissolution. But when considered in itself, the drive and satisfaction, the mind does not grasp that in the affirmative, in the self-feeling itself, there is at the same time the negation of the self-feeling, the barrier, the lack, but that I, as self-feeling, at the same time transcend this lack. This is the specific concept of mu upsilon sigma tau rho iota omicron nu. It is called incomprehensible, but what seems incomprehensible is precisely the concept itself, the speculative or this that the rational is thought. For the principle of understanding is abstract identity with itself, not concrete identity, that these differences are in one. That is the incomprehensible. Hegel also describes the transition from the religious concept, which after all fixes the separation of the subject and the object, thus representing it in space and time, to the philosophy of religion as an elevation, because it involves a psychological change in the individual's emotional state. The conversion in the individual theosis of the surplus of fervor, so to speak. The region in which all the riddles of the world, all the contradictions of thought, all the pains of feeling are solved, nothing more than religion itself, is merely intellectually penetrated in the transition from understanding to rational thought. But this transition does not actually take place, because for Hegel it has already taken place. The philosophical recuperation of the Mysterion discussed by Hegel in this context is by no means compelling, as the overall movement of dialectical thought is nevertheless considered to be its unfolding. The speculative idea is not only opposed to the sensual, but also to the understanding. It is therefore a mystery for both. Mu upsilon sigma tau rho iota omicron nu is that which is rational. Dialectics becomes positive in Hegel, a given, because the process of mediation is completed by being carried beyond space and time. In the life of the creature, which always emerges dialectically as a unity of production and consumption, becoming part of nature through the mimesis of another, there is only transience. Adorno interprets this concept from George Lukács' The Theory of the Novel. The passing of time means the passing of time itself, in such a way that it does not follow a presupposed being. The passing of time understood in this way also carries the moment of the past locked within it, as the consciousness of the participation of every being in the guilt context of the historical whole, finally shaken off. The fact that reconciliation has not yet taken place and is yet to be realized is something that today's generation owes to the past generations. However, according to the general concepts of self-preserving reason, the religion that is, the salvation of the living would not be possible, as it would only repeat the lawfulness of the reproduction of the past under the existing form of domination over nature as an eternal sameness. According to Adorno, it is transience, which Hegel has frozen, that connects every being with living nature, which is itself historical. It would reach unregulated expression in uncontrolled mimesis, the antidote to the self-preservation of the constrained. The ontological proof of God, which Hegel only has to claim for Christianity, is based on the recognition of that fundamental transition from religion to philosophy as an already given reality. The misunderstood ontological proof of God is the basis of ideology. The recognition of the transition is the disappearance of the corporeality of the particular human being in the conceptual mediation that determines its essence. In contrast to Anselm of Canterbury, Hegel does not base his presentation of the proof on the concept of the perfect being, according to which God is that which nothing greater can be thought beyond, and because being is greater than mere thinking, the concept of God necessarily includes its existence. The religion that is, the idea of God as absolute spirit, is already, by virtue of this idea alone, the being of its content. Whether this does not always penetrate to the reflective consciousness of the particular cult is irrelevant. For Hegel, thinking and being are the same. Of course, this does not concern the discursive thinking of understanding, but rather the dialectical thinking of reason, whose empirically limited form is that of understanding. Both thinking and being, however, despite the entire historical movement that is supposed to be the necessary component of the development of their unity, become immobile as a result. They are not thought of in such a becoming whose end is not yet given. Only for us, everyday consciousness, according to Hegel, is this idea of the spirit that is immediate. In itself, it is the result of God's self-development into the world. This, that the subject itself is to become a child of God, contains that the reconciliation is accomplished in and for itself in the divine idea, and that it then also appears secondarily, and thus the truth is certain to man. This certainty is to be guaranteed by empirical history about the birth and martyrdom of Christ. The disciples' witnessing of his death, the actual founding of the community in their coming together, is proof that God has become something else and is only real as a result. Thus this is also redemption. The community itself is the existing spirit, the spirit in its existence, God existing as a community, because concrete people experienced the mortality of God historically and witnessed it. The miracle consists precisely in the absolute spirit becoming nothing, not only in its corporeal existence. But this is nothing more than a reconciliation that quietly creeps into being itself, which Judaism also denies. Hegel's concept of identity, as the identity of identity and non-identity, already contains the untruth of this concept. Not coincidentally, Marx defines value as the unity of exchange value and use value according to this. In both cases, the non-identical is only the so-called carrier of the identical. The non-identical is only the aleatoric container of the embodiment of that which is the same, which maintains itself in space and time as an entity, because being and nothingness are thought according to the unity of unity and difference, in which nothingness has always already disappeared in being. Death itself is dead and overcome. According to Hegel, there would be no belief, neither in the subjective sense of devotion nor objectified in the Church as an institution, if the absolute spirit itself were not already real as the universal. Adorno also uses an argument similar to this ontological proof to justify the utopian moment of critique, for which everything that is factual is not everything, but rather that which is thought differently from that which already exists, precisely because it can be thought at all, must also be potential. Otherwise its trace in the existing would not be encountered at all. Adorno formulates this idea in a conversation with Ernst Bloch, whose reaction to it is one of surprise. However, if one were to claim that Adorno meant, like Hegel, that with this idea of the violence of the concept, in which the moment of its reality is already involved, the corresponding reality is also already completely realized, this would be tantamount to reducing negative dialectics to Hegel's positive dialectics. Adorno's idea should rather be interpreted as meaning that thinking itself, the criticism of what is, would not exist as mere knowledge if it did not have a basis in that which goes beyond the object of criticism, which is the case. According to Adorno, such non-identity is an ideal that is itself objective. But that does not mean that the power of this ideal is the same as the objects being posited by the subject as its other. Although, according to Hegel, the subject, the spirit, is mediated, constituted by the history of the object, the subject at the same time constitutes the objective world, because for Hegel the world is the magical positing of nature outside the subject. This is the meaning of the speculative method of the mirror image representation of the subject in the object and of the object in the subject, also in the philosophy of religion. This reflection, that is, the unity of subject and object, underlies that sensual-supersensual thing that is regarded as a coherent reality in both classical and contemporary political economy, eternally cementing the contradiction it contains. According to Adorno, however, the ideal subjectivity is more than the object, not identical with it. The subject always gives the object more back in knowledge than it receives from it. But in order to give it this more back, the subject must be able to receive something from the object instead of dominating it. The subject succeeds in this through the unconstrained mimesis of nature, which is distinguished from the evolutionary concept of mimicry by the element of consciousness. This assimilation to nature, which is the opposite of the subject imposing its own concept on nature, would not be possible, according to Adorno, if nature itself were not there, where it seems to remain most deeply within itself as nature, to be understood as a historical being. Thus, the assumption that two similar statements by Adorno on the connection between the subject and the object either contain an editorial error or even an inaccuracy on the part of the author is not correct. If Adorno writes, the subject can potentially, although not currently, be thought away from objectivity, not so subjectivity from object, there is no reason to assume a confusion in the sentence. Rather, this statement implies that the subject, as the result of the history of self-preservation and thus socially formed, could indeed be eliminated from objectivity, from nature, namely, if society changed and thus the social basis for the replacement of the particular, historically formed fossilized subjectivity arose, which only appears as universal. The potentiality of thinking away the subject that is addressed here means, in addition to the trivial sense that things could not be thought at all without consciousness, and if the subject is thought away, objectivity cannot be thought but would be, without being recognized, that the subject as the dominant ego does not necessarily always have to exist. But without a subject, nature cannot be thought of as such, since the subject, as an already historically formed one, cannot be arbitrarily stripped away. In a broader sense, too, the subject characterizes nature as such, because nature qua unregulated experience is an unbroken spontaneous one, in contrast to the one reduced to instrumental action. The subsequent sentence, not equally subjectivity of object, is thus consistent. Objectivity here does not mean the same as object, just as, for example, in Kantian terminology, the conditions of the possibility of objectivity and the object mean different things. It is, of course, impossible to think of subjectivity without the object, and, in turn, in order to be able to think of a particular object, subjectivity must be suspended. There is never an object without subjectivity. And secondly, in a fundamental sense, no particular object could ever have been thought of without subjectivity, if the object, nature itself, were not the source of that life that would only live, paraphrasing the sentence by Ferdinand Kernberger's quoted by Adorno in reverse. In the object, the seed of subjectivity, which is itself material, corresponds to the subject. Social domination consists in nature turning against itself, as described, for example, in the first 2 chapters of the Dialectic of Enlightenment. The original emergence of language, as nature opens its eyes, is explained there with a cry of terror in the face of the superior power of nature, with the first name given to it in the vain attempt to make it stop and spare the weaker. But how could language come about if the intellectual moment, the idea of the non-identical, did not already exist in nature itself, if nature as an object did not contain that ferment of subjectivity within it? Of course, subjectivity developed in the history of the Enlightenment on the path of domination. The more the power of disposal over the object was consolidated, through the subject's appropriation of the natural forces superior to it, which causes the identification of the non-identical with the uniform and objective forces, with the leveling and tendency to destroy the non-identical, the more the subject itself resembled the subject of nature, which is to say lifeless nature. Instead of miming the living, the subject is assimilated to the inanimate. The subject is inseparable from the object, even as an idea, writes Adorno in a similar passage from Negative Dialectics. This sentence also initially expresses simply that consciousness is always of something, and thus intentionally directed at an object. But there would be no possibility of recognizing the object if the subject and object were not connected by something in common. The subject exists at all because it, itself a piece of nature, has separated itself from nature and opposed itself to it as an object by learning to dominate it, although domination never succeeds completely, as the distance between its concepts and the things to be recognized testifies. The object itself is ideally already included in the concept of the subject as a ruler. The sentence continues, but from the object-subject. Here the object is mentioned in the same sense as objectivity in the first part of the sentence from subject and object. The self-evident fact that nature, earth, and heaven would exist even if there were no human beings at all is only understandable because nature, according to the argument, inherently includes the possibility of a non-dominating existence in which the object and the subject would no longer be separated from each other, so that the dominating subject could be thought away from the object. In this case, the object and the subject would not be equal to each other, because in a certain sense this is already the case in the domination of the subject over the object. The object is the product of the subject, and is considered by the subject to be absolutely set by it. If, however, nature in its manifold manifestations were not prepared for the purposes of its domination, but instead the subject were to assimilate itself to another particular life as a living being in its own right, then the object could strip off the hostile subject that is opposed to it. According to Adorno, this could only be achieved on the basis of the particular relationships in the communication of the different, not on the basis of those universal concepts of law that have been formed for the purpose of the instrumental use of nature, however much one had to rely on them as traces of what has been recognized by nature. It is part of the meaning of subjectivity to be an object as well, but it is not part of the meaning of objectivity to be a subject. There can also be an objectivity that does not constitute itself as a subject, but the sense of subjectivity includes that it is simultaneously an object. The assimilation of nature qua subject to nature qua object is only possible because nature itself contains an approach to subjectivity. It is only in this sense of the idea of subjectivity included in the object that Adorno invokes the ontological proof of God's existence. He says nothing more than that reconciliation has not yet been achieved. In this way, he is diametrically opposed to the elevation of the Christian religion to the concept, which is to be realized in speculative philosophy in the spirit that is. In the philosophy of religion, nature is regarded as being brought forth by the spirit, instead of the spirit being an element of nature. However, a state in which the subjective qualities, which are a moment of the objective all the more so, were no longer necessarily limited by the purposes of self-preservation would be truly reconciled. If the subject has a core of object, then the subjective qualities are a moment of the objective in the object all the more so. For only as a determination does the object become something. As long as this determination of the object to something is only for the purpose of self-preservation, its basis is the sacrifice of the non-identical to the identity, as it were its mortification. According to Adorno, the utopian idea thus contains a secularized theologumenon, aptly described with reference to a rabbinic story, according to which, in a reconciled state, everything would be as it otherwise would be, only slightly adjusted. Only then would everything be good. A social state would arise without the need to regulate nature. The existence of a pure object is a fiction, according to Adorno, but at the same time it is social reality, because it is the result of the subject's assimilation of things in themselves, abstracting from living nature and petrifying it. Conversely, the supposedly pure object, free of the addition of thought and contemplation, is precisely the reflection of abstract subjectivity, only it makes the other equal to itself through abstraction. The object of undiminished experience, in contrast to the undetermined substrate of reductionism, is more objective than that substrate. The object of undiminished experience is therefore a surplus of object precisely because the subjective qualities in it would not be blunted as they are in the regulated. If we look at things as they present themselves from the standpoint of reconciliation, and nothing less than that is called critical, then subjectivity as the form of object is seen through. The utopian moment exists in nature itself, which is thus no more an ontological category than it is to be reduced to an object corresponding to the concept of nature in mathematical science. Rather, it is the historical existence of the non-identical idea. Such a being can only be expressed through the individual body, insofar as the person and the individual are sociological categories of the identical. When non-identical is named in it in the negative dialectic, it always concerns the physis. It is only through it that consciousness recognizes that it is inextricably that of an individual. The individual experiences what its concept means, to be indivisible, even if society is becoming ever more perfect at making everything divisible so that capital can be utilized. Seen in this way, the body is at the level of individual life what the crisis represents at the level of society. To the mind it appears as something that is added on, that it not only cannot get rid of, but at the same time its mediations rebound off and the synthesis fails. For Hegel, on the other hand, the faith that actually exists in a particular positive religion is already the truth. It bears witness to the fact that the universal order of reason has already been realized. For faith is the truth, the precondition that reconciliation has been accomplished in and for itself. Only by means of this faith that reconciliation is accomplished in and for itself, and certainly, is the subject capable and able to place itself in this unity. In history, reason prevails, despite the fact that it is a slaughterhouse in which the happiness of the peoples, the wisdom of the states, and the virtue of the individuals have been sacrificed. According to Hegel, evil in its empirical manifestation has no essential reality, unlike good. Evil is, as it were, released from the good, which Hegel characterizes in a Neoplatonic way as an outpouring, the emanation of the spirit. The creation of the world, the fall of man, is necessary. It is an unavoidable stage in the realization of God. The fall of man is not substantial according to Hegel, but rather it is the consciousness of disunity. When God himself says, "Behold, Adam has become like one of us," referring to Genesis 3 verse 22, Hegel comments, "The serpent's words were therefore not a deception at all. That this word was meant ironically, that God was joking when he claimed that Adam had become like God himself. That was only said by the irrationalists, such as Herder. The fall of man is a reality, it is the consciousness of the diremption, and at the same time it is not, according to the concept of the identity of identity and non-identity, because according to Hegel, the diremption itself is nothing more than the world's emergence from the absolute spirit in which it is dissolved. However, for Hegel, all the horrors of the past cannot shake the identity of the rationality of the good with itself. According to Hegel, even catastrophe, if it were to occur, would not affect the reality of meaning in history, because his philosophy of reflection degenerates into a positivism of the spirit that deifies being. The unshakable conviction of the good, which is bluntly expressed in words like the following, in all its legitimizing readiness. But if evil arises in man when he does something evil, then this is at the same time present as something inherently futile, over which the spirit is powerful, so that the spirit has the power to undo evil, is the dogged anti-defeatism of reason, for which futility is excluded because otherwise nothing would have a meaning. The spiritual element in reality leads Hegel to idealize it as already shaped in the image of this spiritual element. Hence, the philosophical doctrine of religion, which is also the final part of the system, is a theodicy for which annihilation for the sake of annihilation would still have to be given meaning in some form and thus justified. The doctrine of universal reason in history thus discredits itself, because according to it one would have to assume that annihilation, the senseless, is meaningful after all. However, this dissolves the very reason that allows this thought as a unified one, by corrupting itself. Precisely this, that the world, as we say, has a meaning, can no longer be maintained in the face of what we have experienced in our historical period. The madness that Marx sees in money, the core of ideology, has hardly prevented the common theories of the humanities and social sciences from either jumping back and forth between the extremes of the subject and the object in accordance with the splitting of religious consciousness described by Hegel, due to the leveling of the contradiction of the extremes of the subject and the object. Or, with Hegel, to affirm the contradiction in the concept of identity itself in such a way that it becomes a barely noticeable but inescapable moment of identity. If the new interpretations of Marx's critique are not immune to this, they give up the claim of critical theory. The fact that the reconciliation, the realization of the concept, may not yet have taken place, and according to Hegel, logical thinking, which such theories claim for themselves, does not exist without the guaranteed reconciliation, is then all the more emphatically repressed, the more irrefutable the possibility of annihilation for its own sake continues to prevail socially, after and because it has already become a historical reality. Hegel justified religion, the belief in the reality of the universal. Its contemplation, feeling, belief, in a word, the idea, the content of ideology, as independent of the subject and thus misjudged in its dependence on the object, is philosophically legitimized in Hegel's reflection. For so-called everyday consciousness, this religiosity appears in particular in the products of the culture industry, because they usually obstruct the possibility of reflected mimesis already in their own commodified technological constitution. The science that merely analyzes the culture industry is limited in the best cases to criticizing its products in a moralizing way. It imagines itself to be independent of the objectified thinking exemplified in the culture industry, outside. In doing so, it presupposes that the thinking of identity, which, from a normative point of view, these products would not do justice to, is already realized, namely as the sphere of logic before nature and society, which takes root in the head of the theorist. Only the empirical reality of culture would not suffice. Such a science is then exhausted in the mere elevation to the concept of what is already given in everyday imagination, namely the universality of the commodity as its affirmative theory. It is thus itself a component of the culture industry, the reproducer of objective ideology, and would be in no immediate connection with its production sites, companies, agencies, authorities. All this is opposed by critique, for Marx has detected that the contradiction in reality is incomprehensible. He shows that the socially determining economic relations, whose germ cell is value, are of a monstrous character. But there is nothing to comprehend in them, for if Hegel's concept of the concept remains the measure of things, then those relations are incomprehensible. They are real contradiction. All that can be criticized about them is their absurdity, because they are still waiting to be resolved. Ideologically, therefore, an interpretation of Marx remains that levels out the real contradiction in value. All criticism denies the false messiah because it feeds on the utopian idea of what is not yet, but appears unregulated in the unbound mimetic behavior of nature. Marx's critique of the exchange society is often twisted to such an extent that it is only derived in contrast to classical political economy, how value is constituted and its positive explanation is provided. This can also happen when the interpretation rightly questions a traditional reading of Marx. The misunderstanding of value is thereby transferred to the entire social system, which is supposed to be based on value as the basic form of modern society. The content of Marx's critique is missed by identifying the concept with being precisely according to the basic idea of the identity of identity and non-identity. According to the so-called logical systematic interpretation of capital, relationships such as value and money are to be understood as rational determinations. The rationality of these social forms consists in the fact that they can be shown to have internal deficiencies, on the basis of which these categories require new transitions to the more specific categories. In this way, they form a series of all possible determinations of capitalism in the ideal average, so to speak. The series is considered to be complete because the system is a finite one. This finiteness of the system alone is at the same time the meaning of Marx's statement that the dialectical form of representation is only correct if it knows its limits. However, Marx is merely emphasizing with this sentence that dialectics cannot explain everything. And the awareness of this limitation seems to be the starting point of the logical systematic interpretation as well. However, it is turned into a system and thus glorified into a recognizable one. As a result, economics turns out to be just one system among other social systems. It is completely recognizable. If it can be understood as a system in itself, it is not only opposed to nature, but as a system of economics it is determined in content, and as a finite one, it is complete. It then reproduces itself, as always in a crisis, from within itself and is thus autopoietic, because the implicitly rationalistic view of the economic system, with simultaneous rejection of the theory of its predestined collapse, testifies to a perpetuum mobile formed by thought. Finally, does not mean an empirical scarcity of resources, but rather the logical finiteness in the series of constitutive determinations. But if economics is a system that reproduces itself, it reproduces nothing other than itself, and then its exterior and other also exist. This means that other social systems also exist alongside it, such as law, culture, etc., if they are not derived from it, and if they are derived from it, they are also only extensions of the economy. The endeavor of every original philosophy is to add an imaginary surplus of logical closure to a state of affairs that may not even possess it. Where only the historical reproduction of the crisis prevails, without any creative destruction of autopoiesis, it posits an ideal first that is supposed to make the change of the entire imagined system intelligibly tangible at the same time. In order to avoid circular reasoning, they are transferred to a well-ordered context of justification between the simple and the complex, which are supposed to stand in a real context of reference and condition. But the contemporary history of capital, as Marx speaks of it, can only be constructed in a coherent context of interrelated, logically deficient concepts. Critique should therefore consist solely in demonstrating what appears to be immediate, but is in fact mediated. However, the crucial point of critique is not to uncover the mediated essence behind the immediate appearance, but rather that the mediation is in the object itself in a ghostly form. The exposure of the object's mediation alone would hardly be sufficient. It would merely be an analysis of the composite, which does not show that the composite itself is not rational. Social mediation as the real contradictory is only brought up for discussion in order to be denounced. For the contradictions of simple categories are by no means always already resolved. Rather, their permanent attempts at resolution are nothing more than the reality of the crisis. The real, which only appears absurd, cannot be grasped by any coherent logical structure, but is incomprehensible precisely because critical consciousness itself cannot be independent of the crisis of history. Criticism is independent of its object only insofar as the existing is not everything that could be. But it is also dependent on the historical object, because it is and can only be effective as an immanent one. But one simply relies on the fact that critique is independent of its object and that thinking is independent of history. Only for this reason can an objective semantics of bourgeois society be asserted, which at the same time is not in the heads of people. This would amount to a theory of meaning that meant nothing, because a semantics is only valid in relation to something for which it is valid, namely a consciousness. Critique can only distinguish itself from the oppressive totality of society, which is only embellished as a social structure and context of action, because there is a moment in this negative totality that transcends it and is not limited by it. This moment would be that of unregulated experience. According to Ingo Elba, in contrast, the consciousness of the observer is epistemologically separated from the historically formed whole of society. Otherwise, the system could not be regarded as finite, and its knowledge in the series of dialectical categories could not be regarded as exhaustive. It may be true that neither the individual categories of the inner structure nor their connections, transitions, have immediate empirical reference. And indeed, this raises the problem of the essence of objectivity of value, which Marx discusses in his critique of bourgeois value theories. However, the concept of social form does not solve this problem, inasmuch as the connection of the words form and social presence, that which is still to be solved, as already solved. Adorno, on the other hand, refers with more justification to the conceptual in reality itself when discussing the concept of value. This, too, is ultimately a matter of the conceptual in the sense that a spiritual moment is to be assumed in nature itself. However, this conceptual in reality itself is at the same time the expression of the conceptual becoming independent. If it distances itself from the individual in the history of the domination of nature, it condenses against this into a categorical apparatus of general concepts, thus becoming an impenetrable stranger for the individual, through whose forms the individual nevertheless thinks. The fact that, for Marx, on the other hand, the forms of wealth are socially historical meanings, specific ways of organizing the socialization of labor and labor products, specifically social characteristics sui generis, is precisely the real problem that needs to be denounced. What is called socially sui generis is the form in which the historically formed totality weighs on the individual to this day. In the past century, it became the reality of the catastrophe and the origin of a new barbarism, a truly novel production relationship that pacifies class antagonism, yet exists by means of the capital relationship. The value, whose constitutive core still remains in post-Nazism, cannot be traced back to a natural entity or to a merely subjective product. However, this objective inconsistency of value would be reversed to positivity if it were used as the basis on which the false totality were transfigured into a coherent social form. Contradiction is rather the wound of society, which rigorously makes impossible a state in which one could really be different without fear, since the identity of identity and non-identity that actually prevails in it makes the individual human being's difference equal, if he wants to survive in it. The concept of labor as an eternal necessity of nature provides the basis for such a transfiguration. It is surprising to accuse anti-Marxist critics of imputing that Marx favored a naturalistic, unsocial concept of labor, while at the same time advocating the substantialism of labor against which even Marx is not immune. The classics are uncritical. This is Marx's judgment, because they do not distinguish between the specific socio-historical aspect of labor as a value substance and the anthropological aspect as useful labor that transforms natural materials according to human purposes. But useful labor has no anthropological aspect. This would imply a human being, which, according to Adorno, would in any case always be read only in terms of a particular time and thus falsely generalized. It is no coincidence that such anthropologism goes hand in hand with a political regulationism for which the social content is eternally the same, but the form, supposedly neatly separated from it, is consciously just as socially arbitrarily variable. This is the hidden positivist technocracy of the logical systematic mind, which only wants to deal with it as a closed and finite one. Because the spirit is detached from history, it frees society from the critique of knowledge, in a minimal definition of academicism. The hidden face of the human being comes to light from the depths of logical systematic representation in the absolutization of the concept of use-value. Ultimately, use-values and their uses also have their own history, but you can sit on a chair whether you live in feudalism or communism. In these different modes of production, however, it should prove difficult to exchange all socially produced goods with a colorful piece of paper. It is hardly convincing to believe that the form of things, money and capital, could not at the same time determine the relationship of people to things, whose usefulness, that is, the substantive determination of the concept of use-value, is expressed precisely in the fact that people usually treat things as mere means of self-preservation. It is not the most daring of assumptions that the use-value itself, as a social category, the necessary material shell that exchange value and thus value needs in order to appear, could one day lose its social reality. The compulsion to work would be relaxed, and the time that has been spent with things at work and in the leisure time that is subsumed under it would no longer be regulated by the fact that in the life of the individual it is expended in the process of exploitation without ever granting him full remuneration for it. The actual realization of a just exchange also contains the idea that even sitting on a chair should no longer be the same as it has become under social conditions that are adapted solely to self-preservation. It seems logically and systematically impossible to imagine a social experience in which the individual is not burdened with the compulsion to work and to have leisure time, since the peculiarity of capitalism is that one is dealing with the fact of the socialization of concrete labor through abstract labor, whereas in all previous modes of production, labor and products were socially recognized through direct violence or social norms. Capitalism as a mode of production does indeed differ from feudalism in the tendency towards the totalization of commodity exchange in the overall process of economic reproduction, through the inevitability of the contradictory realization of man-made conditions in things, as it were, even in the most remote corner of society. However, no wondrous objective semantics can be used to explain this process of generalizing the exchange of commodities, nor can it be used to defend Marx's critical realism against subjective value theories. This leads to such irrational results that can only be explained as the rationalization of the contradictions of a society that continues to exist after the catastrophe under the capital relation, surviving capitalism in that the formally equal competition of independent private producers and the class antagonism are buried under the integrated maintenance of the classes. The lengthy demonstration of the historical specificity of capitalism presupposes just as much independence as is necessary to eliminate the undialectical moment in the dialectical representation. The most innovative and perhaps also most provocative contribution on the value of objects is therefore attributed to the simple assumption of the independence of the concept to an author who merely claims, objectively mediated, means that the recognition of the concrete work of a private producer as a socially useful activity asserts itself as a property of the products of labor and consists in a reduction of their concrete work to labor in general. Unconscious refers to the owner's ignorance of this process, not to an inner psychic unconscious. How it could be possible that concrete works are reduced to work in general, and that this has nothing to do with the unconscious in any way remains an open question. After all, one acts towards things as commodities on the basis of those forms of social and thinking, and this necessarily includes the unconscious as a co-constituent of this relationship, if one accepts the unconscious as an element of consciousness. That reduction is only then not worth mentioning if labor as such in its objectivation counts as an independent unit to which being is unreservedly attributed. That is why, in the rejection of historical and dialectical materialism, the ontological connection that is said to exist between the manifestations of value is unexpectedly conjured up. Concrete labor, which is characterized by the abstract, exists socially, but it is only accessible to a logical penetration of being in the sense of the false unity of unity and difference that is to be criticized, as an act of domination over that which is differentiated, but which is made equal in labor and in the concept. This passage in Elba's argumentation therefore most blatantly confirms the repression of the legalized violence of the political sovereign, which exists qua state monopoly, since the reality of the value relationship maintained by the latter is ideologically twisted into being. Similar to Niklas Luhmann's system theory, the mental systems are treated as the environment of the process of elementary wealth constitution. Just as meaning is elevated to being there, so is value here. Thus, Marx's benevolent interpretation grows out of the unreflected identification in theory with that religion that is. It is this that is to be made reconstructible in the logical systematic representation. It is to this that the concept of social form belongs, which is at the same time, and this concept is the being of its own content, just as religion is the being of its own idea. But in this way, labor becomes eternal, while its form remains as flexible as the thoughts of the theory itself. The concept of social form, which is composed additively, is based on the identity of identity and non-identity, on the equality of form with that which is distinguished from it, its own existence. The primacy of the object, which is simply suppressed in the logical systematic interpretation of the critique of political economy, presupposes an ability to experience that may be actualized individually without being individual, and that only preserves the sense of the history of nature, which is not absorbed in the history of the domination of nature. Marx does not claim that what value is can be rationally reconstructed. For him, value is rather the unity of opposing moments whose violent reconciliation in political economy follows the same pattern as that of the general, which is the infinite with the finite sun, in Hegel's philosophy of religion, in the wondrous concretization of the general into the particular human being. The idea of reconciliation, with and against Hegel, can only be preserved by consequent enlightenment of the disunity in such a way that it is not forced together with identity as reconciliation. Alone, an enlightenment of disunity does not betray the idea of a domination-free relationship between subject and object. If disunity, according to the concept of reconciliation, is identical with domination, then the philosophy of identity misses both disunity and reconciliation. It is not a relationship to the object that is free of domination, but one that is determined by domination, when the object, as a mere thought, is integrated into the absolute subjectivity. Marx also shows that the unity of use and exchange value, which receives its general form of value in the commodity, is processed in an incomprehensible way that can only be critically represented. All the unsolved problems that arise from an affirmative view of the essence of money, if the question of its essence is even posed, are due to its aporetic structure, which Marx presents in the chapter on money and capital. Money is not only a riddle full of inconsistencies for classical political economy, the theological quirks of the commodity itself. Let us assume that it is initially introduced as a conventionally handy means of exchange, but its existence is considered to be accidental for the commodity economy. It is conceivable that an exchange process could take place in which money does not occur. However, despite the possible empirical underrepresentation of real money in a particular economy, its function is logically to be assumed in any economy based on the exchange process. A thing with those non-identical qualities that constitute the core of the object becomes a use value by being used to express its value. It is only possible to transform it into an identical thing with a socially stable use value and to permanently impress upon it the social quality of value, the content of which consists in being expressed as a magnitude in exchange value in the form of the price. If this social quality of value possesses the independent reality of a particular commodity, according to which the entire exchange and production process can then be oriented as a general equivalent. Quote, in very simple societies, exchanging just a few commodities, the absence of a common standard of values is no great problem. Glyn Davies, A History of Money, From Ancient Times to the Present Day. Glyn Davies' History of Money also defines its essential function. Money is anything that is widely used for making payments and accounting for debts and credits. Nevertheless, the question that is logically raised by every functionalist definition of this kind, if it is not simultaneously dismissed as a factual petitio principii, as to why this particular function exists at all, is already rejected in the exposition of the work. The reality of money as a special commodity that can be empirically handled, whether as coin, assignation, or digital code, becomes socially unavoidable when the exchange process no longer determines production in a fragmentary way, but rather as a whole, in such a way that it is subsumed under the process of capital accumulation. Capital exists only through the equally general transformation of labor power into a commodity, and thus of labor into wage labor. Once this state has been achieved in society, money exists as a real commodity, along with its multiple functions, ideally already included in every exchange. For Marx, the view of money as a historically contingent, possibly contractualistic aid to exchange, which would not have a necessary existence as a commodity of its own as an independent element in the process of capital reproduction, is insufficient. The opposite view, which assumes that money is naturally based in a particular material, such as gold or silver, seems equally problematic. In both cases, money is seen as having emerged contingently in a specific historical process, whereby a particular thing becomes the carrier of the functions of the general equivalent, either subjectively by convention or naturally through the properties of the thing itself. However, according to Marx, the question of why money exists at all and can have those different forms of manifestation cannot be traced back to an empirical thing or nominalistic convention and therefore remains closed to political economy. What Marx accomplishes by analyzing the value and the metamorphosis of this retrogradely founded form of capital into money is a critique through representation that is distinct from the theoretical foundation of a principle. Political economic theory does not explain the existence of money. Rather, it is simply affirmative. Only perceived in its crazy contradiction, which is equal to the contradiction of the equality of the infinite and the finite, is money accepted as a fact and thus turned into a falsely understood natural thing. The incomprehensibility of money, which is not supposed to be incomprehensible and which Hegel wants to grasp with his concept of the Trinity and love, is considered to be the truth simply because it is. According to Marx, however, critique is precisely this: the insistence that the reconciliation of the general and the particular has not yet been accomplished. The theory, on the other hand, which does not recognize money as a real existing mystery, takes its crazy existence for granted, dwells safely in that region in which all the riddles of the world, all the contradictions of thought, all the pains of feeling are solved. the repression of the suffering that the unreconciled society constantly causes, in the identification with it in the theory that has been made conclusive, is the tree of life in the Garden of Eden of ideology. The commodity as a unity of value and use value is an entity in which the non-identical qualities of an object are leveled and its identity, thus established, is subsumed. This identity is a qualitative determination, a social being. However, it is characteristic of it to express itself in a quantitative relation, to appear as exchange value in the price. The use value of a particular commodity is therefore by no means an external moment to which the form of exchange value has only been imposed secondarily. On the contrary, the use value expresses the value that models the non-identical in such a way as to produce the use value that results from productive labor under the capital relation. This is what Adorno is aiming at with the sentence that with the social dissemination of value, people no longer enjoy the use value, but, if at all, only as the expression of exchange value. His later skeptical judgment of this sentence is actually directed at his own method, not at the fact that exchange value is now being enjoyed. Rather, it is to be understood only in social psychological terms, and specifically in the sense of certain Freudian categories, and is therefore not a strictly social phenomenon. Inasmuch as the use value is merely a thing that has been, so to speak, fashioned by the exchange value, the exclusively instrumental handling of this may at the same time become the object of psychoanalytic investigation, which could show in what the objectification of the unequal qualities corresponds to the neurotic loss of the ability to experience. The possible experience, which is socially constituted, is at the same time regulated in consciousness and thus in the practice of knowledge, which is labor in its concrete social form. Therefore, the nature of this experience itself is to be criticized, in that the reduced one is confronted with one that is not exhausted by it and goes beyond it. Adorno considers the uncontrolled mimesis to be such, the unrestrained imitation of nature, which is socially tamed as a means of self-preservation. In the historical process of the development of domination over nature, archaic mimesis arises from the past as a magical practice of the magician, resembling the forces of nature, in which reality and imagination are not yet separated from each other. The original form of art and thus of thought is magic. The removal of the dominant subject from the context of the frightening object consists in the magical limitation of the sphere of the sacred, of the meaningful, through the prehistoric images of the magician. The subsequent long civilizing development, however, is the rationalization of mimesis in the historical form of work. In this, the constant identical self, the motionless reflection of motionless nature, is already formed. For Adorno, the selfhood of the masterly self is the product of equating oneself not with living nature, but with dead, regimented and thus merely spatialized nature. In the Dialectic of Enlightenment, Adorno uses the story of Odysseus to explain how the master's ego is attained by the prototypical bourgeois as the intentional nominalistic use of language, in which the word already detaches itself from its expressive function. The word transforms it in such a way that it distances itself from the particular thing, which it now, itself a formula, merely designates externally, by inserting itself into the thing as its concept. Whether it will ever be possible to know exactly when this Copernican revolution took place, according to which the objects are oriented towards the ideas instead of the other way around, is an open question. With the aforementioned transition, however, the word begins to distance itself from the life expressed in it. The names gradually transform into general concepts. This process is analyzed on the basis of the equivocation in a play on words, with the help of which Odysseus outwits the Cyclops Polyphemus. When the man-eater asks who he is, Odysseus answers, "Nobody." And however doubtful the etymology of the name may be, the example makes it clear that the word now intentionally separates itself from the things, since it becomes ambiguous. It recognizes itself as free, designating both Odysseus and nobody at the same time and in the same respect. And if we analyze the play on words further, it becomes clear that the word must actually designate something in Odysseus, because otherwise, as a proper name, it would not provide any insight into and thus any power of disposal over nature, here the special human being Odysseus. The word would be empty, no knowledge. Only as a name does this word grasp the special nature in such a way that Odysseus is actually transformed into nothingness. He becomes an abstract identity with himself and therefore truly a nobody. Odysseus is nobody because, cunningly escaping the danger of the superior natural power, he can only accomplish this insofar as he assimilates himself to this power. By assimilating himself to it, He recognizes an objective force and sacrifices his own corporeal difference to the law of its reality. For he must obey the movements of the external force in order to be able to use it for his own purposes. Odysseus accepts that his individual existence must be subordinated to a particular generalization if he wants to preserve his life. He has become nobody but a killed nature, since its now objectified power no longer obeys its uncontrolled experience in individual time. On the contrary, it adapts to spatial determination. According to Adorno, space is the absolute alienation. Where human beings want to become like nature, they harden against it at the same time. In motionless space, nature reaches its extreme, becoming rigid and thus lifeless. In time, on the other hand, as the form of inner meaning, it is precisely the alienation of space that is dissolved and nature can be experienced as non-identical. Klaus-Dieter Eitzel analyzes the abstraction of value as a constituent of possible experience against Heidegger's ontologization of a priori categories and forms of perception. He does follow Kant's epistemology, but locates it critically in the natural historical context of the formation of value abstraction according to Marx and Adorno.
See Adorno, Wertabstraktion und Erfahrung.
According to Adorno, this occurs in unregulated experience, of which aesthetic experience bears witness in whatever reflected form. Insofar as the non-identical must reveal itself in the new, Adorno explains its emergence in the change of the time structure, for example in his Beethoven, using the Symphony Eroica as an example. Musicologists think of one of their favorite subjects, music in the era of harmonic tonality, in the same way that economists think of their subject, the economy, namely as an in itself harmonious whole in which all contradictions ultimately balance each other out and which can therefore only be thrown into crisis by external, added factors. Harmonic tonality, however, is not a system of musical relationships that is identical with itself and remains in a state of self-affirmation, but rather a non-identical system that drives its own dissolution, a fundamental crisis context. If Ludwig van Beethoven, in his music, reproduces tonality from subjective freedom according to a central observation by Adorno, then this pure musical construction of elementary tonal basic determinations leads virtually, but already audibly, to the limits of that tonality which is such as then actually abolished at the end of the 19th century. In the Third Symphony, the so-called Eroica, namely in the first movement, the art form of music succeeds at the beginning of the bourgeois era, for the first time in history, in fully realizing what has always been one of its basic purposes: to move on, to become new, to develop. Since music exists, it has been the powerless objection against myth and the same fate, against death itself. In Beethoven, a new emancipatory sense of time and awareness of time is established, which does not allow anything set, no motif, no theme, no sound, to stand and spread unquestioned, but rather incites it through work to constant externalization, to permanent change of form. What music, as a form of art, is already predestined to be, is here composed out. Its processual character, which only comes to an end because music must also stop, but could also continue in itself. Music is here, through its material nature, not through slogans, programs, or external ideological assertions, a reflection of social processes, in that it transcends them, a mirror of bourgeois society, which according to Marx can only exist by continually revolutionizing its own conditions of production. Radically process-oriented music, as realized in Beethoven's Eroica in the most compelling way, frees music from the constraint of remaining static, which is constitutively foreign to it, and brings the musical material to itself for the first time. And yet it cannot really keep its promise of liberation, since the processual character ultimately does not emanate from the individual musical element and does not really convey it, but is done to it from the outside. Processual music therefore requires imminent self-criticism where, contrary to its own promise, it does not overcome the coercive character of musical statics, but merely dynamizes it, thus resulting in a kind of frenetic standstill. Franz Schubert's and Hector Berlioz's music can be heard and read as such self-criticism, which can already be heard in certain works by Beethoven. Both of them preserve the state of music established by Beethoven precisely by not preserving it, but by radically changing it. In Berlioz's music, which is the second focus of the lecture, musical modernity explodes in an instant on the basis of tonality. In his music, the process of externalization of the transcendental subject in time, which Beethoven advocates, becomes transparent to the empirical subject, as the literary programs for his music testify. A subject that no longer experiences time as a linearly progressing and meaningful one, but as a series of shocks and disparate events, which Berlioz composes with highly advanced musical editing techniques and bold crossfades of different time measures. In particular, Berlioz's attitude to time is far ahead of his time and therefore, like Beethoven, whom he succeeded, a contemporary. The music of both is filled with the present. This ideal typical sacrifice of Odysseus, which consists in reducing non-identical qualities to an identical thing, leads, further rationalized historically, to the value form. As in the pretemporal sacrifice, an equivalence relationship is also established in the commodity on the basis of the commensurability of the thing sacrificed and thus exchanged. This sacrifice is the time of one's own life and thus the physical individual drive. One must always sacrifice one's own to the gods of the archaic phase, the personifications of superior natural forces, in order to hope for their affection. This is the still magical appeasement of the natural forces. The constitution of the aliquot part in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is nothing more than the naming of a general law for a particular natural force, which may initially be conceived more imaginatively than realistically. But a regularity of the natural force is observed, its particular regularity gradually recognized more precisely, and the name actually becomes a concept for a particular natural connection, which can thus be examined and specified further and further. In the commodity society, self-preservation is then mediated by the production and exchange of identically constituted commodities. The commensurability of the non-identical qualities of things or processes has stabilized in a context of the objective relationships of persons and social relationships of things. However, even for Odysseus on the threshold of historical prehistory, it is necessary to give up the non-identical drive of his physis in order to survive and to be able to form the abstract self. Because the self confronts nature as a self-aware spirit, it can thus also separate the abandoned individual drive as the past from the present moment and imagine the future as a time of fulfillment that has yet to come. Like water, earth, and air, the realms of time separate themselves from him. The flood of what was has receded from the rock of the present, and the future lies cloudy on the horizon. In the sacrifice, God is given what is his, for the sake of the return service of self-preservation. However, what this his is, reason, is in turn determined by the natural being, man, who controls nature for the purpose of self-preservation. Therefore, this sacrifice from the archaic phase is the still rudimentary form of what is developed step by step with trial and error to make production more effective and practiced in the exchange of goods as a rationalized mode of production. The development of the abstract self as a result of self-sacrifice actually makes it possible to test nature as an object experimentally, to recognize its powers and possibly to control them, because general concepts are formed that express the rules of nature which can be empirically tested. But the problem is that in the process both poles are objectified, the external as well as the internal self. The subject is equally a product of regimentation as the object. This is why Adorno also rejects the regression to intuition alone, as opposed to the aesthetic and political reaction that rejects the understanding of general rules and demands a supposedly direct union with the object. Rather, there is no immediate object. If nature is equipped with the seed of the self, then it should be able to develop into such a thing in self-knowledge as well as in social action, so that the particular corporeality of the individual satisfying its own needs and the non-identical qualities of nature are not abandoned. But because society is formed through sacrifice, the subject remembers the cut-off nature as the unfulfilled past, even if unconsciously, until it can be reconciled. The past is the shell that was thrown over living nature through its subjugation for the purpose of domination. But nature that has been subjugated demands salvation, and that of all natural beings, which can only be fulfilled by conscious nature, ultimately by humans. The redemption of the individual from social coercion is impossible as long as it is not generally dissolved. That is why the idea of happiness in reconciliation is necessarily universalistic. But if the forgotten fulfillment is instead only repressed, rationalized, or dissolved in the intoxication of the unconsciously oppressive drive, the latter is reported by the return of the companions to the natural cycle at the sorceress kirk, without being thought and realized in the mediation, then man loses what alone would give him the possibility of bringing about reconciliation, the spiritual moment. According to Adorno, the work process is nothing but a rationalized sacrifice. All those involved in it, regardless of their legally defined class position, whether workers, capitalists, or landowners, spend their entire lives in order to maintain themselves. For the time lost, The workers may even receive a wage that is perceived as fair according to the historical and moral criteria of a particular era or society. However, neither they nor capitalists ever receive full remuneration for the time they have spent. This would happen if no individual had to spend the time of their life on an activity determined by others. This alone would be the truly just exchange, the sublation of which is the basis. However, under capitalism, the sacrifice is made through the process of exploiting surplus value. According to Adorno, the utopian moment consists precisely in the awareness that only when no one is forced to spend their own time without receiving the full equivalent value would the just exchange be realized and thus become obsolete. The conditions would be created for there to be no more suffering. As long as there is an economy based on the exchange of goods and thus on abstract labor as the substance of value, it forms a negative social totality, because it brings the particular life under it, tending to include all relationships in society. The consciousness of the contradiction is precisely this, that the totality is a negative one. The only reality of critique is that the individual human being, who experiences suffering from it, resists the preparation of his own body and its expression, the individual time of his life, as a victim. Therefore, every theory that denies the justification of this contradiction in the physical existence of the individual is affirmative, because it allows the victim to be regarded as inevitable, and thus as the only reality. Inasmuch as this neglect of the individual body is the case in Christianity, according to Hegel's philosophy of religion, it in fact only expresses in a perfect form what already characterizes natural religion. God is the content of his own conception of himself. For he is nothing other than the subject's self-comprehension as the real history of spiritual productive activity. If it is elevated to an all-encompassing reality, then every finite thing, the drive of the individual body, is equated with the general, since the finite being, in rational reflection, is to be distinguished from the infinite according to the structure of the Trinity, and yet at the same time be identical with it. The particular body has a fleeting independence, the sole meaning of which is the willingness to sacrifice. Adorno criticizes such thinking in terms of identity precisely on the basis of the beginning of Hegel's science of logic. One wonders why it begins with being and not with the entity. Beginning with being as an undetermined immediate enables the first, and basically the only, conceptual transition, in that being is set equal to nothing. In the religious philosophical interpretation of Christianity, this transition corresponds to God's emergence from himself into his Son and then his death. In their difference, the moments are already recognized as the same. God is dead, nothing is, but then again, nothing is not. According to Adorno, the conceptual transition is only possible because, in the first step, being is declared to be an indeterminate. Being is the indeterminate immediate. But in the following argumentative step, the indeterminate is replaced by the indeterminacy. If the indeterminate is something that is indeterminate, then the indeterminacy, which is actually a conceptual determination, imperceptibly becomes something itself. The indeterminate, that has the character of a substratum. From the assumption that something indeterminate exists, a mental leap is made to the unproven assertion that indeterminacy itself exists as a being. A preliminary decision of immeasurable philosophical significance, and of equally great questionability, has thus been made. If the indeterminate is an attribute of the thing, then the indeterminacy is a conceptual determination that is, however, tacitly made into being. Because the indeterminacy thus becomes being itself, it becomes conceivable that it is the same as nothing. In this way, Hegel allows being an indeterminate to be dissolved unnoticed in favor of being, in order to be able to assert the identity of being, which has now become a mere thought with nothingness. However, it is precisely this that calls the concept of identity into question. The basic assumption of identity philosophy, that the difference between the concept of being and the thing being is negligible in the concept of being, is also invalidated, which is justified by the fact that this would impair the indeterminate character of the most general definitions dealt with in the science of logic. In order to achieve the indistinguishability of the concept and the thing being, Hegel suddenly smuggles the miracle into logic. The aim of Hegel's argument is thus to think the concrete being from the very beginning as the identical universal concept. In the entire process of its dialectical unfolding, this concept sheds the corporeal at every new stage of immediacy that is mediated as a result. In other words, the concept loses the idea of the non-identical from its content. However, the reality of the corporeal in relation to the general concept is only justified in that it does not denote any arbitrary corpus, any dead nature, any body like any other. Rather, the particular body always includes mediation. Otherwise, there would be no self-reflection of that life that only lived, no conception of itself as a living being, which is certainly not an undifferentiated conscious life according to a general concept, but always a particular non-identical. This is the crucial difference from Hegel's concept of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness does not exist as the general. It is not a special generalization that goes beyond the drive, imagination, and representation of the individual corporeal being. In the introduction to Negative Dialectics, Adorno refers to a sentence by Hegel about a jug, which is said to have said that this my special object, this my individual pen, does not interest the dialectician Hegel at all. Hegel could reply that the ups and downs of the historical process have no essential significance for its concept, just as the concrete, non-identical reality of the pen has no significance for its concept. However, this statement was easy for Hegel to make because his example is that of a body and not a body. In natural corporeality, which demands uncontrolled mimesis, reflection is already its indivisible moment. This cannot be said of a body. If this is correct, then natural history enters into the determination of the respective conceptual essence, although natural history is understood neither in a historicist nor an ontological sense. In the commodity, the Hegelian formula of identity as the equality of equality and difference is realized only at the price of the contradiction characterized by the bodily drive being leveled, which is the difference of the individual resistance to the socially general. In such an identity, the contradiction only exists under the sign of identity. Insofar as labor is also the unity of abstract and concrete labor, it produces both, the exchange value and the use value formed by it, whereby the non-identical qualities of things are leveled out by the exchange value in favor of the quantifiable identity of the commodity. That is why aesthetic experience, the mental moment that goes beyond abstract identity without renouncing the concept, but at the same time not absolutizing the concept, is one that emerges from labor but does not dissolve in it, just as modern art is only the result of a bourgeois society based on the division of labor, and yet is not the same as it. Aesthetic experience expresses a moment of the ability to experience that is independent of the compulsion to self-preservation. Adorno unexpectedly interprets such a reconciliation of subject and object, freed from the compulsion to self-preservation, in terms of the concept of home. Home is being able to escape and, according to Novalis, philosophy is homesickness. Odysseus succeeds in appeasing the general, which at the end of the epic is embodied by the ocean god Poseidon, when the prophecy Tiresias told him about how he had to reconcile with him comes true. Within or over his shoulder, he should wander and wander until he comes to a land whose inhabitants know neither the sea nor salted food. If someone were to encounter him and be amazed that Odysseus was carrying a shovel over his shoulder, then he would have reached the right place to sacrifice to Poseidon. The confusion must seem irresistibly droll to the Ionian, to whom the epic story is actually being told. The comedy, however, is intended for the god, not for the people. The wrathful Poseidon will break out in laughter, loosening and lifting the mythical compulsion of giving and taking the aliquot blows of fate. The water god, the power of the universe, would then realize that the world is not identical, even if it is only because of the smallest difference between the oceanic and terrestrial forms of life. Only a land dweller, for whom the sea is a foreign entity, would see the rudder as a distant oddity. Only the release of the non-identical particular by the universal would be the right relationship between the two. Both bourgeois enlightenment and Marxism set out with the historical mission of criticizing appearances and demystifying a world that was confused about itself. Appearances were seen as a veil that needed to be lifted in order to recognize the real circumstances and to be able to act rationally in accordance with them. The whole of Enlightenment is demythologization. It has criticized the appearance of objectivity in the name of objectivity. Both see through ideology to its true nature, to the interests, to the cost-benefit calculation of a ruling caste or class. Francis Bacon's doctrine of idols in the Novum Organum identified the false forms and shapes that can obstruct perception and formulated the scientific ideal against them. While Immanuel Kant was still dealing with the conditions of the possibility of experience in all speculative verve, with Auguste Comte's speech, however, the verdict on metaphysics was pronounced 70 years later and the level of reflection of idealism was buried. As ambivalent as Kant's contribution to the possibilities of experiencing noumena was, the path he left open, at least in terms of possibility, from the realm of positivity was later rigorously closed. The bourgeois Enlightenment fought against the church, against metaphysics and philosophy contaminated by religion. They are considered to be historically pre-rational stages, the same content in a different package, as Kant's law of the spiritual development of mankind or the three-stage law was superseded by scientifically accumulated knowledge. Marxism does not have much in common with bourgeois Enlightenment here. It only wants to take over the baton from it on the way to the completion of history. It shares with it the fight against religion as an outdated form of consciousness and criticizes every form of philosophy as bourgeois ideology. Since Ludwig Feuerbach, religion has been understood as a projection, and the various forms of philosophy are considered to be conceptually packaged, basically mystical whitewashing of what cannot, yet, be explained by the means of pure science. Religion arose at a very early time from people's misconceptions about their own and the surrounding external nature. That is, Engels refers to the modern superstition that early humans, because they could not explain lightning and thunder, invented a grumbling and lightning-throwing god. The bourgeois subject knows and recognizes nothing but itself. Analogously, it was the task of natural philosophy to cover up the gaps left by underdeveloped science. It could only do this by replacing the still unknown real connections with ideal, fantastic ones, supplementing the missing facts with mental images, filling the real gaps with mere imagination. Marxism sees itself as the completion of the bourgeois enlightenment of the worldview and the revolutionization of social conditions. Only it is in a position to help pure science, which was enthroned by the bourgeoisie but restricted by its class position, to its right. What is considered objectivity by it is not yet objectivity for it. Scientific socialism, supposedly rooted in the proletariat, comes forward with an emphatic nominalistic and empiricist program. It insists on facts, on starting from the facts, from the given. The relationship to Hegel is exemplary, from whose supposedly successful overcoming and refutation the deed of historical materialism was made. Hegel is considered a kind of Hindu because he claimed the primacy of the mind over nature. For him, nature is only the externalization of the absolute idea, a kind of degradation of the idea. Under all circumstances, it is thought and its product, the idea, that is the original, and nature is the derivative which only exists through the condescension of the idea. For Engels, idea means everything that goes around in your head, as opposed to factual materiality. Hegel's dialectics started from pure thinking. For Hegel, there was from eternity, one does not know where, but in any case independently of every thinking person. Unknown where, the concept that develops by itself and then externalizes itself by transforming itself into nature. Although Hegel introduced real content into philosophy, and although his rich philosophical system contains a vast conglomeration of results from positive sciences, this true content is hidden under idealistic embellishments. The idealistic wrappings must be broken open and the content recovered. Once this ideological reversal has been eliminated, the correct relationship is restored. This is the case with the materialistic point of view. The Marxian worldview only starts from the most stubborn facts. These are the real world, as it presents itself to anyone who approaches it without preconceived idealistic quirks. Historical materialism is pursued as a worldview and implemented by means of a paradigm shift. The term paradigm shift, which is Habermas's term, is used here deliberately because Habermas does nothing else. He is the last in the more than 100-year-old line of traditional Marxism, its inclusion of Marx and critical theory in the philosophical paradigm of consciousness, and the attempts of his teachers Adorno and Horkheimer to break out of it. He also continues the substitution of the abstract, the spiritual by the allegedly concrete, the detranscendentalization of idealistically glorified non-situational reason, the desublimation, the demythologizing appropriation. In place of social labor, Marx comes intersubjective understanding, and the concept of life world replaces transcendental consciousness. Because Hegel spent his life detached from the working people of a society, because he belonged to a class-determined group that, by virtue of its position in the social reproduction process, no longer has an immediate relationship to the objects. This is why there was an almost compulsive occupational disease, in which the ideal activity becomes independent of social reality, and why Hegel's society and its real contradictions appeared only in a purely abstract form. Everything that appears abstract, metaphysical, transcendent, or ideal is re-identified with the material basis, and the surplus that goes beyond the object-subject relationship is attributed to the philosophical subject as a presumptuous addition to the sufficiency. The ideas of the philosophers are imported into history from the outside, from philosophical ideology. Idealism is understood as an arbitrary construction that has been imposed on nature and history. The mystification of real conditions into intellectual concepts, which is due to a lack of experience, is retranslated, the lofty is grounded. In its historical forms of decay, Marxism saw itself as a critical sociology that was aware of its standpoint, as a pure science in contrast to philosophy, as an empirical recording and description of society. However, its relationship to abstract concepts remained ambivalent. Just as it denounced them as an instrument of power to conceal social contradictions, it shied away from the forms of pure logic, from the timeless objective forms of thought in which scientific thought articulates itself. Here, as in the Dialectic of Nature and as in the bourgeois philosophy of history, which was extended to include socialism, it celebrates its subjugation to objectivity. Critical theory was directed against such proletarian positivism. Max Horkheimer's programmatic essay Traditional and Critical Theory from 1937 distances itself equally from bourgeois and party socialist positivism. Despite all the differences in the method of criticism, despite all verbal dissociations on the part of Horkheimer, this is what he has in common with Alfred Sohnrethel. The latter recognized the powerlessness, even the enthusiastic lack of criticism of scientific socialism, which did not want to reflect on the pure forms of thought underlying its science and whose difference from bourgeois science had become negligible. Sohnrethel states that there is a highly questionable dualism in the Marxist camp, since on the one hand, nothing of what the world of consciousness offers in the way of phenomena has been or will be understood otherwise than in its historicity and evaluated dialectically as time-bound, while on the other hand, in questions of logic, mathematics, and objective truth, one is transported to the realm of timeless norms. Sohnrethel's contribution consists in critically liquidating the abstract concepts, the pure forms of thought, the a priori in a materialistic way. However, what is considered abstract is not understood as a veiling ingredient of a biased cognitive subject, but as an abstraction process that precedes social movement. The essence of the abstraction of commodities, however, is that it is not produced by thought, that it does not have its origin in the thinking of people, but in their actions. And yet, this does not give its concept a merely metaphorical meaning. It is abstraction in the strict literal sense. The concept of real abstraction does not exist anywhere other than in thought, but it does not arise from thought. It is of an immediate social nature, has its origin in the space-time sphere of interhuman intercourse. In critical theory, ideology is not understood as a veil thrown over social conditions by interested parties. The illusions that people have about their world, whether in religion or in philosophy, are not derived from their ignorance, misperception, or from their combination of subjective inability with subjective misrepresentation. Just as manna, the moving spirit, is not a projection but the echo of the real supremacy of nature in the weak souls of the savages, so the idea of Hegel's world spirit is only ideology. In the sense of a lie, it is also the distorted consciousness of the real supremacy of the whole. It is still true that all problems of human theory actually go back to problems of human practice, and that the task of Marxist ideology critique is therefore to reduce problems to the underlying problems of practice, i.e. theoretical constructs continue to be demonstrated ad hominem, Marx, but ideological phenomena are not traced back to immanence, and no concrete counterpart is found for an abstract concept. The appearance is real. If the reversal of ideology is a reversal of social conditions, then ideology, as a necessary false consciousness, is the correct consciousness of a false reality. With this, the analysis of ideology had returned to the fourth of the theses on Feuerbach, which explains that the fact that the worldly basis stands out by itself and fixes an independent realm in the clouds can only be explained by the self-contradiction and self-contradiction of this worldly basis. A return that critical theory was not aware of because of its reception of Marx, which was under the spell of traditional Marxism. Adorno, in particular, broke away from traditional Marxism. He encountered the truth of idealism. Appearance was no longer understood as false or as deception, behind which there was an actual relationship, but as real appearance. This idea is widespread in Marxism, especially in the context of the concept of reification. While George Lukács is still unclear about what it means that the personal character of economic relations was sometimes relatively clearly understood at the beginning of capitalist development, but that the more development progressed, the more complicated and mediated forms arose, and it became increasingly rare and difficult to see through this material shell. His student Leo Koffler quickly gets to the point and to a very unique jargon of actuality. Under the reified appearance, one finds nothing other than a relationship between economically active people, that is, a living relationship, the actual essence, which has become opaque through progressive individualization. Exchange value, a mere concept compared to use value, rules over human need, and in its place, appearance rules over reality. At the same time, however, that appearance is the most real of all, the formula according to which the world was bewitched. Thus, the later Lucio Coletti also summarizes that the processes of hypostatization, the substantialization of the abstract, the reversal of subject and predicate, etc., were far from being, for Marx, merely erroneous ways of Hegelian logic to reflect reality. Rather, these were processes that he found in the structure and functioning of capitalist society itself. Lucio Coletti, Marxism and Dialectics, page 28. With this change of attitude towards classical philosophy, it is no longer possible to step out of its sphere of influence by declaring it scientifically outdated or denouncing it as bourgeois ideology. The overcoming occurs as a refutation of theory by way of immanent critique. A theory is not pushed aside by declaring it to belong to a paradigm that has become invalid, but the theory is convicted of its own cracks and breaks, of its inconsistency before its own claims, and is brought to its own limits. For example, in the interpretation of Kant, the proof of the block in transcendental philosophy encounters contents in itself that it cannot explain from itself, but which it should be able to explain according to its own claim. Hegel's pure identity is shown to be the necessary condition of identity, and the non-identity that is believed to have been mastered and absorbed excreted is demonstrated to be a necessary condition of identity. And in Freud, the social is found in the innermost and most personal aspects of the individual. This state of ideology-critical reflection is followed by considerations of a real metaphysics of money. In the riddles posed by value, money, and capital, problems of metaphysics are recognized. Of particular importance here are the works of Hans-Georg Backhaus, which follow Adorno and Sommerfeld on the one hand, and George Simmel's philosophy of money on the other. Backhaus demonstrates in extenso, in ever-recurring variations, that theoretical economics has constantly missed its object since its inception and, because it senses its inadequacy, tries to hide it under formalizations. This permanent entanglement, this beating of the object treated against the intentions of the theory treating it, can be observed very well in George Simmel's philosophy of money. Simmel approaches his subject with the basic attitude of a consequent subjective theory of value, is determined to establish the constitutive elements of value as usefulness and rarity, i.e. the desirability of the object, and the value of goods as a judgment about them that remains in the subject. On the other hand, however, he must constantly be aware of absolute and objective values seeping into his own theoretical conscience, which claim recognition. The riddles that he encounters in his dealings with his most intrinsic objects, the self-contradictions in which he becomes entangled and which he admits to in secret places and in quiet moments, point the way to a real metaphysics of money. What is this? Money is the immediate unity of commodities, their identity outside of them. If it is what they all have in common, then it cannot be an object of the immediate sensual world. What money is and does can only be thought. Money is this abstract function and property, but in essentially given form. Its function is to exchange things as commodities. It itself is the embodied function of being exchanged, the mere relationship of things to each other that has become a substance, the embodied reality of things. However, it is not merely a functional lubricant of the exchange processes. Marx explicitly opposed the intersubjective models of David Ricardo, who had the original fisherman and the original hunter immediately exchange fish and game as owners of commodities. Money is not the product of reflection or agreement, not an instrument introduced into the exchange for technical convenience, invented by those involved in the exchange in order to be able to better carry out their transactions. Money is formed instinctively in the exchange process. The economist Friedrich von Gotthelot Lilienfeld can also see only pseudo-solutions and white lies in such models. Quote, "There appears Homo economicus, blessed with the wonderful gift of anticipating the result of that difficult consideration 1-2 in the way of the only act of an emotional estimate."
Friedrich von Gotthelot Lilienfeld, Wirtschaft und Wissenschaft, Jena 1931, p. 3.
The Marxist economic theory, which draws on Engels, fell back to the level of Ricardo by assuming, as a matter of course, that labor and thus value are embodied in products, the fact of which should be obvious to everyone, but which are only concealed by the obfuscations of money and by the differentiations and complications of extended exchange. If it did not even approach a theory of the working hours sheet of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who considered money and labor quantity to be one. In doing so, Marxism reproduced one of the fundamental deficiencies of classical political economy, namely that it never succeeded in finding out from the analysis of the commodity and, in particular, the commodity value, the form of value that makes it an exchange value, Marx Capital in MEW 23p. 95/footnote 32. A fundamental flaw that Simmel also recognized. The fact of the existence of a uniform measure of value leaves us at a loss to explain how labor power has become a value. Simmel, Philosophy of Money, page 83. It must be expressly stated that money and exploitation, value form and antagonistic society, are inextricably linked. For if labor is the ultimate instance to which all value determination of objects must be traced, then it is inappropriate and a detour to measure it in turn only against an object of foreign provenance, as the current money is. Rather, one would have to seek a way to express the unit of labor in a pure and immediate way in a symbol that functioned as a means of exchange and measurement, as money. Marx also asks, since working time is the immanent measure of value, why another external measure alongside it? Marx, on the Critique of Political Economy, page 67. A pure circulation theory which understands a great deal about money, transcendentalism, synthesis, and validity, but does not want to talk about exploitation and domination, is complementary to a Marxist economic theory, which Ulrich Krauss ironically called the pancake theory of value, according to Johann Horisch. This was unthinkable for Alfred Sohnrethel and is unthinkable for Hans-Georg Backhaus. When Sohnrethel endeavors, however confused and incorrect, to convey an analysis of the commodity form, commodity exchange and exploitation, he thus brings together validity and exploitation and reflects on precisely this connection. And it is not a matter of explaining ideology, according to which an inadmissible mixture of power and validity is hidden behind the back of theory, as Habermas understands the ideology critique of Adorno and Horkheimer, or how orthodox Marxism, extended with discourse theory, understands ideology critique at all. Just as manna, the moving spirit, is not a projection but the echo of the real supremacy of nature in the weak souls of the savages, so the idea of Hegel's world spirit is only ideology, in the sense of a lie. It is also the distorted consciousness of the real supremacy of the whole. It is still true that all problems of human theory actually go back to problems of human practice, and that the task of Marxist ideology critique is therefore to reduce problems to the underlying problems of practice, i.e. theoretical constructs continue to be demonstrated ad hominem, Marx, but ideological phenomena are not traced back to immanence, and no concrete counterpart is found for an abstract concept. The appearance is real. If the reversal of ideology is a reversal of social conditions, then ideology, as a necessary false consciousness, is the correct consciousness of a false reality. With this, the analysis of ideology had returned to the fourth of the theses on Feuerbach, which explains that the fact that the worldly basis stands out by itself and fixes an independent realm in the clouds can only be explained by the self-contradiction and self-contradiction of this worldly basis. A return that critical theory was not aware of because of its reception of Marx, which was under the spell of traditional Marxism. Adorno, in particular, broke away from traditional Marxism. He encountered the truth of idealism. Appearance was no longer understood as false or as deception, behind which there was an actual relationship, but as real appearance. This idea is widespread in Marxism, especially in the context of the concept of reification. While George Lukács is still unclear about what it means, that the personal character of economic relations was sometimes relatively clearly understood at the beginning of capitalist development, but that the more development progressed, the more complicated and mediated forms arose, and it became increasingly rare and difficult to see through this material shell. His student Leo Koffler quickly gets to the point and to a very unique jargon of actuality. Under the reified appearance, one finds nothing other than a relationship between economically active people, that is, a living relationship, the actual essence, which has become opaque through progressive individualization. Exchange value, a mere concept compared to use value, rules over human need, and in its place, appearance rules over reality. At the same time, however, that appearance is the most real of all, the formula according to which the world was bewitched. Thus, the later Lucio Coletti also summarizes that the processes of hypostatization, the substantialization of the abstract, the reversal of subject and predicate, etc., were far from being, for Marx, merely erroneous ways of Hegelian logic to reflect reality. Rather, these were processes that he found in the structure and functioning of capitalist society itself. Lucio Coletti, Marxism and Dialectics, page 28. With this change of attitude towards classical philosophy, it is no longer possible to step out of its sphere of influence by declaring it scientifically outdated or denouncing it as bourgeois ideology. The overcoming occurs as a refutation of theory by way of immanent critique. A theory is not pushed aside by declaring it to belong to a paradigm that has become invalid, but the theory is convicted of its own cracks and breaks, of its inconsistency before its own claims, and is brought to its own limits. For example, in the interpretation of Kant, the proof of the block in transcendental philosophy encounters contents in itself that it cannot explain from itself, but which it should be able to explain according to its own claim. Hegel's pure identity is shown to be the necessary condition of identity, and the non-identity that is believed to have been mastered and absorbed excreted is demonstrated to be a necessary condition of identity. And in Freud, the social is found in the innermost and most personal aspects of the individual. This state of ideology-critical reflection is followed by considerations of a real metaphysics of money. In the riddles posed by value, money, and capital, problems of metaphysics are recognized. Of particular importance here are the works of Hans-Georg Backhaus, which follow Adorno and Sonrethel on the one hand, and George Simmel's philosophy of money on the other. Backhaus demonstrates in extenso, in ever-recurring variations, that theoretical economics has constantly missed its object since its inception and, because it senses its inadequacy, tries to hide it under formalizations. This permanent entanglement, this beating of the object treated against the intentions of the theory treating it, can be observed very well in George Simmel's philosophy of money. Simmel approaches his subject with the basic attitude of a consequent subjective theory of value, is determined to establish the constitutive elements of value as usefulness and rarity, i.e. the desirability of the object, and the value of goods as a judgment about them that remains in the subject. On the other hand, however, he must constantly be aware of absolute and objective values seeping into his own theoretical conscience, which claim recognition. The riddles that he encounters in his dealings with his most intrinsic objects, the self-contradictions in which he becomes entangled and which he admits to in secret places and in quiet moments, point the way to a real metaphysics of money. What is this? Money is the immediate unity of commodities, their identity outside of them. If it is what they all have in common, then it cannot be an object of the immediate sensual world. What money is and does can only be thought. Money is this abstract function and property, but in essentially given form. Its function is to exchange things as commodities. It itself is the embodied function of being exchanged, the mere relationship of things to each other that has become a substance, the embodied reality of things. However, it is not merely a functional lubricant of the exchange processes. Marx explicitly opposed the intersubjective models of David Ricardo, who had the original fisherman and the original hunter immediately exchange fish and game as owners of commodities. Money is not the product of reflection or agreement, not an instrument introduced into the exchange for technical convenience, invented by those involved in the exchange in order to be able to better carry out their transactions. Money is formed instinctively in the exchange process. The economist Friedrich von Gotthelot Lilienfeld can also see only pseudo-solutions and white lies in such models. Quote, "There appears homo economicus, blessed with the wonderful gift of anticipating the result of that difficult consideration 1-2 in the way of the only act of an emotional estimate.
Friedrich von Gottelott Lilienfeld, Wirtschaft und Wissenschaft, Jena 1931, p. 3.
The Marxist economic theory, which draws on Engels, fell back to the level of Ricardo by assuming, as a matter of course, that labor and thus value are embodied in products, the fact of which should be obvious to everyone, but which are only concealed by the obfuscations of money and by the differentiations and complications of extended exchange. If it did not even approach a theory of the working hours sheet of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who considered money and labor quantity to be one. In doing so, Marxism reproduced one of the fundamental deficiencies of classical political economy, namely that it never succeeded in finding out from the analysis of the commodity and, in particular, the commodity value, the form of value that makes it an exchange value, Marx Capital in MEW 23p. 95/footnote 32. A fundamental flaw that Simmel also recognized. The fact of the existence of a uniform measure of value leaves us at a loss to explain how labor power has become a value. Simmel, Philosophy of Money, page 83. It must be expressly stated that money and exploitation, value form and antagonistic society, are inextricably linked. For if labor is the ultimate instance to which all value determination of objects must be traced, then it is inappropriate and a detour to measure it in turn only against an object of foreign provenance, as the current money is. Rather, one would have to seek a way to express the unit of labor in a pure and immediate way in a symbol that functioned as a means of exchange and measurement, as money. Marx also asks, since working time is the immanent measure of value, why another external measure alongside it? Marx, on the Critique of Political Economy, page 67. A pure circulation theory which understands a great deal about money, transcendentalism, synthesis, and validity, but does not want to talk about exploitation and domination, is complementary to a Marxist economic theory, which Ulrich Krauss ironically called the pancake theory of value, according to Johann Horisch. This was unthinkable for Alfred Sohnrechel and is unthinkable for Hans-Georg Backhaus. When Sohnrechel endeavors, however confused and incorrect, to convey an analysis of the commodity form, commodity exchange, and exploitation, he thus brings together validity and exploitation and reflects on precisely this connection. And it is not a matter of explaining ideology, according to which an inadmissible mixture of power and validity is hidden behind the back of theory, as Habermas understands the ideology critique of Adorno and Horkheimer, or how orthodox Marxism, extended with discourse theory, understands ideology critique at all. Money, as a perfected means of exchange, is not only a means of exchange, but also a representation of the value character of goods. In it, the pure economic value has taken on a body. Exchange itself has become a body. If exchange is what social synthesis is achieved through, then money is the social connection in a sensory form and unity of tangible and social things. To say what money is, one cannot grasp it under a scientific object concept, because in its whole meaning it is not an object of experience. It is even the point that links thinking and being. As the existence of a concept, it is an objective thought form. Value occurs, so to speak, only in thoughts, but it is not a mere thought construction. The economic categories are not merely concepts that exist in our heads, but subjective objective forms of existence in society. Value is invested with metaphysical significance. 1. It is the economic dimension, Gottelott Lilienfeld, of things, that which they have in common as economic entities. It appears in exchange value, and this is expressed in monetary terms. Value as the essence of commodities appears in a distorted form. Value does not exist in itself, it has to appear, but it cannot be understood and reduced to its forms of appearance. Relative exchange value, price. 2. Value is transcendental in that it establishes economic objectivity, i.e. in that things as commodities are always already exchangeable and priced. Exchange presupposes an objective measurement of subjective valuations, but not in the sense of temporal precedence, but rather in such a way that both exist in one act. Value is therefore a priori. The valuation is carried out, but always already, without anyone having carried it out, without it being temporally demonstrable. 3. Simmel repeatedly pointed to the metaphysical nature of money. As a material expression of value, it could be described in the sense of scholasticism as both universal ante-rem and in re and post-rem. Value is a metaphysical category, since it is somehow in and on the objects, but at the same time beyond them, like an ideal sphere beyond the boundaries of the economic object's reality. The accusation of metaphysics, which was first raised by Samuel Bailey against Ricardo and subsequently against any value in money theory that does not confine itself to listing economic facts and functions, was also leveled at Adorno's critical social theory by the representatives of positivism and critical rationalism of his time. The concept of society as a whole fell under the verdict of metaphysics, because as a category of relations or category of mediation, it does not provide individual sensory data that can be pointed to and said, voila, there you have society. The concept of society does not denote a fact, but is nevertheless highly real. As a dialectical concept, it is not the sum of individuals, nor is society independent of them. It is only realized through the individuals, but cannot be reduced to them, precisely as their relation. The accusation of positivism is based on its own criterion of meaning, the given. Since society is not a given, an empirical object that can be circumscribed, it is pointless to talk about it. The enthusiastic and stubborn insistence on individual givens, which no concept of totality should be allowed to violate, leads itself ad absurdum by ignoring the dialectics of the particular. It is remarkable that Simmel, who had set out to explain and reconstruct society from its individual components, also came up with formulations that are identical to those of Adorno. He explicitly rejects a nominalistic view, because society is the general, which is not abstract. Note the question, which is based on Kant. Simmel is concerned here with the conditions of the possibility of capitalist society, i.e. society is not always already presupposed, but is considered a riddle that remains to be explained. In the excursus on the problem, how is social debris possible? He poses the question of the a priori conditions on the basis of which society is possible. Contrary to his methodological subjectivism, he defines society as the objective unity that does not require the observer, who is not included in it. The overarching generality and synthesis are understood in the mind, but in fact take place in and through things. They cannot be dissolved in our imagination. The social context is prior to the individuals it comprises, even though it is realized by them. The concept of experience and objectivity prescribed by modern science, the post-metaphysical procedural rationality that Habermas ascribes to it and that is said to consist in more efficient concepts of understanding, proves to be a fetter of consciousness that seeks to penetrate the constitution of itself and its society. The cooperative man and money is recognized only by those who no longer think in the framework of a metaphysics whose most concise expression is money, a metaphysics in which all truth is linked to the unambiguity of statements, whose highest principle is that of the contradiction to be avoided, as is that of identity. If society and the essential components of the theory of capital are inaccessible to empirical verification and falsification, as demanded by critical rationalism, if society and money and value go beyond the object concept developed in the natural sciences and formal logic. If, on the other hand, these requirements are the admission ticket to scientific debate, then the modern scientific establishment is a formidable bulwark for systematically thwarting the experience and penetration of society under the protection of scientific neutrality and fact orientation. Money and commodities are the formal thinking's hatstring. The relationship of commodities in relative value form to gold suspends the principles of logic, the law of identity, the law of contradiction to be avoided, and the law of the excluded third. Money is both a thing and a non-thing, namely a social relationship. If a monetary theory, a social theory, wanted to be taken seriously, i.e., really provide information about what money and society itself are, not just what functions money fulfills and in which functions society appears, then it would be forced to make statements about the nature of money and its relationship to antagonistic society. Here, too, the subject matter of the national economic theory becomes blurred. It can list functions en masse, and so Rudolf W. Muller can summarize that despite centuries of effort, there are no generally recognized foundations of monetary theory, only a relative terminological uniformity in the distinction between the various functions of money. But here, too, the logic peculiar to the peculiar object, i.e. its logic, is at work. If they are all individual functions of the same thing, then they must have something in common that releases them as individuals. Questions of essence, however, are considered metaphysical, because every metaphysical doctrine of essence or theological question about ultimate things, however much it may be dictated by tradition, is, under the given political and economic circumstances, doomed to become, to use Marx's words, a reflection and echo of the one fundamental capitalistic determination hidden behind all phenomena. Ideology subjects it to the same tabooing as the perception of the latter itself. The verdict on metaphysical reflection is the taboo on the rules of procedure. The barricades that the formerly revolutionary bourgeoisie erected are meant to prevent reflection that could go to the constituents of their social context. And the need for such barriers is so urgent that even more than 100 years later, Jürgen Habermas is once again setting out to establish a post-metaphysical thinking that has long since become the official canon of science. But why does Marxism, which started out with the self-understanding of going to the root of its social appearance with all the verve and ruthlessness of an anti-metaphysical cleansing and liberation campaign, turn against metaphysics with all the emphasis of an anti-metaphysical cleansing and liberation campaign? In his materials for the reconstruction of Marx's value theory, Hans-Georg Backhaus shows how Marxist economic theory, like bourgeois theory, resists such reflections. Louis Althusser's positivist Marxism, for example, understood Marx's talk of commodity abstraction metaphorically, where it should be taken literally. The illusion that Marxism seeks to challenge is merely that which prevents the social and historical subject it represents from participating in the blessings of the social relationship on which both the bourgeoisie and the working class are based. In order to change this, he instructs his opponent about the common society, but not in the sense of an emphatic relationship to the truly real, but rather a realistic relationship to the falsely real. In contrast to the bourgeoisie, the experience of the proletariat can see through the phenomenal appearance of things to their cold loss of value. Their class consciousness is cynically clear, without criticism of and without illusions about their own status as a labor force container. However, when the doubly or triply reflected consciousness of ideology criticism, schooled in Adorno, allows classical metaphysics to be shot down with the supernatural object of value and money theory, then it commits at least two mistakes. Metaphysics as a historical philosophical system does not aim to expose the irrationality of social conditions, but rather to teach reason to the conditions, which objectively lack it. From metaphysics, a very straight path leads to its historically later despiser. It was here that reality was first forced into the mold of the law of identity, and here that the material content was uncompromisingly banned from pure forms, in an attempt to capture the human world in a set of consistent propositions. The common theme of metaphysics, the noumena, Kant, with money/value, is their unscientific nature. Both require a dialectical opening up of the concept, and both can be captured more in a poetological way of speaking. Quote, "Poetic sentences are not subject to the dictates of correctness, or even plausibility. Poets are therefore relieved of the task of having to say the binding truth. They can afford to observe what escapes other observers. They do not have to make their sentences plausible in terms of appropriate, e.g. national economic, sociological, historical, biological, etc., observations of complex facts. That is why they can grasp money." In his criticism of Samuel Bailey, Marx repeatedly and explicitly points out that the paradox of reality is also expressed in linguistic paradoxes that contradict common sense. These contradictions lie in the matter, not in the linguistic expression of the matter. But this means that just because positivists call everything that goes beyond their narrow theoretical horizon metaphysics, we should not adopt their ignorance. The much more serious confusion, however, is found in a tendency that goes back to the appealing, because evident, attempts of a well-known reduction of the abstract, transcendent to the earthly immanent. Now, it is no longer attempted to reduce God to subjective bias and fantasy, and to exchange the transcendent for the tangible, but the social practicality of money and value, the real mystification, goes too well together with the religious. The original place of this analogy can be found in the first edition of Capital, where Marx writes about money. It is as if, alongside lions, tigers, hares, and all other real animals which, grouped together, form the various sexes, species, subspecies, families, etc. of the animal kingdom, there also existed the animal that is the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. Such an individual, which in itself encompasses all the really existing species of the same kind, is a general, like animal, God, etc. For Johann Horisch, God and money are only historically different manifestations of the same problem, which countless religions, philosophies, theories, and worldviews claim to solve explicitly or implicitly, and which every social formation actually attempts to overcome. Namely the problem of how to establish a correlation between being and meaning, or how to create it in such a way that the question of whether this creation is actually intersubjectively valid does not even arise. In Horisch and others, the search for relevant passages, i.e. those that sound as if they are actually talking about money, grows into a quasi-materialistic philosophia perennis. The topic of money is the great absent topic of every philosophy since the 18th century. In their respective historical epochs, this task is performed by the ontosemological leading media of the Eucharist, money, and new media, which ensure the synthesis of the manifold. Kant, they provide unifying perspectives under which everything can be understood, evaluated, and thematized. Christoph Turk thinks that with capital, God has become real. The absolute has broken into reality. Capital as the dominant principle of society appears in all the forms and manifestations it sets, but cannot itself be grasped in these manifestations, since it is fleeting as a principle, nothing but pure productivity. Its process is like a mighty, constantly renewing creatio ex nihilo. It is a God that surpasses all its predecessors because it has now become highly real and sensually incarnated in the things it sets and with which value is moved, in which it processes and multiplies. The capital God founds the first religion that is inescapable because one does not have to consciously practice it in order to participate in it. Quote, "You can't get rid of it by renouncing your faith. You would also have to terminate the employment contract on which its power is based. The procurement of food has thus become a daily service, a cult that very well takes place even when its congregation, recruited through violence and material need, does not recognize it as such." On the other hand, Turk is a studied theologian enough to be able to distinguish between God and capital. Capital is by no means divine, but as an imitation of God, also called the monkey of God, nobody else but the devil. It is indeed godlike, but ungodly, since it is made by man. On the contrary, the idea of God/the absolute and capital are opposed to each other, if one considers that the idea of God as the epitome of reason and salvation, which refuses constructive criticism and reformism, is precisely opposed to the capitalistic immanence and coercive context. No doubt, the divine trinity is nothing other than the theologically encrypted expression for the movement of capital. When God was spoken of, capital was always meant. God, transcendental subject, money/value form a triad here sadface one. They stand for the summary, commonality, even unity of essentially different things. People find their unity in God. The sensual empirical world finds its unity and, above all, its unambiguity as objects through the synthesis and schematic performance of the transcendental subject. Products find their unity as goods as commensurable things by being immersed in the same color in the value dimension and being exchangeable through money. 2. They have a constitutive function and power. God as the creator of the world and of man, whom he releases as individuals, the transcendental. Subject constitutes the sensuous empirical world as positively recognizable and recognized individual segments, as objects. Money/value constitutes products as goods, in that these express themselves in them and thereby exchange. 3. In all three, the idea of linking the real and the imagined can be found in rationalism. God is the guarantor of the correctness of the intellectually discovered. The transcendental schema is a third thing, which on the one hand is with the category, on the other hand with the appearance and similarity, is on the one hand intellectual, on the other hand sensual. The commodity is a sensual supersensual thing. The categories of political economy are objective thought forms. But this must not lead to throwing everything into the one big pot of transcendence, especially when transcendence is mentioned but only transcendentalism is meant. Kant proved to traditional metaphysics that God cannot be thought as an object among objects, a blasphemy that it implicitly committed. The excess of his refutation of the ontological proof of God did not explicitly draw rationalism's attention to its mistake of wanting to seek God in the realm of positivity. Instead, God was considered refuted as God from then on. Because God as ens realissimum, omnitudo realitatis, etc. had become unusable as a principle that unifies and creates knowledge, Kant introduced the transcendental subject. God could exclusively as an idea and not as an existing ideal keep the promise, solve the task, to which the metaphysics of rationalism, which had long since been disbelieved, had called him back on the scene. Thus, what is considered true, recognizable, and rational was limited to an object area with which positivism can also make do. The ambivalence of Kant at this point consists in the fact that on the one hand, explicitly, by excluding God from the realm of possible positive experience, he volatilized him into an ideal and himself founded an understanding of objective reality with which philosophy as a rigorous science should be possible. On the other hand, however, he, implicitly, pointed out the way in which God is not to be found, namely not in the realm of the eternal winter of positivity, which is the realm of the night of human thought. The confusion of transcendence with transcendentalism, and the subsequent replacement of the former by the latter, is repeated in the remarks on a real metaphysics of money, with the same fatal consequences when metaphysics is consequently grounded, when the utopian content of theology and the critical content of the metaphysics that secularized it are melted down to nothing but the immanent context. There is no beyond here, only the unconscious elevation of social conditions. Thinking should always be able to be only thinking of capital. This is precisely where the curse of money lies, that money is to be discovered as a realm mystery behind the mask of God. The curse of money's immanence goes so far as to make the potential of the transcendent appear as mere illusion even to the ideology-critical consciousness, and to swear all efforts of the concept to the pure immanence of positivity. Ulrich Enderwitz's multi-volume work Religion and Wealth should, incidentally, be read in opposition to such an assimilating interpretation. Here, social wealth as a leap, as a crack in the species, is also the quasi-material basis for myth and religion, which interpret and project them, but in conjunction with its ideal and displaced treatment, due to the excess of mere being, it offers a prospect, albeit initially disturbing, of a beyond of mere immediate self-preservation, the fruits of which go directly from hand to mouth. What kind of God is it, moreover, whose constitutional and dispositive realm continues to shrink? From the epitome of all being to the realm of objects of appearance and experience, and finally to the reservoir of products that are considered commodities. The God of capital, who has broken into reality, is in the same situation as the sea god in one of Kafka's most harrowing sentences. Poseidon sat at his desk and calculated. Adorno's intervention in the positivism dispute was based on a revocation of the concepts of empiricism and experience. Adorno saw the empiricism of positivism, neo-positivism, and its latest form, critical rationalism, as preventing what it purported to achieve in the face of the hated metaphysical idealistic speculation, experience. Adorno had to realize that the prevailing empiricism, which had set out to liberate experience from the tutelage of philosophical systems, paradoxically cuts off experience. This regimented experience, which Adorno opposes, is not merely one that, in its anti-philosophical verve, means, as with Popper and the rest of the scientific establishment, that the possibility of reflection on society is prevented by its unconsciously well-chosen premises, but that, by its cut, what Adorno called metaphysical experience also falls by the wayside. Of course, it also applies to Karl R. Popper that the logical tool of criticism, the category of logical contradiction, is objective. That a contradiction is only fruitful as long as we are determined never to allow a contradiction. That it is a necessity and even a duty for every scientist who wishes to promote truth and enlightenment to practice the art of expressing things clearly and unambiguously, even if this means renouncing certain metaphorical subtleties and brilliant ambiguities. And this is a concept of metaphysics that lies completely beyond what is envisaged in a real metaphysics. Such experience is thwarted not only by scientific methodology, however positively defined, but also by stereotypes preformed by the culture industry, by formations of the world of things, and by an excess of the experienceable. Not every discussion of ambiguity is an indication of the actual discussion of money. Art may be better suited to representing money than scientific methodology, but it also represents something completely different. However similar the transcendental nature of money may be to transcendence, they do not merge into one another. The transcendental nature of money threatens to occupy the entire space of transcendence and thereby to cover up what, although it apparently bears the same name as itself, calls into question its context of delusion. Quote, "Every philosophy that presents itself as a science is so indebted to the technical and practical ways of dealing with things that it must, on pain of contradiction, assume that everything real is determined by itself. That this is untrue is shown in our Eleatic tradition only by the arts. In view of the current impossibility of metaphysics, in view of the historical philosophical downfall of metaphysical ideas, through the program of enlightenment, demystification of the world, metaphysics fled into micrology. Through Auschwitz, and by that I don't mean Auschwitz alone but the world of torture, through that the concept of metaphysics has actually changed to its core. After Auschwitz it is impossible to urge the positivity of a sense in being. The assertion of an existence or a being that is meaningful in itself would, like all principles of truth, beauty, and goodness, be nothing but pure mockery in the face of the victims and the infinity of their torment." Adorno, Metaphysics, Begriff und Problem, page 160. It is found again in what was its traditional counterpart, in the unadorned materialistic motif, in the physical, in the vulnerable and suffering body. In this position, metaphysics can win only if it throws itself away, i.e., if it turns to where it immigrated, if it turns to what it is not itself. To throw oneself away does not mean, as the theory-weary and connection-hungry leftists think, to pursue empiricism. Critical theory cannot know this opposition of philosophy preoccupied with itself versus world knowledge by reception and ordering of facts, because it is concerned with proving that theory is never so pure, that it, in denial of its impurity, loses what it thinks it is gaining. In order to be spirit, it must know that it is not exhausted in that which it reaches. Negative Dialectics, page 385. The pursuit of concrete conditions not only always misses the dominant real abstractions, as does every form of positivism, but, as a bad negation of its counterpart, it undermines itself. Thought is futile if it confuses the thought with the real. However, it is part of the dialectic of enlightenment that, as the experienced world, immanence, this world becomes commensurable with us, as it becomes our world. Something like radical metaphysical alienation is brought about at the same time that metaphysical despair increases as familiarity with our world increases. Metaphysical experience is directed against this state of consciousness, as well as against the density of the context of delusion. In it, happiness is experienced, which one has and yet does not have, as a general thing that is only experienced at a distance, only in traces of a particular thing, without this particular thing itself being it. The transcendent that appears in such happiness is as hope, and yet it is not present in the present world. One believes that if one goes there, one would be in the fulfilled, as if it were. If one is really there, the promised fades away like the rainbow. Nevertheless, one is not disappointed. Rather, one feels that one would be too close now and therefore would not see it. It is natural for a child to think that what delights it about its favorite town can only be found there, nowhere else. It is mistaken, but its mistake provides the model for experience, a concept that would finally be that of the thing itself, not the poor thing that has been taken from the things. Adorno, Negative Dialectics, page 366. Here is the reference to the work of art. In every genuine work of art, something appears that does not exist. In the emergence of a non-being, as if it were, in its mere form, art promises what is not, announces objectively and however broken, the claim that it must be possible because it appears. It is happiness that does not lead to sedative comfort, but rather evokes its presence and experience and prevents its realization through its opposite, the world as it is. This happiness, like works of art, draws credit on a practice that has not yet begun and of which no one would know whether it honors its bill of exchange. Metaphysical experience is negatively held in that is that all, which is most likely to be actualized in vain waiting. Perhaps it is simply a lack of acceptance. Thus, metaphysical experience is essential for criticism, and thus the behavior towards metaphysics is one of the rescue of its intentions by the concept at the moment of its fall. The intention of salvation is essential to metaphysics. On the one hand, it is always rationalistic as a critique of a view of the essential, true, and intrinsic, insofar as it does not justify itself before reason. On the other hand, however, it is also always and equally an attempt to save that which the genius of the philosophers feels fading and disappearing. There is actually no metaphysics that is not an attempt to save that which appears to be threatened by the means of the concept, and to save it with the means of the concept. This also highlights the difference between Heidegger's business of covering up and that of post-structuralist/postmodern deconstruction. Their elimination of appearance, in conjunction with anonymous rule, rejects as metaphysical essentialism that which still prevents the total access of precisely this power, which they falsely believe to be in opposition to. Failed enlightenment is perpetuated. The successful elimination of all anthropomorphism, however, with which the context of delusion is eliminated, probably coincides in the end with this absolute identity. Denying the secret through identification, by constantly snatching more and more chunks from it, does not solve it. Rather, it punishes it. Adorno, Negative Dialectic, page 399. Kant saved the realm of the intelligible, God, freedom, death/immortality, in the same breath as his critique of pure reason, in which he forbade speaking of them as real. With this reference to the finiteness of the human mind and to its possible secure objects of knowledge, they were done away with from then on. This was not Kant's intention. The ideals of pure reason, even if one does not want to concede objective reality, existence, to them, are not to be regarded as fantasies for that reason. What Kant reproached the mind with as the production of transcendental illusion is what is said about transcendence by finite beings, which the mind is forced to think and deforms by virtue of its own finiteness. Reflection on the intelligible is the self-negation of the finite mind, in which it transcends itself, goes to another and becomes aware of its lack, which is the lack of the surrounding world. The intelligible realm would be the place of that which transcends the world, if it were of something that is not and yet is not only not. This appearance, the product of people's confrontation with their ever socially mediated environment and their claim to overcome it, which, as Kant well recognized, is a necessary one, is to be saved. If it disappears because it is only an appearance in the course of the anti-metaphysical cleansing and liberation campaign, so does its claim. For young men wearing hooded sweatshirts, two of them holding wooden boards like those used for baking, pose at the roadside in front of the town sign of the municipality of Amorbach in the district of Miltenberg. Their message: there is no real tart flamby where you are. Below it is written in small letters, Jimmy Elsass 2001, today. This is the full-page contribution of a Hamburg bistro to the 13th issue of the magazine Kultur and Gespenster, in which some Adorno letters were published for the first time in March 2012. To find out what people in hoodies have to do with a tart flamby restaurant right next to the Schlump, just trust the restaurant reviews on the internet. As for the staff, you have to know that none of them do this full-time. They are all students who do it as a hobby, so you should expect good, but not perfect, full service. End of quote. The editorial team of the magazine Kultur and Gespenster, which is also published in Hamburg, delivers the perfect, full service, not only through advertisements that are as different from the editorial section as a hobby waiter is from an editor. The magazine in question is called Stabil Seitenlicht, stable lateral position, and it is entirely geared towards the current Adorno hype. It contains letters from people seeking advice or support from Adorno, as well as his responses. Because a mention of his decades-old and partially successful intervention against the planned bypass road in his former holiday home of Amorbach in the Odenwald could not be missing, Jimmy Elsass got his appearance. The editorial team introduces the letters, which are presented as facsimiles, as one might expect from the followers of the so-called Hamburg school. Quote, "Who would you turn to today if you were feeling world-weary? If coming out made you anxious? If you wanted to know what good art is? Who would you ask for help if the city forest was to fall victim to the saws of progress? Slavoj Zizek? Dr. Sommer? Abe Kirkeling? There was a time when such and similar questions had a natural addressee. Theodore W. Adorno, the universal intellectual of the early Federal Republic. As thoroughly as he has been forgotten in the meantime, he was omnipresent in the 1960s. He filled lecture halls and skillfully played to the young mass media. The barely modulated voice that separated words with tiny pauses became the audience favorite of cultural formats and late-night talk shows, and minima moralia became the sound of an entire generation. End of quote. Apart from the fact that so-called cultural programs and late-night talk shows were not exactly crowd pullers in the 1960s, nor were minima moralia, which, from 1951 until Adorno's death, although perhaps his popular book, reached a total circulation of 15,000 copies, one has to be seized by considerable displeasure, even by rancor, to write, "There has been no comparable monopoly since then." End of quote. Today, we know that in the 1970s the French took over theoretical air supremacy, and a subsequent generation got used to living in the philosophical province of Germany and began to decipher the texts of those very Parisian thinkers who buried the universal intellectual. The world spirit was no longer here. End of quote. Dangerous thinking, the editors continue, referring to the 1950s and 1960s, did not have to be smuggled across the border at that time. It was right there in Frankfurt. End of quote. The sloppy analogy to Brecht, whose Galileo in the second version of the play told his pupil to be particularly careful when transporting his discourse through, and not to Germany, points to the attempt to deny Adorno's opposition to West German society in advance and to categorize him as a typical German intellectual, one of those who really do wear the mustiness of 1,000 years under their gowns. What is unintentionally correct about the denunciation is that Adorno was by no means unfamiliar with the feeling of deep sadness about the cruelty of the world, which could be briefly defined as world weariness, and that it was by no means the subject of crude mockery for him. Weltschmerz, although it has always been an attitude of the German educated classes since the late Romantic period, with which they tried to talk themselves into accepting the shameful circumstances, deserves to be protected against an activist worldview that attacks the melancholy and inability to cope with life that is also preserved in world weariness with a pithy, "Don't be so down in the dumps," as the student waiters from Hamburg expressed it in front of a Moorbach. The other side of world weariness is a feeling of being harassed by the great optimistic noise that the state and society constantly emit, the premonition that progress, which is certainly represented by the unscrupulous cutting up of mysterious valleys, has set out not only to erase the memory of something more beautiful, but also the memory itself, which also includes memories of past horrors. The teasing reference to the city forest, which could fall victim to the saws of progress, was intended to ridicule Adorno's not exactly ecological and thus utilitarian commitment to preserving his childhood memories of a Moorbach, as well as his insistence on the little comfort that can be found in a landscape that has been spared the devastation of the last 100 years. The malicious combination of a world weariness that weighs like a hollow tooth and a professor who would dispel the little ailment with a word of good advice was created to expose a student addressed by Adorno as "Dear Miss" to derision. The student, in a state of great uncertainty, had turned not to Dr. Sommer but to Theodore W. Adorno. In the summer of 1966, Miss A summarized her reading of Adorno in a letter to the author as follows: "What I had previously perceived as isolated elements within a reasonably sensible world as unjust and frightening, I now found articulated, made conscious and brought together in context, but no less threatening and exhausting for that. The more clearly I recognized the total negativity of what I was reading, thinking about it and trying to think through it myself, the less I could understand how there could still be hope. I can only perceive the infinitely exhilarating air of other planets as a promise of the impossible. I cannot comprehend the last sentence of Minima Moralia, and I cannot find anyone who could help me in any way. As far as the people I know are concerned, if they are not completely caught up in a positivist or hypocritical idealistic way of thinking, they are incomprehensibly devout or take refuge in resigned aestheticism. Because I could not bear to live and talk as if one could lead an untroubled private life, I broke off personal ties that could not help me in my search for any kind of hope, but rather made me even more desperate in their spiritual emptiness." End of quote. The student ended with a request for a written reply or a conversation. Whether the tone of hopelessness and despair already points to possible suicidal consequences must remain open. Adorno took the letter so seriously that he answered it after just 3 days and offered to talk to her. "Let me just add today, without you misunderstanding it as a fatherly pat on the back, that I would advise you not to draw too hasty conclusions from thoughts for which I am more or less responsible." End of quote. Whether the following sentence is spoken by the philosopher or by the person concerned with preventing a short circuit is irrelevant. Quote, "The path from thinking to so-called practice is much more convoluted than is generally imagined today. This too is part of the philosophical considerations that I am trying to share." End of quote. In the next sentence, agreement is given, seemingly surprisingly. Quote, "However, I understand only too well that the attitudes you outline are particularly annoying to you, especially when you encounter them in people close to you." End of quote. The editors of Kultur and Gespinster did not bother to document what happened next. The reader is fobbed off with the information that a meeting did indeed take place and a snippet of a quote from a possibly highly exciting letter from the student. In Hamburg cynicism, it goes like this. Quote, "Overall, however, his intervention works wonders. In December 1966, A. thanks him for a meeting with Adorno that changed her life. Whatever the professor had to say is now an Adornite. You thought it was a bit strange that I should seek comfort from you when I find everything so terrible," she writes to him. "Only afterwards did I realize that I was not seeking comfort at all, but solidarity in the midst of desolation." End of quote. Is now an Adornite, and thus a follower of a cult and, in a mysterious way, unfree, cementing the status quo. Hamburg editors find the very mention of desolation distasteful, and solidarity in desolation a cliché. To them, solidarity is cliquish, strictly success-oriented, practical, and committed to a predetermined purpose. And as a consolation, the non-committal words that a communication-hardened contemporary has at the ready in the event of someone else's suffering, along with the appropriate concerned faces, sympathetic looks and handshakes that are supposed to communicate sympathy. The student tart flamby bakers and the editors of the magazine in which they place their congenial ads could just as well be event managers who no longer study, committed journalists, optimistic interns in a gallery for trendy art in Berlin, that is, and no longer in Hamburg. They are ironic and active. They follow the laws of a fragmented life that not only describes their precarious economic existence, but also their thinking, which has shrunk to a level that is appropriate for communicating. Together, this results in an attitude that welds together the outfit, the witty saying, the reference to cliques, the total personal commitment at each gig, and an apparently inimitable competence in always getting involved to form an unmistakable whole. This attitude is unscrupulously geared towards adventure, which is by no means exhausted in the existence as a tart flamby baker with higher demands, but recognizes in an always ready the own declassification as a mission, not to wish it only to all others, but to rise up with the attributes of power over others. They call it dangerous thinking, thinking without a handrail, and they distinguish it from what they consider to be established, which Adorno counts as posthumously envied success. Dangerous thinking, sometimes applied to Sloterdijk with admiration, sometimes to French post-structuralists, sometimes celebrated in the equally French manifesto of a camaraderie in preparation for postmodern terror as a real way out of the obstructed practice, by no means means the defenselessness that can lie in contradiction to those who get on one's nerves in the most personal way. The word, which is always used in the same breath as the ominous term subversion, is for the time being far more likely to be found in privately sponsored and state-subsidized theater workshops such as Hebel am Ufer (HAU) in Berlin than in places where the respective jihad is being put into practice. However, the agreement with the massacres that are being committed elsewhere is becoming increasingly apparent. Dangerous thinking expresses what the normal citizen is not yet able to express, but which has been driving him since he came into existence as a death-drive alternative to his own life, which is not necessarily dangerous but always at risk. That life in which there is nothing to hold on to. The desperate cry that sometimes one just wants to throw in the towel not only expresses the constant tension that one has to endure and keep up with, not only the constant and, after all, partly real fear of destruction, but also a response of a thoroughly destructive magnitude. The statement that one simply wants to throw in the towel and the desire to lash out wildly so that one can take as many others with one as possible, who are not yet ready for it, with one's own downfall, are close together. This answer purports to find liberation when all that defines you and at the same time determines you from the outside has been cleared away. An answer that refers to the motto "Live Wild and Dangerous," supposedly from Arthur Rimbaud, possibly also from Arthur Schnitzler, and thus pays homage to second-hand escapism. Nothing personal, desperate, and self-destructive is attached to this way out, since the radical ecological Stalinist Jutta Dittfurth, whose boring biography is not exactly a promise, has claimed the imperative for herself with the book titled Courage. Live Wild and Dangerous. How the citizen struggles with the fact that he himself, together with his peers, has set the state above himself in order to set an objective limit to the marauder and robber baron that rumbles within him, a limit that only guarantees the course of business as a general law. His postmodern counterpart, who wants to be supported by the state without being able to seriously hope for it, shakes the establishment of a world that has set out to eliminate robber barons and thus the existential danger that lurks everywhere. Labels that emphasize subversion and the wild and dangerous, such as a Berlin company under civil law called Verbrecher Verlag, travel to a romanticism that at best knows nothing of organized crime. Like Maxim Gorky, for example, in his early stories, in which Russian outcasts are depicted in a glorified way. Or, in the worst case, already suspects that organized crime and the people's state can no longer be distinguished in the extreme, without naming this suspicion, as Solzhenitsyn did. The great anti-Soviet and thus also anti-Russian writer from the Soviet Union, the longtime Gulag prisoner Warlam Shalamov, has impressively described how the ruling class in the camp, as a sworn community of professional criminals, not only always held the internal leadership unchallenged. We have him to thank for his insight into the way a state of terror can merge into a veritable gang society, which did not cease to exist with the gradual dissolution of the Gulag after Stalin's death, just as it was not an original creation of Stalinism, but rather, albeit in an extreme form, one of Russian etatism. The criminal gangs that Shalamov writes about, professional criminals and those who became criminals after their so-called degulicization, communicate with codes and symbols of belonging, which always include sayings and corresponding tattoos that manifest the cohesion of life and death, community rituals, and no less ritualized competitions to determine the top boss. These are still at the very top today, controlling a state whose head comes from the KGB and whose allies are far less likely to get tattoos than so many citizens of Western Europe who want to appear wild and dangerous. What in Russia is not a lack of inhibition, but rather the almost logical consequence of centuries of state terror, which would not be possible without the state-sanctioned individual tenor of the privileged, appears in the West as a completely harmless individual escapade. These borrowed criminal escapades are not illegal in any way, but initially only have the attributes of the kings of the underworld and an attitude that already characterized the Gulag criminals described by Shalamov, that of cynicism. Cynicism should be understood here as an attitude that has long since come to terms with the bad things that are found and that affirms itself by settling into them, by disqualifying as ridiculous any thinking that is based on truth and thus on commitment. This is not at all the case, as the imagination schooled in the culture industry would have it, with brutal slogans about the eternal struggle for the best places, in which the stronger must simply win and trample the weaker into the dust. These templates for the mass hatred of bankers, stock market speculators, and rationalization experts only serve the general need for community, and thus the politically correct expression of current cynicism. Pointing accusingly at antisocial egomaniacs only serves to reinforce what has actually been happening for a long time. A spreading communalization in the name of fear of decline, which is antisocial in the literal sense of the word. For what is most loudly demanded in such a longing is what is most excluded: personal responsibility and humaneness. The extent to which both have long been reduced to absurdity need not be emphasized here. It must be remembered, however, that society, in contrast to community, places tax liability above the essentially arbitrary charity, for example, and that it not only allows the individual to withdraw, at least in principle, but also recognizes him as a private individual who is interfering in general affairs. The complete asociality becomes apparent where equality is demanded in the community, just as if complete inequality were not the order of the day, where the constant plebiscite is an obligation and the institutionalized mediation of decisions is the greatest evil. Today's society, which is mutating into a community, is no longer able to automatically produce the isolated individual from itself and thus, of course, also from the economic system on which it is based. The struggle for the best places is being fought with a greater commitment of the combatant's own resources than ever before. At the same time, however, that remnant of unhappy consciousness seems to have been consumed, which can express itself in often enough eccentric isolation, seemingly incomprehensible disinclination to one's own advancement in the phase of success, or even the already mentioned desperate escapism. These figures of seemingly voluntary unhappiness, which disappeared almost 100 years ago, are no longer suspicious and no longer provoke the contradiction of the average citizen who fears for the meaning of his life. They are themselves as average as the average citizen. A hobby has grown out of a quirk, and the disgusted retreat from business and success has become a way of opting out, which guarantees an all the more streamlined re-entry and a high-performance escapism at the weekend, which virtually imposes itself as a supplement to the daily struggle for survival. Since community, because it is a hollow concept, can only manifest itself in the working off of the countermodel presented in society, it will produce a considerably higher degree of personal rule than is already existent today in the socially accepted clique system and its rituals. The demagogues of the new society, who are still busy grabbing the last jobs in the state apparatus, the creative industries, and increasingly in the seemingly normal economy, are, thanks to their incorrigible communication skills, predestined to one day reach the control centers and settle there. As arbitrary, predatory knights in the realm of equality, no longer bound by any objective corrective. Not only does everyday cynicism, dressed up as irony, work itself off on critical theory, and here especially on Adorno, who is supposed to have been dismissed long ago, but also on the texts of Parisian intellectuals with the intention of burying the universal intellectual. At regular intervals, people who you would never have thought capable of it are seized by a wild desire to break out, as if critical theory-based thinking were a prison that excludes you from life and thus also from opposing the bad life, or at least kills off the desire to do so. In doing so, such efforts to break out lead to a fate that, in one case with Jean Amory as an Adorno corrective, allows the very simple and undisguisedly naive to come to life and ultimately even presents role models, while in the normal case one's own preferences for culture only allow Adorno reading to be supplemented by the class struggle and anti-art guide to board. These are escape movements that happen for the sake of rediscovering the unconditional and lead straight to that senseless activity that is probably the best way to describe critical participation. The impertinence is at the very end of Minima Moralia, which Miss A claimed not to have understood because everything in her rebelled against it, and it is so extremely alienating and frustrating at first glance that one can almost understand why she is looking for a way out. There it says, "The more passionately the thought seals itself off from its conditionality for the sake of the unconditional, the more unconsciously, and thus fatally, it falls to the world. Even its own impossibility it must still grasp for the sake of possibility. But in the face of the demand that is made of it, the question of the reality or unreality of salvation has since been almost indifferent. This seems to be directed against anyone who, for example, with the objections to everyday participation so desperately put forward by Miss A, is trying to find an answer that guarantees a way out, which then, not coincidentally, often leads to the completely dead word emancipation. If the reality or unreality of salvation, a word that is now once again being used quite frequently as the governor of emancipation, is dismissed as seemingly almost indifferent, then aren't we powerless in the face of the context of delusion that makes us lose our own way of thinking? Isn't every act of opposition questionable from the outset, when one's own desire for something better is so completely at the mercy of the world associated with disaster? It seems that every individual contradiction that arises is thus exposed to total disaster from the outset. Indeed, even the desperate struggle of historically documented individuals, for example against National Socialism, is thus reduced to a marginal note in an execution that nothing and no one can prevent. The phrase disguised practice seems to take on an uncanny meaning, and Miss A.'s possibly suicidal tendencies sound plausible. Yet Adorno was merely formulating at the end of the 1940s what should be an almost daily experience today. That goodwill is only expressed in a highly ideological form and thus belongs to that insipid absoluteness that no longer has any innocence inherent in it, because it has long since transformed the individual will into the collective manifestation of a blind practice that promises new horrors. The warning is not directed against the possibly passionate thought. Rather, it is to be saved from false exuberance by reminding it of its origin in the context of violence, which is why it is always deformed and needy, minima moralia last section. And it is not the murdered opponents of National Socialism who fall victim to the verdict, but those ideological exploiters who draw resources from their struggle and suffering for an ideology that, in the guise of anti-fascism, seeks to cynicism of a totalitarian regime that fortunately has been overcome, a regime that often forced senseless heroism instead of trusting in American weapons to spare the lives of its own soldiers as much as possible. There is no comfort in the warning against a fetishism of practice that must let one of the world, and there is only the wrong one fall into which disaster is repeatable, and the powerlessness of the individual remains. Also the powerlessness that lies in the impossibility of explaining to oneself and to others the conditions of the need for, or rather the necessity of, one's own critical interventions. To keep raising this question, as if it had not long since been answered in a less than satisfactory way by pointing to the coincidences ultimately lying in one's own biography, points to a longing for personalization, for better or for worse, for the tragic hero here and the monster there, whose personal responsibility one wants to determine almost legally. The act, the intent, the guilt. This variant of the disastrous attempt to break out of Adorno's prison, which one would like to get rid of in weak moments with some resentment against a jargon of negativity, regularly embarrasses itself with the swinagel of Schlump, who is already here with his, "There is no real tart flamby where you are." It is not easy to talk about one's own inability to reconcile with the world, to talk about suffering in it, without lapsing into an inadmissible speech and an attitude that could rightly be dismissed as adornment. Miss A. has formulated a thoroughly original answer that makes it seem possible to truly overcome world weariness. Not taking back anything that was once recognized as true and personally experienced as suffering, not repressing anything, not allowing comfort in the bad generalities that we call the world, and yet still being able to breathe. To call this solidarity in desolation is, in any case, a happy thought that points to a life that is perhaps not so bad, if the emphasis on objective desolation does not degenerate into daily penance and denial of the possibility of private happiness, and if solidarity with people in a similar situation does not lead to an arrogant circle against a world that one imagines to be vastly superior. This has as little to do with a seemingly world-renouncing existence as with the noisy insistence on a governor for a salvation whose reality or unreality is not the point. The word communism, which is used as an alibi for so many critical endeavors, usually only hides the fear of the consequences of one's own thoughts, which must lead to the realization of the impossibility of practice and yet force one to contradict. However, I understand only too well that the attitudes you outline are particularly annoying to you when you encounter them in people close to you. Adorno wrote to Miss A, and certainly did not mean to abruptly and offendedly turn away from all people who fit in without reflection and thus without memory. Rather, it seems to be a call to not seal off from the hurtful and disappointing experiences that one has daily, especially with people from one's immediate environment, attitudes that must get on one's nerves, and to seek confrontation even when it is not successful. Even if this is usually only possible at the more general level of processing experiences in an essay or lecture, and not necessarily in the mostly fruitless discussions with people who have been reduced to a single attitude. The astonishing presence of Adorno, even if it is in the distorted form of his work, among those who want to establish themselves in the world as wild and dangerous ideological accomplices, indicates that they are not so sure of themselves and cannot hope for willing followers without further ado. That alone would be a good reason to continue intervening against the unconscious and disastrous urge to the unconditional, which is disinhibition.